Jiang Xingyue, a resilient soul frail in health, found herself ensnared in a basement during the 6th year of the apocalypse, ultimately meeting her demise at the jaws of a horde of zombies. Yet, upon reopening her eyes, she astonishingly returned to a month before the world crumbled. Faced with the coercion of her aunt's family, she audaciously reclaimed her inheritance, liquidated properties, and cast these scoundrels into the streets, relishing the opportunity to trample on their fallen state. Is money insufficient? She skillfully manipulates the unscrupulous for resources, stockpiling provisions with fervor. As the apocalypse descends, Jiang Xingyue defies fate, carving out her dominion, obliterating any who dare oppose her, thriving amidst chaos. Oh, how unfortunate it is that she inadvertently ascended to the pinnacle of this dystopian hierarchy. Yet, why does this underground city possess so many layers? And what is this peculiar system at play? While others languish in hunger and deprivation, a base astonishingly manages to restore societal order, providing 3 meals a day. Survivors whisper, "Who claims our lord is a harbinger of death. Open your eyes, she is our savior."
Jiang Shenjiu retorts, "No, no, no.
I seek only power and autonomy. The title of savior is far from my intentions." In the everlasting night of the apocalypse, the flickering flame of Jiang Xingyue becomes the final beacon of hope for this desolate land. Chapter 1 Back to a month before the apocalypse. Xingyue, your aunt only wishes the best for you. At your youthful age, it would be wise to abandon your studies and marry. Should you miss out on Kong Yuankai, regret will surely follow. Just moments before, she had been torn to shreds by the undead, concluding a life marred by threats and control. Yet here she sat, unscathed, in her home prior to the end of the world. Jiang Xingyue discreetly glanced at the electronic calendar on the wall, her pupils narrowing in shock as she registered the date, May 4th, 2030. She had been reborn. Back to a month before the apocalypse. If not for your tender age of 19, who would look upon your frail form? Jiang Yimei sneered, incessantly chiding her. Jiang Xingyue recalled this moment vividly. It was precisely the day her aunt, Jiang Yimei, and her family plotted to marry her off to seize her parents' inheritance. Her parents, both researchers, had tragically passed away when she was merely 5, leaving behind a fortune. As a minor, her paternal aunt, Jiang Yimei, was granted guardianship, and the inheritance was entrusted to this family. Yet, in her previous life, she had never learned the true value of that inheritance, nor had she ever laid eyes upon it. Meanwhile, this family flourished post-apocalypse, thriving on the wealth her parents left behind, while she struggled, frail and desperate, fighting for scraps. To quench her thirst for clean water, she endured bloodshed. Jiang Yimei, witnessing Jiang Xingyue's obstinacy, slammed her palm onto the table, the sound sharp and jarring. Jiang Xingyue, Kong Yuankai is the man your uncle and I painstakingly selected. Be grateful. Once her composure was regained, Jiang Xingyue slowly replied, "The man you chose for me is a divorced man with a history of domestic violence? Who could have imagined that her very aunt and uncle would conspire to marry off their ailing niece, hoping for a tragic end for both? Enough. Who taught you to speak back to your elders?" Her uncle, Deng Xingpeng, scolded, his expression dark. Jiang Xingyue's amber eyes ignited with a chilling fury, piercing through the well-groomed, middle-aged man before her. The memory of being humiliated by Deng Xingpeng in her past life flashed before her eyes, merging with the present scenario. Deng Xingpeng felt the weight of her gaze, his body tensing as the hairs on his arms stood on end. The words he wished to hurl at her dissolved into silence, trapped within. He cleared his throat to mask the fleeting embarrassment that had overtaken him. "Your aunt and I only want what's best for you. We are your elders and would never mean you harm." Jiang Xingyue observed Deng Xingpeng, who still appeared to be an ordinary man, inhaling deeply to suppress the murderous intent simmering within her. Now was not the time for vengeance. Her priority was to reclaim her inheritance and prepare for the impending apocalypse. This time, she would not succumb to anyone's threats. Jiang Xingyue vowed to demonstrate that, even as a frail being, she could thrive more splendidly than anyone else. The apocalypse's underground city initiates the Starfire System test. Newbie mission issued. Reclaim what belongs to you. Completing this task will yield a novice reward, a gene potential activation serum. Jiang Xingyue felt a surge of exhilaration, striving to contain the tumult of emotions within her. Regardless of the nature of this sudden development, she would pay any price to ensure her survival in the apocalypse. Moreover, this task seemed exceedingly simple. Jiang Xingyue took a sip of water to moisten her throat, her eyelids lifting slightly in disdain. You think you're worthy to be my elders? You merely desire to usurp my inheritance, feigning concern in a most nauseating manner. Jiang Yimei winced at the scorn etched on Jiang Xingyue's face, her voice becoming increasingly shrill. Jiang Xingyue, my brother's inheritance rightfully belongs to me. After all, we have raised you for so many years. Ungrateful wretch. Spare me the moral high ground. I have no need for that. Should we tally how much of the support my parents left actually went to me? Her parents had established an account that deposited a monthly allowance of 50,000 yuan until her coming of age. Yet over the years, she had never received more than 2,000 at a time. We're family. It's not about yours or mine. Jiang Yimei stammered, her words choking in her throat. Just then, the door swung open with a loud bang.
Mom.
Take me to the mall. That wretched girl is flaunting her new 10,000 yuan phone. You must buy me one today. Jiang Xingyue narrowed her eyes towards the boisterous figure entering, the chubby 10-year-old cousin, Deng Wenwen. She had been bedridden with a fever when the apocalypse struck, becoming a victim of fate. While she languished, Jiang Yimei had pilfered all her food and medicine, leaving her to endure in silence, claiming that there were no provisions at home. Each day, she received only half a loaf of bread and tepid water, while her family thrived, flush with resources. By the time the rescue vehicle finally arrived, Jiang Xingyue was emaciated, her face gaunt, with eyes alarmingly large. Because of Deng Wenwen's jest, she was unceremoniously shoved from the rescue vehicle, her panic ignited by the sight of her cousin's smirking visage. Why are you here, you little brat? There's no place for you in this family. Get out. That despicable child remained as insufferable as ever. Jiang Xingyue's lips curled into a peculiar smile. Deng Wenwen, while you may have no place here now, it doesn't guarantee you a position in the future. Wenwen, you'll soon have a stepmother. Are you happy about that? Jiang Yimei and Deng Wenwen exchanged confused glances. What nonsense are you spouting? Deng Xingpeng felt a jolt of anxiety, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. What did this girl know? Jiang Xingyue turned her gaze to Deng Xingpeng, noting the flicker of apprehension in his eyes. I happened to pass by your company the other day, and saw you with that beautiful young woman. Jiang Xingyue. She had spied on Deng Xingpeng during a visit to his office, witnessing him in a cozy exchange with a young, attractive female colleague in a cafe, thus keeping a wary eye on the situation. Jiang Xingyue cast a sympathetic yet mocking glance at Jiang Yimei, who had foolishly elevated such a man to a pedestal, truly blind to his flaws. Jiang Yimei frowned, observing the two exchanging cryptic looks. The unusual glint in Jiang Xingyue's eyes sparked an involuntary anger within her. What do you mean, Jiang Xingyue? What are you planning? Deng Xingpeng's face turned ashen, realizing Jiang Xingyue had uncovered his infidelity, though he remained uncertain of how much she knew. Speak plainly. Jiang Xingyue declared resolutely, return my parents' inheritance.
Impossible.
Then do not blame me. Jiang Xingyue extracted an old black mobile phone, its screen prominently displaying the words recording. The moment she became aware of her rebirth, she discreetly activated the recording function. When confronted by the scheming, one must be thoroughly prepared. Deng Xingpeng suppressed his fury and spoke softly. Xingyue, we are family. What are you saying? You are now of age. This is the healing potion left by your parents. The threat in her words was glaringly apparent, eliciting a cold smile from Jiang Xingyue. It was precisely because they had concocted the lie of a healing potion that she had been held captive for so many years. Did they think they could intimidate her with something that didn't even exist? Dream on. She would never again succumb to anyone's threats. Yet, she feigned hesitation. The house can be retained. This is my final bottom line. If not, I shall have to seek legal counsel. If your uncle's colleagues were to find out. Deng Xingpeng clenched his jaw, realizing he had been cornered. Any further discussion would yield no benefit.
Fine.
Everything else is yours. Expedite the property transfer. Jiang Yimei was taken aback by Deng Xingpeng's concession. Husband, are you out of your mind? Enough. Seeing Deng Xingpeng's grim expression, Jiang Yimei hesitated, her lips moving soundlessly, ultimately refraining from speaking. Deng Xingpeng felt a profound pain in his heart, sensing he was losing much without understanding why. However, he could never let Jiang Yimei discover his infidelity. He had expended considerable effort to win over Jiang Yimei, a woman of affluent background, and he was now living a stable life because of it. If she were to learn of his betrayal, it would be a disaster. Although the inheritance was substantial, this house was also quite valuable, something gained without loss. Agreed. Jiang Xingyue smiled slightly. In the predatory gaze of the three family members, she accepted a bank card worth 10 million and a note inscribed with 33 Qing Shui Road, Shijiao. Raising an eyebrow, Jiang Xingyue considered that 10 million might be trivial for the wealthy. However, for an ordinary person, especially someone as impoverished as herself, it was an astonishing sum. The address on the note was likely related to the resources Deng Xingpeng had mentioned in her previous life. She wondered what lay inside that allowed him to become a base leader. Many things remained unclear from her past life, but her quick thinking had helped her survive. Aside from this house, she was completely unaware of the existence of any other inheritance left by her parents. To secure the remaining inheritance, she had leveraged his infidelity as a threat, knowing Deng Xingpeng was overly concerned with his reputation and unwilling to risk losing the benefits brought by the Jiang family. She would then feign being coerced by the non-existent potion, allowing her to keep the house and lower their guard. Deng Xingpeng would only assume she was already aware of the inheritance's amount, and his fear of losing everything would compel him to comply with her demands to safeguard his secret and the house. Jiang Xingyue's amber eyes gleamed with a dark brilliance. This family still had their games to play. The first step of her rebirth was to strike first. The following morning, at Yunlan Garden Community. I found it. Jiang Xingyue held a red property certificate in her hands.
Ding.
Mission to reclaim your inheritance completed. Chapter 2. I am power. I am freedom. A pale blue translucent screen unfolded before her as Jiang Xingyue examined the sole item in her backpack. Gene Potential Activation Serum. Within half an hour of injection, it can awaken the user's potential with a 100 effectiveness and no side effects. Returning to her small room, she gazed at the diminutive metal syringe in her hand, her dry, pale lips pressed tightly together. After a moment's contemplation, she picked up the syringe and measured it against her body. One must not hesitate when seizing opportunities. Regardless of the origins of the system, any assistance is welcome. She raised her slender left arm, encased in nothing but a thin layer of skin, and plunged the cold needle into the cerulean vein beneath. As a chilling liquid surged within her, a powerful yet gentle energy coursed through Jiang Xingyue's limbs. In an unseen realm, her cells silently ruptured and reorganized. Jiang Xingyue's mind drifted back to her past life. After being expelled from the Lotus Island base, she awakened her plant-based abilities during a crisis. A well-known useless power, its offensive capability was weak and energy-consuming. Yet, she firmly believed there were no useless abilities, only those who were incapable of wielding them. After her expulsion, she struggled to survive among various exploration teams. To stay alive, she diligently researched the applications of her plant abilities beyond mere crop catalysis. Ultimately, through her diverse and ingenious skills, she carved out a place for herself among those who danced on the knife's edge. As a frail, solitary woman, she managed to endure 6 years in the apocalypse, relying on the very abilities others derided as useless. Had she not encountered that loathsome man later on, perhaps she could have continued to thrive in that harsh world. The thought of his greasy, pretentious face repulsed Jiang Xingyue. She closed her eyes, shoving those memories deep into her mind, knowing they would not escape her grasp. Jiang Xingyue sensed her connection to an unknown space. The area was roughly the size of a basketball court, standing about 15 meters high, and at that moment, it was eerily empty. Jiang Xingyue's eyes brightened, a spatial domain. This system's features were indeed useful. In her previous life, she had heard of individuals awakening spatial abilities, but they were said to be only a few cubic meters in size. Though merely an auxiliary type, such abilities were highly sought after in exploration teams. With a spatial ability, survival in the apocalypse would be significantly assured. She was now practically a mobile warehouse. This will make stockpiling supplies so much easier. Jiang Xingyue gathered all the items in her small room into the space before turning to leave. At the moment she closed the door, a barely perceptible distortion rippled through the space behind her. It was as if an unseen hand grasped the area, creating folds that quietly released. Miss, I can offer you 5.6 million for this house, but it will be mine. Such a prime location, are you sure? Before Jiang Xingyue sat a man with a tattooed arm, clad in a tank top, slouched behind a messy, worn desk. His unkempt hair framed eyes that glinted with avarice as he openly appraised her. Let's sign the contract today. The air in the room was thick, causing Jiang Xingyue's throat to itch. Cough, cough, come to collect the house tomorrow morning. She would not allow the leeches to profit from her. Want the house? Dream on. Efficiently completing the paperwork and receiving the 5.6 million, Jiang Xingyue exited the smoke-filled, suffocating office. She sought out a restaurant with a tranquil ambience. While enjoying her lunch, she browsed real estate listings for Rongning City on her phone. Finding a suitable refuge isn't easy, she mused. Just an hour ago, she had possessed property, but now it had transformed into the 5.6 million in her bank account. Moreover, the Yunlong Garden property was no longer a consideration. That was a residential area. The geographical advantages would turn disastrous post-apocalypse. A densely populated residential area was out of the question. She needed to look toward the outskirts. This would essentially become her main base, so she needed to proceed with caution. As she scanned properties, she calculated that combined with her parents' inheritance, she now had 15.6 million. It seemed substantial, yet to navigate the harsh climate and zombie-infested apocalypse, it would not suffice. Indestructible shelters, weapons, and supplies were all essential. These necessities could not be for her alone. She had already begun to formulate a concrete plan for the future. To thrive in the apocalypse, unafraid of others' threats, resources, power, territory, and subordinates were all indispensable. The fate of a lone wolf in the apocalypse could be gleaned from her own experiences. In her previous life, she had desired to join a large base, leaning on a strong tree for protection against the harshness of the world. Unexpectedly, before her mission could even commence, she faced an untimely demise. The recent stronghold belonged to Dong Xingpeng. That scoundrel expelled her within 10 minutes of her entry, subjecting her to a severe humiliation. But now, the circumstances have changed. With a fresh start and a system at my disposal, I am destined to lead the way. No matter how grand the base, am I not still at the mercy of others? Given another opportunity to restart, I shall seize it with great ambition. Rather than relying on the shade of a towering tree, I will become the greatest tree in this apocalyptic world, one that casts a vast shadow. I embody power, I embody freedom. Jiang Xingyue's gaze flickered, shimmering under the mottled sunlight. Suddenly, her mood shifted, and she let out a gentle sigh. However, I must first secure some funds to nurture this young sapling of mine. In the afternoon, at the western outskirts of Rongning City, Jiang Xingyue stood in silence before a warehouse spanning nearly 1,000 square meters. Was this one of the legacies left to her by her parents, who had been researchers? The warehouse was divided into two sections. The left housed numerous machines covered with transparent protective film and dust cloths, appearing to be experimental apparatus. The right side was neatly stacked with large cardboard boxes, devoid of any labels, totaling 200 boxes. As Jiang Xingyue approached and opened one box, she discovered neatly arranged supply packs within. Each pack contained rations and a first aid kit. The rations comprised 5 packs of compressed biscuits, each weighing 100 grams, along with a self-heating meal suitable for outdoor consumption. The first aid kit was a standard version, including gauze, adhesive bandages, fever patches, alcohol swabs, and anti-inflammatory medication, items that would prove invaluable to the average person. This single box contained 5 such supply packs, meaning the warehouse held a staggering total of 1,000. Moreover, the production date was a few years prior. Stored in a time-stagnant environment, they were unlikely to spoil. It seems this is the very foundation upon which Dong Xingpeng sits at the helm of the base. In peacetime, these supplies might be deemed trivial, yet in the midst of an apocalypse, a single supply pack could incite fierce competition. At that point, even consuming aged rice would be a luxury, let alone self-heating meals. One could only wonder if Dong Xingpeng could still secure the Lian Island base without these resources. Jiang Xingyue harbored plans for her somewhat capable scoundrel of an uncle. She merely hoped he would strive not to falter under her pressure. She awaited his success in capturing the Lian Island base, praying fervently for Dong Xingpeng to rise to the occasion. Jiang Xingyue stored all the supplies in her space. For the first time, she questioned whether her parents, whom she had no memory of, were truly just ordinary researchers. Who would hoard such vast supplies without reason? This appeared to be preparation for the end times. Furthermore, her parents had passed away when she was very young, yet these items were produced in recent years. Jiang Xingyue felt a tangle of confusion in her mind. She needed a catalyst to find that crucial thread.
Ding.
The main quest to find the perfect refuge in the apocalypse has commenced. Completing the quest grants access to the underground city. Warning: if the final confirmed location fails to meet the system's criteria for a refuge, the mission will fail, and the system will disengage autonomously. Before she could ponder further, the cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed in her ears. Chapter 3. Completion of the Doomsday Shelter quest and stockpiling. Jiang Xingyue rented an SUV for transportation and arrived at the real estate agency in the villa district of Dongjiao Banyue Mountain after an hour's drive. Hello, are you here to view a property? Wu Shui assessed the ordinary-looking young girl before her, feeling somewhat disheartened. She patiently inquired, "We haven't opened yet, but even the smallest mosquito is still meat. How much is the rent for that villa on the mountaintop?" Wu Shui smirked, her impatience evident. "That villa is the best in this area, and the price is not cheap. What is the rent?" 40,000. Wu Shui struggled to suppress her irritation. Another person trying to appear affluent. "I want the details of that villa." Jiang Xingyue's icy, sharp gaze, framed by thick eyelashes, pierced through Wu Shui's demeanor. A shiver ran down Wu Shui's spine, as if she were being stalked by a predator, and she found herself feeling foolish once her initial shock passed. Reluctantly, she retrieved the details of the villa. Jiang Xingyue perused the information leisurely, her satisfaction growing as she found the villa utterly perfect. Thankfully, it was still vacant. In her previous life, she had come here with her team to scavenge for supplies, and even from afar, she had recognized the prime location of this villa. Unfortunately, it had been occupied then, but now it was hers. Wu Shui watched as Jiang Xingyue examined the details seriously, muttering, "What are you pretending for? Sign now." Jiang Xingyue needed to utilize this property openly within the month leading up to the apocalypse, making the rental the wisest choice. Wu Shui and the other employees exchanged confused glances. Now?
Yes.
Wu Shui was elated. She hadn't expected to attract such a significant client. Bonuses for the month were looking promising. "No problem, let me assist you." Jiang Xingyue, with her slender fingers, nonchalantly pointed to a nearby employee, interrupting Wu Shui. "Have her come over." The fortunate employee felt as though luck had smiled upon her today. Wu Shui's smile froze on her face. "What did you say?" Without even glancing at Wu Shui, Jiang Xingyue stated, "I'm in a hurry. Please expedite the process." Ignoring someone is the greatest insult. Besides, even if she found Wu Shui disagreeable, it was not yet the apocalypse. She couldn't just eliminate her and condemn herself in the process. The lucky employee, fearing the opportunity would slip away, promptly began preparing the necessary paperwork for the contract, visibly thrilled. Wu Shui, her smile now stiff, glared at Jiang Xingyue with resentment. The fortunate employee worked efficiently, completing all formalities within half an hour. Jiang Xingyue, without batting an eyelash, transferred the 160,000 for the rent to the owner's account abroad, and promptly paid the 40,000 agency fee as well. Then she exited the agency, with a smiling employee beaming at her. Just as she stepped outside and hadn't walked far, she sharply heard Wu Shui emit a shrill, piercing sound like boiling water. "She's just barely an adult. Looks decent but dresses plainly, living alone in such a large villa. Who knows where she got the money from? With a face as pale as a ghost. She must be ill. Who knows when she'll just a piece of trash attacking her own kind with filthy thoughts." Jiang Xingyue's expression remained unchanged. It would be best for Wu Shui to pray that she wouldn't cross paths with her after the apocalypse. Jiang Xingyue found a small path leading up the mountain behind the Banyue Villa district. The drive up was smooth, and in less than 15 minutes, she stood outside the mountainside villa. The villa was built halfway up the slope, occupying only 300 square meters of land, while the remaining platform had over 1,000 square meters of space. A charming white villa was adorned with a fountain, where the small angel statue held a watering can, the water flowing melodiously. On either side of the path leading to the villa were gardens. The flowers and plants grew freely, featuring roses and seasonal blooms planted by the previous owner, along with an array of unknown wildflowers, creating a serene atmosphere. The outermost perimeter was surrounded by a black fence, overrun with lush, thriving plants and thorns. Upon entering the villa, the interior boasted a minimalist modern design, with brand new and fully furnished rooms. There were 3 floors, with a well-organized layout, perfectly accommodating all her living needs. Jiang Xingyue was pleasantly surprised to discover an independent water supply system. This meant she would not face any water shortages in the future. She was thoroughly satisfied with both the exterior and interior of the house. System. Confirm the location of the shelter.
Ding.
The quest for the Doomsday Shelter is complete. Congratulations. Host, you have gained access to the underground city. The system is now officially bound. Please select the entrance to the underground city. Note: the choice cannot be changed once made. Jiang Xingyue smiled faintly. The system was hers. After pondering, she selected the storage room in the corner of the first floor. Underground city entrance has been confirmed. The underground city will officially open in 24 hours. How exciting! Jiang Xingyue returned to the living room, settling into the comfortable, plush sofa. She retrieved her laptop from her space and opened a web page displaying the words Weilong Renovation. Their services were extensive, including the construction of Doomsday shelters. Thanks to her previous life as habit of gathering various information, she was surprised to find a genuinely useful opportunity. After careful consideration, Jiang Xingyue customized a renovation plan suitable for the mountainside villa. All the glass would be replaced with bulletproof glass, which is functionally superior to tempered glass. And an additional layer of retractable steel plates would be installed outside. The entire house would be enveloped in 10 centimeters of steel. The bulletproofing would also reinforce the structure against tremors, while the villa's main entrance would be replaced with a high-security door made of 3 layers of steel and lead plates. Finally, the entire building would be coated with a new type of chemical coating called meteorite, a rare material known for its corrosion resistance. The outer fence would be transformed into a 3-meter-high wall, reinforced with an additional layer of steel. Initially, Jiang Xingyue intended to use half-a-meter-thick steel for the entire wall, but due to budget constraints, the current materials would suffice for the early stages of the apocalypse. Upgrades and reinforcements could be made later, allowing her to navigate the initial crises safely. After confirming her requirements, Jiang Xingyue opted for next-day service and, most importantly, a shortened construction period, with an estimated completion time of 15 days for a total price of $9.99 million. Without flinching, she transferred the payment. Fortunately, this place was a secluded corner where no one would discover that a solid and well-equipped Doomsday fortress had been established before the apocalypse. The resplendent rose-tinted sunset painted the sky, and the brilliant afterglow cast a golden sheen over everything in sight. At the agricultural market, Jiang Xingyue leisurely strolled past a pile of grains, followed closely by an eager middle-aged man. "I need 100 tons of rice and 100 tons of flour. Do you have enough stock?" The grain shop owner beamed, "Absolutely. But it will need to be delivered in batches, which will take about 3 days." "That's fine. Just average the flour between low, medium, and high gluten. For the rice, I want this variety from Wuchang. I'll send you the address. Please start the delivery tomorrow." In total, Jiang Xingyue ordered 200 tons of supplies for a total of $2 million, paying a 400,000 deposit up front. With this much, she wouldn't finish it in 100 years. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, such high-quality rice and flour would be invaluable and exceedingly rare. Under extreme weather conditions, the chances of preserving food unscathed were slim. She planned to keep the surplus as reserves. Regardless of her future plans, having these supplies would give her confidence, as she preferred to leave herself with multiple options. Jiang Xingyue also ordered compressed biscuits, 5,000 packs of 100 grams each, costing 7,500 yuan. She selected various flavors of self-heating hot pots, mushroom, tomato, spicy, and beef, ordering 30,000 boxes of each type, totaling 1.8 million yuan. For instant noodles, she wanted all brands and flavors available on the shelves: chicken and mushroom, seafood, tomato and egg, beef, spicy, etc., totaling 1,000 cases with 24 packs each, amounting to 240,000 packs for a total of 350,000 yuan. Jiang Xingyue also conveniently ordered 1,000 bottles of side dishes, totaling 10,000 yuan. With the side dishes secured, she proceeded to a deli to order frozen buns, requesting 2,000 bags, each containing 4 buns, amounting to 8,000 yuan. In a world where even a sip of water is a luxury, having a bun paired with side dishes would surely make everyone envious for months. Finally, Jiang Xingyue ordered a ton of bulk noodles, spending another 10,000 yuan. By this point, she had placed orders for over 4.07 million yuan worth of supplies at the agricultural market, yet had only paid a deposit of 2 million yuan. All goods would be delivered to the western suburb warehouse within 3 days, and the remaining balance would be settled upon confirmation of receipt. After leaving the market, Jiang Xingyue headed straight to a materials factory. Her fingertips brushed against the cold surface of a large machine as she turned and inquired, "Do you have diesel generators with a capacity exceeding 20,000 watts?" The owner replied, "We do, but such high wattage models are quite expensive. For home use, I would recommend a 310-watt generator." Assuming Jiang Shengyue was inexperienced due to her youth, he kindly suggested a smaller generator. I require it for large-scale indoor planting. The smaller ones will not suffice. The shop owner then realized her seriousness and began to earnestly describe the machines available. Ultimately, Jiang Shengyue settled on a massive
200 watt générateur, requesting immédiate installation.
After all, they would begin reinforcing the villa tomorrow, and it was best that too many people did not know about it. Having ordered the large equipment, she also requested 1,000 portable stoves, each paired with 3 gas canisters, totaling 3,000 canisters, costing 50,000 yuan. In times of apocalypse, these stoves could boil water and prepare food, and the canisters could serve as weapons if necessary. Truly a remarkable convenience. Once her shopping mission was completed, the last rays of sunlight were swiftly replaced by night. Exhausted, Jiang Shengyue slumped in her car, her already pale face even more devoid of color after a day of exertion. Fortunately, she had mostly been in the car, enjoying the air conditioning and sipping on some refreshing herbal medicine to keep her spirits up. While massaging her sore calves, she logged onto the Weilong website and ordered 2 personnel for a 3-day duration to meet at the western suburb warehouse at 9 a.m. the following morning. The goods she ordered would arrive over the next 3 days, necessitating someone to guard the warehouse in her absence. As her thoughts drifted, she suddenly jolted, nearly forgetting an important task. Jiang Shengyue opened the hacker software she had acquired at a high price the previous night and connected it to Deng Xingping's phone. Her slender fingers danced across the screen. Moments later, she glanced at her handiwork with satisfaction, meticulously erasing the traces of activity and chat logs from his phone. Her amber eyes glimmered with an enigmatic light under the dim glow of the streetlights outside. Let Deng Xingping await his first grand surprise. Chapter 4. The unending clamor of this family after a restful night. At 8 a.m., Jiang Shengyue received the renovation team from Weilong and then set off for the western suburb warehouse. From a distance, she spotted 2 individuals standing upright in front of the warehouse. "Hello, I am Jiang Shengyue," she announced. The 2 men were momentarily taken aback upon seeing the young girl emerge from the car, surprised that their employer was so youthful. The shorter man responded, "Hello, I am Wang Cheng, and this is my colleague Wu Zichuan. We will be assisting you for the next 3 days." Wang Cheng spoke with a smile and an uplifting tone, making a favorable impression. Jiang Shengyue's gaze shifted to the man named Wu Zichuan, handsome with a military-style crew cut, his stature and posture suggesting a background in the armed forces. However, she merely assessed him briefly before returning her attention to the task at hand. "Starting today, this warehouse will receive a substantial influx of goods, and I need you to accurately document the quantity of each item. Once the deliveries finish at 7 p.m., you may lock up and leave. Additionally, I require assistance in downloading various materials from the internet, anything from survival skills to information about flora and fauna, as well as a collection of movies, TV shows, and music. All the data available online should be compiled." She produced 4 5-terabyte hard drives. "How you divide the tasks is up to you. If any urgent matters arise, I will reach out to you." Although Wang Cheng found her requests peculiar, he maintained a smile and began coordinating with Wu Zichuan. Jiang Shengyue glanced at her phone and hummed a tune as she got into her car. It was time to find some entertainment to relax. A good show should be about to commence. 40 minutes later, Jiang Shengyue arrived at Yunlan Garden Community. She parked directly beneath Building 8 and entered with a light step. Even on the first floor, she could faintly hear the sounds of a chaotic argument. A smile crept onto her lips. It seemed her surprise, for Deng Xingping had arrived. Coincidentally, it was the weekend, and the commotion in the hallway had drawn the attention of the entire floor. Jiang Shengyue even spotted 2 elderly ladies from upstairs and downstairs mingling among the gathered residents. Watching intently, she discreetly blended into the crowd, pretending to be just another onlooker. "Who is this woman? Speak up," Jiang Yimei demanded as she leaned against the door, confronting Deng Xingping, who was hidden in the living room. Standing before Jiang Yimei was a young woman, seemingly no older than 25, with lazy brown curls cascading over her shoulders. Her delicate face bore a pair of pitiful almond-shaped eyes, and she was clad in a fitted dress accentuating her alluring curves. Deng Xingping's voice faltered. "Xiao Han, what brings you here? Did you come to deliver documents?" He cast a glance at Han Xueyan, his frustration mounting as this usually obedient woman had unexpectedly confronted him at home. Han Xueyan frowned slightly and replied softly, "Pinge, didn't you ask me to come and confront this yellow-faced woman today?" Jiang Xinghua couldn't help but smile at Han Shuyan's bewildered expression. Last night, she had used the hacker software to control Deng Xingpeng's phone and send a message to summon Han Shuyan. Deng Xingpeng was completely unaware, caught off guard by the surprise. This was her small gesture of filial piety as a niece, a little gift for her dear aunt and uncle. After all, they had introduced her to such a wonderful match. She had to reciprocate somehow. With red-rimmed eyes, Jiang Yimei lunged at Han Shuyan, grabbing her hair. Yellow-faced woman?
Who are you calling that? Ah, Penye.
Help me, it hurts.
Han Xueyan krid, feigning Vietnamese.
Deng Xingpeng felt overwhelmed as the two women clashed in chaos, his fierce-looking wife and the delicate mistress vying for his attention. He stepped forward to shield Han Shuyan, forcefully pushing Jiang Yimei away. Stop it. Enough with the commotion. Jiang Yimei stumbled back, her husband's expression darkening as he stood protectively in front of the other woman. Han Shuyan nestled into Deng Xingpeng's embrace, flashing a provocative smile at Jiang Yimei. What a scandal. The mistress had come to the door, completely disregarding the child's feelings. Men consistently displayed such behavior. Even with a child of this age, they still engaged in such antics. The murmurs from the neighbors only deepened Jiang Yimei's distress. It was then that she suddenly remembered her son. Deng Wenwen had witnessed the entire scene. His father had pushed his mother away to protect another woman. The echo of Jiang Xingyue's words rang in her ears. You will have a stepmother. There will be no place for you in this household.
Ah.
You shameless woman. Get out of my house. Deng Wenwen charged at Han Shuyan, throwing punches and kicks, pulling and biting her.
Penye.
As Han Shuyan cowered in Deng Xingpeng's arms, Deng Wenwen's attacks inadvertently landed on his father instead. Deng Xingpeng could not tolerate his son's challenge to his authority as a father. His temples throbbed, overwhelmed by the astonished voices of the neighbors. In this moment, he felt utterly humiliated by having such a son, completely oblivious to any educational shortcomings. He delivered a swift kick to Deng Wenwen, sending the little boy tumbling to the ground, leaving a faint shoe print on his shirt.
Deng Wenwen.
Who taught you to dare raise your hand? Deng Wenwen, having been spoiled since childhood, was experiencing a beating for the first time. He sat on the ground, pouting and crying loudly, his eyes filled with resentment as he glared at the woman hiding in his father's embrace. It was all because of that wretched woman that his father struck him. Jiang Yimei was startled by Deng Xingpeng's kick and instinctively shielded her son, her face pale and desolate as she gazed at her unfamiliar husband. Violence was unjustifiable. This was his own flesh and blood. To strike his wife and child for the sake of a mistress. My heavens, Deng Xingpeng was terrifying. Deng Xingpeng's expression darkened like the bottom of a pot as he observed the onlookers, weighed down by their judgment. Close the door, he commanded. Let us not bring shame upon ourselves in front of others. Upon hearing this, the neighbors understood there would be no more spectacle to witness and began to leave, albeit reluctantly. Just then, a voice broke through. Oh, how lively. This is 402, right? This house now belongs to our elder brother. Why are there still people living inside? A large hand forcefully pulled open the half-closed door, causing the departing neighbors to halt in their tracks, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Jiang Xingyue, hidden among the crowd, watched the spectacle unfold. She hadn't anticipated that Zhou Qian and his group from the mortgage company would arrive so promptly. It was a rare moment of leisure, and she even contemplated bringing some sunflower seeds to enjoy the show. Deng Xingpeng furrowed his brow as he observed the trio conversing, the thin, green-haired man, the tall, muscular figure with a scar on his forehead, and the last one, with shoulder-length hair and a black tank top, languidly yawning behind the others. Deng Xingpeng's initially rising anger waned upon seeing the intimidating presence of the men. Lowering his voice, he inquired, "What brings you gentlemen here? This is no longer your home." The green-haired man replied, "You have 2 hours to pack your belongings and leave swiftly." He brandished a crumpled contract in front of Deng Xingpeng, declaring, "This mortgage contract proves that 402 is ours now." Confused, Deng Xingpeng forced a smile, saying, "Is there a misunderstanding? We did not mortgage the house." Zhou Qian's peripheral vision caught Jiang Xingyue standing behind the crowd, her youthful face betraying a sense of schadenfreude. He shot her a glare, hesitating for a moment, but ultimately refraining from exposing her. Orphaned and with relatives seizing her inheritance, she was merely a frail girl, likely suffering from some terminal illness. He could overlook her using him as a pawn this time. Wasn't he that petty? "This homeowner is Jiang Xingyue," he continued. "To my knowledge, none of you bear that name." She mortgaged this house to me yesterday for a total of 6 million, as documented in the contract. He casually reached for a cigarette, feigning to light it before ultimately pocketing it, visibly dissatisfied. Deng Xingfeng gasped, his voice cracking. What? That dead girl? She mortgaged it? His heart felt as if it were bleeding. The house was worth at least 7 million at market value. It would surely appreciate in the future, and yet, it was mortgaged away just like that. Deng Xingping opened his mouth to curse, but the scarred man took a step forward, looking down at him with a cold snort. The imposing shadow stifled the anger that had just risen within him, forcing him to shut his mouth. The neighbors were thrilled, savoring the juicy gossip.
Wait.
This house belongs to Jiang Xingyue, the niece of Jiang Yimei? It was evident. Just look at how this family behaves. It wouldn't be surprising if they bullied their own niece to seize her property. Perhaps they even mistreated the Jiang girl. I've seen her a few times. And she looks deathly pale, small and thin, and often ill. The green-haired man crossed his arms, impatience etched on his face. If you don't pack your things, we will. He signaled to the scarred man and the muscular brute, who forcefully pushed Deng Xingpeng and Han Shuyan aside to enter the house.
Inside.
Jiang Yimei clutched Deng Wenwen, shrinking away in fear. As the green-haired man and the scarred man rummaged through the house, Deng Xingpeng rushed forward to protect his precious antiques. Realizing that they could no longer remain in the house, deflated, he dragged the bewildered Jiang Yimei to gather their valuables. 2 hours later, Deng Xingpeng, his family, and Han Shuyan, disheveled and hollow-eyed, stood at the entrance of the building, surrounded by a few scattered pieces of luggage. Bystanders, unaware of the situation, chatted with neighbors from above and below, offering unsolicited explanations. Deng Xingping's face fluctuated between red and white with rage. Brother Peng, what on earth is happening? Isn't this your house? Han Shuyan, having been beaten and scolded all morning, was utterly bewildered, her once charming smile now stiff. It's no longer. Jiang Yimei, battered by a series of blows, was now beyond caring. She would not let anyone have it easy. Everyone be quiet. Is it not enough to be humiliated already? Deng Xingpeng had never faced such disgrace in his life. He grimly dialed Jiang Xingyue's number. Chapter 5. Busy making money. The underground city opens. Jiang Xingyue, seated in her car, saw the incoming call and immediately hung up, blocking this entire family. She had slipped away while they were packing.
This time,
it was merely to reclaim some interest. She could not rest easy if her enemies thrived, and they would suffer in the future. Now, she was focused on making money, with no time to squabble with them. Such matters were best dealt with by the scum of society. Let me think. There are plenty of scoundrels in the apocalypse. Which one should I choose? Jiang Xingyue narrowed her eyes. It's you. At that moment, in the research department of Xinghua Technology, a middle-aged balding man sighed heavily. The company's higher-ups had issued him an ultimatum. If he could not find a suitable project, he would be packing his bags. Glancing at an unfamiliar number, Manager Zhang frowned and pressed the answer button. Minutes later, his triangular eyes widened in astonishment, the flesh on his cheeks trembling with excitement. Ms. Zhang, would you be available to meet this afternoon for a detailed discussion? Please bring the materials, and we can talk specifics. A youthful voice replied from the other end. Of course, at 2 p.m., at Mingxiang Tea House. After hanging up, Manager Zhang wore a contemplative expression, and after a brief pause, he summoned his secretary to announce an emergency meeting. Hopefully, the other party was truthful, if they dare deceive him. At 1:50 p.m., the door to Jiang Xingyue's private room swung open. A sharply dressed, portly middle-aged man stepped inside. A flicker of dark intrigue crossed Jiang Xingyue's eyes. Hello. You must be Miss Jiang. You look remarkably young, he exclaimed. I am Zhang Maoping from Xinghua Technology, and we've had a preliminary discussion over the phone. Hello, Manager Zhang. Please have a seat. After an enthusiastic exchange, silence fell over the room once more. Jiang Xingyue, smiling, continued to savor her tea, the atmosphere thick with an unusual tension. After a long pause, Zhang Maoping, feeling anxious, couldn't he believe how composed this young girl was, his gaze repeatedly drifting to the leather document bag beside her. Finally, Zhang Maoping spoke first. Miss Jiang, based on your phone description, if all this information is accurate, our company will certainly treat you well. He offered a sincere smile. Jiang Xingyue pushed the document bag toward him, saying, No rush. Please take a look first. Zhang Maoping opened the bag and extracted a stack of papers, densely packed with theories and data. The more he read, the more excitement shone in his eyes. Miss Jiang, is this all the information you have? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingyue feigned regret, letting out a sigh. I must admit, I stumbled upon this inadvertently. However, the project researcher has passed away, leaving behind only this. Zhang Maoping's face showed signs of distress upon hearing this. Manager Zhang, you must realize that even this fragment of information has already resolved the most significant challenge. Moreover, had we possessed the complete data ready for immediate implementation, our meeting today would have been rendered unnecessary, would it not? As Zhang Maoping grappled with his conflicting thoughts, he was jolted by this statement. He recognized the truth in the other's words. It was precisely due to its incompleteness that the project remained affordable for their modest company. His tumultuous emotions solidified into resolve. Miss Jiang, let us now discuss the price. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Jiang Xingyue's half-lidded eyes. After a series of negotiations, she ultimately secured 30 million. This sum would be transferred within 5 days. Once outside the tea house, Zhang Maoping, deep in thought, gazed through the car window at the scenery flanking the streets. Manager, should we charm the driver? Came the driver's playful suggestion, laden with subtext. Zhang Maoping shed his earlier naivety, adopting an air of arrogance and severity. What's the rush? The primary objective now is to initiate the project. A cornered rabbit may bite. It is not the time for distractions. Let the young lady enjoy her newfound wealth. She will inevitably return it in due time. Inside the private room, Jiang Xingyue resumed her indifferent demeanor, sipping tea, her fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. Despite Zhang Maoping's outward warmth and politeness during their transaction, it was merely a facade. The data extracted was derived from her parents' legacy, and it was indeed complete. However, the portion sold to Zhang Maoping was the only correct segment. The remaining data was highly misleading. Should he receive the entire dataset, he would immediately discern that pursuing it further would yield nothing but erroneous conclusions, wasting vast resources. Selling such nonsensical data to Zhang Maoping posed no fear of retaliation. By the time they realized the truth, it would already be too late. Following the apocalypse, Zhang Maoping, alongside several ambitious and unscrupulous researchers, engaged in human experimentation amidst the chaos. Upon inadvertently discovering her tenacious vitality, they aimed to bring her back to the lab for study. Fortunately, Jiang Xingyue managed to escape in time, narrowly evading disaster. Before her eyes, she envisioned Zhang Maoping's laboratory, filled with grotesque, contorted bodies and decaying organs. Monsters wailing as they soaked in an unknown liquid. A strange crimson hue briefly stained her amber eyes before vanishing, unnoticed by her.
Ding.
The expansion of the underground city has been completed. The first level of the underground city is now open. At last, Jiang Xingyue hurried back to the villa, arriving before the storage room. Once a door stood here, but now it was entirely transformed into a smooth wall. She sensed a peculiar energy sweep over her. The location where the storage room door had been suddenly rippled like the surface of water, creating concentric waves. Without a moment's hesitation, she stepped into the luminous aura. It was an elevator. A row of numbers lined the door, from the 8th underground level to the 3rd above. Jiang Xingyue's brows furrowed. Testing the buttons, she found only the number 1 responded. After approximately 3 seconds of weightlessness, the elevator doors opened with a chime. Even for someone like Jiang Xingyue, who had experienced extraordinary events, the sight before her was astonishing. She found herself in a vast cylindrical space, seemingly boundless. She appeared diminutive within its expanse. Before her lay a harmonious blend of pure, soft white and cold, metallic silver. The surrounding walls, pristine white, were interwoven with dark silver metallic sensing strips that reflected a chilling light upon movement. As Jiang Xingyue stepped out of the elevator and turned back, the elevator doors vanished. On either side of her stood 2 expansive compartments, their frosted glass walls obscuring the interior, yet labeled as treatment rooms and rest workshops. A colossal door, 5 meters high and 3 meters wide, adorned one wall, leading to an inner glass chamber equipped with spray devices. Entry required passing through this isolation and disinfection zone. Observing closely, Jiang Xingyue noted that the large door was completely sealed. Insufficient access rights? She advanced. To the left of the door, neat metallic lines were etched into the ground, resembling a parking lot, complete with 10 charging stations and 5 fuel pumps. The sheer number of these amenities caused her brow to twitch. They certainly overestimated her needs. How many vehicles would she require? Opposite the grand door were 3 enormous metal elevators, also inoperative. As she reached the center of the hall and looked up, a massive display screen loomed above. The spacious hall was ideally suited as a base gathering point. She wondered what the other levels held. If they were equally functional, it would save considerable manpower and resources. Jiang Xingyue closed her eyes, mentally simulating the structure of this space. Ultimately arriving at a remarkable conclusion, this hall was situated within the very moonlit mountain where the villa resided. It appeared that the 3 levels above ground were indeed the mountain itself, while the underground truly lay beneath. At this moment, a sense of anticipation blossomed within her. She pondered what marvels awaited when each level was unlocked. It felt akin to collecting an entire set of bear-themed cards, irresistibly enticing. After a moment's thought, she decided to place the experimental equipment and supplies left by her parents into the hall, clearing her own space. The instant the materials landed, she heard the system's chime.
Ding.
Material quantity detected. Access to the private warehouse of the underground city is now granted. Please proceed to the 2nd level for inspection. Jiang Xingyue remarked, the system has suddenly become quite amiable. I find it somewhat disconcerting. She preferred the system's previous rebellious demeanor. However, this transformation confirmed that she had genuinely earned the system's approval. Retrieving the items back into her space, she took the elevator. Upon entering the 2nd level, Jiang Xingyue received a system notification. The time flow in this warehouse has been slowed by a factor of 100. Thus, items with a 1-day shelf life can last 100 days in the warehouse. The walls here featured 7 layers of protruding platforms, with a spacious staircase in the center for walking or transporting goods. As Jiang Xingyue arranged the supplies within the warehouse, what initially seemed to be a vast quantity occupied only a minuscule portion of a single platform. With unwavering determination, she gazed at the emptiness around her, vowing to fill it with resources one day. At 7 in the evening, Jiang Xingyue arrived at the western suburbs warehouse, where Wang Cheng and Wu Zichuan had already completed their shifts. She collected the first day's supplies, acquiring 4 mobile hard drives brimming with data and a detailed inventory list left by the 2. Jiang Xingyue nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, they were professionals, their capabilities and efficiency unparalleled. Thus, she retrieved 10 additional hard drives purchased earlier in the day and placed them on the warehouse table. With such efficiency, more work was imperative. Just as she locked the warehouse door, Jiang Xingyue felt something amiss in her body, her vision dimming. She could distinctly sense the plant-based energy swirling toward her. Her powers awakened. It had occurred a year earlier than anticipated. With a throbbing head, Jiang Xingyue returned to the villa. Battling against her near collapse of consciousness, she promptly transferred the remaining payment to the merchant. Messaging Wu Zichuan, she informed him that she and the construction team would be out of town for the next few days and that work should proceed as usual. Once she confirmed that nothing was overlooked, she wrapped herself in a blanket and shakily took the elevator down to the hall of the underground city. She huddled tightly in a corner. In the fleeting moments before her unconsciousness, she thought to herself, thankfully, there was a moment of reaction. Otherwise, if the payment for goods were delayed, those supplies would vanish. By the time she awakened, the funds from St. Nua should have arrived, allowing her to indulge once more. Chapter 6. Awakening of Powers. 30 million resources. As dawn broke, the air felt heavy and humid, with sunlight obscured by thick black clouds, leaving only a dim, hazy light. Jiang Xingyue opened her eyes and sat up in bed, immediately feeling a dazzling sensation. After devouring the food from her space with ravenous hunger, her strength gradually returned. Just then, her phone, now fully charged, powered on automatically. What was happening? The time displayed on her phone indicated that she had been unconscious for a full 10 days. With a complex expression, Jiang Xingyue opened her right hand, skillfully channeling the energy within her body. A brown vine, the thickness of her pinky finger, began to extend from her palm, twisting and writhing as it grew unchecked. These tendrils rapidly spread, filling the entire room. The resilient, twisted branches intertwined like a nest. Jiang Xingyue sat amidst them, expressionless, like a specter. In stark contrast to these bizarre, somewhat grotesque plants, she could see particles of power floating around her, glowing like fireflies, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. After 5 seconds, she sensed her energy depleting. Clenching her fist, the vine branches in the room dissipated into the ether. She furrowed her brow in contemplation. In her previous life, she had awakened her plant abilities a year after the apocalypse, but at that time, she had not been unconscious. merely suffering from a fever for 3 days, during which she still had some mobility. The greater the reaction during awakening, the longer the duration of the powers, resulting in a more formidable ability and greater potential. Her previous state had been the lowest potential and weakest manifestation. Indeed, this was the case. Her subsequent upgrades were slower than others, her energy reserves lower, and utilizing her abilities proved to be quite cumbersome. Conversely, those with higher potential wielded their powers with astonishing mastery, a level she could only dream of envying.
Now,
She felt that the energy coursing through her body was more than 5 times stronger than in her past life. Moreover, she could sense that manipulating this energy was as fluid and effortless as moving her own fingers. This signified that the heights she could reach in the future would be unimaginable. One day, she would prove to everyone that she was neither a worthless individual nor a sickly wretch. Her plant abilities were far from useless. Savoring her enhanced senses, she lamented the lack of improvement in her physical condition. Taking a deep breath, she felt no disappointment. After all, she had experienced this before in her previous life. And her body still required a pivotal opportunity to fully recover. 3 days later, Jiang Xingyue, brimming with energy, drove towards the suburban warehouse. Light rain had begun to fall, and the air inside the car remained oppressively hot. Frowning, she rolled up the window, shutting out the stifling atmosphere. It appeared that the rainy season was about to commence. Upon arriving at the suburban warehouse, Jiang Xingyue was astonished to discover that her spatial domain had expanded by a meter in both length and width over the past 10 days. This was excellent news. Jiang Xingyue pondered thoughtfully. It seemed that her spatial domain still had significant potential for development. Perhaps it could even evolve into an outward skill. Jiang Xingyue made 2 trips between the hillside villa and the suburban warehouse to transport all the goods. Upon her second return to the underground city warehouse, the system alert chimed.
ding.
The resource reserves of the underground city have reached the standard. The first basement level is now accessible. Entering the first basement level. Even though Jiang Xingyue had grown accustomed to the advanced technology of the system, she was still astonished when the elevator doors opened. This was the true underground city beneath Banyue Mountain. The first basement level was designated as the farming and livestock area. Once the growth rate of this level reaches 50, the host will gain access to the next level. This level boasted artificial sunlight, ample water sources, and various auxiliary farming machines, enabling a swifter attainment of food independence. Jiang Xingyue marveled at the thousands of acres of arable land before her. Endless fields stretched as far as the eye could see. Nearby stood several farming machines, each equipped with a slot for energy cores. It appeared to be a fusion of manual and nuclear energy machinery. Energy cores resided within the brains of zombies of level 2 and above, and they could be absorbed and transformed by awakened individuals. Jiang Xingyue raised an eyebrow. She had never seen anyone utilize energy cores and machinery before, but it was a brilliant idea. This was an opportunity she could consider exploring in the future. The water source issue was also resolved. To one side was a row of outlets, and the system indicated that the water was sourced from underground, having undergone multiple filtration processes, ensuring its safety. On the other side of the arable land was the livestock area, complete with large breeding pools. Various machines stood nearby, including glistening mechanical arms. As Jiang Xingyue gazed at the vast expanse of land that would soon belong to her, she fell into deep thought. When would she be able to cultivate all this land? Deciding to start with purchasing supplies, she noted that the 30 million from St. Nua had already arrived and needed to be swiftly converted into resources. She first rented an off-road vehicle, then purchased a high-end RV outright for 800,000. Unfortunately, this model was not available for rent at present. Finally, she found Weilong Company and spent 1.8 million to comprehensively upgrade both vehicles, transforming them into mobile tanks for the apocalypse. In the following days, Jiang Xingyue traversed the entirety of Rongning City. To avoid drawing attention by making large purchases within the city, she also ventured to the neighboring Qingda city. She ordered from all the highest-rated restaurants in the urban area, covering all 8 major cuisines. A total of 10,000 meals were ordered, delivered in batches at 6 p.m. each day for 10 consecutive days, costing 500,000. Every evening, Jiang Xingyue would arrive at the warehouse punctually, ensuring the meals were stored in her space while still hot, preserving their flavor to the maximum extent. Jiang Xingyue also visited the agricultural market, purchasing 100 tons of various grains, black beans, green beans, and red beans for 2 million. Additionally, she acquired 100 tons of rice for 2 million. For meats, she chose frozen options, although the taste would surely not compare to fresh meat in an apocalypse. Having any meat was a luxury. She ordered a total of 100 tons of common meats such as chicken, duck, beef, and pork, costing 5 million. Canned meats were also included, totaling 12,000 cans for 120,000. She secured 1,000 boxes of milk and powdered milk for 50,000. Various cooking oils, including peanut oil, soybean oil, and olive oil, were acquired in a total of 10,000 barrels, costing 1 million. Additionally, she purchased 10,000 cases of bottled mineral water for 300,000. Furthermore, she bought 3 tons each of all available vegetable seeds, 3 tons of rice seeds for 2 seasons, and 3 tons of high-quality wheat seeds, totaling 130,000. While she might not know how to plant, she could certainly learn. A plant-based awakened individual should not fare poorly in agriculture. She also procured various suitable fruit saplings such as apples, pears, peaches, and apricots, totaling 1,000 trees for 750,000. A large batch of farming tools, including hoes, shovels, and sickles, was acquired, among which Jiang Xingyue particularly favored the various models of chainsaws. This tool aligned with her aesthetic of violence, though unfortunately, she could only handle the smallest size. This cost 100,000. She made a special trip to a flower and bird market, purchasing all the plants there, along with various rare flower seeds. As a plant awakener, seeds were vital resources. Remarkably, they were quite inexpensive. She spent only 40,000 for a ton. In the wholesale market, she acquired 1,000 sets of unisex cotton sportswear for both men and women, along with children's sizes, costing 240,000. She also bought 5,000 sets of premium sports leisurewear in her size S, 1,000 sets of sleepwear, 5,000 sets of seasonal clothing, and 10,000 sets of high-end lingerie, totaling 144 million. Moreover, she purchased quick-drying clothing, suitable for winter as autumn wear, in unisex sizes of 1,000 sets each, along with 1,000 sets tailored to her fit, totaling 190,000. Most importantly, she secured 5,000 pieces of down jackets in unisex sizes and an additional 5,000 pieces of premium down jackets in her size. She possessed 1,000 thermal garments, 1,000 pairs of athletic shoes, and 1,000 pairs of winter boots, all meticulously chosen to withstand blizzards and extreme cold, amounting to a total of 25.68 million yuan. Additionally, she had procured a substantial collection of daily necessities, including shampoo, shower gel, soap, laundry detergent, and toilet paper, which totaled 1 million yuan. While shopping in the bustling streets, Jiang Xingyue spotted a discount at an electronics store and seized the opportunity to acquire 20 tablets and 10 laptops. Though power would be scarce in the aftermath of the apocalypse, her refuge would still provide some comfort. She could watch a movie while dining, a delightful luxury. Moreover, she acquired several household appliances for backup, alongside 500 surveillance devices. She also purchased 3 generators of 3,000 W each, 10 solar generators of 500 W, 10 5W diesel generators, 20 hand crank generators, and 100 solar thermal water heaters, culminating in a grand total of 39.84 million yuan. After comparing outdoor survival equipment stores in 2 cities, Jiang Xingyue chose the largest one, where she secured 500 sets of combat uniforms for both men and women, 500 pairs of combat boots, 500 fully equipped survival packs, and 500 walkie-talkies, totaling 780,000 yuan. The proprietor, recognizing her as a significant client, unveiled his finest high-tech materials to fashion fireproof, waterproof, and stab-resistant combat uniforms. Though not entirely impenetrable, these garments offered commendable protection, prompting Jiang Xingyue to joyfully order 500 sets at the cost of 1.5 million yuan. In the end, Jiang Xingyue visited a farmer's market to purchase chicks, ducklings, and goslings, yet she hesitated before such fragile creatures. While she was adept at farming, the prospect of raising livestock felt daunting. After careful consideration, she opted for 50 chicks, 50 ducklings, and 50 goslings, dismissing larger animals like pigs and sheep. Being alone, even with machinery, she recognized the necessity of oversight, spending less than 1,000 yuan. She also acquired pet food, including dog kibble and canned goods. Despite being meant for pets, these items were coveted resources in the apocalypse, providing sustenance and protein that many sought after, costing her less than 100,000 yuan. With 30 million yuan dwindled to a mere 350,000, Jiang Xingyue replenished her stock of mechanical parts and sealed barrels at the construction materials market. Thus, she found herself utterly broke, with only 2 days remaining before the apocalypse. Coughing and clutching her chest, Jiang Xingyue sat on the sofa. Her cheeks flushed with a sickly hue. Fatigue from her recent scavenging had taken a toll, and she had succumbed to a fever. The thermometer indicated her condition was worsening, while the television blared, mingling with a cacophony of thunder outside, creating an atmosphere of palpable unease. Today, a chain collision occurred on Peace Road, with investigations still underway. In a separate incident at the Demaiching Mall, an assailant had bitten several civilians, who were subsequently rushed to the hospital. Jiang Xingyue squinted at the images on the screen, recognizing the assailant as a fully transformed zombie. The apocalypse had arrived. Given the distance between Yunlong Garden and the eastern suburbs, the outbreak timings varied across regions. Therefore, she had prudently allocated an extra 3 days to stockpile supplies, intending to raid a pharmacy on the first day of the apocalypse. Yet now, it seemed she would have to execute her plan while battling illness. Chapter 7. The apocalypse arrives. First kill. Dark clouds extinguished the brilliant sunlight, enveloping the entire city in a shroud of gray. Fierce winds ushered down torrential rain, creating puddles on the ground. On the dimly lit street, pedestrians hurriedly navigated the waterlogged paths, leaving ripples in their wake. Jiang Xingyue drove slowly, noting the increasing number of vehicles as she approached the city center. Despite the inclement weather, many were still out and about. As she neared a traffic light obscured by the rain, it turned red, prompting her to halt and wait for the countdown. Suddenly, a figure bolted towards her windshield, frantically pounding on the window.
Hey,
My boyfriend is feeling unwell. We can't get a cab. Please take us to the nearest hospital. I'll pay you double. It was a young woman, stylishly clad in a fitted skirt. Her voice rising above the rain's din. Jiang Xingyue remained vigilant, glancing at the young man behind her, who also donned fashionable attire. There was something amiss about him. His once youthful face now bore a pallor, his eyes bloodshot with anguish, and his arms, revealed by his short sleeves, were taut with visible veins. A zombie, more accurately, the early stages of zombification. In the initial phases of the apocalypse, the transformation of infected individuals was relatively slow, allowing for a buffer period of half an hour to several hours, depending on one's constitution. Judging by his appearance, he had about half an hour left. Hey, I'll give you triple fare. Just let us in. As the traffic light turned green, Jiang Xingyue pressed the accelerator, determined to execute her plan to loot the pharmacy amidst the chaos. You splashed water all over me. Who needs your ride? The young woman's furious shouts faded into the rain. After turning at the traffic light, she parked beside the pharmacy and quickly donned her raincoat, dashing toward the entrance.
Hey,
Young lady, that card is mine. Why can't I use it? I'll complain about you. Jiang Xingyue entered to find a female clerk engaged in a heated dispute with a rotund woman spitting as she spoke. A middle-aged man with glasses stood anxiously by the counter, suggesting that she would have to wait a little longer. It seemed this area had yet to encounter any zombies, and she needed to bide her time for the right moment. Jiang Xingyue, her mind clouded by fever, leaned against the wall, her hands growing cold from the wind and rain. She half closed her eyes, trying to regain feeling in her numb fingers. Darling, let us try to buy some medicine. These people show no compassion and refuse to stop. The young woman in the fitted skirt entered alongside her companion, her beautiful face tinged with anger. It was the very couple who had attempted to flag her down earlier. You. As soon as she set foot inside, the young woman recognized Jiang Xingyue, glaring at her with disdain. You splashed me with water, she huffed, dragging her boyfriend toward the counter. Jiang Xingyue, concealed in the shadows, couldn't help but smirk. Was this not the opportune moment she had been waiting for? My boyfriend is unwell. We need medication first. The young woman, ignoring those already in line, brazenly cut ahead. The rotund lady, caught off guard, exclaimed, Do you not know how to queue? Can't you see I'm trying to buy medicine? Show some respect for your elders. Listen to you, so loud and calm. My boyfriend is unwell. Why can't we go first? As tensions flared, the middle-aged man intervened gently. Let us not argue. We can discuss this. I see the young man is indeed unwell. Perhaps you could let them go first? Why should I? I was here first. Are you just siding with her because she is young? The rotund woman remained steadfast, casting disdainful glances at the young woman's revealing attire, questioning who she was trying to entice. Darling, did you hear her talking about me? Observing the man's condition, Jiang Xingyue deduced that he was on the brink of complete transformation into a zombie, teetering on the edge of losing his last vestiges of consciousness. It was time to prepare. She quickly flexed her wrists, summoning energy to surge through her body.
Crash.
Everyone turned their heads towards the glass window as an accident unfolded outside in an instant. Two cars collided head-on, the screeching of brakes echoing in rapid succession. As thick clouds of smoke billowed into the rain, creating a chaotic scene, the middle-aged man was startled and quickly fished out his phone to dial emergency services. What was happening? Both the emergency and police lines were busy.
Ah!
Is that person eating someone? A young woman gasped, her eyes wide as she covered her mouth with one hand. Everyone turned to follow her pointing finger. Not far across the street, a figure was crouched on the ground, heedless of the pouring rain, rummaging and tugging at something with both hands. In confusion, they watched as the person lifted their head and violently shoved what they were holding into their mouth, chewing it voraciously. Intestines. The individual was consuming intestines. Rain mixed with blood splattered across their face.
Ugh.
The shop assistant covered her mouth with both hands, nearly retching, while the others were equally pale. The bespectacled man trembled as he repeatedly dialed for help, but all lines remained busy. Jiang Xingyue's expression turned cold. Her right hand, now regaining sensation, felt for the dagger at her waist. The apocalypse had arrived. Hey baby, what's wrong? You've been silent since earlier, the young woman asked, noticing her boyfriend making strange noises. Suddenly, a loud thunderclap erupted, plunging the store into darkness as the cold, white lights flickered out. The crowd scrambled to adjust to the unexpected darkness. What was happening? Perhaps the fuse has blown, the shop assistant suggested, causing the hearts of those who had just witnessed the gruesome scene to race. A flash of blue-violet lightning illuminated the interior, allowing them to see the young man who had made the peculiar sound. His skin had turned a ghastly pale, his eyes vacant with pupils reduced to pinpricks, bloodshot whites marred by crimson veins. His head twitched slightly, rigidly turning. It appeared he was chewing on something, the sound grating in the thunderous storm outside, more terrifying than a horror film. What's wrong with you? Don't scare me. The young woman trembled, reaching out to tug at his clothing. Suddenly, the man seized her by the throat, leaning in with his mouth agape. Help! Someone save me! The young woman's face turned a sickly shade of purple as she struggled against his grip, her hands flailing desperately to push his head away, her eyes pleading for help from the bespectacled man. The delayed thunderclap jolted the stunned, bespectacled man from his stupor. He hesitated for a moment before lunging forward to pull the young man away. With the faint light breaking through the clouds, they could barely see the three of them grappling together. Using all his strength, the bespectacled man managed to separate the young man from the woman, pulling her back a few steps. At that moment, only the bespectacled man, the young woman, and Jiang Xingyue, who remained hidden in the shadows, were left. The middle-aged woman had long recognized the danger and crouched silently behind the counter with the shop assistant. The young man was thrown heavily against the hard edge of the counter, scattering medicine across the floor. Ignoring any pain, he charged straight towards Jiang Xingyue. Jiang Xingyue remained unfazed. As the zombie lunged at her, she sidestepped effortlessly, her gaze locking onto him. With a swift motion, she raised her hand. The dagger silently glimmered as it absorbed a layer of verdant energy, plunging directly toward the man. Unfortunately, due to their height difference, the strike only grazed his neck. She summoned her powers to ensnare his thrashing hands with vines, twisting the dagger viciously in his neck. With a sudden yank, fresh crimson blood gushed forth, splattering across Jiang Xingyue's black raincoat. As her movements mingled with the rain, a dark red pool formed on the floor. Roaring. The energy reserves of a level 1 awakened were too low. Jiang Xingyue refrained from expending excessive energy for her return. The vines binding the zombie's hands could only hold for a few seconds. Staggering a few steps, he steadied himself, preparing to turn back. Jiang Xingyue squinted her eyes, channeling all her strength for a decisive blow. The dagger pierced into the man's temple. Feeling resistance, she propelled it forward an inch. Then, she twisted the dagger within his skull, thoroughly obliterating his brain. The crowd stood frozen, wide-eyed, too shocked to move. The dim light in the store, illuminated by the occasional lightning flash, barely revealed the tall figure of the man, completely overshadowing the smaller girl. They seemed to be struggling, but it lasted no more than 20 seconds. A knife glinting ominously buried itself into the man's head. He collapsed with a thud, and Jiang Xingyue stood there, bloody dagger in hand, coldly surveying the corpse. Vivid crimson stains spread from beneath the man, soaking Jiang Xingyue's black rain boots.
Ah, ah.
You've killed him. The middle-aged woman shrieked in panic. You've murdered my boyfriend. You murder. I'm calling the police. Her piercing voice struck Jiang Xingyue's eardrums painfully. A heavy wave of murderous intent surged within her. How annoying. Jiang Xingyue lifted her gaze, and in the flash of lightning, everyone could see her clearly, her indifferent amber eyes splattered with droplets of bright red blood, the blue-violet light casting an eerie glow on her paper-white face. Combined with the corpse at her feet, she resembled a deranged killer. Silence, fool. If you attract the zombies outside, I will throw you out. She spoke coldly, contemplating the feasibility of such an action. Chapter 8. Looting the Pharmacy. A major heist. The young woman trembled, her lips quivering as she ultimately chose to remain silent, her gaze falling, fear flashing in her eyes. The look in this madwoman's eyes suggested she truly would toss her out. The bespectacled man, sensing the tense atmosphere, hesitantly spoke. This lady is merely acting in self-defense. We all witnessed the monstrous being outside that devours people. He forced a stiff smile. Isn't this what they call a zombie online? Despite his own trepidation towards this seemingly fragile yet cold-blooded killer, he reasoned she was still preferable to the flesh-eating monster outside. We should think of a plan. Staying here is not a solution. He cast a wary glance at the nearby corpse, swallowing hard. Jiang Xingyue remained silent, her expression indifferent as she gripped the bloody dagger, allowing the droplets to fall steadily to the ground. After using her powers, she felt dizzy, slowly reassessing the remaining survivors and gradually setting aside her murderous thoughts. A sickly level 1 awakened was no match for 4 healthy adults. I think my brother is right. We should go to the police station or head home. The young shop assistant stammered, clasping her trembling hands anxiously. It was too terrifying. She wanted to go home. The middle-aged woman asserted sternly, I want to go home. My son is waiting for me. Since everyone wishes to leave, I can drive. I plan to head to the police station first, and can take you all along. The group exchanged glances in the dim light, reaching a silent consensus to leave together in the middle-aged man's car. The bespectacled man hesitated, glancing at the silent Jiang Xingyue before asking, Do you want to come along? At the police station, I can vouch that it was self-defense, not intentional. Jiang Xingyue raised an eyebrow, pausing for 2 seconds before saying meaningfully, If I were you, I wouldn't take them with me. The young woman and the middle-aged lady erupted in anger, fearing that the bespectacled man might suddenly change his mind and leave them behind. You murderer. You're afraid we'll report you to the police. Just wait. I want to let this go after you killed my boyfriend. How can you be so malicious? Are you trying to get us all killed? Jiang Xingyue's sharp gaze pierced through them coldly. They quickly realized she was a remorseless killer. They hastily fell silent. The young woman lowered her head, resentment filling her eyes. Jiang Xingyue's gaze lingered on the young woman's waist for a few seconds. Sensing her scrutiny, the young woman awkwardly tugged at her short top, trying to cover herself with her arm. No one but Jiang Xingyue noticed this small gesture. Jiang Xingyue scoffed, choosing not to expose her. She realized she wouldn't need to lift a finger after all. These individuals are capable of leading themselves to their own demise. Fear not, for the police station is not far. Once we reach there, we shall be safe. The bespectacled man remained unfazed. After a brief discussion, they peered through the glass door, scanning the surroundings. The bespectacled man confirmed that the flesh-eating zombie had departed, silently gesturing to the others before boldly stepping into the rain. Despite their reluctance, the 3 women gritted their teeth and followed suit, disappearing into the dim mist. Jiang Xingyue silently observed their departure before sliding down the wall and settling onto the cold floor. She coughed, pressing her hand to her lips, forcefully swallowing the metallic taste rising in her throat. After the lights extinguished, the group was enveloped in the terror of the monsters consuming humans and Jiang Xingyue's murderous actions, failing to notice the abnormal flush on her pale face. A flicker of thought brought forth an unopened bottle of mineral water in her hand. After twisting the cap and drinking, the metallic taste gradually dissipated. She rummaged through the medicine cabinet, finding antipyretics, cough syrups, and cold medications, which she promptly consumed with the water. Utilizing her plant-based abilities, she enveloped the medications, accelerating their breakdown and transport within her bloodstream. This was a technique she had discovered in her past life, allowing her to hasten the effect of medicine that would normally take an hour to work to at least half that time. Crouching behind the waist-high medicine cabinet, she remained vigilant of her surroundings. After resting for half an hour, Jiang Xingyue felt the medications taking effect. She rose, stretching her limbs, her mind now considerably clearer. Fortunately, the power outage at the pharmacy rendered it inconspicuous amidst the dim light, evading the attention of both humans and zombies alike. Moving with caution, she traversed the store, her fingertips gliding over the rows of cabinets. The shop, not overly large yet substantial, spanned around 100 square meters, with medications lining nearly every wall and 5 long shelves brimming with products in the center. Jiang Xingyue spared no item, collecting everything in sight, akin to a bird plucking feathers from the air. 10 minutes later, she had completely emptied the store. While gathering the medicines, she discovered a staircase around the corner. Ascending the stairs with light footsteps and steady breaths, she gripped her dagger tightly, prepared for any unexpected encounters. Fortunately, the second floor posed no danger. Jiang Xingyue strained to discern her surroundings in the faint light filtering through the windows. It was a small flat, mirroring the size of the one below. One side was stacked with unopened brown cardboard boxes, while the other featured shelves. Approaching the boxes in the darkness, she illuminated her phone screen to read the labels. Antibiotics. A smile graced Jiang Xingyue's lips. Antibiotics were exceedingly rare in this apocalyptic world. Not to mention, even ordinary medications were in short supply. Cephalosporins.
Collect.
Amoxicillin.
Collect.
Cold medicine. Collect.
Wound care supplies.
Collect. A raincoat? Yes, collect. Such items were also in high demand during the apocalypse, while ordinary people couldn't afford them. The wealthy, who managed to maintain a semblance of pre-apocalypse life, certainly needed them. Even if she couldn't use them herself, they could be sold later. Moreover, they had numerous survival applications. She also gathered contraceptive supplies and similar items. Suddenly, as Jiang Xingyue was engrossed in her fervent gathering, she felt a tremor in the space around her. After carefully surveying her surroundings, she confirmed her perception. The space indeed underwent some changes. Frequent utilization of her spatial abilities had reached a critical point, strengthening her connection to it. Previously, her awareness of the spatial power felt weak, as if separated by a veil. Although she could still retrieve items, it always seemed to lack something. Just moments ago, she distinctly sensed that peculiar barrier vanish. It was akin to a bubble released by a small fish in water, bursting with a soft pop. After some contemplation, she attempted to retrieve a box of medicine from a distance. Through experimentation, she discovered that her current ability to extract objects from the air extended approximately 2 meters. This was telekinetic retrieval. Jiang Xingyue's mind raced with thoughts of her plans. With this newfound skill, if utilized properly, future endeavors would become effortless. Just when she was grappling with finding suitable methods, this opportunity presented itself. Jiang Xingyue opened her map application, locating the nearest gas station.
Today,
she would execute a grand theft, stealing fuel. Chapter 9. Entering the gas station, the power she had longed for, Jiang Xingyue donned her hood and dashed into the rain. Sliding into the driver's seat, she activated her phone's navigation, setting her course for the gas station 4 kilometers away. The high-powered generator she purchased required fuel, and so did her prepared vehicle. Prior to the apocalypse, those with special channels could discreetly buy gasoline. Alas, she had none. She was left with theft as her only option. Not only did she need to steal, but she had to do so swiftly. In the chaos, no one had yet reacted. If she hesitated, by the next day, officials or others might seize every drop, leaving her plans in tatters. Jiang Xingyue navigated the road skillfully, encountering several accident sites along the way, necessitating detours. Along the roadside, individuals waved, attempting to flag down any functioning vehicles for assistance. Yet, Jiang Xingyue maintained her speed, rushing past and splashing water behind her. At this moment, the road conditions were still manageable. She could spot a few traffic officers and police officers striving to maintain order, though all phone lines had already gone dead. In a short while, everyone would realize the magnitude of this unprecedented disaster, leaving them to fend for themselves. In areas yet to witness zombies, pedestrians stood bewildered in the rain, clueless as to why multiple accidents had suddenly occurred. Many fled in panic, while some, oblivious to the truth, recorded videos from the sidelines. By the time a bloodthirsty zombie lunged from the shadows, it would be too late. People sprinted through the rain, faces etched with terror and despair, pursued by the rigid, bloodthirsty creatures. Umbrellas were torn from their grasp by the raging winds, and a single lost shoe floated in the flooded streets, accompanied by the thunderous cacophony of anguished cries and pleas for help. The apocalypse had begun. In just 20 minutes, by virtue of her exceptional driving skills, Jiang Xingyue reached a point only 300 meters from the gas station, despite the dreadful road conditions and necessary detours. She parked her vehicle beside the sidewalk, checking her attire and the 2 daggers at her side. Tying her shoulder-length hair into a half ponytail, she donned a black mask and raincoat hood, concealing her face entirely. Cloaked in her oversized black raincoat, she prepared for action, opening the car door and, seizing the opportunity with no one around, stored the vehicle in her space. Fortuitously, the gas station appeared deserted, devoid of both people and vehicles. Jiang Xingyue approached several security cameras, extending a slender, resilient vine from her palm to creep along the wall until it reached the cameras. In an instant, the vine swelled and constricted. Amidst the pattering rain, a few faint cracking sounds echoed as all 5 cameras were rendered inoperative. Jiang Xingyue continuously harnessed her abilities, absorbing external energy to replenish her own. She found greater ease in manipulating plants than in her previous life. Each vine she extended felt like an extension of herself, as if they were tentacles exploring the world with heightened sensitivity. The contrast to the cumbersome resistance she had once experienced was like day and night. With a sigh of satisfaction, Jiang Xingyue meticulously inspected for any remaining cameras that needed to be disabled. Though the apocalypse had commenced, caution was imperative. This was not merely a small supermarket, but a gas station. What if officials later came to extract fuel and demanded to review the footage? Neither her spatial abilities nor her early awakening of powers could be revealed. Her self-preservation skills were insufficient. A common individual could bear the burden of unwanted attention. Until she had grown stronger, she must do her utmost to protect herself. Contemplating these matters did not hinder her movements, and soon she found herself outside the station's building. The room was illuminated by bright lights, and she held her breath, cautiously peering inside. A zombie was hunched over, ravenously devouring the abdomen of a corpse. Jiang Xingyue carefully surveyed the interior, confirming that no other living entities were present apart from this solitary zombie. It had to be eliminated. Alone, and without anyone to keep watch, the potential for encountering other individuals or zombies while attempting to siphon fuel posed a significant risk. She could easily find herself ambushed from all sides. Although her body had recovered considerably, without her abilities, she would struggle against even a typical human adversary. Moreover, her powers were finite and required time to replenish. She needed to exercise utmost caution. Jiang Xingyue crouched low and silently approached the entrance, the zombie remaining oblivious to her presence. In the early days of the apocalypse, such low-level zombies were common. They relied on smell and sound to locate humans, moving slowly and stiffly, never faster than a brisk human jog. They were the most manageable type of undead. The torrential rain and thunder outside effectively masked the zombie's senses. As she plotted her attack route through the glass door, she sprang into action like a ferocious beast awakening and lunging at its prey. As she dashed inside, she hurled a seed towards the zombie and channeled her energy, causing it to sprout and grow instantaneously. Within mere seconds, it transformed from a seed into a prickly cactus. Under Jiang Xingyue's control, the cactus altered its originally vertical growth into a twisted, serpentine form, ensnaring the entire body of the zombie. The zombie, sensing the attack, attempted to retaliate but found itself immobilized. Its mind, devoid of any cognitive ability, could not comprehend its predicament and only acted on instinct, desperately trying to break free. Jiang Xingyue watched in ecstatic triumph as her summoned plant ensnared the foe. This was her power. The moment she tossed the seed was spontaneous inspiration, and she had not anticipated that it would mature into a fully formed plant. She had expected it to grow only partially. Although her face was pale from the exhaustion of her abilities, the emptiness in her body could not suppress her joy. She had just awakened, barely qualifying as a level 1 awakened. In her previous life, she hadn't reached this level until she attained level 3. The stark difference between being a novice level 1 and her past experience was astonishing. She could only imagine what it would feel like to ascend to a higher tier. Jiang Xingyue was filled with a singular thought: boundless potential. This was the power she had only dreamed of in her previous life. Such a significant emotional upheaval was rare for her. In her past existence of merely 25 years, she had lived under the control of others, confined by her frail health and the limitations of her powers. In the apocalypse, without strength, one had no voice, nor any rights. At this moment, she felt a profound difference. Her life could truly take an entirely different path. Her amber eyes gleamed with a captivating light, the pupils revealing an eerie crimson hue. Unbeknownst to her, a joyful smile graced her lips as she brought her hands together, revealing a small electric chainsaw between them. The various chainsaws in her space had been fully charged over the past few days, awaiting their moment of use. Jiang Xingyue activated the chainsaw, its buzzing resonating throughout the gas station, the sound entirely concealed by the downpour. The gleaming teeth of the saw approached the thrashing zombie head, and within 3 seconds, the head rolled away, landing against the wall. As Jiang Xingyue dissipated the energy surrounding the cactus, it visibly shrank and withered, ultimately reducing to the size of her palm, lifelessly resting atop the zombie's body. She then approached the corpse of the human that the zombie had been feasting upon. These two individuals were likely employees of the gas station. One had transformed into a zombie and attacked the other, treating their former companion as food. She ultimately used the chainsaw to sever the head of the fallen human before retracting it. This was not out of a morbid fascination with corpses. The body had already been infected and was severely damaged. What if it still retained the capacity to transform into a zombie? It was safer to eliminate it altogether. Jiang Xingyue retrieved a towel to cushion her hands and carefully wrapped the small cactus before storing it in her space, without leaving a trace. She gathered all the water and snacks available in the room into her space. Just as she was preparing to rest and recover her abilities, a flicker of yellow light caught her eye. Someone was approaching. Chapter 10. Only to send you to your doom. A bountiful harvest. Jiang Xingyue swiftly turned off the lights, plunging the room into darkness. With a soft click, she locked the door. Pressing herself against the wall, she peered through the glass to see a vehicle with its headlights on driving toward the gas station. Clutching a watermelon knife, she prepared herself. How had the gas station closed? No, she had clearly seen light here moments ago. She watched as a man and a woman exited the vehicle. This was the only gas station in the vicinity. Go inside and check if anyone's around, the woman urged, her body soaked from the rain, her voice trembling. The man hesitated, his eyes flickering. Why are you so timid? We're running low on fuel, and the streets are crawling with lunatics. Without a vehicle, we can't escape. The woman scolded him for his timidity, causing the man to glare at her before he headed toward the station. He cautiously pushed the door, only to find it locked. Covering his eyes from the glare, he pressed his face against the glass to peer inside. The interior was empty, even the shelves devoid of merchandise. Meanwhile, just a wall away, Jiang Xingyue stood with a cold expression, gripping the glinting watermelon knife. This gas station is abandoned. There's nothing here, not even a zombie. The man sighed, disappointment mingling with relief. Relief that there were no zombies, but disappointment at the station's desolation. Hearing his words, the woman's face fell. Just as Jiang Xingyue was about to stow her knife, the man suddenly exclaimed with excitement. Wait. The card. What card? The woman inquired. The man, his voice filled with enthusiasm, continued. The light we saw earlier indicates that there is still power. Let us go inside and check. If the staff's fuel card is still here, we can refuel. The woman's spirits lifted at his words, and she urged him to find a way to open the door. Jiang Xingyue silently raised her knife, positioning herself behind the door. That card had long since vanished. Where could they possibly find it? Initially intending to let them be, she realized she could not afford such leniency. As the pair returned to their vehicle to retrieve a tool, she quietly unlocked the door, ensuring they wouldn't create a ruckus by smashing the glass. The moment the man struck the door, he felt it shift. He pushed, and it swung open. They exchanged puzzled glances, their curiosity piqued. Using the bluish-purple flashes of lightning and distant lights to examine the interior, they found no anomalies. The instant the man stepped inside, Jiang Xingyue swung her knife, striking him squarely in the neck. Before he could respond, he collapsed, clutching his throat. The woman, startled by the sudden turn of events, froze in place. Jiang Xingyue emerged from her hiding spot, and before the woman could scream, she similarly dispatched her with a single stroke. The two bodies fell together, blood splattering across the raincoat. Their expressions were filled with disbelief as life swiftly departed from them. Jiang Xingyue coolly surveyed the two for a few moments before speaking softly. This is a crucial part of my plan, allowing no room for error. You had the chance to leave, yet you chose to return and break down the door. Such a commotion will attract others, jeopardizing my plans for today. Thus, I have no choice but to send you to your demise, dragging the bodies inside. She paid no heed to the bloodstains on the floor. Closing the door, she settled into a corner to rest and replenish her abilities. She immersed herself in the surrounding energy particles, absorbing the vibrant life force into every cell of her being, transforming it into strength to fill her void. At this moment, if there were another individual with plant-based abilities, they would surely notice the vibrant green light surrounding Jiang Xingyue, so dense that it seemed almost tangible. The emerald energy ribbons swirled relentlessly around her. After half an hour, Jiang Xingyue rose and stepped outside, having determined the location of the underground oil reserve. Kneeling on the ground, enveloped in a black raincoat, she resembled a small, dark mushroom thriving amidst the downpour. She extended her two frostbitten hands, now tinged with a bluish hue, pressing them against the earth. Her consciousness continually summoned the faint spatial power, attempting to directly draw the oil from below into her space. Alas, it was a failure. Undeterred, she recognized that the oil tank was situated too deep, approximately 45 meters underground, beyond her current capabilities. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Xingyue focused all her strength, channeling the spatial power into her palms, the veins on the back of her hands bulging ominously. With a suppressed grunt, blood seeped from the corner of her mouth, a stark contrast against her pale complexion. Wiping the blood from her lips, she cast her gaze into the distance, where flickering flames were beginning to rise, likely ignited by some disturbance, punctuated by the intermittent sounds of chaos reaching her ears. Jiang Xingyue pressed her lips into a thin line. She had to complete this task today, as it was her singular opportunity. After the apocalypse, there might be oil stations untouched, but they would undoubtedly be contested by various factions. Such a fortuitous chance, as today was rare. The amber glow in her eyes shimmered with fervor, sparkling against the night. Once more, she bent her head, determination and unwavering resolve radiating from her gaze. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the shattered surveillance camera fragments she had destroyed, and an idea sparked in her mind. Though her current strength allowed her to manipulate objects roughly 12 meters away, this was a diffuse power. If she could condense it into a slender, vine-like form, perhaps the reach of her power would extend even further? She manipulated the spatial energy within her palm, stretching it back and forth, striving to elongate it like a probing tendril. Success. Jiang Xingyue felt elated as she sensed the oil coalescing within the space. She directed the oil into a sealed barrel. Repeating the process, the spatial energy functioned like a conduit, siphoning diesel from the underground tank into her sealed barrel. Remaining in her kneeling position, she held her breath for approximately 30 minutes before retracting her hand. Gradually, she moved her stiff and sore limbs, standing up. The time taken was far shorter than she had anticipated. The oil station was now completely emptied and her spatial capacity was full. It was an absolute windfall. Satisfied with her plunder, Jiang Xingyue stepped into her vehicle, only to find that the rain had drenched the driver's seat. A mist formed on the windshield due to the temperature difference. Consulting her phone's map, she plotted a route home and noted that she would pass by the police station on her way back. A glimmer of opportunity flickered in her mind. Perhaps she could fortuitously acquire a firearm along the way. Without hesitation, she sped towards the police station, only to discover that the situation was far worse than she had expected. After a zombie attack, everyone instinctively called the police, resulting in all personnel being dispatched to quell the chaos at the onset of the disaster. Of course, this was contingent upon the absence of any transformed officers within the precinct. Outside, several dismembered limbs of passers-by lay strewn about, blood staining the steps crimson. Frowning, Jiang Xingyue stealthily infiltrated the police station. It appeared that this place belonged to the former scenario. There was not a single soul inside. Although there were no corpses, the interior was chaotic. Office documents and computers lay scattered across the floor. The once pristine flooring was marred by muddy, blood-stained footprints. After a thorough search, Jiang Xingyue ultimately discovered only 2 boxes of handgun ammunition. While she had anticipated this outcome, she was not disappointed. 2 boxes of ammunition were still a worthwhile find. As she exited, she heard someone seemingly crying for help amidst the rain. "Help me, please." Jiang Xingyue paused, her ears pricking up at the familiar tone. Standing at the top of the police station's tall steps, she surveyed the scene below. It was the middle-aged man with glasses from the pharmacy. His eyes were scrutinizing her, filled with desperation. The man lay face down in the puddles, his legs ensnared by a female zombie clad in a tight-fitting skirt. She was viciously clawing at him, her once exquisite features now smeared with flesh. It was the young woman from the pharmacy. She had succumbed to zombification. There were no apparent wounds on her, just a patch of her snow-white skin at the waist, severely rotting. The man's right arm trembled as he clawed at the ground, dragging both himself and the zombie slowly forward, his knuckles turning white from strain. The greenish hue of his face was accentuated by the broken black-rimmed glasses precariously hanging from his nose. Upon noticing Jiang Xingyue, a glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes. "Help me,
Please.
this young girl, with such remarkable agility, must surely be able to save him." Jiang Xingyue cast him a cold glance before calmly stepping through the deep puddles, careful not to attract the attention of the ravenous female zombie. In her peripheral vision, she noted that the car behind the man remained shut. Through the window, she could see two more zombies inside, the middle-aged woman and the female clerk. Their distorted faces pressed against the glass, their eyes a fervent crimson as they gazed hungrily at the man on the ground. Watching Jiang Xingyue walk away, the man felt despair wash over him as the light of hope faded from his eyes, regret gnawing at his heart. If only he had heeded her advice and not brought those others along, he might have been safe at home, basking in warmth and light. Rather than facing imminent death or zombification, he turned his gaze back to the female zombie, allowing the rain to drench his eyes. It was all her fault. It was because of her selfishness. Originally, the four of them had left the pharmacy and set off for the police station. Along the way, they encountered numerous wrecked vehicles and zombies, forcing them to take a longer route. What should have been a 20-minute drive to the station took an agonizing 40 minutes instead. The middle-aged woman in the back seat began to complain incessantly, demanding that the man prioritize her needs. The woman in the skirt reacted violently, hurling insults at the older lady, demanding her silence. A scuffle ensued in the back seat, culminating in the young woman biting the older lady's arm. "You're insane," she's infected.
Stop the car.
The man glanced in the rearview mirror and was immediately gripped by fear. The young woman was displaying alarming behavior. "I'm not a zombie. You're lying," she insisted, her eyes bloodshot with fury. "Where did that wound come from? That's definitely not for me." The middle-aged woman pressed her bulk against the door, trembling, and pointed at the young woman's abdomen, where a small, festering wound had emerged, oozing pus. The small injury was grotesquely swollen, red veins spreading like a spider's web from it, releasing foul discharge. In an instant, the young woman transitioned into full zombification, lunging at the older lady with a feral hunger. A piercing scream erupted from the backseat. The man, caught off guard, was horrified to see the middle-aged woman shove the zombie towards him. The vehicle had just arrived at the police station. In a panic, he scrambled out, but the zombie latched onto his right leg. Struggling to escape the vehicle, he inadvertently brought the zombie with him. Meanwhile, the middle-aged woman, filled with rage, noticed that the female clerk, who had remained silent in the passenger seat, was now stealthily reaching for the door handle. "Why should you be the only one unaffected? I can no longer endure this life, so let us all perish together." Amidst the terrified gaze of the female shop assistant, the middle-aged woman pressed the car lock. The bespectacled man lay hopelessly in the filthy rainwater, blood and warmth rapidly ebbing away. His heart was overwhelmed with regret and unwillingness until the last flicker of life faded from his eyes. Jiang Xingyue drove along the road, and upon seeing the bespectacled man, she surmised the tragic events that had transpired among the four of them, a tale reminiscent of the fabled farmer and the serpent in a post-apocalyptic setting. The young woman had already been infected when her zombie boyfriend had captured her. Accompanying her would lead to certain demise, especially considering the unpredictable nature of zombies.
Yet,
it is difficult to reason with the damned. She had warned that it was best not to take that woman along. This statement echoed the kindness of the bespectacled man, who had offered to accompany her and testify on her behalf. She would not utter another word. The remainder of her journey was uneventful. Since Banyue Mountain lay on the outskirts, the further she traveled home, the fewer people she encountered, and the road conditions improved significantly. However, this tranquility would not last long. As the early days of the apocalypse dragged on, people would soon emerge from their shelters, plagued by worries over supplies and food, venturing out to explore. The sparsely populated suburbs were a foregone conclusion. Moreover, the Banua villa was situated in a wealthy district, and it would not be long before visitors began to arrive. Upon driving into the courtyard, Jiang Xingyue felt a sense of relief as she watched the beastly gate close tightly behind her. Exhaustion washed over her as she returned to her brightly lit home. She staggered to take a hot shower and collapsed onto the luxurious sofa. While drying her dripping hair, she began to tally her recent acquisitions, starting with the medications. The pharmacy she had raided was of considerable size, and both common and rare medicines filled her storage space to the brim. This was a treasure indeed. Additionally, she had collected some beverages, snacks, and instant food from the gas station, though those were of lesser importance. The most significant find was the fuel. She had drained the entire gas station, acquiring 25 tons of gasoline and 10 tons of diesel. Beyond the supplies, her previously stagnant spatial abilities could now alter form and retrieve items from a distance. In its tentacle state, the maximum reach extended up to 5 meters. Jiang Xingyue felt immense satisfaction with her haul. A bountiful harvest. With a light-hearted step, she hummed a tuneless melody as she entered the underground warehouse. She filled the fuel tanks of both her off-road vehicle and RV, then removed the surplus supplies from her storage to place in the warehouse. Glancing at the 2 large vehicles before her, she couldn't help but reminisce about the parking spaces on the first floor. She wondered when she would finally obtain full access to all permissions on that level.
Ding.
Precious medical supplies detected. Reward. Ability Enhancement Potion. Today was yet another day where she diligently strived for a better life. Jiang Xingyue paused momentarily, adapting to the situation, and retrieved the potion rewarded by the system, examining its description. Ability Enhancement Potion. Injection increases ability by 10 to 100. Jiang Xingyue raised an eyebrow. The description was quite blunt and simple. So, it could potentially double her abilities? She eagerly injected the serum into her skin, feeling no immediate change in her plant-based powers. The space doubled. Maximum capacity. Jiang Xingyue's spatial area had now expanded to the size of 2 basketball courts, doubling its previous dimensions. Even the height increased from 15 meters to 30 meters. She could easily store all the supplies from the second-floor warehouse of the underground city within it. She silently praised the system, her little apocalypse helper. Now the system's quirky tone even seemed endearing. Before drifting off to sleep, Jiang Xingyue activated the villa's defense mode, with 100 cameras simultaneously turning on. From the entrance of the Banua villa, at the foot of the mountain, to the winding paths leading uphill, every nook and cranny of the hillside villas was under surveillance, including some pinhole cameras. The villa's 3 layers of locks clicked into place with a reassuringly heavy sound, providing a sense of security. The outermost metal panels of all the glass windows descended, rendering the entire villa airtight like a steel drum. The villa's discreet ventilation system commenced its silent operation. Once she confirmed that everything was in order, she peacefully succumbed to slumber. At 1:17 a.m., beep,
Beep.
Jiang Xingyue jolted awake from her deep sleep. This was the alert sound of her surveillance system. Someone was here. She hurried to the second-floor monitoring room, where an entire wall was lined with densely packed screens. At that moment, the surveillance footage displayed several shadowy figures lurking before the black gate of the hillside villa. Chapter 12. Rooting out the weeds. New growth in spring seated in the leather chair before the monitors. Jiang Xingyue clicked the mouse a few times with her right index finger. A cacophony erupted from the speakers. The heavy knocking on the door mingled with the booming thunder, inducing a creeping sense of fear in the dark, rainy night. Wu Shui cursed vehemently. Damn it. They're pounding on that door so hard. Hearing the familiar voice, Jiang Xingyue narrowed her eyes. In the dim light, there were 4 individuals, 2 men and 2 women, dressed in shirts and trousers. Employees of a real estate agency from the foot of the mountain. Among them was a familiar face, Wu Shui, the snobbish manager from when she had rented a property. They had come right to her doorstep. She recalled her own grievances against this manager. Manager, maybe we should just leave it be. We've been calling for ages and no one has answered. Perhaps the homeowner isn't home. Yang Ying, who stood beside Wu Shui, hesitated to speak.
Impossible.
There must be someone inside. This house only has a young girl. The others are all vacant. Even if someone is there, do you think those wealthy people would even bother with us? The entire area is swarming with zombies. Only we few managed to escape, while the rest were bitten to death by the undead. There's just a young girl in this house. We can charm her into giving us some food and drink. Isn't that better than hiding outside? Wu Shui's fear morphed into anger as she shouted at Yang Ying to vent her frustration. They had fled in such haste that they had no rain gear and were now soaked to the skin, their disheveled hair clinging to their pale faces like drowned ghosts. Yang Ying, frightened, shrank her neck, tears welling in her eyes. Jiang Xingyue watched the unfolding drama on the screen with mild interest, occasionally sipping her warm milk. She felt no concern for these intruders. If they could breach the villa's defenses, her investment of 10 million would have been in vain. The villa's security was not something ordinary people could penetrate, let alone hundreds or thousands of zombies. Having finished her last sip of milk, Jiang Xingyue stood up, ready to deal with these intruders. Their conversation continued to stream through the speakers. One man suggested, maybe we should just give up for now, Wu Jia. I doubt anyone would open the door, even if there is someone inside. Another man nodded in agreement. Manager, I think Chung has a point. The rain is getting heavier. The area is crawling with zombies. If we make too much noise, we'll attract them, and it'll be all over for us. Wu Shui bit her lip, unwilling, yet aware they were right. If zombies came, the villa as occupants would be safe, but they would be the ones to face death. But where can we go now? She pondered.
Wait.
I think my cousin lives in a villa down the mountain. Jiang Xingyue, about to exit the monitoring room, paused and turned her gaze back to the screen. There were still people in the villa district at the foot of the mountain? Wu Shui cursed. Why didn't you say so earlier? The four of them then headed down the mountain. As they departed, Wu Shui glanced back at the villa's heavy gate, as if trying to peer inside. Jiang Xingyue observed the twisted jealousy and unwillingness etched on her face through the surveillance screen. After a moment's thought, she allowed them to descend. Soon enough, they were seen entering the Banyue Villa district at the mountain's base. Jiang Xingyue chuckled softly, murmuring, rooting out the weeds does not eradicate their roots. They will sprout anew in spring. Knowing where these individuals were headed made things easier. She had always warned them to pray they wouldn't cross paths with her, since they had come knocking at her door. They could hardly blame her for what was to come. Jiang Xingyue glanced at the time. It was now 2 o'clock in the morning. She abruptly awakened, devoid of any trace of sleepiness. As she tossed and turned, she retrieved her phone, which had remained untouched for several days. It struck her that she hadn't engaged with her phone in years, and when she finally did, she almost forgot how to operate it. Even now, she unconsciously overlooked its presence. Upon unlocking the screen, several unread messages appeared, all from the resident group of Building 8 in Yunlan Garden. Today marked the second day of the apocalypse. The surviving residents had all experienced the terror of zombies, rendering them too fearful to venture outside. They could only seek solace online to alleviate their anxieties. 103. All my neighbors have turned into zombies. What should I do? Zombies can't open doors, can they? 401. Does anyone have extra food? Can you spare some for me? I usually eat takeout and I only have a packet of instant noodles left. 901. What time is it? You can't even take care of yourself. Who else going to worry about you? You should have prepared in advance. Now coming here to beg is your own doing. 401. 901. I just want to buy some food. What is it to you? Why are you speaking so harshly? If you have the ability, go downstairs and fight the zombies instead of bothering me. 401. Is there any kind-hearted neighbor willing to sell me some food? I'm willing to pay a high price. Scoundrel number 2. How much are you offering? I have some, just let me know your price. Jiang Xingyue, puzzled, opened the profile of this unique scoundrel number 2. To her astonishment, it was Jiang Yimei. It dawned on her that she had only blocked this family's phone number, completely forgetting about their chat history. Scoundrel number 2 was a special note for Jiang Yimei. Hadn't this family been driven away? How are they still active in the group? Jiang Xingyue felt she had missed a significant amount of information and began to sift through the previous messages in the group. Piecing together the reasons for their continued presence in the building, she discovered that after being expelled, the Jiang family had fortuitously found an owner on the 6th floor of the same building renting out an apartment, allowing them to swallow their pride and move back in. Moreover, it appeared that Deng Xingfeng had somehow managed to placate Jiang Yimei. The folly of infatuation was truly terrifying. Jiang Xingyue sighed inwardly. She had never seen a happy ending for someone with a love-stricken mind during the apocalypse. Each case was more tragic than the last. Speaking of which, why did she recall never hearing much about Jiang Yimei in her past life? In the group, Jiang Yimei had already begun a private chat with resident 401 regarding the sale of food. Jiang Xingyue scoffed at her foolishness. Indeed, this person remained unchanged from her previous life. Every time she thought of this peculiar family, her palms itched. In her past life, Jiang Yimei had taken advantage of Jiang Xingyue's unconscious state during her illness to ransack all the food stored in her room. By the time she awoke, she had no choice but to face the Jiang family for a meal. Had her health been a tad stronger, she would have left no trace. The apocalypse had arrived so suddenly, with zombies rampant. In the midst of torrential rain and wind, everyone sought refuge in their homes, clinging to the sense of safety they provided. It was a test of the adequacy of one's daily supplies. Many residents, like the one at 401, who relied solely on takeout and never cooked, found themselves in dire straits. Even if they survived the initial zombie attacks, they could not escape the clutches of hunger. You could never know the lengths to which a person would go for a morsel of food. Jiang Xingyue recalled that during the early days of the apocalypse, she had seen a message in the group from someone offering exorbitant prices for food, 10 times the market rate. Though by the 6th year of the apocalypse before her death, food prices had soared to astronomical heights. In the beginning, when people were still unaware of how long the crisis would last, a tenfold increase was indeed significant. Upon seeing that message, her heart sank. She hurriedly knocked on Jiang Yimei's door, warning her not to say a word in the group, especially concerning food. Jiang Yimei's expression turned uneasy. Chapter 13. Claiming territory. Komodo dragon Jiang Xingyue glanced at her phone screen, and as expected, it displayed the conversation of the residents seeking food. Had she not intervened in time, there was no doubt that Jiang Yimei's family would have easily revealed their surplus food situation in the group. Foolish and oblivious. Without her guidance this time, Jiang Yimei would have unwittingly exposed their resources. The apocalypse would not simply conclude, and traditional currency had become a relic of the past. With purchasing power diminishing by the day, legal order still held, but soon, once everyone realized that their ordinary lives were irretrievably lost, those who traded food would become prime targets for the starving masses. She was eager to see just how far this family would go. As dawn broke, the rain continued to pour, and the dim sky blurred the boundaries between day and night. Jiang Xingyue sat at the dining table, savoring warm soy milk, steamed dumplings, and tea eggs, a simple yet nourishing Chinese breakfast. Food truly had a remarkable ability to heal. As she bit into a dumpling, accompanied by a sip of soy milk, she felt a wave of genuine emotion. She turned on the television, flipping through a myriad of static channels before finally landing on a semblance of a broadcast. It appeared to be a recorded segment on a loop. She set the remote aside, listening absent-mindedly. An inexplicable virus has simultaneously erupted in multiple locations. We urge citizens to remain indoors and avoid going out, stock up on water and food, and refrain from contact with the infected while awaiting rescue. Rescue would not come. Jiang Xingyue silently concluded. In her previous life, everyone was too preoccupied with their own survival. Only a few bases expanding cheap labor would search for survivors under the guise of rescue, only to bring them back as cannon fodder. They could also end up as food. Torrential rain, fierce winds, extreme heat, and heavy snow, not only must they contend with natural disasters, but also with zombies. Where there are people, there will be conflict. As the number of awakened individuals increased and technological prowess gradually diminished, humanity's primal instincts began to surface. Various factions sprouted like mushrooms after rain, competing for territory and resources, each fighting for themselves. The space for ordinary people and lone wolves was compressed to the utmost limit. Jiang Xingyue had a profound understanding of how difficult it was for lone wolves to survive in the apocalypse. In this life, she needed to begin by expanding her territory. Claiming land and establishing dominance, the future held promise. The first stop was the Banyue Villa district at the foot of the mountain. Jiang Xingyue had reviewed the surveillance footage, and since Wu Shui and her group entered the villa yesterday, they had not emerged. It was time to eliminate the root of the problem. Fully armed, Jiang Xingyue made her way down the mountain. Banyue Villa is a renowned residential area in the eastern suburbs, consisting of only 15 villas. Nestled against Banyue Mountain, the environment is serene and the air is pleasant, making it ideal for vacationing. The resident population is usually quite low. The entire community is encircled by a sturdy, 2.5-meter high red wall, providing ample security. Jiang Xingyue tugged at the hood of her raincoat, shielding herself from the fine rain as it pattered against the fabric. In the wake of the apocalypse, the number of zombies in this area was not as dense as in the city, preventing the formation of a zombie nest, making them relatively easy to handle. She observed the street outside the community, where about a dozen zombies wandered, still oblivious to her presence. Jiang Xingyue circled the villa district and ultimately stopped at a corner on the eastern side of the wall. Behind her lay a small patch of low trees, and beneath her feet was a tangle of dense grass. Just as she prepared to scale the wall, she vaguely sensed a rustling sound behind her. Someone? She spun around suddenly, energy particles swirling around her. What was this? Emerging from the dense thicket was a large, imposing face. It stepped forward, revealing its complete form. Jiang Shenhue's mind was flooded with question marks. A 3-meter-long lizard. More precisely, a Komodo dragon. Its skin was rough, adorned with systematically arranged bumps, and its robust limbs and thick tail all signified its extraordinary combat prowess. Its tongue flicked out, and its obsidian-like eyes gazed at her with an eerie intensity. Jiang Xingyue's heart raced. It is rather peculiar that the anticipated fear of confronting such a formidable beast is not as overwhelming as one might expect. Jiang Xingyue scrutinized the state of the lizard before her, and it was evident that this was not the mutated creature she had encountered in her previous life. Its mind appeared clear and normal, yet its presence here, coupled with its gaze locked onto hers, was undeniably abnormal. If she was not mistaken, the lizard was swaying its robust tail, flattening a patch of grass beneath it. Strangely, her mood seemed rather pleasant. To her knowledge, this environment was not conducive to the breeding of Komodo dragons. Various possibilities surfaced in Jiang Xingyue's mind, including an array of conspiracies. Suddenly, the lizard stepped forward with its right foreleg, a jarring movement that disrupted Jiang Xingyue's wandering thoughts. She froze for a moment, instinctively taking a step back, her wariness intensifying. With each advance the lizard made, she retreated in kind. What was the lizard's intention? After 3 steps, the creature ceased its forward motion. To her astonishment, Jiang Xingyue perceived a hint of disappointment in its obsidian-like eyes. Was it possible for a lizard, particularly such a large predator as a Komodo dragon, to harbor such emotions? She could not be sure. Perhaps it was merely a misinterpretation on her part. After all, how could a beast possess such feelings? The lizard's gaze remained locked with hers as it blinked slowly, triggering a flicker of fragmented images in Jiang Xingyue's mind reminiscent of an old film. A thick black cloth covered something, and within her line of sight, a tiny, bluish-purple hand lifted a corner of the fabric. Inside was a blood-stained iron cage, in which something lay curled up. Jiang Xingyue concentrated intently. This must be the lost fragment of her memory. The scene suddenly shattered, and in the final moment, she caught a glimpse of clarity. Returning to the present, she observed the large lizard retreating a few paces before turning its body to crawl into the thicket, disappearing from sight. It paused momentarily, casting a peculiar gaze at Jiang Xingyue for a few seconds before vanishing entirely into the woods. Jiang Xingyue pressed her lips together, watching the direction in which the lizard had departed, her lips murmuring silently. It was indeed a lizard. In the final image, a feeble juvenile lizard lay within that iron cage. An unfamiliar pang of sorrow surged within her, a sensation entirely foreign to her. The thicket had once again fallen silent. Jiang Xingyue pursed her lips, suppressing the myriad thoughts that flooded her mind. The most pressing concern remained the individuals in the villa district. With that Wu Shui present, any potential assistance would undoubtedly stir unrest. As long as she remained at large, it posed a significant threat. She withdrew her gaze and turned towards the wall. With a slight movement of her fingertips, the stones beneath her feet trembled. Several tree roots, thick as arms, entwined with soil, twisted into a robust form that emerged from the earth beneath her. As her thoughts shifted, the roots steadily extended upward. Standing poised on the root structure, she maintained her balance with her arms slightly spread, securely ascending to the top of the wall. Inside a villa, a conversation unfolded. Is it true that there are ample supplies in the villa on the mountain? I had no idea there was another villa up there, one man inquired. Wu Shui shot him a disdainful glance. Tiger, it's only natural that you wouldn't know, having just arrived. Her gaze flickered with distaste as she regarded the coarse, yellow-toothed elder. That villa is rented out by our company, and it only houses a beautiful young lady. You can ask De Chung, he has seen it as well. De Chung nodded swiftly in agreement. I checked yesterday. The door is quite sturdy. The walls are at least 3 meters high. They must have a significant stash of supplies. Upon hearing that a beautiful young lady resided there, Wang Hu's interest piqued, his initial wariness dissipating. Wu Shui seized the opportunity to persuade him further. We are a group of 9, and there are hardly any other residents in this villa district. This house is the only one with people, and their food supplies are limited. We can't let ourselves starve, especially with zombies lurking outside. The villas on the mountain are particularly safe. We'll have no worries about food and drink inside. Unbeknownst to them, while they boisterously discussed their plans, someone was observing them from outside. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Hu waved his hand decisively.
All right.
We'll change locations today. All the good stuff goes to my lovely lady. He forcefully pulled the woman sitting quietly on the other sofa onto his lap, his tone imbued with bravado. Yang Ying, now in his embrace, shyly smiled, hesitantly caressing Wang Hu's rough palm while her eyes glinted provocatively at Wu Shui. Wu Shui glared at her, seething with resentment, wondering how that little vixen had survived the ordeal at the company, pretending to be innocent. Yet, these filthy men seemed to fall for her act.
Outside.
Jiang Shengyue listened to the raucous laughter from the living room, a silent scoff escaping her lips. She had sensed Wu Shui's disingenuous demeanor. She was no harmless character. Should an opportunity arise, trouble would surely follow. It was best to nip such troubles in the bud. Her gaze swept across the room, counting 9 individuals. Aside from Wu Shui and the 4 agents who had appeared at her door the previous night, the remaining 5 were likely security personnel from the villa district, as evidenced by the loosely fitted uniforms they wore. Scattered around them were various pieces of refuse, plastic bags, and wine bottles. In the distance, a bloodied figure lay sprawled on the floor, covered by a garment, still clad in a blue silk nightgown. This must have been the villa's owner. The conversation among the occupants grew increasingly vulgar and repugnant, with ambiguous smirks adorning the faces of the men. Wu Shui and Yang Ying giggled incessantly. Jiang Xingyue let out a cold snort. To her surprise, a wiry man in the room suddenly twitched his ear, interrupting the banter.
Boss.
Someone is outside. The atmosphere shifted, and Wang Hu tightened his grip on Wu Shui's hand, causing her to gasp in pain. Jiang Xingyue raised an eyebrow slightly. It seemed there was another awakened individual among them. Awakened beings possess the ability to sense each other's presence, even if they belong to different categories, albeit limited to higher-level beings sensing lower ones. Since she and this awakened individual were both at the most basic level, they naturally could not discern each other's identities. Wang Hu's right hand instinctively reached for a black object at his waist, his expression turning serious, exuding a sudden aura of authority. Jiang Xingyue's gaze swept over. Spotting a firearm, there it was, that belonged to her. Since she had already been discovered, there was no point in hiding. She swiftly altered her strategy, retreating quickly. Her lackluster close combat skills were not worth the risk. As she withdrew, the individuals inside reacted accordingly. Jiang Xingyue halted at a safe distance, standing quietly, awaiting their exit. In the confined space of the room, facing 9 individuals, one of whom wielded a gun, posed a significant disadvantage for her in close combat. Luring them outside would be the best course of action. Having stolen a once luxurious villa, the group was in high spirits, and upon spotting her ambush, they pursued relentlessly. Tiger. That's the girl from the hillside villa. Even with her oversized raincoat and hood, they could still glimpse her face. Her small visage, delicate and pale, with striking amber eyes, drew their attention. Wu Shui and Yang Ying sheltered under the eaves, avoiding the rain. Instantly, Wu Shui recognized the object of her jealousy and disdain. Wang Hu's demeanor shifted, his murky eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Jiang Xingyue without reservation, akin to assessing a delectable morsel. This little one is indeed appealing. I like her. Wang Hu and several men stood in the rain, confronting the solitary Jiang Xingyue. Those men completely disregarded her.
Oh.
What a mere child. The little brother beside them let out a mocking whistle towards Jiang Xingyue. Wang Hu grinned, revealing a row of uneven yellow teeth. Little sister, come along with your uncle. I have a fondness for young girls like you. I will surely treat you well. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in the corners of Jiang Xingyue's eyes. You are unworthy. Her icy tone intensified the chill of the rain. With a swift motion, several fiery orbs surged towards the 7 gathered individuals. Wang Hu reacted quickly, rolling aside to evade the fireball. 3 of the others were directly engulfed in flames, their cries muffled as vines erupted from the ground, smothering their screams. The flames obscured the slender plants, unnoticed by the group. The rain was insufficient to extinguish the fierce blaze. As the flames subsided, the victims succumbed. Jiang Xingyue raised an eyebrow at Wang Hu, noting his skill. Moments ago, she had ignited a pool of gasoline midair, targeting the group, and had successfully hit 3 of them. It seemed this tactic required refinement for future encounters. The remaining individuals, though they had managed to evade the flames, were nonetheless startled by her uncanny abilities. Observing from the eaves, Wu Shue's eyes reddened with frustration as she urged, "Tiger brother, she is just a little girl. With so many of us, should we fear her? Just capture her, and you can do as you please." Wang Hu gritted his teeth. Was this even a game anymore? 3 lives had already been extinguished. He raised his gun and pulled the trigger. Bang! Jiang Xingyue remained indifferent as the bullet sped toward her. A moment later, it was mere inches from her face. Wang Hu lamented the loss of such a beautiful girl. He had yet to experience this weapon. Why hadn't he hit her? Where did the bullet go? The others looked on in confusion. In that instant, Jiang Xingyue activated her spatial abilities, seamlessly absorbing the bullet into her realm. The onlookers were horrified. They hadn't witnessed her move at all, yet the bullet had vanished. Wang Hu realized something was amiss. She possessed an extraordinary power. Jiang Xingyue wasted no time. With a graceful lift of her arm, something beneath the soil began to stir, displacing clumps of earth. Suddenly, roots as thick as a child's arm erupted from the ground, entwining the remaining 3 men like serpents. What is this? Tiger brother, save me. Jiang Xingyue directed the roots to creep toward their faces, sealing their mouths, fresh, foul-smelling mud invading their throats. They struggled to scream, faces turning purple from the effort. She had no intention of attracting zombies now. A sudden burst of bright red flame ignited beside Wang Hu, forcing the vines to retreat. Jiang Xingyue was taken aback. To her astonishment, among the 9 individuals she encountered at the dawn of the apocalypse, 2 were awakened beings. What a stroke of luck. Chapter 15. Expansion of territory and mission of growth. This man was a fire elemental ability user, and his luck seemed favorable. To lead this group, one must possess both a firearm and some degree of strength. Wang Hu had recently awakened. Despite his best efforts, he could only produce a feeble flame. After igniting the animated plant before him, he was now unable to conjure even a spark. His face turned pale as he surveyed his surroundings, realizing that the others were either dead or incapacitated, while the 2 women were so frightened they could barely move. With narrowed eyes, Wang Hu steeled himself and fled. Where are you running to? I haven't finished playing yet. Jiang Xingyue's lips parted slightly. Coldly, she uttered a single phrase. And a root as thick as an adult's arm shot up from the earth beneath Wang Hu's feet. She had predicted his escape route. Wang Hu felt a tightening around his throat, his mind going blank. He attempted to look down but found himself immobilized. The thorn pierced through his chin and emerged from the back of his head, transforming him into a bloody mess in an instant. His body convulsed, pinned by the root. His lips parted in vain as blood poured forth. Within moments, he drew his last breath. The remaining 3, still bound by the vines and with their mouths sealed, were horrified to witness their leader's demise. They writhed on the ground like green caterpillars, desperately attempting to crawl away. A piercing scream erupted, threatening to shatter eardrums. Wu Shui and Yang Ying were paralyzed with fear, their faces drained of color. Upon witnessing Wang Hu's gruesome fate, Yang Ying reacted swiftly and turned to flee. As Jiang Xingyue raised her hand, she sensed her energy depleting rapidly and hesitated to use more. Suddenly reborn with newfound strength, she was still adjusting to her capabilities. Having failed to control her power, she had exhausted too much too quickly. Jiang Xingyue observed Yang Ying, who stumbled several steps away, and an idea struck her. With a flick of her wrist, a bullet shot through the air, thwip. It struck Yang Ying squarely. A spray of blood erupted in the rain. With a thud, Yang Ying collapsed to the ground. Jiang Xingyue arched an eyebrow and murmured, "My aim was slightly off." This bullet had originated from Wang Hu's gun and had been stored in her space. It still retained its force. The bullet only grazed Yang Ying's left shoulder, avoiding any vital organs. She now pressed her bleeding shoulder, desperately crawling forward. Jiang Xingyue cast a sidelong glance at Wu Shui, who sat paralyzed against a pillar, tears streaming down her face. In comparison, Yang Ying was clearly the more cunning and resilient of the 2, presenting a greater challenge. Jiang Xingyue took a step toward Yang Ying, intending to grant her a swift end. Just then, a massive figure surged forth, moving with astonishing speed from the side. With a crimson tongue hissing softly, a great maw opened wide, clamping down on Yang Ying's head. Jiang Xingyue halted in her tracks. With a sickening squelch, blood erupted like a dragon from the severed neck of Yang Ying. The reptile released its grip, and her severed head rolled across the muddy ground. Jiang Xingyue clearly saw the terror and disbelief etched on her delicate features. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, The giant lizard cast her a glance before retreating into the thicket, slithering away. Jiang Xinghua pondered. Why does it hold a grudge? She truly hadn't meant to fail to recognize it. It seemed that this large lizard might indeed have some connection to her. Perhaps the answers lay within the memories of her lost childhood. After a moment's contemplation, she chose not to pursue it. I'll explain next time. Turning her attention back, she noted there were still 4 living souls to contend with. Wu Shui, paralyzed by fear, sat weeping uncontrollably. Jiang Xinghua narrowed her eyes, a cruel smile curling her lips as she approached. Please, don't come any closer. I was wrong.
Please spare me.
Don't come any closer. Jiang Xinghua paid her no mind. With her remaining energy, she sent forth a dark green vine, ensnaring Wu Shui's body and dragging her forward. Wu Shui, bewildered, dared not utter a word. Jiang Xinghua dragged her to the 3 still gasping for breath. Bound and gagged, the trio was on the verge of losing consciousness. Jiang Xinghua wasted no time, producing a watermelon knife and swinging it toward them. She compelled Wu Shui to witness the scene, until the foul liquid began to pool beneath her. Have you seen enough? This is the consequence of provoking me repeatedly. No, wait, anyone who provokes me meets this fate. Cold light glimmered in Jiang Xinghua's eyes. I have already spared you once. Wu Shui, stricken with terror, remained frozen as her throat was cut. In her final moments, regret washed over her for ever having dared to provoke Jiang Xinghua. When had she even spared her? Jiang Xinghua swiftly slipped into the villa, the stench of blood too overpowering outside. Despite the rain attempting to mask the scent, there was no guarantee that zombies would not be attracted by the commotion. She was not well acquainted with this neighborhood, and her energy was nearing depletion. As a novice in close combat, it was wiser for her to remain hidden. Before long, through the glass window, she indeed spotted several zombies approaching. They feasted greedily upon a corpse, oblivious to her presence concealed behind the wall and the curtain of rain. After observing for a while, she counted a total of 9 zombies, and no new arrivals appeared thereafter. This endeavor felt rather rushed, indicating that the safety of the environment needed significant enhancement. The preparations for the apocalypse had been exceedingly compact. Aside from knowing that the villa area at the foot of the mountain had a very low population and exorbitant prices, she had little else in her knowledge bank. The security here was commendable, with cameras installed everywhere, making it inconvenient for her to investigate further. As the residential area closest to the underground city, it required thorough cleansing. She needed to ascertain the presence of both the living and the dead. For 2 hours, Jiang Xinghua silently coexisted with the corpse of a middle-aged man in the villa. Only after her energy was replenished and her weary body restored did she rise. The zombies outside, having finished their meal, began to wander aimlessly. Standing by the window, she focused intently, her hand pressed against the glass. In an instant, sharp thorns erupted from the soil beneath the feet of 4 zombies. These thorns pierced through their useless brains, sending nauseating yellowish liquid splattering as they fell one after another. The remaining 5 zombies turned their heads, their tiny pupils scanning the area with a look of confusion. Not sensing any flesh and blood aroma, they diverted their attention and continued to roam outside. With 1/3 of her energy still intact, Jiang Xinghua chose not to expend it further, opting instead to wait for her recovery within the house. The situation here was uncertain. Who knew if there were other people or zombies lurking about? Alone in such an environment, she could not afford to reach a state of energy depletion. After only an hour, her energy was fully restored, and she felt an increase in her operational speed. Pondering thoughtfully, she launched another attack on the zombies outside. Utilizing the thorn attack once more, the 5 zombies collapsed entirely, reduced to a pool of mangled flesh. This time, she still had about 1/3 of her energy remaining, and her energy reserves had increased. Jiang Xinghua noted that her plant-based abilities had evolved significantly compared to her previous life. Although she employed the same method, she needed to familiarize herself with the nuances. A well-calculated and judiciously utilized energy reserve would yield better results than another's. This ability required frequent use to facilitate rapid advancement. Stepping outside, she beheld a scene of devastation. The ground was charred from incendiary oil, and 3 charred corpses lay strewn about. Blood mixed with rainwater pooled on the ground. She activated her powers, causing roots to surge, and a large pit formed as the earth was upheaved. Jiang Xinghua assessed the pit's size, deeming it adequate. She released thin vines to conserve energy, dragging the bodies of Wu Shui and her companions into the pit. Suddenly recalling the homeowner inside, she decided to include that body as well. What happened underground was no longer her concern. The roots stirred again, causing the adjacent soil to tumble into the pit. She stepped in, packing the earth down firmly until it was solid. Jiang Xingyue's principle was to utilize her powers without resorting to physical exertion whenever possible. She couldn't lift or carry, and fatigue was a concern. The more she used her abilities, the more she could level up. Turning, she waved her hand, channeling plant energy to rejuvenate the land, causing the burned weeds to regrow. Aside from the lingering scent of blood and rainwater, there was no evidence of the fierce battle that had occurred. The blood would soon dissipate. Assessing her energy reserves, she tightened her hood and resolved to return home. Uncertain conditions and insufficient energy necessitated a cautious approach, especially in her vulnerable state. Having neutralized the most significant threat, her tasks for the day were complete. She would refrain from risking exploration of other houses for the time being. When Jiang Xingyue returned to the villa area for further exploration, her efforts proved remarkably fruitful. Out of 15 villas, only one harbored a family of zombies. The rest were pristine. Inside, she discovered exquisite red wine and an array of imported fruits and vegetables. The cold storage still held various meats. Power had yet to be cut off, and everything remained well preserved, albeit slightly frozen due to prolonged storage. Unfazed, Jiang Xingyue collected everything. She took the down comforters from the closets, but left behind the fashionable attire, opting instead for practical casual and athletic wear. Though she had no immediate use for them, she had ample storage space. Such intact clothing and bedding would surely become coveted items among survivors. With industrial production at a standstill post-apocalypse, essential supplies were scarce. Anything that could be carried away was taken without hesitation. As she moved, she strategically placed cameras in various hidden corners of the villa area along the main roads. These compact, battery-operated devices did not require external power. Jiang Xingyue had nearly transformed this place into her own private garden, having installed around 50 cameras. As the nearest residential area to the underground city, it deserved such a privilege.
Ding.
The system detected an increase in the host territory, initiating a territory expansion task. Constructing the underground city, the progress for the territory expansion task was set at 4, with the territory now encompassing the Baiwei Villa district. Jiang Xingyue paused momentarily. The system seemed somewhat reactive. Did it only issue tasks after she had already begun the work? Was it formulating tasks based on her actions? Were there rewards for completing the tasks? Chapter 16. Phase Rewards. Jiang Yimei's Online Diary. Jiang Xingyue had little interest in this task. She was already engaged in this endeavor. Expanding her territory to build an underground city did not require a formal task. However, she was quite intrigued by the rewards. The territory expansion task offered phase rewards. Upon reaching completion milestones of 10, 30, 50, 80, and 100, she would gain a chance to draw a lottery. Jiang Xingyue paused, inquiring, what constitutes 100 completion? Surely, it cannot mean I must rule the earth? This data will be calculated based on the combined prestige of the host and the actual territorial area. The higher the prestige, the greater the growth points at the time of calculation. Other rules are for the host to explore independently. In that instant, Jiang Xingyue felt the system regained its rebellious demeanor. In essence, the more esteemed and trusted she was by those living within her territory, the better. Given the complexity of this task, the rewards must be worthwhile. As night fell, after a long day of exertion, Jiang Xingyue donned her soft, skin-friendly pajamas and sank into her large bed, her body and mind experiencing profound solace. Glancing at the time, she noted it was still early. So she picked up the tablet beside her bed to browse online information. Taking advantage of the remaining internet connectivity, she sought to gather insights about the current external environment. Collecting information was never in vain. The data she had amassed in her previous life had proven invaluable upon her return. However, she surmised that a second chance at life was unlikely. It was a peculiar intuition. Essentially, all entertainment software operations had ceased. Survivors tirelessly expressed their anxieties across various platforms. Some despaired, lamenting power outages at home, with only 20 battery remaining on their phones. Power outages? That likely heralded an impending internet disconnection. Their primary mode of electricity generation relied on coal, requiring considerable manpower. Following the zombie outbreak, the entirety of human societal production and daily life had come to a standstill. In optimal conditions, electricity could last only about 20 days. Yet 3 days post-outage, the internet would likely be severed. Water sources would deplete even faster, typically lasting only 10 days. Even if tap water remained available, it would be unprocessed and no different from a source of infection. Yet, these scenarios represented the best-case outcomes. Some areas experienced widespread power outages due to heavy rains and strong winds severing cables, unable to sustain even 20 days. The Yunlong Garden community is indeed situated in a fortunate area, having barely endured until the end in a past life. The eastern outskirts remain uncertain regarding power outages. Yet it bears little consequence for her, as she possesses various models of generators. Moreover, the underground city boasts its own power system, alleviating her of any worries. Jiang Xinghua perused an array of software and websites, her fingers gliding across the screen as she absorbed diverse information. The flickering light reflected upon her face, revealing a hint of languor. Staying abreast of the latest news aids her in making the most judicious assessments of the current situation. This narrative feels remarkably familiar. Jiang Xinghua blinked, her attention caught by a particular post on the screen. Today, I was compelled to venture out in search of food, though I truly wish to avoid it. The zombies are utterly terrifying, and yet our pantry is bare. Without sustenance, we shall starve. It's all that wretched woman's fault. Had it not been for her, I would never have had to sell food, and thieves wouldn't have been drawn to us. My precious son even berates me. I feel utterly useless. If it weren't for me, our food wouldn't have been stolen.
No.
It's not my fault. It's all because of that vile woman. Had she not been the mistress, none of this would have transpired. Jiang Xinghua observed the fragmented text, which strikingly resembled a person she knew, Jiang Yimei. She clicked on the individual S profile, discovering it was almost akin to a diary. Resting her chin on her hand, she lay on the blanket, captivated by the emotionally charged passages. It seemed she believed that anonymity prevailed online, having neglected to adjust her privacy settings. Jiang Xinghua read through all of Jiang Yimei's logs since the onset of the apocalypse, nearly bursting into laughter. It turned out that this family had endured so much in a mere half-month. No wonder Jiang Yimei appeared so traumatized. Just half a month before the apocalypse, Jiang Xinghua orchestrated the incident involving Han Shuiyan and the eviction by Zhou Qian. The family, struggling to find suitable housing, was at their wits' end. Coincidentally, the owner of 2 apartments on the 6th floor had one available for rent in the group chat. Learning of this, the family, in an effort to maintain their routine and save money, begrudgingly moved in, enduring the mocking glances of their neighbors. They sacrificed dignity in pursuit of savings. With their home lost, the substantial inheritance from Jiang Xinghua's parents also vanished. The family's livelihood hinged entirely on Deng Xingping's salary, necessitating frugality. After dismissing Han Shuiyan, Deng Xingping managed to placate Jiang Yimei with their child and years of affection. Jiang Xinghua scoffed inwardly. Even a love-struck zombie would shake its head at such foolishness. Jiang Yimei never anticipated that subsequent events would far exceed her imaginings. On the day the apocalypse erupted, Deng Xingping was on his way home from work, transporting Han Shuiyan when the zombies suddenly appeared. Left with no choice, he brought Han Shuiyan home. Jiang Yimei was infuriated, yet after careful consideration, she reluctantly accepted the situation, unable to let anyone perish. Thus, the 4 began cohabiting. Jiang Yimei, feeling a sense of crisis, took measures to safeguard herself and her son. However, her rare intelligence was misapplied. She aimed to save money in case Deng Xingping abandoned them, ensuring they retained some capital. Upon noticing offers for high-priced food in the group chat, she initiated discussions, covertly selling a bit of food. This was precisely what Jiang Xinghua observed in the group chat on the 2nd day of the apocalypse. Yet, Jiang Yimei failed to consider that with zombies now roaming, everyone was in search of food. What purpose would saving money serve? Selling food was trivial, but only while humanity still held its moral compass. Just yesterday, people had been trapped for nearly 10 days, with dwindling supplies. Some had even gone days without food. Consequently, they recalled Jiang Yimei's food sales, convinced that she must have provisions. The group chat contained notes of unit numbers and room details. As midnight fell and everyone slumbered, a group evaded the zombies in the building and skillfully located Jiang Yimei's home, prying open the door. They stealthily absconded with all the food supplies, leaving behind only a meager portion in the bedroom. When the family awoke to find the door ajar, they were nearly paralyzed with fear. Yet they were fortunate. No zombies had entered to feast upon them in their vulnerability. Jiang Xinghua marveled at their luck. It was undeniable that, in a certain light, this family had been remarkably fortunate. The final segment of the log revealed Deng Xingping's realization that Jiang Yimei's actions had invited disaster, leading him to berate her harshly, even resorting to violence. Even her beloved son, Deng Wenwen, hurled insults at her, shattering her heart. Jiang Xingyue remained unfazed. Given this family's behavior, no event could surprise her. Deng Xingpeng had brazenly brought his mistress home. What else was there to astonish? Before the apocalypse, he had still feigned concern for the Jiang family's interests, indulging Jiang Yimei in a charade. Now, with the end of the world upon them, Jiang Yimei's advantages had evaporated, revealing Deng Xingpeng's true nature. Jiang Yimei had squandered her good fortune spectacularly, and Jiang Xingyue found herself in awe. With a yawn, fatigue began to envelop her. Jiang Xingyue casually opened the group for Building 8 of Yunlan Garden, glancing at the messages within. In Chapter 17, concerning the mall sector, she noted a user with a lamb icon offering items in exchange for goods. He sought medicine urgently for his ill wife, resorting to trading the rabbits he had raised. It was evident that he had nothing else to offer. With nearly 10 days of the apocalypse past, the fact that he had kept the rabbits alive indicated their value to him. Yet now, with his wife unwell, he was compelled to barter for medicine. Intelligent individuals had begun to recognize the diminishing purchasing power of money and were resorting to trade. Soon, others in the group engaged with him. It appeared his wife would likely receive the help she needed. Jiang Xingyue stifled another yawn, tears welling at the corners of her eyes. The tablet she held slipped from her grasp, crumpling against the soft bed. At 7 a.m., a gentle rain pattered outside. In the underground city's first basement level, by the expansive fields, Jiang Xingyue lowered her head, gesturing as she planned. Close to her exclusive elevator, 3 more elevators stood, presumably connected to the main hall on the first floor, yet still sealed. To the left of the elevators, she delineated a neat plot of land intended for the diverse fruit trees she had purchased. Once completed, a small fence would transform the area into an orchard. Selecting a bulldozer, she operated it with ease, akin to maneuvering a large toy car, simple yet remarkably stress-relieving. After digging a pit in the earth, Jiang Xingyue continued until she had created 300 evenly spaced holes. Utilizing her spatial abilities, she produced 300 saplings to place in the pits, subsequently employing the machine to cover and compact the soil. The saplings, having been stored in a time-slowed warehouse, remained nearly identical to when she acquired them. Once the saplings were in place, Jiang Xingyue pressed her palm to the ground, releasing an abundance of plant energy to stimulate the growth of their roots, merging them with the earth. Moments later, her energy depleted, Jiang Xingyue's eyes sparkled as she beheld a small grove before her. The tender green leaves and vibrant branches unfurled with vitality, lifting her spirits immensely. The effort to nurture these 300 trees had nearly exhausted her plant abilities in one go. After resting for an hour, she repeated the process. 3 hours later, all 700 remaining saplings were planted, granting her an expansive orchard. This grove, with periodic infusions of plant energy, would soon bear fruit, promising her a bountiful supply of produce. Just the thought invigorated her. Feeling that she could still plant another 1,000 seeds, Jiang Xingyue arrived at noon. She returned to her villa, relishing the cool air conditioning while enjoying a sumptuous lunch. After a half-hour nap, to regain her strength, she descended to the basement to continue her farming endeavors. In the afternoon, she focused on sowing wheat. With an ample supply of prepared meals at her disposal, there was no need for her to cook, allowing her to temporarily forego planting vegetables. In this apocalyptic world, vegetables were a luxury, while traditional staples like wheat remained paramount for ordinary people. Moreover, with Jiang Xingyue being alone, managing a multitude of crop varieties proved overwhelming. Thus, wheat was the simpler choice. She merely needed to scatter the seeds, water them a bit, and allow her supernatural abilities to expedite their growth, without concern for the normal growth patterns and requirements of the crops. Selecting a multifunctional seeder, she carefully placed the wheat seeds inside and filled the water tank. Operating the machine, she completed the tasks of tilling, sowing, burying, and watering in one efficient sweep, a true marvel of convenience. The only drawback was the frequent need to replenish the water supply in the machine. Once the wheat was sown, Jiang Xingyue activated her powers. She could distinctly hear the seeds cracking and sprouting in the fragrant soil. Tiny green shoots emerged, swaying gently as they broke through the surface, halting at about 1 centimeter in height. The dense patch of vibrant green was a delightful sight. With her current growth acceleration, she estimated that this batch of wheat would be ready for harvest in approximately a month and a half. A smile graced her lips. With food in hand, she felt at ease. Before her lay an expanse of land, where the wheat and fruit trees she had planted occupied less than 1/10 of the total area. The task of cultivating the land was formidable, but Jiang Xingyue was resolute, envisioning a day when this land would be teeming with crops.
Ding.
Progress in the farming area of the first level of the underground city had increased by 10. Congratulations! You have unlocked the underground city mall section. Strive to advance to the next level soon. Jiang Xingyue explored the mall section, her eyes dazzled by the array of products on display. Gene potential serums, rapid-acting hemostatic agents, crossbows, long swords, handguns, submachine guns, explosives. While gene-related products were scarce, a plethora of weapons were available. However, they were not inexpensive. There were also many high-tech items. Unfortunately, she lacked the qualifications to view specific attributes, unable even to discern their functions. Yet, the impressive appearances of these items hinted at their extraordinary capabilities. Jiang Xingyue felt a surge of excitement, yearning to indulge in a shopping spree. She scrutinized the purchasing mechanism. All items required points for acquisition. The only known ways to earn points were through task completion rewards or by slaying zombies. Each zombie defeated awarded 1 point. Jiang Xingyue found it peculiar that there were no food or daily necessities in the mall, only various weapons, potions, and technological products. Among the myriad options, she honed in on the shelter defense category, which was her current priority. The entrance to the underground city was located at the hillside villa, a crucial protected area. The first item that caught her eye made her heart race. Was this not precisely what she needed? Fortunately, she had access to view this product. Flamethrower, a set of 10 rotating high-temperature flame devices with a maximum attack range of 50 meters, capable of reaching temperatures exceeding 100 degrees Celsius, fueled by pure methane. It incinerates zombies while also burning toxic gases, an indispensable tool for eliminating evidence. Jiang Xingyue was incredibly tempted. This device was ideal for defending the hillside villa. She glanced at the price, marked down to 60 for a limited time, 1,999 points. It seemed she would need to work hard to acquire this treasure. At this discounted rate, it was a bargain. Without the sale, how long would it take her to afford it? With her points currently at 0, Jiang Xingyue quietly set a small goal in her mind, to earn 2,000 points. After diligently farming for 4 days in the basement, she had managed to bring the progress bar up to 20. The growth of the saplings and wheat was quite promising. She could almost see her mountain of grain beckoning to her. Standing under an umbrella beside the villa's wall, her expression was serious and contemplative. Reflecting before sleep the previous night had led her to devise a plan. Although she could not yet afford the exorbitant flamethrower from the Points Mall, she could create her own. Her approach was to remain flexible and adaptable. Chapter 18. The Ivy Guardian. Weapon storage point. Jiang Xingyue opened the large iron gate and approached the wall, taking out a handful of seeds as she walked slowly around it. As she scattered the seeds, she released her powers. With each step she took, the seeds that fell to the ground sprouted immediately, growing in tandem with her movements. By the time she completed a full circuit of the wall, all the seeds she had sown had matured into full-grown plants. The previously black metal wall was now adorned with a thick green curtain. Palm-sized leaves trembled slightly in the light rain, their edges adorned with fine hairs that swayed in the breeze. However, this was no ordinary ivy. Jiang Xingyue channeled all her energy into this patch of ivy, and visible changes began to occur. The palm-sized leaves doubled in size, the edges growing razor-sharp serrations that glimmered with a metallic sheen. The fine hairs on the leaves reflected light, revealing droplets of a viscous liquid. Beneath the dark green leaves, the stems resembled human veins, with a brown exterior concealing flowing liquid within. Jiang Xingyue retrieved a pound of frozen pork from her storage and tossed it toward the green curtain. In an instant, the ivy enveloped the meat, swiftly dragging it into its depths. Moments later, the ivy returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. Jiang Xingyue nodded in satisfaction. Reaching into the green curtain to probe around, the ivy did not attack its master, allowing her to manipulate its branches and leaves. At last, she discovered the tightly coiled piece of meat, now reduced to half its original size. The exposed edges emitted sizzling sounds, the missing portion having been devoured by the ivy. The corrosive liquid present in the mutated ivy stems and leaves would digest anything that came into contact with it. Jiang Xingyue's eyes sparkled with a smile. Well done. At first glance, these plants appeared ordinary. Yet, while they bewildered onlookers, they possessed formidable corrosive properties. The ivy seemed to respond to her praise, swaying with vigor. Who said plant abilities were useless? Capable of both offense and defense, they were truly essential for survival. With the villa's defenses nearly complete and the underground city development progressing, Jiang Shengyue prepared to venture out to explore, earn points, and gather weapon resources. In the aftermath of the human world's collapse, a desolate scene unfolded. The skies were no longer shrouded in darkness. Visibility had improved significantly. The air was stiflingly humid, and as the rain subsided, the temperature began to rise, creating an uncomfortable atmosphere filled with moisture. Jiang Shengyue passed several independent residential buildings, where survivors peered out of windows, waving frantically as they heard the sound of engines.
Hey, help me.
I'll pay you, whatever it takes. Their desperate cries startled a few birds into flight. Jiang Shengyue paid them no mind, speeding past without a glance. The occupants of the upper floors, witnessing her indifference, erupted in furious shouts, their harsh voices echoing through the empty buildings. Nearby survivors muttered under their breath, criticizing her as a fool, having failed to understand the zombies' behavioral patterns even after several days. Loud shouting was a grave mistake. It was likely that the zombies in that building were now drawn to the noise. Indeed, within moments, the man's voice transformed into a chilling scream. Ah, there are zombies. Help me. His door was breached by 5 or 6 zombies. Amidst the relentless onslaught of zombies, Jiang Shengyue remained unperturbed, her composure unwavering. She had no penchant for meddling in affairs unless there was something to gain. However, the sheer folly of those unable to discern the situation rendered further discourse pointless. After 20 minutes, she arrived in a desolate expanse, where a vast, dark green building adorned with camouflage patterns stood solitary. The once imposing structure now bore the scars of time, marred by splattered blood and the presence of wandering zombies, evoking a palpable sense of desolation. Silently, Jiang Shengyue concealed her vehicle within her spatial realm, donning a black raincoat as she melded into the surrounding foliage. The damp air and earthy scent effectively masked her presence, allowing her to evade detection by the nearby undead. With a pair of binoculars in hand, she scrutinized the environment of this official outpost, the latest known location of valuable firearms. While such resources were available in the system's marketplace, they required points for acquisition. Thus, she resolved to seize the opportunity presented in the real world. The iron gates were firmly shut, with a dozen zombies meandering aimlessly outside. The ground was littered with decayed remnants, and the stench of rot permeated the air. Observing the zombies outside, an unsettling thought crossed her mind. Despite being in the outskirts, the number of zombies here seemed alarmingly low. She meticulously examined the building's details, soon realizing that the main entrance was locked from within. In pursuit of further information, Jiang Shengyue cautiously ascended to a vantage point, allowing her to glimpse the interior. Within the compound, an overwhelming multitude of zombies congregated, many clad in uniforms. They gazed skyward in the courtyard, some seeking refuge from the rain beneath the building, frozen like statues. The sight suggested a dire situation during the outbreak, with many individuals trapped inside, hastily securing the entrance to contain the infection. Though the intent was commendable, the onset of the apocalypse could not be thwarted by mere doors. Jiang Shengyue pressed her lips together, contemplating the harshness of this new reality. Continuing her observation, she was pleasantly surprised to note that most of the zombies bore firearms. These resources were precisely what she sought. The cache of weaponry within this outpost was undoubtedly substantial. A surge of excitement coursed through her, tempered by the realization of her solitary status amidst the throng of the undead. With hundreds of zombies visible, including those within the building, it was clear that a veritable nest of the undead had formed. She certainly did not possess the means to confront them alone, and she was no fool to believe that her rebirth conferred upon her any divine favor or invincibility. Survival took precedence. However, her current limitations did not preclude her from returning once her strength had grown. Jiang Shengyue observed the wandering zombies at the gate without engaging, even drawing a few closer, effectively creating a defensive wall of undead. In the early days of the apocalypse, fear of zombies still reigned supreme, with their focus primarily on food, reducing the likelihood of an assault on this location. As a precautionary measure, she crafted this defensive barrier, not wishing for others to gain an advantage. Once satisfied that she had missed nothing, She slowly descended, locating a secluded spot to retrieve her vehicle. Following a narrow path, she ventured towards the vicinity of the Banyue Villa district, opting to walk the remainder of the way. With zombies yielding a mere 1 point each, she pondered how long it would take to accumulate the 2,000 points she required. This area was relatively remote, with few survivors aside from a handful of merchants. A rough estimate suggested only about 100 zombies roamed the streets, paradise compared to the urban sprawl. Jiang Xinghua avoided the main thoroughfare. Any survivors witnessing her might cause unnecessary commotion. She moved steadily along back roads, limiting encounters with no more than 5 zombies at a time. After exhausting 2/3 of her powers, she paused to recuperate, regaining her strength before continuing. Thus, she traversed the landscape, dispatching the undead until darkness descended. Sweat beaded on her forehead, and her fingers grew cold. The rain had ceased, but the humidity remained high, leaving her feeling sticky and uncomfortable. After an arduous day, she had eliminated 103 zombies, earning 103 points. The continual expenditure and precise control of her abilities required considerable experience, a skill honed from her past life as inadequacies. Were it not for the necessity of meticulous energy management, she would not have attained such proficiency. Through relentless practice, she had reached the pinnacle of a first-level awakened state, nearing the second tier. In just half a month since the apocalypse began, while most remained oblivious to the concept of awakened abilities, Jiang Xinghua had all but secured her place among the elite. Yet, dissatisfaction gnawed at her. Her methods of attack relied solely on her powers. She required overwhelming strength to navigate the myriad dangers that lay ahead. Ascending to the second level was essential for her safety. Chapter 19. Had heaven truly sent me a talent? At dawn, Jiang Xinghua toiled in the underground farm, planting seeds across 100 acres, her back bending under the strain. Thankfully, the available equipment expedited her task, but subsequent care relied on her abilities. Currently, her powers could only sustain this 300-acre enterprise, and she longed for an upgrade to a higher awakened state. Alas, progress was incremental, whether it concerned sustenance or abilities. After tending to the wheat, she checked on the chickens, ducks, and geese she had brought back. Initially, she had feared overburdening herself with too many, but now she realized the necessity of her choices. 3 enclosures housed different breeds of younglings, all small and fluffy, as she diligently provided fresh water and feed while maintaining cleanliness. Standing beside the chicken coop, she observed the clumps of pale yellow chicks huddled together, chirping with their tiny, rosy beaks. Her smile waned as she recalled their purpose: future sustenance. Counting them, her brow furrowed at the sight of only 49. She distinctly remembered purchasing 50. Where had one gone? Entering the coop, she spotted a faint yellow shadow in the corner. Upon closer inspection, she discovered a lifeless chick. Jiang Xinghua cradled the tiny bird, sighing deeply. It was evident she had to keep track of her charges, as the responsibility weighed heavily on her. In her study, Jiang Xinghua sat before a computer cluttered with information, her hair disheveled and her gaze distant. Her sleeves were haphazardly rolled up, and her collar askew, an embodiment of her exhaustion. What had gone awry? After much contemplation, she failed to deduce why the chick had vanished. Furthermore, she had discovered 2 deceased geese, all seemingly healthy before their inexplicable demise. Clearly, matters outside her expertise were best left alone. It was time to seek out capable individuals. Survivors, please strive to protect yourselves and avoid contact with sources of infection. Do not allow zombies to scratch or bite you, as the virus spreads through blood contact, Jiang Xinghua announced, shutting off the vehicle's radio. This repetitive message was nothing but empty platitudes. Now en route to the city, she began her journey anew, arriving 20 minutes later at a secluded area to stow her vehicle and proceed on foot. Here, she was on the periphery of the city, where zombies were increasingly present, and the number of survivors was likewise on the rise. Her objectives today were twofold: to eliminate zombies for points and to explore the city in hopes of encountering a veterinarian or similar talent. At long last, the relentless rain had ceased. As the dark clouds dissipated, radiant sunlight once again bathed the earth. Concurrently, the temperature began to ascend. Jiang Xinghua sensed that the temperature today was at least 36 degrees Celsius. Following the recent rainfall, today should be the coolest day for the foreseeable future, with temperatures rising progressively thereafter. She chose to avoid the main roads, swiftly navigating through the narrow alleys, occasionally glimpsing the scurrying of large rats and the dismembered limbs of humans. Since the apocalypse, she had not ventured into the city. Now, the former splendor of roaming city had become a mere memory. The streets were desolate, littered with decaying refuse and the noxious stench of sewage. The relentless rain of the past fortnight had inundated the city, leaving behind a landscape of mud and the foul odor of bacterial growth. The remnants of car accidents and scattered, unidentified debris were ubiquitous. Wandering zombies twisted their stiff necks, seeking the scent of living flesh. Jiang Xingyue moved cautiously, attuned to the sounds around her, genuinely hoping to avoid a chase with the zombies. As such pursuits in the city were akin to a nightmare of the most difficult level. Successfully traversing several streets, she spotted a small supermarket, its exterior seemingly intact. Approaching the alley beside the supermarket for a closer inspection, she discovered a small door, presumably the side entrance. She listened intently, then extended the stems of her plants through the door's crack, feeling a subtle click as the lock yielded to her touch, allowing her to slip inside with grace. With her back to the door, she quietly shut it and quickly surveyed her surroundings. This appeared to be a small storage area within the supermarket, filled with numerous boxes across a modest space. Jiang Xingyue did not rush to examine the boxes. Instead, she approached the door that led outside, straining to hear any sounds from the other side. Indeed, she sensed something amiss. The zombies were stirring within the small supermarket. Perhaps they had detected her living presence. As their movements grew more agitated, there were likely two of them. She opened the door directly, a sharp kitchen knife appearing in her hand. At that moment, the zombies had already closed in on her, less than a meter away. The red short-sleeved shirt emblazoned with the supermarket's name was now stained brown and darkened by dried blood, one side of its face hollowed out, exposing the brain tissue beneath, while a viscous, repulsive fluid attracted flies. One eye, its pupil reduced to a pinprick, fixated on Jiang Xingyue, while the remaining arm reached out toward her. With a whoosh, she summoned several vines from her left hand, brandishing them toward the approaching zombie. The creature was ensnared by the sudden appearance of the vines, and Jiang Xingyue swiftly searched for the location of the second zombie. Fortune favored her. The other zombie was trapped beneath a toppled shelf, struggling violently as it sensed the presence of a living being. With a swift motion, she brought the knife down, gripping the handle with both hands as a glint flashed. The decaying head of the zombie was severed halfway, the remaining portion dangling from the neck. Without a moment's hesitation, she swung the knife again, decapitating the rotten head, which rolled to the ground with a faint thud. Jiang Xingyue retracted the vines and approached the zombie beneath the shelf. After a fierce struggle, the creature had managed to free most of its body. Its twisted arms reached toward Jiang Xingyue at an unnatural angle. She swung the knife again, this time with greater force, but the outcome was disappointing. Frowning, she realized that her strength was insufficient. The zombie's neck remained intact and not overly decayed. Her strike had only severed less than a third of it. With a cold expression, she continued to swing the blade. After 4 strikes, the headless corpse convulsed once before falling completely still. Jiang Xingyue stepped outside the supermarket, where through the glass, she could see a few zombies on the street. Vaguely sensing the scent of food, their expressions blank and confused as their stiff heads turned. The supermarket's door was undamaged and securely shut, with Jiang Xingyue's living essence seeping out in minimal amounts. Observing that the zombies had yet to locate her position, she turned with ease to begin searching for spoils. The shelves outside the supermarket were nearly empty, leaving only some chewing gum and snacks, which Jiang Xingyue collected without hesitation, stowing them away in her space. Returning to the small storage area, she found that, likely due to the concealed door being locked, the contents remained largely intact. This was the supermarket stock replenishment. Aside from empty boxes, there were about 20 boxes filled with supplies, labeled as instant noodles, drinks, and snacks. Without opening them, Jiang Xingyue packed them directly into her space. As she gathered her belongings, she heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching, causing her to pause, listening intently to the source of the noise. Soon, faint voices emerged. "Over here. Quickly. Great, Hanga." The door isn't locked. A man with an ordinary appearance and a look of excitement pushed open the side door of the alley. Stepping inside, following him were several others, 5 men and 1 woman. The last to enter was a middle-aged man who held a small bottle in his hand. Upon entering, he sprayed the air behind him several times and quickly shut the door. Jiang Xingyue caught a whiff of a sweet scent in the air. She glanced at the middle-aged man's small bottle, realizing it was perfume. The man's face was flushed, and he appeared terrified, pressing his back against the door as he faced the others, raising a finger to his lips to signal silence. Instantly, the room fell silent, save for the slight sounds of breathing. The middle-aged man cautiously pressed his ear to the door. After a brief moment, he nodded gently in response to the questioning glances of the others. "Phew, you scared me. I could hardly breathe." The first man who entered complained softly. They had run quickly and used perfume to mask their scent. Jiang Xingyue had already known that the zombies behind them had dispersed moments earlier due to the lack of the scent of living beings.
Hey,
"Who are you?" Jiang Xingyue scrutinized one of the men. His expression was fierce, with a face full of rugged features, exuding a threatening aura. "Hanga is talking to you. Are you mute?" The man who had entered first took it upon himself to assert his position as a subordinate. At this moment, the others finally noticed the presence of another person in the room. They all turned their wary gazes toward the shadowy figure in the corner. Jiang Xingyue stepped forward from the dimness, allowing them to see her clearly. A young girl, petite in stature, clad in a long-sleeved black tracksuit and brown hiking boots. At first glance, she appeared frail, seemingly in poor health, her calm amber eyes fixed upon them. The middle-aged man hesitated to speak. "Xingyue?" Upon hearing her name, Jiang Xingyue nodded in acknowledgement. Uncle Zhua, the middle-aged man, Zhua Xiangming, was a member of the neighborhood committee in Yunlan Garden, and they had crossed paths a few times before the apocalypse. Zhua Xiangming let out a sigh of relief, then began to ponder the environment they were in, feeling puzzled. "It really is you, Xingyue." Recognizing him eased the tension in the hearts of the others. The rugged-faced man asked, "Zhua Xiangming, you know her?" "This is Jiang Xingyue. From our neighborhood." "Oh, right. She lives in the same building as you. Haven't you seen her before?" The man furrowed his thick brows and shook his head, uninterested in pursuing that line of thought. He was more focused on Jiang Xingyue's appearance, noting that the young girl was quite attractive.
IMY Hong.
"You can just call me Hanga." Yu Hong slightly raised his chin, casting a condescending gaze upon Jiang Xingyue. His thick eyebrows drooped at the ends, and his eyes squinted half-closed, the gaze gradually turning sticky as he unconsciously licked his lower lip. Jiang Xingyue met his bare stare with an air of calm indifference. The man accompanying Yu Hong, noticing his brother was initiating conversation, quickly grasped his intent. He faced Jiang Xingyue with a hint of a smile, introducing himself. "I am Jiawei, a resident of the same building as Brother Hong." Zhua Xiangming, being in the middle of his years, found himself slightly fatigued from the vigorous running. His forehead glistened with sweat as he casually wiped it with his sleeve. Turning to Jiang Xingyue, he inquired, "What brings you here? Are you alone?" Jiang Xingyue's voice was as cool as flowing water. "Just me. I came out to find something to eat." Zhua Xiangming nodded thoughtfully. He was aware of Jiang Xingyue's situation regarding her house mortgage and relocation from Yunlan Garden, so he chose not to delve deeper. Instead, he mentioned his companions. "These individuals are also residents of Yunlan Garden. It's been 8 days without rescue, and our food supplies are nearly depleted. So, we 6 had no choice but to venture out for supplies. At least we can look out for one another." Zhua Xiangming sighed. "Zombies are truly terrifying. A bite would turn one into a zombie. The more people we have, the safer we might be." He continued, "We noticed that after the rain ceased, the temperature rose, and the zombies became less active. Xiao Qian mentioned he had seen movies where zombies rely on smell, so I decided to try using perfume. To my surprise, it actually worked quite well." At this juncture, he glanced at the young couple sitting closely together, smiling at the young man. "This is Qian Le from Building 13. And beside him is Tong Yun, who lives in the same building." Upon hearing Zhua Xiangming's introduction, Jiang Xingyue turned her attention to them. The suggestion about the perfume came from Qianlu, who wore thick black-rimmed glasses, had fair skin, and donned a short-sleeved shirt featuring an anime character. He acknowledged Jiang Xingyue with a perfunctory nod, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Tong Yun. Tong Yun was seated atop an empty cardboard box, casting a sideways glance at Jiang Xingyue. After sizing her up, she emitted a delicate, disdainful snort and turned her head away without a word. Jiang Xingyue observed her with mild curiosity. She felt she hadn't done anything to provoke such hostility from the girl. Tong Yun, sporting a ponytail and appearing in her 20s, wore a white pleated skirt that revealed her slender legs. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Xingyue noted a hint of makeup on her face. She couldn't help but feel a touch of exasperation. It was brave to wear a skirt knowing there were zombies outside. Jiang Xingyue had little interest in the group. Rather, The imposing figure that had remained hidden in the corner piqued her curiosity. She had noticed this individual the moment she entered. A remarkably tall and robust woman, easily standing at least 9 meters. Clad in athletic wear, her muscular arms were exposed beneath a fitted short sleeve, showcasing a physique brimming with strength. Her arm was thicker than Jiang Xingyue's thigh, exuding an aura of power as if she were born for the apocalypse. A flicker of envy crossed Jiang Xingyue's eyes as she directed her inquisitive gaze toward the woman. The woman's striking face was adorned with phoenix-like eyes. When their gazes met, she instinctively looked away, slightly pursing her lips and muttering, "Zhou Yiming." Tong Yun burst into laughter. How can such a rough woman have such a delicate name? Her tone dripped with sarcasm. I think something like Iron Pillar suits you better. Look at them. Don't they resemble a chick and a bear standing together? Qianlu, nearby, chuckled in agreement. Zhou Yiming seemed accustomed to being ridiculed. Her body stiffened, her lips downturned, and her gaze lowered, resembling a piece of driftwood. Jiang Xingyue's sharp gaze skimmed past Tong Yun, perceiving her as already lifeless. Zhou Xiangming cleared his throat, disregarding the banter among the younger ones. After much contemplation, he cautiously suggested, "Xingyue, why don't you join us? It's too unsafe for a young girl like you to be alone in the city." No sooner had Zhou Xiangming spoken than Tong Yun immediately retorted, "No, I disagree." Chapter 21. Not even a piece of gum left. Tong Yun shot a disdainful glance at Jiang Xingyue, who stood apart with an air of distinctiveness. Her expression of disgust was unabashed. With a tone laced with contempt, she scrutinized Jiang Xingyue from head to toe. "We're out here looking for supplies. We can't be bringing just anyone back. Look at her, so frail. If we encounter zombies, are we supposed to protect her?" Qianlu, seeing Tong Yun speak up, felt compelled to support her. "If Yun disagrees, I do too. We're here to gather supplies, not to drag along a burden." As he spoke, he retrieved a bottle of water from his backpack and carefully handed it to Tong Yun. She arrogantly accepted it, taking a few small sips while casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Xingyue, her expression smug. Zhou Xiangming appeared somewhat troubled. Two members of their group opposed the idea. They were simply companions, not a dictatorship under his command, making it difficult for him to decide. Jiang Xingyue remained silent, observing the unfolding drama like a spectator, taking in every action and word. Yu Hong towered over Tong Yun and her companion, exuding an imposing presence, twirling a wooden bracelet he had rolled down from his wrist. His tone dripped with disdain. "What use are you two? Qianlu, just be a good little lapdog. It's not your place to speak. You haven't even managed to help her, yet you have the audacity to complain?" Tong Yun shot back, "I haven't said anything to you. Those zombies earlier were attracted because of you. I told you to be quiet, yet you kept shouting. You almost got me killed."
Qian Sudanese stood up.
His frail chest heaving violently, his eyes blazing with fury. Yu Hong's disdain grew. "What? Do you want to spar with me?" Jia Wei stepped forward, threateningly glancing at Qianlu. Enraged, Qianlu trembled but ultimately sat back down with a frustrated grunt. Jia Wei sneered, "Coward." Tong Yun shifted slightly away, muttering in distaste. "What a useless person." With his head hung low, Qianlu clenched the hem of his shirt tightly upon hearing the mocking laughter and Tong Yun's disdain. Tong Yun rose, her skirt swaying slightly, and approached Yu Hong with a smile. "Brother Hong, why are you saying such things about her? She didn't mean it." She pouted slightly, her lips adorned with a glossy hue, appearing quite alluring. Tong Yun was infuriated, silently cursing Yu Hong's lack of sense. How could someone like Jiang Xingyue, who seemed so undeveloped, possibly be of any value? Compared to Qianlu, she desired Yu Hong's protection even more. Just leave her behind. Look at her. She's only here to take supplies and can't contribute anything. Yu Hong, seemingly uninterested in Tong Yun's pouting, shifted his intense gaze back to Jiang Xingyue. Finding her demeanor appealing, cold, indifferent, and challengingly beautiful, Jiang Xingyue, who had previously observed the scene like a spectator, now felt a tinge of disdain rising within her. With Qianlu glaring at him, Yu Hong lewdly caressed Tong Yun's exposed arm, then turned to Jiang Xingyue. "In a bit, you will follow me, and I'll protect you." Jiang Xingyue replied coolly, "No need. I can't afford your protection fee." Yu Hong, far from irritated, appeared even more intrigued, revealing a set of crooked yellow teeth.
"Oh.
But you can afford it." His insidious gaze roamed over Jiang Xingyue. "Brother can provide you with supplies." Jia Wei, observing from the side, smirked with a lewd glint in his eyes. As long as you stick with Brother Hong and serve him well, you'll have everything you need. Jiang Xingyue felt a cold laugh brewing within her. Energy particles danced within her palm, and shadows loomed ominously behind her. A deep, resonant voice suddenly echoed from behind the group. You can stand behind me. I will protect you. The shadow behind Jiang Xingyue hesitated for a moment before dissipating quietly. She turned a glance at Zhou Yiming, her heart stirred. Jia Wei shot a fierce glare at Zhou Yiming but dared not speak. He had witnessed this bear-like woman crush 2 zombies into pulpy flesh with sheer brute strength.
It was terrifying. Ned.
Feeling a bit restless as he rubbed his prayer beads, hesitating in silence. Tong Yun was nearly exasperated. Why did everyone rush to protect this frail girl? With a huff of indignation, she returned to her seat, pinching Qian Li's back. Qian grimaced in pain, as if the earlier scene where Tong Yun had tried to curry favor with Yu Hong had never occurred. He managed a forced smile at her, but remained silent. Zhou Yiming was still unaccustomed to the attention of others. Her brows furrowed with a touch of elegance, and her hands, resting at her sides, tightened slightly, betraying a hint of anxiety. Jiang Xingyue met her gaze directly, noticing her strikingly beautiful eyes, clear and bright like stars. Zhou Yiming felt a flutter of concern in her heart. She truly could not bear to see an innocent girl exploited or harmed. Yet she feared meddling in affairs that were not her own. Previously, her attempt to protect Tong Yun had resulted in her being scolded. When she looked at Jiang Xingyue, she found no trace of negativity in her eyes, only a gentle curiosity and inquiry. Jiang Xingyue smiled slowly at Zhou Yiming, her amber eyes curving into a graceful arc. This was a woman even Yu Hong regarded with caution. It seemed the heavens wished to bestow her with this, while the rest were mere bonuses. With such thoughts, she felt much more at ease. Thank you. I will be counting on you to protect me, she said. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yiming's tense expression softened into a slight smile. How pretentious, pretending to be close like sisters, Tong Yun scoffed, her mocking tone echoing clearly in the small room. Zhou Yiming's eyes dimmed, her head bowed in silence, retreating into her previous state of quietude. Jiang Xingyue cast a light glance at Tong Yun, her mind calculating. Zhou Xiangming breathed a sigh of relief, finally putting down the weight on his heart. He would regret it deeply if he harmed Jiang Xingyue because of his actions. To his surprise, Yu Hong was still preoccupied with that matter at such a time. Seeing that everyone had fallen silent, he wiped the sweat from his brow and tentatively spoke up. Then Xingyue, shall we proceed together? Let us first see what supplies this supermarket holds. And then we can discuss our next destination. The group remained silent, tacitly agreeing with his suggestion. Zhou Xiangming felt helpless. Organizing this group was no easy task. If it weren't for the numbers providing some mutual support, he would have ventured out alone. None of these individuals were easy to manage, and he felt exhausted, though he kept his frustrations hidden from his face. He raised a smile, calling everyone to search for supplies within the room. After rummaging for some time, they found only a few empty boxes, their gazes landing on a small door within the room. Under Yu Hong's instruction, Jia Wei opened the door to check the outside supermarket. Jiang Xingyue quietly reminded, outside is the supermarket. There are zombies on the street. Do not make too much noise. The group paused, their expressions turning serious. They had witnessed the dangers posed by zombies on their journey. They understood the gravity of the situation. The group cautiously approached the small supermarket outside. Tong Yun accidentally locked eyes with a one-eyed zombie's head on the ground, startled, and let out a scream.
Qianu,
who had been paying attention to her, quickly covered her mouth, muffling her scream before it could fully escape. The others turned to them, their gazes tinged with reproach. Even Zhou Xiangming's patience wore thin, and he snapped in a hushed tone, "There are zombies outside. Don't cause us more trouble. Control your voice and stop overreacting." Yu Hong was not one to read the room. He shot her a fierce glare as a warning. Tong Yun felt extremely wronged. The zombies on the ground were truly disgusting, both foul and terrifying. She had meant to scream, so why was she being chastised? Her face flushed with anger as she shrugged off Qian Li's hand and glared at him. Qian Lo offered her a comforting smile, only to receive an eye roll in return. Once they confirmed there were only 2 incapacitated zombies, the group began to search the entire supermarket. Why is this place so clean? Not even a piece of gum left? Chapter 22. You don't seem to be startled at all the expressions of the group mirrored each other in disbelief. The supermarket was devoid of anything but trash and dust.
Goodness.
This is utterly too clean. Jia Wei could not help but mutter under his breath. The others rummaged through the debris, finding nothing of value. Jiang Xingyue nonchalantly strolled beside Zhou Yimeng. When Jia Wei spotted the zombies, he couldn't resist commenting. It looks like this head was chopped off multiple times. That's quite twisted. The others, observing the corpses, nodded in agreement. At the back, Jiang Xingyue and Tong Yun turned their heads away, covering their noses in disgust. Just then, Jiang Xingyue noticed Tong Yun staring at her with an unsettling gaze, causing her to feel slightly uneasy. Jiang Xingyue turned away, her brow raised in amusement. How dare someone so timid challenge a stranger? It seemed she had yet to experience the harsh realities of the apocalypse. After a fruitless search, the group retreated to the back room of the supermarket. Once the door was shut, they dared to relax their voices. Jia Wei couldn't help but ask Jiang Xingyue, "Was it like this when you arrived?" Not a single thing left? His eyes scrutinized her belongings. Aside from Zhou Yimeng, who remained silently at the back, the others shared the same curiosity, glancing at her expectantly. Jiang Xingyue showed no signs of unease at their scrutiny and graciously allowed them to look. It was like this when I arrived. The back door was open. When I came in, I found the zombies in the supermarket had been killed, which startled me. The group responded, "You don't seem to be startled at all." Zhou Yimeng replied earnestly, "You'll adapt. If you hide behind me next time, you won't be startled again." Jiang Xingyue raised her head, nodding seriously in agreement. The others exchanged glances, silently acknowledging her sincerity. Jiang Xingyue's appearance was indeed beguiling. She looked frail and delicate, her pale face suggesting she was gravely ill. Killing zombies? That was a joke. Tong Yun found Jiang Xingyue's indifferent demeanor utterly intolerable. "What do you have in your backpack? Did you take everything from the supermarket? If you want to join us, you can't hoard the supplies." The others turned to Jiang Xingyue, who wore a simple black backpack. From the outside, it appeared flat, as if it contained something, but certainly not much. Jiang Xingyue retorted sarcastically, "Yes, I used this backpack to empty the entire supermarket." "What of it?" Although the truth was not far from her jest. The group understood the sarcasm in her tone, and Jia Wei burst into laughter. Qianluo and Tong Yun could not help but feel embarrassed, cautiously tugging at her sleeve. Zhuo Xiangming, feeling the awkwardness on behalf of others, cleared his throat and tactfully interjected, "Tong Yun, that backpack of Xingyue's should suffice." Tong Yun was indeed being unreasonable. Jiang Xingyue had only that one backpack. How could she possibly carry all the supplies from the supermarket? At most, she could fit a few bags of cookies, and besides, she had arrived first. They had no grounds to question her. Tong Yun's face flushed crimson with embarrassment and anger as she turned her back on the group, sulking in a corner. Qianlu hurried after her to comfort her. Zhuo Xiangming, in order to facilitate subsequent actions, had to once again open his mouth to organize the group. Given the absence of supplies here, it was essential to deliberate on their next destination. After so much effort to traverse from the community to this point, returning empty-handed was simply not an option. The ensuing discussion among the group did not involve Jiang Xingyue. Wherever they decided to go was inconsequential to her, as she could swiftly escape should the situation turn dire. The current level 1 zombies posed no threat to her. Her primary motivation for accompanying them was the convenience of exploring the city, and traveling with them would provide insights into the current circumstances of the survivors. After all, living alone, she found the information available online to be insufficiently comprehensive. Furthermore, Jiang Xingyue's gaze subtly shifted towards Zhou Yimeng, whose tall stature made the cramped space feel even more confined. Sensing Jiang Xingyue's scrutiny, Zhou Yimeng turned her head, mistaking the concern in Jiang's eyes for anxiety regarding their future plans. A somewhat clumsy smile appeared on her resolute face in an attempt to reassure her. It seemed that she was not accustomed to smiling, as the expression appeared somewhat stiff yet utterly sincere. Jiang Xingyue met her gaze with an impassive expression before diverting her eyes. 20 minutes later, Zhuo Xiangming and Yu Hong had pinpointed a location on the map. Jiang Xingyue glanced over to see it was a medium-sized supermarket just 2 streets away. Zhou Yimeng's somber voice resonated from above Jiang Xingyue's head. "Is there a pharmacy near that supermarket? After we visit the supermarket, we should stop by the pharmacy." The others exchanged discreet glances. Zhuo Xiangming sighed and said, "Let us take a break first. We'll head to the supermarket first. There's no need to rush to the pharmacy." Jia Wei quickly interjected, "Yes, let's prioritize finding supplies. That is of utmost importance." Zhou Yimeng opened her mouth, intending to say something, but the group had already turned away, each engrossed in their own tasks. She lowered her head, lost in thought, her figure appearing somewhat solitary. Jiang Xingyue settled onto a cardboard box, retrieving a small bottle of water from her bag to sip. She discreetly observed the 6 individuals in the group. It was rather intriguing. Given the personalities of Tong Yun and Yu Hong, they should not be hesitant to voice their opinions, yet they were being reticent. If they truly did not wish to visit the pharmacy, they would have outright expressed it by now. What could be the meaning behind their reluctance to articulate their aversion to the pharmacy? After a morning of exertion, the group indeed felt fatigued. Each of them rummaged through their backpacks for food to replenish their energy in preparation for the next phase of action. Zhou Yiming recalled her commitment to protect Jiang Xingyue, yet she feared that being too close might be unwelcome. Thus, she cautiously took a seat a meter away. Her backpack was empty, devoid of food to restore her strength. She leaned against the wall, closing her eyes for a brief respite, her eyelids fluttering slightly. Jiang Xingyue reached into her backpack, extracting a sandwich and a bottle of water. She inched closer to Zhou Yiming, positioning the items within her reach, placing them on Zhou's sturdy thigh. Zhou Yiming, acutely aware of Jiang Xingyue's proximity, was taken aback to discover that the offering was food. A hint of embarrassment crossed her face as she hurriedly declined. "No, I'm not hungry. You should eat. You're too thin." Upon realizing that her words might imply disdain for Jiang Xingyue's slenderness, she quickly added, "That's not what I meant. I'm just worried you might be hungry. Please eat." Food was far too precious now, especially such a luxurious sandwich. Nevertheless, her gaze involuntarily drifted towards the food. The vegetables were fresh and vibrant, the yellow bread cradling eggs and thick meat patties, with a small amount of sauce oozing onto the transparent packaging. Zhou Yiming instinctively swallowed hard, her appetite piqued by the sight. She was large, and thus consumed more, feeling the pangs of hunger acutely, but this was too precious. She could not take advantage of Jiang Xingyue. Jiang Xingyue intercepted Zhou Yiming's attempt to return the food, her tone leaving no room for argument.
Take it.
"Aren't you supposed to protect me? This is your reward. You mustn't slack off after accepting it." A dim light flickered in Jiang Xingyue's eyes. Chapter 23. 2 figures suddenly charged forward. Zhou Yiming paused, looking down at the sandwich and water being pushed back into her hands. She turned to speak again but was met only with Jiang Xingyue's delicate, refined profile. After a moment of hesitation, as if having made a resolution, she nodded firmly. "I will. Rest assured, I will protect you." With that, she exhaled, the tension in her shoulders easing slightly. She tore open the transparent wrapping of the sandwich and took a hearty bite, leaving no crumb untouched. Finally, she gulped down the bottle of water. Since they were heading out to gather supplies, carrying half a bottle of water would be a burden. Zhou Yiming felt her empty stomach settle, releasing a comfortable sigh. However, the tranquil atmosphere in the small room was interrupted by a light laugh. "Hey, Qianle, doesn't Tishi look like a water buffalo? How can a girl drink water like that?" Tong Yun, with one hand covering her mouth, squinted her eyes in laughter and turned to Qianle for affirmation.
Qianle,
Delighted to see Tong Yun's rare smile, joined in her laughter, echoing her words. Zhou Yiming's previously relaxed demeanor suddenly became tense again. Biting her lip, she tightly grasped the packaging bag, producing a crinkling sound. There was no need to engage with the dead. A faint voice drifted from beside her. Zhou Yiming thought she had misheard and turned to look at Jiang Xingyue, who was delicately nibbling on a pineapple bun. Confused, she furrowed her brow. Perhaps she truly had misheard? Rubbing her head, she refrained from voicing her doubts. 20 minutes later, Zhou Xiangming glanced at his watch and pulled down his sleeve. "It's 12:30. Let us set off. The temperature is at its peak now, and the zombies are sluggish. We should seize this opportunity to find supplies and aim to return home early." The group cooperatively rose, gathering their belongings, a mix of kitchen knives and sticks, standing together in a scattered formation. Zhou Xiangming nodded, his gaze landing on Jiang Xingyue's petite figure. "Xingyue, try to keep up with the group. If you encounter danger, do not shout. If you see zombies, do your best to evade them." Tong Yun rolled her eyes in discontent, her voice sharp and biting. "Don't slow us down. We'll be counting on you to save us." Yu Hong, putting his bead bracelet back on his wrist with his right hand holding a kitchen knife, smiled at Jiang Xingyue. "If you find yourself in danger, just call for your brother. I'll come to your rescue." Jiang Xingyue kept her gaze fixed ahead, neither responding nor looking up. Zhou Yiming stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Jiang Xingyue to shield her from Yu Hong's insidious gaze. Yu Hong glanced at the baseball bat in her hand, pondering for a moment before ultimately falling silent. Zhuo Xiangming gathered everyone to review the map, reiterating the planned route. Jiang Xingyue paid close attention. They were currently situated on a small commodity street where they had already spotted a dozen zombies. The predetermined route was to take the side entrance through an alley. They would avoid the main road, navigating entirely through small lanes. Consequently, what should have been a 2-kilometer journey might ultimately stretch to 3 kilometers. Zhuo Xiangming reiterated the instructions, striving to mask any hint of uncertainty in his tone. This 3-kilometer stretch must be traversed at a steady pace, while minimizing noise. There shouldn't be too many zombies along the way. If we do encounter them, remain calm and steady. There are 7 of us, and we certainly won't be at a disadvantage against zombies. Jiang Xingyue noticed his tightly clenched right hand, betraying his anxiety. For an ordinary person facing zombies for the first time, exhibiting such composure was commendable. Jiang Xingyue glanced at the map in Zhuo Xiangming's grasp. Noting the black and red markings he had made, she silently approved of the route he had devised, which indeed minimized the distance and the likelihood of encountering zombies. Zhuo Xiangming hesitated momentarily before speaking with gravity. In the hopes of avoiding misfortune, we wish to steer clear of encountering a horde of sun-dodging zombies in the narrow alleyway. The expressions of a few individuals were grim, yet after deliberation, it was evident that no better alternatives existed. Even though it was noon, the zombies were not entirely inactive. Their movements merely slowed. The streets outside were teeming with the undead, making the alleyway the most prudent choice. All that remained was to gamble on luck, and no one voiced dissent. Zhuo Xiangming retrieved a bottle of perfume from his bag, administering a couple of spritzes on each person. Instantly, a sickly sweet fragrance pervaded the small space, overwhelming the senses with an intensity that nearly masked the original scent. Jiang Xingyue furrowed her brow, stifling the urge to cough. The group wore serious expressions, armed with kitchen knives salvaged from home, while Zhou Yiming wielded a baseball bat, Jiawei a golf club, and Gu Nail held an unknown long stick he had scavenged. Only Tong Yun was unarmed, naturally gravitating to Qianluo, who extended a protective hand towards her. Jiang Xingyue tightened her grip on her backpack, remaining silent. Zhuo Xiangming scanned the group, his gaze lingering on Jiang Xingyue's empty hands for a moment before he ultimately said nothing. He cautiously opened the side door, peering into the alley to ensure there were no anomalies before beckoning the others to follow. He sprinted ahead, leading the way. The 6 had already witnessed the horrors of the outside world, their faces taut with apprehension, eyes betraying a hint of fear. They dared not slacken their pace. Moving as lightly as possible, Jiang Xingyue found herself in the middle of the formation, closely trailing Zhou Yiming by a mere step. She heightened her senses, determined not to overlook any subtle sounds. The long alley lay in perpetual shadow, sunlight barely penetrating even at this oppressive noon hour. The group jogged in silence, the air thick with a nauseating blend of decay mingling with the perfume scent. The only sounds were their own labored breaths, pounding heartbeats, and the slightly chaotic footfalls of a few members, echoing in the stillness as if they were the sole inhabitants of this world. Anxiety gnawed at them, prompting silent calculations of their route. 5 minutes later, they had covered half the distance, a flicker of relief igniting in their hearts. They were almost there. Yet, aside from Zhou Yiming and Yu Hong, the rest struggled to catch their breath. They were merely office workers and students, unaccustomed to such exertion. And the sudden demand to run several kilometers while remaining alert heightened their psychological strain. Jiang Xingyue's brow creased as she gasped for air, her heart racing like a drum. Though her powers had granted her a modest enhancement in physical fitness, it was barely sufficient. She wagered that without her newfound abilities, completing a kilometer would have left her on her knees. But even now, she found herself struggling. Completing 3 kilometers felt like an insurmountable challenge. Biting her lip, sweat glistened on her smooth forehead. Suddenly, her expression shifted, and she whispered, "Zombies ahead." Before the group could comprehend her warning, 2 staggering figures emerged from behind a stack of discarded cardboard boxes in the alley. 10 meters away, Jiang Xingyue cursed inwardly. Her stamina waned too quickly, dulling her senses. The noxious aroma not only affected the zombies but also clouded her judgment. The others froze, fear creeping in as they hesitated, instinctively retreating.
For ordinary people,
facing zombies required a gradual acceptance process. Jiang Xingyue stood resolutely at the back, wiping the sweat from her brow with her sleeve, observing how her companions would react. Just then, 2 figures surged forward. Chapter 24. Silence was deafening. Hiss. The zombies had detected them. The proximity rendered the scent camouflage ineffective. Roar. As the zombies howled, Yu Hong and Zhou Yiming arrived before them. Each confronted a zombie, the stench overwhelming Yu Hong as he faced a creature that had a massive gash in its belly, its entrails grotesquely hanging out. Flies swarmed around it, and the foul odor assailed his nostrils. Yet he was resolute. With a powerful kick, he sent the zombie staggering backward. While it regained its balance, his kitchen knife was already poised before him. The blade struck the zombie's skull with a barely audible thud. The creature swayed and reached out with its decaying hands, attempting to grasp Yu Hong. He swiftly yanked back his knife, dodging the splatter of flesh, and kicked the zombie again, repeating the process until he had thoroughly obliterated its head. Meanwhile, Zhou Yiming, having chosen the zombie that Yu Hong confronted, lunged at the one behind it with brute force. Before it could close the distance, the sound of her bat striking flesh rang out. With a single swing, she shattered the zombie's skull. Jiang Xingyue's eyes widened in amazement at her strength. No wonder even a domineering character like Yu Hong would defer to Zhou Yiming. Following her initial strike, Zhou Yiming swung again, this time not holding back, and decapitated the undead creature with a resounding thud as the head rolled away, landing with a dull thump at the feet of the startled group. The head, rolling down the slight slope of the alley, gained momentum and rushed towards them. The expression on their faces turned pale as they attempted to evade it, only to collide in a panic. Jiang Xingyue, feeling crowded, impatiently squeezed through the gaps. She stepped on the zombie's head, kicking it aside like a soccer ball, where it lodged against a stone. The sight of her unflinching demeanor caused the others to pale further. Silence was deafening. Zhou Yiming, however, found no fault in Jiang Xingyue's actions. Following the unspoken rule of silence, she approached the group, silently gesturing to Zhou Xiangming that they could proceed. As the eldest among them, Zhou Xiangming had been momentarily paralyzed with fear. Realizing his awkwardness, he nodded. Tong Yun, pale with fright, drew closer to Qianle, who was repulsed by the remnants of flesh still clinging to Zhou Yiming's bat. The group collectively exhaled in relief. Zhou Xiangming reassured the terrified individual softly. It's all right. We've covered half the distance. Just hold on a little longer. We'll soon arrive. Having encountered zombies, it's unlikely we will face more. Jiang Xingyue, hearing his confident tone, couldn't fathom how he had reached such a conclusion. She maintained her silence, her expression aloof as she rubbed her foot against the stone where she had stepped on the zombie's head. Zhou Yiming found Jiang Xingyue's actions unexpectedly endearing, reminiscent of her own fastidious pet. It softened her heart, evoking a tender feeling. Jiang Xingyue turned to look at her in confusion, and Zhou Yiming, seeing the perplexity on her fair face, felt even more affection for her. She flashed a silly grin. Jiang Xingyue, what is that expression? She couldn't decipher Zhou Yiming's intent and cast her a quizzical glance before returning her focus. The group's emotions began to settle, and they resumed their journey through the dim alleyway. Having already traversed 2 kilometers, the group mentally calculated the distance left. Just one more turn at the alley, and they would emerge onto the road, with the supermarket conveniently situated nearby. Hope glimmered in their eyes, and a faint smile appeared on Jia Wei's face. However, as they rounded the final corner, that smile froze, his lips stiffening. His eyelids twitched, revealing sheer terror. Jiang Xingyue ran with a pale complexion, her energy solely focused on the exertion of running, beads of sweat dotting her flushed face. Just as she turned the corner, 5 zombies materialized before her, blocking the entrance between the alley and the street. The grotesque figures lay motionless at the alley's mouth, devoid of breath or heartbeat, resembling the dead more than mere corpses. With her senses dulled, Jiang Xingyue remained oblivious to the danger. The 7 individuals, upon witnessing the scene, instinctively hit the brakes, halting their steps and slowing their breaths. Zhou Xiangming's face turned ashen, realizing they were on the brink of reaching safety. He exchanged glances with the others, signaling them to take an alternate route. Yu Hong slightly nodded, grasping Jia Wei's arm as they began to retreat slowly. The remaining members imitated their actions, backpedaling cautiously, striving to make not a single sound. Tong Yun, gritting her teeth, also retreated, feeling as if time itself had stretched into eternity. Positioned at the far left, she pressed against the wall of the alley, next to Qianlu, clutching his arm tightly as she moved with deliberate slowness. The pristine hem of her dress brushed against the filthy wall, acquiring an array of unsightly stains. Her face turned a shade of green as she suddenly felt something beneath her foot, as if she had stepped on something. Her heart leaped into her throat. Overwhelmed by the immense pressure, she glanced down to find a ragged piece of cloth. Letting out a sigh of relief, her racing heart finally calmed, but upon lifting her gaze to retreat once more, she found herself unable to move. Her complexion turned an alarming shade of pale as something gripped her calf. A wave of goosebumps erupted on her exposed leg. Panic surged within her, and time seemed to slow. What could possibly be grasping her foot? Looking down, she discovered the horrifying answer. A decayed hand clung to her slender ankle. The stark contrast between her delicate skin and the putrid flesh was appalling. 2 of its fingers were stripped to the bone, the remaining flesh decaying. Tong Yun could clearly see maggots wriggling on the putrid flesh, inching dangerously close to her leg. Qianlun noticed Tong Yun had halted beside him and turned back in confusion, only to catch sight of her wide-eyed, pale visage. Following her gaze, before he could comprehend, a sharp scream pierced the air.
Ah!
Damn it! Shut up!
Yuan shouted, startled.
Without understanding who had screamed, he instinctively cursed as a warning. The shriek echoed, long and piercing. As Tong Yun locked eyes with the repulsive hand and its writhing maggots, the tension within her snapped. A flash of panic surged through her mind, and she instinctively screamed. The others turned to her in disbelief. Yu Hong stood directly before her, witnessing the zombies at the alley's entrance beginning to stir. Terrified, he shivered. Damn it! He turned around just in time to see Tong Yun's mouth agape. He reacted quickly, spotting the zombie's hand protruding from the garbage heap at her feet. With swift precision, he severed the zombie's arm and kicked it aside, then swiftly decapitated the creature. The relentless screams continued to pierce the air. Tong Yun, paralyzed by fear, lost her ability to think. The others, momentarily stunned by the sudden chaos, failed to intervene. Jiang Xingyue furrowed her brows and stepped forward, delivering a sharp slap to Tong Yun's face. Snap out of it, you fool! Chapter 25. Is it unreasonable to have a watermelon knife and an electric baton in the bag? Tong Yun's scream abruptly ceased. She jolted, as if awakening from a dream. Covering her face in terror, she glanced at Jiang Sheng, who stood a head shorter, her eyes devoid of any emotion, resembling a machine or a beast, cold and piercing. Tong Yun stiffly turned her head, witnessing the grim expressions and fiery glares of her companions. A wave of realization washed over her, and she comprehended the foolishness of her actions. Roar. Hiss. The zombies at the alley's entrance let out a guttural growl. Their heads turned in unison toward the group. Distorted limbs pushed against the ground as they staggered toward them.
Run!
Yu Hong barked, pivoting to flee first. Wait for me. The others scrambled to follow. Jiang Xingyue, however, remained fixated on the zombies at the alley's mouth, hesitation flickering in her eyes. She was more than capable of dealing with a few zombies, but she had no desire to save a fool. More importantly, the density of zombies in the city was alarmingly high. As a mere first level awakened, her energy reserves couldn't withstand excessive expenditure. She intended to explore the city for a day and didn't wish to squander her abilities here. Running? It was a laughable notion. She could hardly muster the strength. Zhou Yiming observed Jiang Xingyue frozen in place, her gaze lingering on her flushed, sweat-drenched face. After a brief moment of hesitation, he declared, "I'm sorry, Miss Jiang." To her astonishment, a pair of strong arms reached out, wrapping around her waist and lifting her effortlessly. By the time she comprehended what was happening, she found herself cradled in Zhou Yiming's embrace. Jiang Xingyue. Zhou Yiming remained silent, swiftly running in the direction of Yu Hong and the others. His left arm held her, as though she were a child, while his right arm swung freely at his side. Jiang Xingyue noted the steadiness of his breathing. Carrying her, a fully grown person, appeared to be a trivial task. She couldn't help but feel a pang of envy, as she instinctively wrapped her arms around Zhou Yiming's neck, securing herself. The embarrassment of being carried faded in the face of the apocalypse. What was there to be fussy about? Moreover, Zhou Yiming had accepted her payment. This was merely an employment arrangement. There was nothing to be ashamed of, and she would compensate him further later. With a stoic expression, she found solace in being cradled by Zhou Yiming as they raced forward, her earlier embarrassment completely dissipating. The group reacted swiftly. The zombies behind them were still at the first level, their speed slow, having already fallen 30 meters behind. For the time being, they wouldn't catch up. But then chaos erupted.
Damn!
Why are there so many? Jia Wei's face turned ashen as he beheld the zombies that had suddenly appeared before them. They were caught between a rock and a hard place. The group was startled by the zombies that had materialized in front of them, and upon turning, they discovered 5 more zombies trailing behind from the alley. They had entered a straight alley, with no retreat. 5 behind and 3 in front. Yu Hong's complexion darkened as he glared at Tong Yun, his eyes filled with fury, his teeth grinding audibly. What a troublemaker. Tong Yun, frightened, clung to Qianle. Hiding behind him, Qianle felt the pressure from Yu Hong, gritting his teeth and standing tall, trying not to show fear. Jiang Shengyue sensed Zhou Yimeng's grip on her tighten as he lifted her slightly higher. She wore a serious expression, neither complaining about Tong Yun's actions nor retreating. Her eyes shone with determination. Silently, she clutched Zhou Yimeng's slightly damp neck, gazing at the approaching zombies. Humans could halt, but the zombies would not. Hiss! The zombies surrounding them lunged forward, a frenzied assault from both sides. Jia Wei trembled. What do we do, big brother? I don't want to die. Jiang Xingyue suddenly spoke in a deep voice. Yu Hong will deal with the ones in front. Zhou Yimeng, you take me to the back. The crowd was in a state of panic. Instinctively, they heeded Jiang Xingyue's calm voice. If you don't want to die, don't dawdle. Do whatever you can. Relying on others for rescue is akin to choosing suicide. There was no time to ponder Jiang Xingyue's commands. The zombies were already less than 3 meters away. The group could only instinctively follow Jiang Xingyue's orders and scatter. Yu Hong, gritting his teeth, charged towards 3 zombies with Jia Wei, while Zhuo Xiangming trembled, clutching a kitchen knife tightly as he followed. The remaining individuals trailed behind Zhou Yimeng, whose baseball bat swung with great force, though she felt an overwhelming anxiety, fearing she might fail to protect Jiang Xingyue. Feigning to rummage through her backpack, Jiang Xingyue extracted a black stun baton and a watermelon knife. Handing the latter to Zhou Yimeng. I will delay them. You focus on severing their heads. Zhou Yimeng paused, her gaze lingering on the gleaming watermelon knife in Jiang Xingyue's hand and her youthful face. What kind of look is that? Is it unreasonable to have a watermelon knife and a stun baton in my bag? Zhou Yimeng accepted the knife, its sharp blade reflecting her fierce expression. Imbued with an air of deadly intent, their cooperation was seamless. While Zhou Yimeng dealt with the zombies before her, Jiang Xingyue raised the stun baton beside her, zapping other zombies to buy time. Jiang Xingyue appeared relaxed, leaning against Zhou Yimeng and biding her time. On the other side, Qianle was in a frantic state, nearly on the verge of tears. Having been out of training for years, he was now forced to run and fight while protecting Tong Yun, who was hiding behind him without any means of defense. He found himself in a chaotic flurry, narrowly escaping several close encounters with the zombies. As Tong Yun observed Jiang Xingyue securely nestled in Zhou Yimeng's arms, she looked at the trembling Qianle struggling to hit the zombies and felt a surge of jealousy. Why did they have to follow Jiang Xingyue's orders? Why were they the ones confronting 5 zombies? It was utterly unfair. Zhou Yimeng was formidable. So, why not let the 2 of them handle it? Tong Yun thought maliciously. Grabbing the back of Qian Li's shirt, she subtly guided him, leading the zombies towards Jiang Xingyue and Zhou Yimeng. Jiang Xingyue had long been aware of Tong Yun's unusual behavior and chuckled coldly to herself. Her clumsy acting was painfully obvious. Tong Yun had targeted her multiple times. How could she not be on guard? Jiang Xingyue allowed Tong Yun to lead the zombies closer. With a malicious smile tugging at the corners of her mouth, Tong Yun thought, let us see you remain smug. Before she could find an opportunity to push the zombies towards Jiang Xingyue, she suddenly noticed another stiff zombie lunging towards her. Her pupils dilated in panic as she instinctively called out Qian Li's name.
Qianle.
Qianle was struggling against a single zombie, his long stick nearly breaking without having dispatched it. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted another zombie charging from the side, sending him into a state of sheer terror. In that moment of distraction, he felt a powerful force from behind that thrust him directly in front of the zombie. He was suddenly engulfed by the approaching creature. In that instant, comprehension dawned upon him, and disbelief flickered in his eyes.
Ah!
Qianle felt a sharp pain across his face, but there was no time to dwell on it. In a moment of desperation, he unleashed a surge of strength to push the zombie back a step, his vision turning red as he fought. Tong Yun turned to Jiang Xingyue, her eyes filled with resentment. Jiang Xingyue smirked coldly. Did she really think everyone else was as foolish as she was? How decisive she was to push someone out to block the zombies. Those unaware would think Qianle held a grudge against her. Zhou Yimeng and Jiang Xingyue stood aside, leaving only Qianluo and Tong Yun facing two remaining zombies. Tong Yun stared at the grotesque, decaying face of a zombie mere feet away, its twisted hands reaching out with a foul stench. In terror, she instinctively closed her eyes and hugged her head, forgetting to evade. The anticipated pain did not come. She opened her eyes to see Zhuo Xiangming, panic-stricken, having shoved the zombie away at the last moment. Yu Hong's eyes remained fierce, his brow tightly knit, as if dissatisfied with Zhuo Xiangming's interference in saving Tong Yun. He shot a fierce glare at her. Once the last two zombies were dispatched, Zhuo Xiangming crouched down, panting heavily. Jia Wei, observing Zhou Yimeng and Jiang Xingyue's aloof demeanor, instinctively muttered, "How heartless." Although Tong Yun had made many mistakes, watching her nearly get killed by a zombie was too cruel. Jiang Xingyue chuckled coldly to herself. Had they not checked the calendar before leaving? Why was there always a moral crusader around? Chapter 26. I think you all have a problem. Tong Yun struggled to suppress her internal panic, but when she turned back, she met Jiang Xingyue's cold gaze. The amber light seemed to illuminate the darkest corners of her heart. Tears welled up in Tong Yun's eyes as she sobbed, "Jiang Xingyue, why didn't you help her earlier? I almost got killed by a zombie. I know we've had our differences, but at such a life-and-death moment, how could you be so callous? If it weren't for Uncle Zhuo, I would be dead by now." Covering her face, her voice was filled with sorrow, though her expression was twisted in rage. Jiang Xingyue remained unmoved by her accusations, observing her performance with a bemused smile. Zhou Yimeng, her brows furrowed in concern, was at a loss for words, struggling to articulate her thoughts amidst Tong Yun's barrage of accusations. Yu Hong, wanting to scold someone, suddenly had an idea. With narrowed eyes, he seized the opportunity. It is indeed wrong to let someone die without helping. A good team should be united and supportive. Xingyue, how could you act in such a manner? If you continue like this, how can our team accept you? Look at your small stature. If we don't protect you, how will you survive? Yu Hong's murky eyes fixed intently on Jiang Xingyue, like a predator eyeing its prey. Zhuo Xiangming hesitated, having originally welcomed Jiang Xingyue into the group, only to find her so cold-hearted. Finally, he helplessly chimed in, "Xingyue, Yu Hong has a point. We're all teammates, and it's indeed wrong to let someone die without assistance. Why don't you apologize to Tong Yun?" Tong Yun felt a surge of triumph, her eyes glinting with malice as she watched Jiang Xingyue. Let us see her maintain her facade. They were all part of the same team, so why should she act superior? Yu Hong gestured to Jia Wei, who immediately caught on to the cue. Clearing his throat, he spoke with feigned seriousness. "I must say, I find her actions rather inconsiderate. However, we are not heartless people. Leaving a young girl to fend for herself is indeed inappropriate. I, Brother Hong, am a compassionate man. If you agree to become my brother's woman, we might overlook this matter. My brother can protect you. What do you think?" Jia Wei and Yu Hong exchanged knowing glances, confirming their unspoken agreement. "I advise you, a girl in this apocalypse should find a reliable man to protect you." Jiang Xingyue raised an eyebrow, a soft laugh escaping her lips as she regarded those opposing her. Yu Hong felt a deep disdain in Jiang Xingyue's laughter. If he were not genuinely interested in her, he would have never shown such patience.
Yu Hong impatiently exclaimed, "Jeanne change."
"Don't push your luck." Tong Yun gritted her teeth in anger. Why should she endure such humiliation while they still allowed that vile woman to remain in their ranks? Zhou Yimeng had run several kilometers, and the presence of Jiang Xingyue felt more urgent than any encounter with zombies, causing beads of sweat to form on her forehead. Her features contorted as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. "It's not as Tong Yun described," she stammered. Her tongue was clumsy from years of social isolation, and although she understood the gravity of the situation, the more anxious she became, the harder it was to express herself. Jiang Xingyue gently placed a hand on Zhou Yimeng's shoulder, silencing her impending words. Her eyes, brimming with scorn, swept across the group, lingering on the figure behind Tong Yun. Upon meeting her gaze, that person hastily lowered their head, a mix of guilt and fear evident on their face, as if they dreaded attracting unwanted attention. With a mocking glint in her eye, Jiang Xingyue shifted her gaze and spoke slowly. "I believe some of you are a bit unwell. You seem to think this is still the old days. Look at what lies beneath your feet. Zombies. How absurd to hold a struggle session in such circumstances." The expressions of the crowd shifted between pale and awkward. After a fierce battle, they were led astray by Tong Yun's words, momentarily forgetting that this was not a time of peace. This was the apocalypse. Jiang Xingyue's scorn deepened. Let us go, Zhou Yimeng, to our destination. Let them wait here for their demise. Zhou Yimeng, uninterested in the others, obediently followed Jiang Xingyue's directive, turning without hesitation to continue towards the supermarket on the street. Yu Hong and his companions were taken aback, surprised by the speed and obedience of this bear-like woman. They soon noticed the scattered corpses beneath their feet and, disregarding other concerns, decided to pursue Zhou Yimeng. One after another, they followed her retreating figure. Tong Yun, seething with anger, stomped her feet in frustration. Suddenly recalling someone, she glanced back nervously, locking eyes with Qianlo, who stared at her with an unsettling gaze. A shiver ran down her spine, but accustomed to asserting dominance over him, she dismissed his unusual demeanor. Impatiently, Tong Yun said, "Enough. I didn't do it on purpose. Who was I making a face at? You're a grown man. Why are you still sulking over being startled and pushed?" Qian Li's eyes flickered with an indescribable emotion, his face reflecting suppressed pain. Gone was his usual welcoming smile as he lowered his head in silence. Just as Tong Yun's patience wore thin, and she saw their figures nearly vanish, Qian Li suddenly moved, grabbing her arm and pulling her forward quickly. Tong Yun grimaced, muttering under her breath about how weak and useless he was. Her irritation subsided in mere seconds as they ran another kilometer, their return journey proving relatively smooth. Upon exiting the alley, they reached the supermarket. Zhou Yimeng, still cradling Jiang Xingyue, was finally able to focus her senses to navigate the surroundings. Fortunately, she did not perceive any immediate threats. In a matter of moments, they arrived at the alley's mouth. Jiang Xingyue, upon seeing the supermarket's exterior, finally understood why this location, marked as a marketplace on the map, seemed devoid of zombies. The wide road was under construction, a large crack running through it and exposing the earth beneath the asphalt. Nearby, shovels and materials lay in disarray. Blue barriers had been erected along both sides of the 50-meter stretch, effectively isolating the area. During the apocalypse, this road was being worked on, and due to the closure, the shops here were largely out of business. Within her sensory range, Jiang Xingyue could only detect a few scattered zombies inside the shops, posing no significant threat. She glanced back at the alleyway, noting that it was the only entrance to this section, making it a prime location for scavenging supplies. Zhou Yimeng, visibly tense, feared a sudden zombie emergence. Sensing her anxiety, Jiang Xingyue offered reassurance. "It's all right. We are safe for now. Let us enter the supermarket." Zhou Yimeng nodded seriously, supporting Jiang Xingyue as they swiftly approached the entrance. The metal roller shutter was firmly closed, blocking their entry. Jiang Xingyue examined the lock at the bottom of the shutter, recognizing it as manual, simpler than an electronic door. "Can you open this?" she inquired of Zhou Yimeng. Zhou Yimeng nodded and stepped forward, gripping the bottom of the door, her veins prominently visible. With a crisp sound, she effortlessly pulled the roller door up to the ceiling. Jiang Xingyue nodded with satisfaction. Zhou Yimeng, slightly embarrassed, smiled shyly, a hint of awkwardness coloring her cheeks. Jiang Xingyue recalled her extraordinary strength when dispatching zombies and carrying her without showing any signs of fatigue. She was certain that Zhou Yimeng was not an awakened one but relied solely on her exceptional physical abilities. What a remarkable gift! However, in the pre-apocalyptic world, such an extraordinary physique and appearance would likely subject her to the burdens of jealousy from others, much like her own frail body. Jiang Xingyue glanced at her again and then turned back, her tone light as she stated, "In the future, they will envy your physique and strength. It is something ordinary individuals covet in this apocalypse." Jiang Xingyue rarely offered comfort. She merely sought to state a fact to enlighten Zhou Yimeng. Compared to awakened ones, Zhou Yimeng was hardly inferior, making her a valuable asset for survival in this dire time. Moreover, a robust physique would increase the likelihood of awakening special abilities. Zhou Yimeng looked at Jiang Xingyue, revealing a bright smile that showcased her white teeth. She embraced Jiang Xingyue again and pushed open a glass door, leading them into the supermarket. Upon entering, a musty odor greeted them, mingling with the scent of dampness from the floor, where remnants of water and mud lingered. Following Jiang Xingyue's cue, Zhou Yimeng gently set her down. As she landed, a cloud of dust was stirred up from the ground, settling in the air. Zhou Yimeng, puzzled, said, "It's fine, I'm not tired. You're too light. You're lighter than the sandbags I usually train with." Jiang Xingyue replied, "We'll be here for a while. I can manage on my own in this supermarket." Zhou Yimeng's sun-kissed cheeks flushed slightly as she quietly murmured an acknowledgement. Jiang Xingyue surveyed the supermarket before her. It was currently closed, the lights off, but she could discern the interior thanks to the daylight streaming through the open door. The supermarket was quite spacious. Likely over 500 square meters, indeed a medium-sized establishment. She noted the presence of a second floor from her earlier observation outside. Behind 5 orderly cash registers stood rows of shelves, laden with products that remained largely intact, preserving their pre-apocalypse state. A thin layer of dust coated all items, while the lower shelves bore remnants of mud from rainwater. The only footprints in the store were those of her and Zhou Yiming, suggesting that no one had visited this place since the world fell into chaos.
I'm exhausted.
Old Zhu, you really know how to find a great spot. Not a single zombie in sight. Jia Wei's light-hearted voice echoed as the 5 individuals who had followed them entered, panting and out of breath.
Wow.
This is what a supermarket should look like. That small one we were at felt like a robbery. Jiang Xingyue's gaze turned icy as it swept over Jia Wei. He shivered slightly, muttering, "Why does it feel so chilly under this bright sun?" Zhu Xiaoming finally caught his breath before responding to Jia Wei. "This is quite a coincidence. On the eve of the apocalypse, I happened to be here on business and stumbled upon this alley. Kind-hearted locals informed me about this narrow passage, and after entering, I purchased a bottle of water from the supermarket. Just now, while checking the map, I recalled this place, which is not far.
To my surprise,
Luck was on my side, as there was no one here. I initially thought that even if others had come, they could hardly carry away all the supplies. With our presence, at least the supermarket, being spacious, would still have some provisions left." Zhou Xiangming wore a look of joy. This trip had not been in vain. Jiang Xingyue meticulously observed the surroundings. The torrential rain had only just ceased. Most survivors had sought refuge in relatively safe locations since the onset of the apocalypse. Those with ample provisions were beginning to run low, while others with scant supplies were nearing their breaking point. Yet the greater terror for humankind was not hunger, but the zombies that loomed as an insurmountable threat. Much like those still connected to power and the internet, they waited for official rescue, preferring to sip water at home rather than venture out in search of resources. The 6 individuals from Yunlan Garden displayed commendable courage by commencing their search for supplies at such an early hour, deftly avoiding the ravenous horde behind them. After several members had entered, Yu Hong pulled down the roll-up door. Although the lock was broken, a small iron clasp within allowed it to be secured just enough. With a click, daylight was barred from entry, plunging the interior into darkness. Acting swiftly, Yu Hong retrieved a lighter for illumination. Guided by Zhou Xiangming, he located the supermarket's light switch, and with a click, a series of white fluorescent tubes flickered to life. The group momentarily shielded their eyes from the sudden brightness. After a brief pause, as they adjusted to the environment, their astonishment was palpable. The entire supermarket was theirs for the taking. Who among us has not dreamt of freely roaming a supermarket in their youth? Jiang Xingyue quietly returned to the group from the midst of the shelves, while only Zhou Yiming cast a curious glance her way, remaining silent. Jiang Xingyue felt a sense of satisfaction at Zhou Yiming's simplicity, appreciating her lack of excessive curiosity. Yu Hong and Jia Wei were heading towards the shelves when a female voice halted his movements. "Have we forgotten something? How did she manage to enter? Wasn't she supposed to be expelled from the group?" Tong Yun observed as the others shifted their focus back to the supplies. "This place was brought to her by us, and all the goods inside belong to us. Why should someone like her share in it?" At Tong Yun's aggressive tone, Zhou Xiangming hesitated momentarily. They had previously discussed the matter in the alley, but realizing the inappropriateness of the situation, they hurried here, leaving Jiang Xingyue's issue unresolved. However, Yu Hong's face was etched with impatience. He had been a notable figure before the apocalypse, when had it become someone else's prerogative to dictate terms. He glanced at Jiang Xingyue, taking in her youthful appearance. The weight of survival supplies momentarily lifted from his mind, and his possessiveness towards Jiang Xingyue surged. So many resources lay before him. Surely they could not simply vanish. Yet this person, if not handled well, could indeed be lost. He recalled instances when oblivious women had behaved recklessly, leading to dire consequences. A disdainful snort escaped him as his gaze toward Jiang Xingyue intensified with greed. "So, my lovely beauty, have you made up your mind? Will you join me? Being with me means you are mine, and you can take whatever you desire. I dare anyone to object." Yu Hong squinted, a dangerous glint dancing in his murky eyes, his smile harboring ill intentions. Jiang Xingyue stepped confidently from behind Zhou Yiming, positioning herself firmly before them. "Tong Yun, well aware of Yu Hong's reputation, deemed Jiang Xingyue unfortunate for attracting his attention. It would be best if he dealt with her. Jiang Xingyue regarded Tong Yun with a frigid stare, causing the latter to feel a surge of discomfort. What more do you have to say? You were the one who turned a blind eye while pushing zombies toward me. Jiang Xingyue raised an eyebrow, surveying Tong Yun before leisurely continuing. If I directed zombies toward you, how come you are still alive? Tong Yun was taken aback. Are you cursing me? Jiang Xingyue expressed genuine curiosity. You're not much different from me. At least I have a weapon for self-defense. You don't even have a stone. How did you escape the zombies? Tong Yun's charming face paled slightly, her eyes darting nervously. What business is it of yours? I simply have good luck. Your weapon of self-defense wouldn't happen to be that person behind you, who is about to turn into a zombie, would it? Chapter 28. The dog that licked until there was nothing left. Tong Yun abruptly turned upon hearing the word zombie. The group's gaze converged on the unnaturally quiet Qianluo, who had his head lowered, only revealing his dark hair. An unsettling feeling washed over Tong Yun as she noticed Qianluo's sudden silence, which was unusual for him. A sense of unease began to swell within her. Zhou Xiangming, confused by Jiang Xingyue's words, inquired, "What do you mean by zombie transformation?" The group turned their attention to Jiang Xingyue once more. Tong Yun, sensing Qian Li's peculiar demeanor, felt an inexplicable panic rise within her, urgency seeping into her voice. You're believing her nonsense? She's just trying to buy time. Hurry, kick her out. Jiang Xingyue stood calmly beside Zhou Yimeng, unperturbed. Addressing the dark-haired figure, she suggested, perhaps you should clarify yourself? However, I would advise you all, after infection by the zombie virus, there is a maximum 2-hour grace period, varying by individual constitution. She paused to assess Qian Li's condition. By the looks of it, he doesn't have much time left. Jiang Xingyue's tone remained steady, her expression playful. If you have any parting words, you'd best say them quickly. Jia Wei took a step back, stammering, You mean he has been infected? Jiang Xingyue cast him a fleeting glance, indeed, when the goddess pushed him forward to block the zombies. Her gaze shifted back to Qianluo as she chillingly added, "Isn't that right?" Qianluo trembled and suddenly raised his head, exposing the reason for his earlier silence. 2 claw marks marred his left jawline, red and inflamed. Some red spiderweb-like veins had begun to spread across his left cheek. Tears welled in Qianluo's eyes as he looked at Tong Yun with a heart-wrenching expression. Why did you push me to block the zombies? I liked you so much.
Why?
Tong Yun, unwilling to back down, retorted, You said you'd protect me.
I didn't force you.
Seeing no hint of remorse on her face, Qianluo felt the tension within him snap. You were the one who told me you had no food, urging me to bring all the provisions from home, so we could return with supplies. You consumed everything I had. Do you know those were the last remnants my mother saved? Tears streamed down his face, mingling with the sting of his wounds. Now I can never return. All because of you. I willingly played the fool for you, but you've led me to my doom. What will happen to my mother? What will I do? He cried out in anguish, clutching his head. The group listened to his lament, their hearts heavy with sorrow. To witness one's descent into despair in such a painful manner was a bittersweet experience. Jia Wei, unable to contain his thoughts any longer, stepped back a few paces before speaking. Buddy, it's not for me to say, but what were you thinking? Why would one go to such lengths for a woman? He cast a disdainful glance at Tong Yun. I thought you two were a couple, considering how you have catered to her every need. He stroked his chin, a hint of pity in his tone. If that is the case, you truly are unfortunate, sacrificing your very life for such a woman. You are nothing but a devoted fool left with nothing. Jean-Lo raised his head once more, his pupils constricting, his voice devoid of emotion. You consumed my resources and relied on me to shield you, all the while using me. You never intended to be with me, did you? You never truly liked me. Although phrased as a question, his tone conveyed a statement of resignation. Under the gaze of those present, Tong Yun felt as if she were exposed, her embarrassment and fury palpable. She retorted sharply, I told you it was your choice. You said you were willing to protect me and do anything for me. So when the zombies charged, pushing you to shield me was merely fulfilling your own desire, and now you're dissatisfied? You men are truly hypocritical. The men nearby exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of incredulity and sympathy for Qianluo. What sort of twisted logic is this? It was as if Zhenluo was seeing the true nature of the woman he had admired for so long for the first time. All illusions shattered. He realized that Tong Yun was merely an ordinary person, her character beneath the surface, so vile and malicious. He should have known. It was too late now. Jiang Xingyue silently watched, discreetly pulling Zhou Yimeng back. The web of wounds on Zhen Lu's jaw had spread to the left side of his face, a ghastly crimson. His pupils reduced to pinpricks. His teeth ground together, unable to control the tension. Just before losing the last vestiges of his humanity, he murmured, "Then let us die together." To the astonishment of the crowd, he lunged at Tong Yun. Without the protection of those before her, Tong Yun stood transfixed, utterly defenseless as the now zombified Qianlu charged towards her.
Ah!
Tong Yun was tightly embraced by Qianlu, struggling desperately against his gaping maw. "Help me! Uncle Zhue! Save me!" Jiang Xingyue raised an eyebrow, finding a touch of cleverness in Qianli's plight. The only person who might save her now was the ever-nice Zhou Xiangming. Tong Yun fought with all her might, her sudden burst of energy surprisingly managing to fend off Qianlu's attacks. Zhou Xiangming could no longer bear to watch. Although Tong Yun was not a good person, he could not stand idly by as someone was bitten to death before his eyes. His face grew pale as he turned to Yu Hong and said, "We must save her. Though she's in the wrong, she is still alive. We came out together. We cannot let her die like this." Yu Hong pondered for a moment, a calculating smile creeping onto his lips. "We can save her, but we need to renegotiate the distribution of supplies." Zhou Xiangming gritted his teeth. They had agreed before setting out that each would take the maximum supplies, redistributing them later based on contributions. With Qianlu gone, they had lost a young fighter. Meanwhile, Tong Yun was still entangled with Qianlu. Her face flushed with urgency as she heard Yu Hong's words and cried out, "Save me. If you save me, I'll give you my share." Zhou Xiangming ultimately relented. "All right. We will redistribute later. Let us save her first." Yu Hong chuckled smugly as he approached Tong Yun, knife raised. Jiang Xingyue clicked her tongue, contemplating whether she should part ways with this peculiar group. The power of a saintly figure in a post-apocalyptic world can be exceedingly overwhelming. Chapter 29. She is quite self-righteous. Isn't she? Zhen Lo was inherently a reclusive individual with little physical exertion in his daily life. Even as a zombie, his lethality was limited. Even Tong Yun, after unleashing her inner strength, could withstand him to some extent. Yu Hong approached, swiftly severing Qianlu's head with a few strokes. It rolled to rest at Tong Yun's feet. Overcome with exhaustion, she collapsed to the ground, terror etched across her face. As she watched Qianlu's head roll away, their pupils met, and she trembled, pale in disbelief, realizing that in his final moments as a human, Qianlu had lunged at her. He intended to take her down with him. How despicable. Useless. Tong Yun, in a fit of rage, directed all her pent-up emotions towards anger. She steadied her weak legs and walked over to Qianlu's lifeless body, delivering 2 fierce kicks. "You useless wretch. Want to drag me down with you? You think you deserve to die alongside me? Even in death, you remain worthless." The onlookers regarded her actions with mixed feelings. Zhou Yimeng felt a pang of compassion, stepping forward to restrain the seemingly deranged Tong Yun. Just as she was about to move, a slender hand gripped her waist firmly. She looked down to find Jiang Shenyue's indifferent amber eyes meeting hers. Zhou Yimeng hesitated, retracting her leg and remaining silent. After venting her rage, Tong Yun caught sight of Jiang Xingyue. Suddenly, her emotions sought another outlet. "It's all your fault. You wicked woman. It was you who deliberately pushed the zombies towards me in the alley, forcing me to hide behind Qianlu." A twisted smile formed on her face. As if she had uncovered the true culprit, she shouted, "Jiang Xingyue, you murderer! You caused Qianlu's death." Zhou Yimeng felt that Tong Yun was merely looking for trouble. She had clearly seen Tong Yun lead the zombies towards them. Jiang Xingyue had not acted with malice. The memory of Jiang Shenyue's cold expression at that moment surfaced in her mind, causing her to waver. Was it truly unintentional? Zhou Yimeng casually glanced at Jiang Xingyue, her heart tumultuous. She felt guilty for suspecting Jiang Xingyue. Frowning, she struggled internally, her face reflecting her conflict. Jiang Xingyue perceptively sensed Zhou Yimeng's hesitant gaze, finding it somewhat amusing that even doubters felt embarrassed. A mechanical smile graced Jiang Xingyue's lips. "I did intentionally lead the zombies towards you." Tong Yun and the others were taken aback. Just like that, an admission? Jiang Xingyue disregarded the reactions of others and turned her gaze to Tong Yun. "Wasn't it you who first dragged Qianlu leading the zombies towards me? At that moment, I, Zhou Yiming, and Qianluo were all busy fighting the zombies. What were you doing? Hiding behind Qianluo, waiting for others to eliminate the threat so you could reap the rewards. Tong Yun felt a pang of guilt and opened her mouth to defend herself, but Jiang Xingyue did not grant her the opportunity, her beautiful eyes glimmering with derision. TSK. Everyone else was fighting valiantly against the zombies for the team. You, on the other hand, waited for the final distribution while pretending to be helpful, even deliberately drawing the zombies towards me and Zhou Yiming. I merely retaliated in the same manner. If you hadn't intentionally clung to me, how could I have pushed the zombies towards you? Had I failed, it would not have been me who became a zombie, but Zhou Yiming. If you lack the skill, do not act as if everyone owes you a favor. You pushed Qianle to block the zombies. I did not force you. I did not kill Qianle. If you had not pulled him over, he would not have died. Jiang Xingyue maintained her mechanical smile and added, he died for you. You are the murderer. The one who killed Qianle. Aren't you afraid he will haunt you at night? He loved you so much, even as a zombie. He would be the first to lunge at you. Tong Yun's hair was disheveled, her white dress stained with unknown filth. She no longer possessed the proud demeanor she had when Qianluo was protecting her. Under Jiang Xingyue's sharp and scathing verbal assault, she began to falter, stumbling back a couple of steps, her facial muscles twitching. Her gaze wandered, unable to meet Jiang Xingyue's bright, moon-like eyes. She felt waves of humiliation, as the darkness within her heart was laid bare for all to see. Tong Yun screamed, her voice trembling as she instinctively retorted, I am not. You are talking nonsense. Jiang Xingyue ignored her and turned to face the silent Zhou Yiming. Are you disappointed to know that I deliberately pushed the zombie towards you, resulting in Qianli's death? Zhou Yiming gazed into her eyes, contemplating seriously for a few seconds. To be honest, I was initially surprised, but I believe you did the right thing. My brother once said that one can be kind but must not lack principles. If others aim to harm you, and you do not retaliate, that would be foolish and cowardly. Qianli's death is not your fault. Do not blame yourself. A few people nearby, who were eavesdropping, chimed in. Where did you see her blaming herself? She seems quite justified, doesn't she? Zhou Yiming smiled reassuringly at Jiang Xingyue. The one who should truly feel guilty is Tong Yun. If she hadn't harbored ill intentions against you, Qianluo wouldn't have died. So, it's not your fault. It's all Tong Yun's doing. Jiang Xingyue was somewhat taken aback and smiled with her eyes bent. Her brother was quite interesting. It seemed that the sibling bond was quite strong. Tong Yun, seeing that Jiang Xingyue completely ignored her, was infuriated. The one thing she could not tolerate was being overlooked. She was on the brink of transforming into a raging beast, ready to shout at the top of her lungs. Jiang Xingyue suddenly looked at her, her gaze sharp and piercing. It was as if she had seen through Tong Yun's dark intentions, and she coldly warned, you had better shut your mouth. If you attract zombies, don't blame me for tossing you to them. Perhaps you can test whether I dare to do so. Tong Yun was momentarily stunned, instinctively closing her half-open mouth and raising a hand to cover it. She was sure she would dare. This lunatic. When this lunatic admitted to deliberately leading the zombies towards her, Jiang Xingyue's expression of regret was unmistakable. Jiang Xingyue truly felt regret for not having killed her. Jiang Xingyue contemplated once more the feasibility of eliminating Tong Yun. Her principle in dealing with fools was based on their utility. Tong Yun shuddered involuntarily. For Jiang Xingyue's gaze towards her felt like that of a predator eyeing its prey. Suddenly, Jiang Xingyue had a thought and smiled at Tong Yun. Cherish your limited life, little pawn. Tong Yun appeared somewhat bewildered, having not clearly heard what Jiang Xingyue said. She only saw her lips move a few times, and then that murderous gaze vanished. Zhuo Xiangming, seeing that Tong Yun had finally quieted down, wiped the sweat from his forehead. This person was on the verge of madness. He feared that such a commotion would attract zombies. Good, let us calm down. Jia Wei, with a swagger, spoke while leaning against the wall. So, Tong Yun has been lying all along? Yu Hong frowned and glanced at him. So what? Jia Wei blurted out without thinking. Brother, are you foolish? If Tong Yun is lying, doesn't that mean we wronged Jiang Xingyue by believing her? Yu Hong's lips twitched as he kicked Jia Wei sharply. Shut up. Zhuo Xiangming also realized the situation and felt embarrassed. We truly apologize, Xingyue. We wronged you earlier. Thanks to you, we managed to leave the alley quickly. Otherwise, we might have encountered zombies by staying put. Jiang Xingyue's expression remained cold, and she did not respond. Seeing this, Zhuo Xiangming forced a smile. deliberately ignoring Qian Li's corpse on the ground. Let us quickly gather supplies. Just food and water will suffice. We'll leave other items for redistribution when we return. He then looked at Jiang Xingyue. You don't have to worry about me. I want to be accompanying you. A few people walked towards the supermarket. Jiang Xingyue let Zhou Yiming gather supplies on her own, while she wandered around. Observing them moving among various shelves, Jiang Xingyue leisurely strolled to the farthest corner. Unfazed, she passed by 2 rows of shelves, and the goods vanished as she walked by, absorbed into her spatial domain. Her command over this ability had grown increasingly adept. She could now collect items without adjusting her strength or making contact. She ambled as though in a garden, her senses alert to the slightest disturbances nearby. This area was filled with grains, oils, and various kitchen condiments. Regardless of brand or type, she simply collected everything. Half an hour later, Zhuo Xiangming and Yu Hong returned one by one to the open area in front of the checkout counter. Jiang Xingyue casually packed some food into her backpack and joined the group. Zhuo Xiangming relaxed his demeanor. Let us pack up according to our strength and redistribute them when we return to the community. Suddenly, a wave of unease washed over Jiang Xingyue. She furrowed her brow. Sensing that something was amiss, she amplified her senses, searching for the source of her discomfort. Zhou Yiming, rarely taking the initiative, said, now that we've found supplies, it's time to head to the pharmacy, as we agreed before coming out. Zhuo Xiangming's gaze fixed upon Zhou Yiming's determined face, his expression wavering. Unable to meet her eyes, Jiang Xingyue had already formed a suspicion about Zhou Yiming's insistence on going to the pharmacy. Just as she was about to speak up for clarification, suddenly, her heart raced, her pupils dilating momentarily. She sensed an unusual aura approaching. Zombies were coming. The others were momentarily stunned, turning to Jiang Xingyue, who had spoken. They listened with uncertainty, but there were no sounds. Jia Wei chuckled. Don't joke around. What do you know? In their eyes, Jiang Xingyue was merely a fierce young girl. Ignoring him, Jiang Xingyue's expression turned serious. It's not a level 1 zombie. It's actually a level 2 zombie. She pursed her lips and spoke coldly. There's no time. Chapter 30. Where's the level 2 zombie? Just as Jia Wei was about to ask a question, a strange sound echoed. A scratching noise. Jia Wei's voice trembled. What is that sound? Did you hear it? Tong Yun instinctively felt that something was off. Cautiously, she moved slowly behind Yu Hong, anxiously clutching her clothing. Yu Hong scoffed at the cautious demeanor of the group, kicking Jia Wei. Stop being such a coward. It's just a zombie. I've killed plenty. He slapped Jia Wei again in frustration. Look at you. Making me lose face. He surveyed the group, his voice raised. We are so many. What is there to fear? Bring on a few, and I'll kill them. Jia Wei, having been scolded twice, remained silent. Jiang Xingyue disregarded their antics, her mind calculating the current situation. Her senses were likely accurate. This trouble was significant. It wasn't a level 1 zombie, it was a level 2. While she could handle a level 2 zombie, she was currently with these survivors. If her powers were to run out, or if she were to encounter unexpected circumstances. Jiang Xingyue's contemplative gaze discreetly swept over the 6 individuals. Yu Hong harbored ambitions toward her, while Jia Wei was his accomplice. Tong Yin viewed her with disdain and had previously taken actions to see her harmed. Should she truly find herself in peril, with these individuals behind her, her situation would be dire. Only Zhou Yiming seemed somewhat reliable, but for now, their relationship was merely that of hired help in a sandwich scenario. It was best to remain still and adapt to the circumstances as they unfolded. Making her decision, Jiang Xingyue ceased speaking, her senses straining to detect any unusual movements within her vicinity. Her expression was grave, keenly aware of a level 1 zombie approaching from the adjacent alley. But where was the level 2 zombie? Again, a sharp sound pierced the air, accompanied by the unsettling sound of scratching. It resembled nails scraping against metal or a chalkboard, sending shivers down one's spine. This time, everyone heard it. Their expressions shifted, unease spreading as they anxiously scanned for the source of the noise. Zhuo Xiangming's voice trembled. Yu Hong, can you tell where the sound is coming from? Yu Hong furrowed his brow in silence. Before he could comprehend the bizarre sounds, the tightly shut metal shutter suddenly emitted a series of loud bangs. The noise startled Zhuo Xiangming and the others, causing them to shudder. The banging seemed to activate some peculiar switch, and soon, a cacophony of crashes echoed in their ears as the door was violently shaken. What on earth is out there? Jiang Xingyue, do you know? Jia Wei. On the verge of collapse, asked frantically. What use is it to ask her? She knows nothing. Perhaps it's just other survivors, Jiang Xingyue coldly replied. You can't be that naive, can you? What's outside are zombies. Yu Hong frowned, about to speak when the sounds of the zombies interrupted him, causing him to turn sharply towards the door. Hiss growl. The zombies, drawn to the scent of the living yet unable to devour them, began to move with increasing fervor. The intense roars resonated from outside. Jiang Xingyue's nose twitched as she caught a whiff of the putrid stench seeping through the crack in the door, reminiscent of flesh that had rotted for months at room temperature. The frantic banging lasted mere seconds before the terrified group witnessed the feeble shutter beginning to warp. This sounds like a horde of zombies. Yu Hong's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he grasped a kitchen knife that had been set aside since they entered. Warily watching the door, Jiang Xingyue raised her gaze, her eyes darkening as she stared at the ceiling. Zhou Yiming placed her hand protectively over the dazed Jiang Xingyue, pushing her behind her. In a low voice, she instructed, "Stay behind me and don't leave my protective range." Jiang Xingyue focused her attention on the tall figure in front of her, her eyes concealing a complex array of emotions.
Bang!
With a thunderous crash, the supermarket's iron door finally succumbed to the pressure, cracking open. The group's pupils dilated in shock. Behind the shutter was merely a glass door. But it wasn't even closed. 7 or 8 decayed arms reached through the gap. The sharp metallic edges scraped against the rotting flesh of the zombie's arms, tearing off chunks of putrid meat that clung to the iron. Those arms, devoid of sensation, continued to grasp blindly at the air in search of something. Among them were 2 bloodied zombie heads, their flesh peeling off, their bulging eyes fixated on the living. The scent of food drove them into a frenzy. Where on earth did all these zombies come from? Jia Wei's eyes widened in terror. Wasn't he this route sealed off? Why are there still so many zombies? Zhou Xiangming trembled, instinctively responding, there are about 10 or 12. Yu Hong cursed under his breath. Today is truly my unlucky day. It must be because of that damn woman, Tong Yun, making such a ruckus earlier. I swear I'll skin her alive. Tong Yun had long hidden herself at the back, weaponless, cowering between 2 rows of shelves, peering through the disheveled goods towards the door. Hearing Yu Hong's words, she began nervously chewing on her fingers. Beneath her disheveled hair, her eyes darted about nervously. She muttered, "It's not my fault. Not my fault. It's all because of Jiang Xingyue. Yes, yes. It's all her fault. That jinx." As if she had suddenly found the source of all her misfortunes, she gradually calmed down, fixing her gaze on Jiang Xingyue with eyes filled with resentment. The few people near the door instinctively retreated, the number of zombies exceeding their worst fears. Their faces displayed varying degrees of cowardice, except for Jiang Xingyue. She felt no trepidation towards the zombies at the entrance. Instead, she was searching for the hidden second-level zombies. Compared to them, these first-level zombies were hardly worth her concern. Those second-level zombies were not formidable compared to higher-tier ones. She was still at the awakening stage of a first level. Caution was imperative when facing second-level zombies, which possessed the ability to attract first-level ones, making them troublesome adversaries. "Brother Hong, we need to run." Yu Hong spat in frustration, shaking off Jia Wei's grasp, cursing angrily. "Are you out of your mind? This supermarket has only one entrance. Where do you propose we escape? The only way out is to eliminate these disgusting creatures. Otherwise, we'll inevitably perish. Do you understand?" Creak, roar, hiss. The flimsy metal could no longer withstand the force of a dozen zombies, collapsing with a resounding crack. The horde twisted and, driven by instinct, lunged towards the few living souls. Gritting their teeth, the group armed themselves and braced for a fierce confrontation with the zombies. Jiang Xingyue stood behind Zhou Yiming, coldly observing the ceiling. At this moment, the initial bizarre sounds had faded. Everyone, except Jiang Xingyue, assumed the commotion had originated from the entrance. After Jiang Xingyue declined to use the electric baton, Zhou Yiming did not press further. She wielded the baton in her left hand and a watermelon knife in her right, using the baton first before switching to the knife. Understanding the zombies' weaknesses, she swiftly dispatched the 3 zombies that had surrounded her.
Yung.
Though not as effective as Zhou Yiming, managed to take down 2.
Morale surged instantly.
Suddenly, Jiang Xingyue keenly detected a faint sound amidst the chaos. A second-level zombie. She focused intently on a specific spot on the ceiling. Tong Yun, hiding behind the shelves, felt something fall onto her face. Instinctively, she reached up to wipe it away.
Dust?
Confused, she glanced up at the ceiling. Just then, her pupils widened in horror. The ceiling cracked open like a spider's web, numerous fissures forming. Fragments began to fall onto her and the floor. As the ceiling threatened to collapse, she screamed in terror, her body reacting faster than her mind as she instinctively rolled to the side. There was a dull thud as something crashed down where she had just been, knocking over nearby shelves. The group at the door was startled by the noise behind them, turning to see another zombie. Unlike the others, its black and white eyes were clear, devoid of the murky bloodshot veins typical of zombies. A pinprick-sized black hole radiated malice from its stark, white eyeball. It opened its gaping maw, stretching from ear to ear. Everyone could distinctly see the layers of sharp teeth and the gory flesh within. This peculiar zombie had its sights set on Tong Yun, who froze in terror at its eerie gaze. Her blood ran cold as she scrambled to join the group. Yu Hong, engaged with the zombie, found himself overwhelmed. Seeing Tong Yun lead the zombie towards them, his eyes widened in disbelief. Damn it, that wretched woman. I should have killed you first. Tong Yun's mind went blank, consumed by a singular thought. As long as there were others present, this zombie wouldn't kill her. The group scattered in all directions, leaving only Yu Hong and Zhou Yiming ensnared by the zombies. She instinctively chose to run towards Zhou Yiming, who had remained indifferent to her previous taunts. With two zombies before her, Zhou Yiming felt a surge of despair as she noticed the faster, stronger zombie racing toward her. Spurred by Tong Yun, gritting her teeth, she dispatched the two zombies before her as quickly as she could, but it was too late. Tong Yun had reached her goal, flashing Zhou Yiming a slight smile before falling sideways onto the ground beside her. With the target gone, the second-level zombie locked onto Zhou Yiming. It grinned, extending its filthy, claw-like hands with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it was upon her. Zhou Yiming's despair reached its zenith. Was she truly going to perish here? She had promised to protect Jiang Xingyue, and her brother awaited her return. Just then, she saw a frail figure appear before her. Shocked, she widened her eyes, disbelief threatening to overflow. Get out of the way. Chapter 31. The hidden strength of Jiang Xingyue's Zhou Yiming felt as though the movements of those around her had slowed to a crawl, as if the very air had solidified. Before her stood a petite figure, blocking her path. A singular question lingered in her mind. Why? Why would someone stand in front of her? Did she truly deserve such an act from Jiang Xingyue? Nearby, a few individuals lay in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. Zhuo Xiangming instinctively covered his face with his hands, unable to bear the sight unfolding before him. In the blink of an eye, everything transpired. The second-level zombie moved with blinding speed, closing the distance to Jiang Xingyue in an instant. A ripple coursed through her previously calm gaze, and a faint smile graced her lips. The system's notification echoed in her mind, alerting her to the imminent threat of the second-level zombie. A mission had been issued to resolve the crisis at hand and eliminate the creature. The rewards were enticing: 500 points and 2 drones. Jiang Xingyue regarded the menacing zombie before her as if it were a glimmering prize. With those points, she could soon acquire a flamethrower. Her spirits surged with excitement. In her anxious state, Zhou Yiming felt as if she were hallucinating. Was there something grotesque and tendril-like extending from Jiang Xingyue's palm? No. It was no illusion. Jiang Xingyue raised her right hand, fingers splayed, pointing at the second-level zombie. 5 or 6 writhing vines coalesced within her grasp. As the zombie lunged towards her, the vines shot forward with astonishing speed. A gust of wind whipped through Jiang Xingyue's hair, causing it to dance around her face. The fabric of her clothing billowing behind her, adorned with soft creases.
Wow.
Jiawei had envisioned several outcomes, but never anticipated this possibility. His astonishment condensed into a mere exclamation. Incredible. With a whoosh, the dark green vines darted forth like arrows, piercing the zombie with a sharp hiss. 5 tendrils impaled the creature, halting it just half a meter from Jiang Xingyue. In that tense moment, Jiang Xingyue coolly tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, scrutinizing the zombie before her. Its sharp, black claws reached out desperately, yet it could only manage to get within 5 centimeters of her nose. Jiang Xingyue lowered her gaze to its fingertips, which glimmered with an eerie, steel-like sheen, reflecting light as if they were razor edges. It was a significant source of infection. One mere scratch could transmit the virus. The infectious capacity of a second-level zombie was twice as potent as that of a first-level. A person of frail constitution could scarcely survive 3 minutes post-infection. The zombie was firmly anchored in place. It exhibited some changes compared to its first-level counterpart, such as its formidable claws and a mouth filled with menacing, sharp teeth that opened and closed like a sinister mechanism. Its speed was remarkable, and its leaping ability exceptional. Yet it remained a mindless creature driven solely by instinct. When Tong Yin suddenly collapsed, followed by Jiang Xingyue's abrupt appearance, any seasoned individual would have sensed a trick. Yet the second-level zombie recognized only a new source of food, unfazed by the change. It charged forth with unwavering speed. As the vine struck and the zombie moved, it became ensnared within the tendrils, which wrapped around its body and secured it tightly. The vines twisted around several times before driving forcefully into the ground, shattering the tiles beneath. When Jiang Xingyue withdrew her right hand, the zombie remained firmly restrained. It let out a frustrated growl. Jiang Xingyue turned to call out to Zhou Yimeng, only to find her standing rigidly, as if petrified. Her mouth opened slightly in an attempt to speak, but no sound emerged. With a hint of resignation, Jiang Xingyue decided to allow her to process the situation in silence. She moved towards a corner where she had earlier concealed a chainsaw upon entering the darkened supermarket. She was not yet ready to reveal her spatial abilities to these individuals. Her wood-type plant powers were inconsequential in comparison. Several days prior, she had encountered 2 awakeners, one a fire type with ambitions of robbery, and the other a slender, sensory type. The existence of awakeners would soon become widely known, so her presence was not particularly conspicuous. However, revealing her rare spatial abilities without sufficient power for protection would be unwise. Now was the perfect moment to employ the chainsaw. The dozen zombies at the entrance lay lifeless on the ground. Within the supermarket, only the 5 members of Yun Lanyuan and Jiang Xingyue remained. An eerie silence enveloped the space. Even the sound of breathing seemed to vanish. The only audible noise was the muted thud of Jiang Xingyue's heavy boots striking the floor, amplified in the stillness. The others maintained their postures from when they had scattered to evade the second-level zombie, their rigid gazes following Jiang Xingyue's movements.
Yung,
Having sprinted the farthest to a distance of 10 meters from the center, stood tense. His sturdy frame frozen as he witnessed Jiang Xingyue's extraordinary power that held the zombie in place. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, silently streaming into his clothing. Inside, Yu Hong's mind raged with disbelief. Why did this girl possess such strength? He had previously warned her of danger, claiming he would protect her as long as she became his woman. His experiences in society had taught him to navigate power dynamics, yet he had misjudged her entirely. Would she seek revenge for his earlier words? The more he thought about it, the faster his anxiety escalated, the fabric around his neck soaked through with perspiration. Jia Wei sat stunned on the ground. Tong Yun, that fool, had run towards them with a zombie, clearly seeking a scapegoat. Fortunately, he had been quick on his feet. He had assumed Zhou Yimeng would be doomed this time. Even a fool could see that the zombie was abnormal. Hadn't he seen his brother sprint away at breakneck speed? Yet that girl, who could barely run a few kilometers, stood defiantly before Zhou Yimeng. He had even planned to mock her after Jiang Xingyue's demise. To his shock, she was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Yu Hong's taut expression and the sweat glistening on his brow. He had previously tried to curry favor with Yu Hong by teasing Jiang Xingyue. Regret washed over him, wishing he could turn back time and slap himself repeatedly. Jiang Xingyue could easily dispatch 10 of him without breaking a sweat. Zhuo Xiaoming had long since been rendered speechless. He had only just learned that the infected were referred to as zombies in this post-apocalyptic world. Witnessing Jiang Xingyue's bizarre power, he felt as though reality itself had warped into something fantastical. His heart raced, overwhelmed by the surrealism of it all. Tong Yun, sprawled on the ground, was in the most disheveled state among them. She no longer bore any resemblance to the vibrant youth she once was. Her hair fell messily, her face smeared with a mixture of tears, sweat, and dirt. Her once pristine dress was now soiled and tattered. Sitting on the ground, she propped herself up with her arms, her gaze vacantly drifting between Jiang Xingyue and the ensnared zombie. Why was this happening? How had Jiang Xingyue survived? What gave this sickly girl such formidable power? It was unjust. She possessed a better figure and appearance than Jiang Xingyue. Such strength should have belonged to her. A tumult of complex emotions swirled within Tong Yun's eyes, her expression fluctuating between distortion and fury. Jiang Shengyue disregarded the gazes of the crowd and strode toward the chainsaw in the corner. Upon grasping it, she turned around, the sound of the machine reverberating through the supermarket. As she stood before the level 2 zombie, it lunged at her, baring its teeth. With a raised eyebrow and a smile, she activated the chainsaw, its buzzing resonating ominously. The onlookers regarded her, puzzled by her intentions, unable to fathom her next move. However, as Jiang Xingyue narrowed her eyes and brought the whirring chainsaw closer to the zombie's head, several individuals felt their pupils widen in shock. The chainsaw was firmly held in her steady hands, its sharp teeth gliding back and forth against the zombie's neck, slicing effortlessly. The zombie was immobilized, its joints restrained, leaving only its head capable of movement. As it opened its jaws in a futile attempt to bite the chainsaw, Jiang Xingyue skillfully maneuvered the blade away from its gnashing teeth. Although the zombie's bite would not shatter the chainsaw, it could still inflict wear and tear that was unnecessary. When the chainsaw had penetrated halfway through the zombie's head, a slight twitch in its ear alerted her to something amiss. With swift precision, she severed the zombie's head, which fell to the ground, and then used the chainsaw to cleave the head in two, dark red viscous blood and pus spilling forth. The spectators shuddered in unison, aghast at the gruesome spectacle. Zhou Yiming had been closely observing Jiang Xingyue's actions and, in a moment of distraction, thought she caught a glimpse of something luminous amidst the shattered remains of the zombie's head, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared. She blinked, dismissing it as a trick of the light. Jiang Xingyue subtly moved her fingers, and the vines that bound the zombie's body flickered like a pixelated glitch before dissipating into glowing green particles. These were manifestations of her energy, and upon retraction, they left no residue, as they were not true botanical entities. In a cold voice, Jiang Xingyue urged, "I advise you all to prepare. The next wave of zombies is approaching." Zhuo Xiangming felt as though he had misheard, his voice trembling as he asked, "There are more zombies?" Jiang Xingyue, seemingly calm yet troubled, recognized that while she had quelled the immediate crisis, the system notification had yet to sound. And she had sensed an unusual energy fluctuation, a sign that this was not the end. She cast a glance at him, affirming that despite the demise of the level 2 zombie that had summoned others, the threat lingered. Jia Wei, quick-witted, cautiously inquired, "But we've eliminated all these zombies, right? How can there be more?" Zhuo Xiangming and the others looked at her expectantly, having witnessed her extraordinary capabilities. Jiang Xingyue's expression turned steely as she replied, "Because there is still a second level 2 zombie. It and its minions will soon arrive to claim our supplies." Jia Wei, attempting to ingratiate himself, stammered, "But you're here, right? You're so strong. A few measly zombies are no challenge for you." His words were abruptly cut short as Jiang Shengyue's icy gaze fixed upon him, instilling a bone-chilling fear. With pale lips, she uttered, "Your survival is of no concern to me." The moment those words left her mouth, Jia Wei felt an icy paralysis seize his body, even the instinctive tremors halting, leaving only terror in their wake. Zhuo Xiangming, disregarding his trepidation, scrambled to his feet, his legs trembling as he gathered the scattered supplies. "We must leave now. We need to hurry," he exclaimed, panic rising as he sensed the impending doom outside. Jiang Xingyue's declaration seemed to resonate as an order, and the sound of chaotic footsteps echoed from the street. The unmistakable growls of zombies reached every ear. Yu Hong cursed under his breath, gathering courage to peer through a gaping hole in the dilapidated shutters. To his horror, the street was inundated with a horde of zombies, their bodies pressing against the barriers, toppling them as they advanced toward the supermarket. "Is the entire street converging here?" he thought, gritting his teeth as he recalled the nearby alley and instinctively turned to flee, only to find zombies emerging from there as well. Despair washed over him as he retreated back into the supermarket. Zhuo Xiangming anxiously queried, "Yu Hong, what is happening? Can we still escape?" "There's no way out. The streets are crawling with zombies, at least dozens of them. The alley is blocked too. We're trapped." Yu Hong's frustration mounted as he felt anger and helplessness swell within him. Upon hearing Yu Hong's response, Zhuo Xiangming's mind went blank, memories of his family flooding back, tears of despair streaming down his face as he swayed unsteadily. Jiang Xingyue pressed her lips together, realizing too late that the encroaching zombies had formed a tight perimeter around them. "Zhou Yiming, to the second floor," Jiang Xingyue commanded. Zhou Yiming, bolstered by her words, sprinted deeper into the supermarket, with Jiang Xingyue following closely behind. The others understood that their only hope lay in adhering to Jiang Xingyue, so they hurriedly stumbled after her. Tong Yun was the quickest to react, her gaze fixed on the perpetually calm figure that both intrigued and irritated her. After running 20 meters, Zhou Yiming noticed that Jiang Xingyue was lagging and turned back, scooping her up in her arms as if she were weightless, just as she had done in the alley. Jiang Xingyue released her gathered energy, allowing Zhou Yiming to carry her forward. Once inside the supermarket, Jiang Xingyue quickly surveyed the layout. Noting it was a medium-sized establishment with 2 floors, Zhou Yiming located the escalator that had ceased operation and ascended with Jiang Xingyue in tow. The second floor resembled the first, albeit with less densely packed shelves. Momentarily, Zhou Yiming hesitated, to the deli section. Instinctively, she followed Jiang Xingyue's directive. As supermarkets in Rongning City were typically similar, reaching the deli area, which was enclosed behind glass panels, Zhou Yiming dashed forward to find a small door to enter. After sidestepping to allow Jiang Xingyue to enter, the others hurriedly followed suit, squeezing in one after another. Ignoring them, Jiang Xingyue directed Zhou Yiming. Secure all the windows and lock the doors. The deli section featured metal barriers below waist height, with transparent glass above. A series of operable windows allowed staff to serve food from within. Zhou Yiming quickly checked each lock, and the others, not wanting to be idle, joined in to assist. Jiang Xingyue assessed the entrance they had just utilized, relieved to find it was a metal door, offering some measure of safety. Though the glass wouldn't hold out for long, she turned to Zhuo Xiangming and asked, "Do you still have your perfume?" Instinctively, he rummaged through his bag and produced a small bottle, the pink liquid inside nearly depleted. "This is all that's left," he replied. Jiang Xingyue nodded. "Use it liberally. Spray it on the glass windows, the door, and 3 steps beyond." Zhuo Xiangming, eager for direction, rushed outside to comply, fear momentarily overshadowed by the urgency of the situation. As soon as he took a step, he heard Jiang Xingyue's faint voice behind him. "If we can't withstand this wave, we'll all end up working in the underworld. And we won't be able to take the remaining perfume with us." Zhuo Xiangming stumbled, his left foot tangling with his right. And after a brief twitch at the corner of his mouth, he refrained from turning back. With a steely resolve, he ventured outside to spray the perfume. When he returned, the metallic door clicked shut securely. Only then did the busy few find a moment to catch their breath. The intense combination of running and climbing had taken quite a toll on them. Jia Wei and Zhuo Xiangming suddenly found themselves in a camaraderie of exhaustion, both equally out of breath as they slumped to the ground, leaning against each other. They could not help but envy Jiang Xingyue, for they lacked someone like Zhou Yiming, a human vehicle to rely on. Zhou Yiming bit her lip, anxiously inquired of Jiang Xingyue, "Miss Jiang, what should we do next?" Jiang Xingyue scanned the surroundings and found a relatively clean spot, promptly sitting down to rest. Zhou Yiming pondered for a moment, but ultimately decided against overthinking it. She knew her physical strength was merely a slight advantage over others, yet throughout her life, besides her brother, no one had ever deemed her intelligent. Every decision Jiang Xingyue had made thus far had proven correct. Following her lead had always been wise. Moreover, she had saved her life, so surely she wouldn't harm her. Had Jiang Xingyue known of her unwavering confidence, she would have surely chuckled. In this apocalyptic world, individuals like Zhou Yiming, with such a simple disposition, were indeed rare. Obediently, she settled beside Jiang Xingyue, quietly fulfilling her promise. The others exchanged glances, hesitating. Yu Hong sat down on the opposite side and scrutinized the downcast Jiang Xingyue. Jia Wei contemplated asking something but recalled their earlier encounter downstairs, sending a shiver down his spine. Yu Hong glanced at Zhuo Xiangming, urging him to speak with his eyes. Zhuo Xiangming felt somewhat helpless. Among them, besides the taciturn Zhou Yiming, who seemed to follow Jiang Xingyue unconditionally, he was the only one capable of uttering a few words. Resigned, he cautiously inquired, "Xingyue, may I ask if hiding like this will allow us to escape?" Chapter 33. What she waited for has yet to appear. Jiang Xingyue cast a glance at him, her expression unfazed. "Of course, we cannot evade it. We shall rest here for a while. The lower-tier zombies cannot ascend for the time being." Jia Wei blurted out, "Boss, are you out of energy?" He noticed the cold gaze Jiang Xingyue directed at him, causing him to momentarily falter. Feeling a pang of anxiety, he recalled that Jiang Xingyue had not seemed angry with him thus far, and mustered the courage to ask, "Boss, could you explain what just happened with the zombies?" The others, who had been silent, perked up their ears. Jiang Xingyue closed her eyes. Just as Jia Wei thought she would not respond, she said, "What you saw earlier, including those on the first floor now, are all the lowest level zombies. You may understand it in terms of game levels. These are level 1 zombies, with the weakest attack power." Zhuo Xiangming gasped in astonishment, his mouth agape. "This is the weakest attack power? Does that mean there are stronger ones?" He swallowed hard, a sense of dread washing over him. Jiang Xinghua half opened her eyes, her gaze blankly fixed on a spot on the ground. Level 1 zombies utilize scent interference, similar to the perfume you used, which is indeed quite effective. You are quite fortunate to have made it from Yunlan Courtyard to here. She paused, looking at them. This is just the beginning. You don't think zombies will simply vanish like a common cold, do you? The expressions on their faces turned awkward. In truth, they had discussed this very issue in their group before embarking on their quest for supplies, harboring considerable hope. Jiang Xingyue discerned their countenances and understood. It was entirely normal. Ordinary people who had not experienced the apocalypse would only rely on prior life experiences and a sense of luck. Most people only abandon this notion months into the apocalypse. She withdrew her gaze and continued, "All organisms will evolve, and zombies are no exception. The one you encountered earlier, which was exceedingly fast, is a level 2, an evolved version." The group exchanged terrified glances. Although they had not faced that particular zombie, its fearsome, toothy maw and sharp claws, coupled with its incredible speed, made it evident that its combat prowess was formidable, far superior to the level 1 zombies they had encountered. Their gazes subtly shifted towards Jiang Xingyue. Just how powerful must she be? She had vanquished that zombie in a single encounter, leaving no room for resistance. Jia Wei forced a smile, unable to contain his hopeful inquiry. "So, boss, the extraordinary ability you possess is humanity's evolution?" Jiang Xingyue raised an eyebrow, noting his quick response. After a moment of contemplation, she caught sight of Zhou Yiming's eager expression and decided to keep her thoughts to herself, considering it a lesson for Zhou Yiming to avoid needing to explain again later. It would be prudent to be prepared for another confrontation. This is a wood-based plant ability. Previously, I have encountered fire element awakeners and those with heightened senses. Indeed, it can be regarded as humanity's evolution. Does that mean we could all become awakeners like that and possess superhuman abilities?
Jiang Shengyu replied coolly, "I'm uncertain.
But I suspect such abilities are not universal. Just as some individuals have mutated into zombies, not every zombie is powerful. Not everyone in movies is a superhero." Gradually, the fervor in everyone's hearts began to cool. Indeed, how could such extraordinary abilities be commonplace? Jia Wei had initially intended to press further, but fell silent upon witnessing Jiang Xingyue close her eyes, signaling her disinterest. He knew that provoking her would yield no favorable outcome. Although Jiang Xingyue had not explicitly stated that her energy was depleted, he assumed it to be the case. If she could wield such powers without restraint, they could easily obliterate the zombies in one sweep. He had witnessed it himself. Even if the boss had no energy left, the formidable woman beside her was no trifling matter. As everyone observed Jiang Xingyue with her eyes closed, a profound silence enveloped them. Occasionally, faint sounds of zombie growls could be heard from the first floor. Exhaustion overwhelmed them, and in the dim light, several individuals gradually succumbed to sleep, including Yu Hong, whose soft snores filled the air. Jiang Xingyue opened her eyes and glanced at Zhou Yiming, who was significantly taller than her. She softly inquired, "Why aren't you resting?" It was a simple statement. Though Zhou Yiming had her eyes closed, every muscle in her body was tensed, as if she could spring to her feet at any moment. It was clear she was not asleep. Zhou Yiming opened her eyes, puzzled, and met Jiang Xingyue's gem-like gaze in the dimness. She lowered her voice, her tone deep and husky, akin to a melodic instrument. "How does Miss Jiang know?" Jiang Xingyue merely tilted her head, not replying. Zhou Yiming refrained from pressing further. "I promise to protect you. You should rest for a while. Although I may not be as powerful as you, I still have some utility." As she spoke, a hint of shame washed over her, and she averted her gaze from Jiang Xingyue. Jiang Xingyue paused. "To you ordinary people, I may seem strong. But why don't you ask me why I haven't acted in every situation before?" The second floor was dim, with no lights on, and this compartment was the innermost, shrouded in darkness. Jiang Xingyue's gaze remained fixed on Zhou Yiming, not missing a single line or muscle movement on her face. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yiming earnestly replied, "Why would I blame Miss Jiang? You provided me with food as compensation, and all I need to do is to protect you to the best of my ability. However, She lowered her head, her tall figure appearing somewhat forlorn.
You were still the one who saved me.
Zhou Yiming turned her head, and Jiang Xingyue saw the unwavering determination reflected in her starkly contrasting eyes. Thank you for saving me. I know there are more dangers ahead, and although I may not possess much power, I will do my utmost to protect you. In the face of danger, prioritize your own safety and disregard me. As long as I am here, I will ensure the undead do not lay a finger on you. Jiang Xingyue, intrigued, inquired, what if I ask you to shield me from the zombies? Zhou Yiming pressed her lips together, pondering seriously for a brief moment. Her gaze unwavering. Indeed. You have compensated me and saved my life. My brother once said that one must repay the kindness of others. Rest assured, when the time comes, I shall not hold back. Zhou Yiming nodded vigorously, undeterred by Jiang Xingyue's indifference. Jiang Xingyue retrieved a sandwich from her backpack, which was actually a spatial compartment, and forcefully handed it to Zhou Yiming. At the very least, she should not starve to death. Zhou Yiming, too famished to resist temptation, cursed herself internally but accepted it with a heavy heart. Jiang Xingyue turned away, a silent smile gracing her lips. In the dim light, Tong Yun was curled up, peering at Jiang Xingyue with a complex and malicious glint in her eyes. She dug her fingers into her arms, the pain jolting her senses. Her gaze fixated on the backpack beside Jiang Xingyue, which appeared deflated yet managed to contain an array of items, knives, electric batons, and enough provisions for two. It was illogical. Tong Yun seemed to grasp something, her eyes flickering with contemplation and envy. Jiang Xingyue cast a sidelong glance at her. Who would have thought that someone who looks dim-witted could occasionally be quite perceptive? Approximately half an hour later, a resounding crash jolted those sleeping on the floor awake. They stared wide-eyed, bloodshot eyes fixed on Jiang Xingyue. Sensing Zhou Yiming pressing against her, Jiang Xingyue's muscles tensed instinctively. She remained calm, waiting for what she anticipated. Chapter 34. Eager to serve, all eyes in the room were drawn to Jiang Xingyue, their expectations palpable. She stood, brushing the dust from her sportswear with an air of indifference. My strength has not yet returned. Do not expect me to intervene. Yu Hong instinctively opened his mouth to curse, but swallowed the words, cold sweat beading on his brow. He realized he was dealing with no ordinary girl. She was a genuine powerhouse. If she were to deceive them about her strength, the consequences could be dire. Yu Hong nudged Jia Wei with his foot, urging him to comprehend the gravity of the situation. The others had already adjusted to the dimness of the compartment. Even now, Jia Wei could clearly see the threatening expression on Yu Hong's face. He lamented internally, realizing he could not afford to offend either side. Trembling, he pleaded, Big shot. Please help us. We're on the same team. We've fought side by side. Haven't we? He cautiously observed Jiang Xingyue's expression, praying she wouldn't take offense. Jiang Xingyue noticed the subtle exchanges between Yu Hong and Jia Wei. Surviving together is one thing. In the end, it's every person for themselves. She recalled how they once attempted to make her Yu Hong's woman. How fitting. She paused for a brief moment, then chuckled. Yu Hong's face turned ashen. He could hear the zombies closing in. Damn it. Why did he provoke her in the first place? Now it was too late to backtrack. He did not believe Jiang Xingyue was truly powerless. She was simply harboring a grudge, and didn't he want to assist them? Aside from Zhou Yiming, whose expression remained calm, the others wore looks of despair. Considering Zhou Xiangming's kind invitation to join his team and look after her, Jiang Xingyue offered a cautionary remark. You'd best not leave this area. When the zombies break the windows, each of you must guard a breach. As long as no one falters. She glanced at Tong Yun, letting out a derisive huff. If you can hold your ground, this crisis may well be averted. Your lives are still in your own hands. Yu Hong gripped a kitchen knife, smeared with the putrid fluids of the undead, standing silently in front of the glass cabinet. Jia Wei and Zhou Xiangming exchanged glances, fully aware that this was Jiang Xingyue's subtle hint. Indeed, relying on others for one's life was precarious, but entrusting it to Jiang Xingyue was even more so. Zhou Yiming had already positioned herself by the glass window with the watermelon knife and electric baton. Jia Wei grit his teeth, exclaiming, What's the big deal? Just a few corpses. Am I not capable of handling a few dead people? After a moment of self-encouragement, he stepped forward, standing a few paces away from Zhou Yiming. Zhou Xiangming closed his eyes briefly, fear etched on his face as he positioned himself beside Yu Hong. Fortunately, the food preparation area was not large, barely 20 square meters. The four of them, spaced apart, could effectively defend the glass windows. They had deliberately excluded Tong Yun from this arrangement, a tacit understanding among them. After all, who would dare let such a ruthless individual guard the door? Keeping her safely behind them ensured she wouldn't resort to treachery. In this critical moment, having a reliable teammate was invaluable. Tong Yun curled up in the darkest corner, burying her head in her knees, arms shielding herself, a tight ball of despair. No one paid her any mind. Each person stood ready, hoping to survive this ordeal. Jiang Xingyue remained 2 paces behind Zhou Yiming, quietly observing the movements within the building. She felt a twinge of regret. If only there were someone with observational abilities here. After all, she was not an awakened being with enhanced senses, able to perceive only within a 30-meter radius. This limitation rendered her somewhat passive in the current situation. Jiang Xingyue furrowed her brow in contemplation. The first-level zombies outside posed little threat. The real concern was the hidden second-level zombie. Normally, such a creature would not exhibit behavior akin to hiding and exhausting its enemies. This conduct surpassed the typical second-level parameters. Yet, based on the energy fluctuations she had sensed on the first floor, it was undoubtedly a second-level zombie. Jiang Xingyue became increasingly vigilant. One must not act hastily against a cunning predator. The right moment must be awaited. The distinction between hunter and prey remained to be seen. Beneath her tranquil exterior, Jiang Xingyue was fervently absorbing the natural energy around her, converting it into reserves for her body. She had previously expended 2/3 of her energy on the first floor, but after a brief rest, she felt revitalized. Roar. Hiss. A dozen zombies appeared within the range of the glass window. The bodies of the 4 tightened noticeably. A few zombies had broken leg bones, whether from being bitten by their kin or due to accidents was unclear. The dark blue bones protruded from the flesh. Fragments of bone clearly visible. They approached, staggering forward without any hesitation. These zombies moved at a pace slightly faster than a normal human's brisk walk. 2 of them, having lost both legs, crawled forward using their arms, their blood-red, eerie eyes filled with rage and greed. Overcome with fear, Jia Wei couldn't help but voice his frustration.
Damn.
Even in this state, they still crawl. What are we? Tang Seng's flesh. No one acknowledged his complaint, and he paid it no heed. He trembled uncontrollably, his loose pants rippling with every shudder. Zhuo Xiangming watched the grotesque faces pressed against the glass window, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. How can there be so many? There must be over 30. This is the first time I've seen so many faces crammed before me. The 4 of them could see the throngs of undead heads reflected in the glass, all clamoring and shrieking against it.
Crack.
The glass shattered. Yu Hong clenched his jaw tightly as beads of sweat streamed down his forehead, mingling with the dirt on his face to form streaks. He raised the kitchen knife in his hand, roaring, "Everyone, hold the line. I refuse to die here. If anyone falters, I will ensure they pay for it before I go." The glass shattered like the still surface of a lake disturbed by a stone, instantly fracturing in multiple places. With the sound of breaking glass, a breach finally opened in front of several pairs of eyes. The scent of the living surged through the opening, and the zombies outside became even more frenzied, clamoring to squeeze through the gap. The breach appeared between Yu Hong and Zhuo Xiangming. Without hesitation, they recognized the imminent danger and charged forward. Yu Hong grunted, striking a zombie's outstretched neck with all his might. The blade bit deep, severing nearly half of its neck. Zhuo Xiangming, in a panic, dodged the grasping arms of several zombies and slashed at another neck. Though his strength paled in comparison to Yu Hong's, it was still effective. With a crack, another section of glass was smashed open. Zhou Yiming unhesitatingly stepped forward to guard the soon-to-break glass. With a loud smash, as a zombie's head emerged, Zhou Yiming's watermelon knife descended upon it. Jia Wei exclaimed, "What the hell?" His words were lost amidst the chaos. Before he could bring his golf club down, he witnessed Zhou Yiming nearly severing the zombie's head in one swift motion. An overwhelming sense of courage flooded him. Soon, both breaches widened significantly. The upper portion of the glass had actually been 2 large panels, secured by 3 metal strips in between. Had it not been for the metal reinforcements, all the glass would have shattered at the first sign of a crack. Now, however, it could hardly hold for much longer. The openings continued to expand. In a mere 2 minutes, the gaps had grown from accommodating a single zombie head to 3, with even some zombies managing to push half of their bodies through. Jiang Xingyue furrowed her brow, deep in thought. She strained her senses, yet failed to detect what she was waiting for. Suddenly, she spotted a small mouse. Tong Yun, who had been hiding in the corner, suddenly sprang into action. She crouched low, moving slowly. What was she up to? Jiang Xingyue observed her quietly. To her surprise, Tong Yun was inching toward the backpack she had left behind. Cautiously, she crept forward, and when she finally reached the bag, a glimmer of joy flashed in her eyes. She scanned the area, relieved that no one was paying her any mind. Turning her back, she unzipped the bag. Inside, there was only half a bottle of water, 3 compressed biscuits, and a few candies. A wild gleam sparkled in Tong Yun's eyes. She realized the bag was more than it seemed. The bag's capacity was slightly smaller than it appeared from the outside, incapable of holding a watermelon knife and so many items. It's mine, Tong Yun whispered to herself. Jiang Xingyue raised an eyebrow, her interest piqued by Tong Yun's words. She couldn't help but wonder if Tong Yun believed the bag was some kind of magical item, akin to Doraemon's pocket. How quickly her mind turned when scheming. Tong Yun sensed a terrifying gaze fixated on her back, sending shivers down her spine. Maintaining her crouched position, she slowly turned around. Before her stood a pair of dark yellow hiking boots, and as her gaze traveled upward, she met a pair of glowing eyes reflecting dim light. Those eyes were half closed, brimming with delight and malice. Jiang Xingyue, with her back to the light, was shrouded in darkness, save for her eyes that sparkled like stars. How could I forget? One must have bait when fishing. Chapter 35. She is not offending me every moment, is she? Tong Yun gazed up at Jiang Xingyue, fear evident in her eyes. This version of Jiang Xingyue felt more terrifying than any zombie. What do you want? Tong Yun stuttered nervously. Her pleading eyes darted toward Yu Hong and Zhuo Xiangming, but unfortunately, the 4 ahead were preoccupied battling the zombies, oblivious to her plight. With no hope for assistance, Tong Yun could only tremble and inch backward. Suddenly, a chill coursed through her right hand. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the metal zipper of Jiang Xingyue's black backpack. Her eyes brightened, as if she had discovered some incriminating evidence against Jiang Xingyue. And her attitude shifted abruptly. Jiang Xingyue raised an eyebrow, intrigued by her unexpected change in demeanor. I wonder what else this fool has in store. Tong Yun grabbed Jiang Xingyue's backpack tightly, confidently declaring, I know your secret. Jiang Xingyue glanced at the bag in Tong Yun's hands, then back at her dirt-streaked face. Feigning innocence, my secret? You mean this bag? Exactly. I've figured it out. This bag must be some kind of weird space, right? Without waiting for Jiang Xingyue to respond, Tong Yun began to answer her own question. It has to be. You can't fool me.
You've pulled out so many things.
Yet this small bag can't possibly hold them all. There must be a trick. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Clutching the bag tightly, it felt like a lifeline. With such a space, she would no longer be a burden. Everyone would adore her, and no one would dare call her a murderer. The treasure was hers. Jiang Xingyue's smile grew wider, until she could no longer contain herself, bursting into laughter. The sound echoed through the air as shards of glass rained down, the number of breaks multiplying. The 4 of them, drenched in sweat from battling zombies, suddenly heard a clear, melodious laugh from behind. Zhou Yimeng, upon hearing Jiang Xingyue's laughter, turned in confusion. Seeing Jiang Xingyue standing unharmed, her expression shifted to one of relief. She cast a cautious glance at Tong Yun on the ground, reassured that Jiang Xingyue was not in any trouble, before returning to her fight against the zombies. Jia Wei, who had observed her every expression, thought, if there's a problem, it should be with Tong Yun. Tong Yun watched Jiang Xingyue, who was now doubled over with laughter, her confusion transforming into embarrassment and anger. Jiang Xingyue,
What are you laughing at?
There's no need to hide it. This treasure is mine. Jiang Xingyue straightened up, still smiling, and gazed at Tong Yun, who clutched the bag as if it were the most precious treasure. I'm sorry, but you are truly amusing. If you desire this backpack. Tong Yun's eyes flickered with surprise and uncertainty, wondering why Jiang Xingyue was suddenly so agreeable. The bag can be yours, but you must exchange it for something. Tong Yun hesitated for a moment before asking, what do you want? Jiang Xingyue narrowed her eyes, bending down to whisper softly in Tong Yun's ear, your life, you fool. Tong Yun's eyes widened in shock. Just as she opened her mouth to scream, an odd, plant-like taste overwhelmed her senses. She struggled to cough, but felt as though her mouth was completely blocked. Panic and helplessness filled her almond-shaped eyes as she looked toward Jiang Xingyue's hand. A vine, as thick as her arm, was entwined around her head, its other end tightly binding her mouth. She could barely breathe, let alone call for help. As she gazed at Jiang Shenyue, whose pale lips whispered yet another phrase that plunged her further into despair. Did you think I would keep you around for this long, if you were just an inept fool? Tears brimmed in Tong Yun's eyes, filled with confusion and disbelief. Did I not mention that you would serve as my pawn? You indeed possess a modicum of cleverness. The spatial realm does exist, but not within this backpack. Jiang Xingyue felt a sense of satisfaction as she witnessed the despair take root in Tong Yun's gaze. Do you wish to know where the space truly lies? Tong Yun, unwilling to accept her fate, nodded fervently. I shall not reveal it to you. Wait until you perish and return as a ghost to inquire. Before Tong Yun could react, she suddenly felt herself yanked into the air. Jia Wei had just seen Jiang Xingyue and Tong Yun engaged in an unknown exchange, with Jiang Xingyue appearing quite pleased, stirring a tinge of jealousy within him. In the next moment, he was taken aback to see 3 vine-like tendrils, as thick as arms, emerge from the sleeve of Jiang Xingyue's athletic wear. They ensnared Tong Yun, hoisting her into the air. Tong Yun hung suspended like a puppet on strings, her form nearly cocooned by the vines. Her toes barely grazed the ground, leaving only her head and shins exposed, while the rest of her body was tightly bound. A question flickered in Jia Wei's mind. Why exert such control over someone who is not particularly formidable? The very next instant revealed the answer as Jiang Xingyue produced a fruit knife from her pocket. Grasping the blade in one hand, she yanked one of Tong Yun's arms from the grasp of the vines. The cold edge of the knife glided ominously across Tong Yun's pale arm. What on earth was Jiang Xingyue intending? Damn it! Jia Wei exclaimed in shock. Jiang Xingyue pressed the blade into Tong Yun's arm, carving a deep gash that exposed bone. Ah, it hurts! Tong Yun's scream pierced the air, catching the attention of those nearby. Their eyes widened in horror at the scene unfolding before them. As Yu Hong turned to witness the chaos, his chopping knife was knocked from his hand by a zombie's powerful swing. The blade flew toward his face with alarming speed. Yu Hong felt a surge of adrenaline as he narrowly dodged the knife's glint, which clattered to the ground behind him. Gasping for breath, he barely had time to steady himself before realizing that the zombies had lost a primary attacker and were now surging forward. He quickly retrieved the knife and began to slash at the nearest zombie, struggling to regain control of the situation. The glass barriers creaked under the strain, teetering on the brink of collapse. Frowning deeply, he growled, "What in the world are you all doing?" Jiang Xingyue paid no heed to Yu Hong's outburst, instead making 2 more cuts on Tong Yun's arm. Vivid crimson blood flowed forth, staining her previously pristine skin. Within a mere minute, a small pool of blood had formed on the ground. Jia Wei furrowed his brow, wanting to inquire, yet hesitating out of fear. Witnessing Jiang Xingyue's bizarre methods, he worried that she might turn her attention to him next. After a minute of tense silence, Jiang Xingyue moved to the other side of Tong Yun, extracting her other arm from the vines. With the same precise 3 cuts, she mirrored the earlier wounds, leaving Tong Yun's head drooped, her eyes filled with agony. Her complexion paled from blood loss, robbing her of the strength to scream. The onlookers exchanged glances of disbelief. Was this some sort of sacrificial ritual? Was Jiang Xingyue a sadist? Suspended in the air by the dark green vines, Tong Yun appeared as a tragic victim of malevolent sorcery, her arms emerging from the cocoon-like binding, each adorned with symmetrical wounds, 2 of which were deep enough to reveal bone. Blood trickled down her arms, some even staining the vines and slender branches entwined with her. Jiang Xingyue stood amidst a pool of blood, her demeanor cold and detached. Tong Yun resembled a hapless soul tormented by wicked enchantments. Zhou Yiming glanced back momentarily, remaining silent after a brief moment of contemplation. She trusted Jiang Xingyue's rationale, steadfastly aligning herself with her. Her brother had once said that when one chooses a person or a path, they must not waver, otherwise they risk injuring themselves and others. Zhuo Xiangming, his eyes wide with shock, regarded Jiang Xingyue, pondering her motives. Did Tong Yun offend you? Is this truly necessary? Jiang Xingyue met his gaze, responding calmly. Since the moment she joined you, has she not been offending me every second? Why has she not yet appeared? Jiang Xingyue's curiosity intensified as she scrutinized Tong Yun's arms. Perhaps the blood loss was insufficient? Zhuo Xiangming fell into an eerie silence, refraining from pressing further. Tong Yun had indeed targeted Jiang Xingyue throughout their journey, not just with verbal assaults but also nearly endangering her with zombies on 2 occasions. While Tong Yun had erred, Was this punishment not excessively harsh? In her dazed state, Tong Yun perceived Zhuo Xiangming's concern, and tears welled in her eyes. Yet, as Jiang Shengyue spoke, all that remained was regret and despair. Were it not for her own strength and Zhou Yiming's protection, a common person would have perished long ago under such relentless scrutiny. Jiang Shengyue fell silent after her declaration, turning her attention back to assessing Tong Yun's blood loss. There exists a segment of humanity that, while not malevolent, is overly idealistic, imposing their moral standards upon others. In a world ravaged by chaos, such misguided kindness can prove detrimental, either to themselves or to others. Jiang Shengyue had never sought anyone's understanding.
Young hoard.
What more is there to discuss? The glass is about to shatter. Jiang Shengyue turned her gaze toward the glass partition, which had nearly lost its structural integrity. Less than 20 minutes had passed, and their group had only managed to slay a handful of zombies, with many more still lurking. Zhou Yiming, open the door and lure the zombies away. Upon hearing Jiang Shengyue's command, Zhou Yiming shot her a worried glance, but, upon meeting Jiang Shengyue's composed gaze, stepped forward to open the metal door and charged outside. Jia Wei was startled by her sudden action. What are you doing? So obediently following orders. Chapter 36, A Pet-like Display. Do not attempt to guess the mind of the master. Jiang Shengyue watched as Zhou Yiming gracefully exited the deli area, her robust frame moving with surprising agility. Following closely behind was Yu Hong. As the small door to their hiding place swung open, Jia Wei and Zhuo Xiangming exchanged glances before gritting their teeth and joining the fray. A significant portion of the zombies had been drawn away by the quartet, while 5 or 6 remained, lured by the scent of Tong Yun's blood, staggering toward the deli. Surrounded by a shimmering aura of natural energy, Jiang Shengyue deftly controlled one of the incoming zombies with her vines, refraining from killing it. One by one, the 6 zombies were ensnared by the slender tendrils. Jia Wei and Zhuo Xiangming, pursued by the remaining zombies, dashed through the deli, where they spotted the shattered glass partition and the metal door wide open. There stood Jiang Shengyue, her pale and fragile figure juxtaposed against the blood-soaked Tong Yun, who hung suspended amidst writhing vines. Several zombies, ensnared by the twisting tendrils, howled and struggled in vain. Paired with Jiang Shengyue's frigid demeanor, the sight was nothing short of jarring. The 2 men could not fathom Jiang Shengyue's intentions. Despite her capacity to eliminate zombies, she chose instead to toy with them as if they were mere pets. Their eyes met. A rare moment of synchronized thought. Do not attempt to guess the mind of the master. Jiang Shengyue noticed tears streaming down Tong Yun's face. Her nose and cheeks smeared with snot and tears, some of which had even splattered onto the vines. A look of disgust crossed Jiang Shengyue's features. Tong Yun. If she had known that Jiang Shengyue was a pervert who relished in torture and murder, she would never have dared to provoke her. Tong Yun's vision was filled with flickering lights, and in her daze, she could not fathom how she had ended up in this predicament. Had she not let jealousy lead her to antagonize Jiang Shengyue, had she not sought trouble intentionally, had she not drawn the zombies toward her, then Qian Lu would still be alive. Jiang Shengyue would not have used her as bait. The regret weighed heavily on her. Why did she have to provoke this demon? If only she had not been so bewitched at that time. Jiang Shengyue observed the tears welling in Tong Yun's eyes, which seemed to surge even more fiercely. It appeared that she still possessed a strong vitality, enough to weep. At that moment, Jiang Shengyue resolved to deliver another strike. As she adjusted her stance, her ears perked up, her gaze shifted toward the door, and a faint smile graced her lips. Finally, they had arrived. With a thud, a blurred figure rushed past. Yu Hong had just severed a zombie's head when he saw something charging toward him. Utilizing his excellent physical condition, he rolled to the side. 5 deep impressions marred the ground where he had been standing. Flying debris pelted him as he focused his gaze on what had taken his place, a level 2 zombie. It was a corpulent figure, its speed astonishingly swift for its size. Half of its scalp had been torn away, and its greedy, malevolent eyes gleamed with insatiable hunger. It wore a tattered white shirt and black trousers, stained with a chaotic array of filth, emanating a foul stench. Its mouth, grotesquely stretched toward its mangled ear, revealed a terrifying array of sharp teeth, forming a sinister grin. Like a monkey, it crouched on all 4s, locking onto Yu Hong.
Yu Hong's pupille constricted instantly.
After Jiang Shengyue's brief explanation, he could now easily differentiate between level 1 and level 2 zombies. With such formidable attack power, it was undoubtedly a level 2. Damn it! It had targeted him as prey. Yu Hong hesitated for a moment, recalling Jiang Xingyue's earlier peculiar behavior, waiting without action, as if anticipating something. Could it be that she was waiting for this level 2 zombie? Before he could ponder further, the hefty zombie lunged at him once more, cursing his misfortune. Yu Hong summoned every ounce of strength to flee. There was no room for resistance against such a beast. The claw marks on the ground made that abundantly clear. Even a single hit would be fatal, leaving no time to turn into a zombie. Yu Hong's face tightened as he darted through the aisles at unprecedented speed. The zombie leaped 2 meters high, quickly closing the distance. In a split second, as the zombie approached, he lunged forward a meter, grasping a cold, handle-like object and turning to shield himself. A resounding metallic crash echoed as Yu Hong was sent flying onto his back, toppling 2 rows of shelves before finally colliding with the wall. Coughing violently, he spat out a mouthful of blood onto the ground, his hand tightly clutching the steel pot lid he had seized in a moment of inspiration. The lid bore deep scratches, and its edge was bent upward. Fortunately, he had escaped with only a tattered sleeve and no serious injury to his flesh. However, one arm was gashed from the shelves, bleeding profusely. The zombie had already reached him, but Yu Hong's injuries rendered him immobile. It was over. Just as despair gripped him, the approaching zombie was suddenly sent flying. He stared in shock at the towering figure. It was Zhou Yiming. The corpulent zombie, now enraged, shrieked and charged toward them. A streak of dark green shot past Zhou Yiming, piercing toward the hefty zombie. To Yu Hong's astonishment, the zombie nimbly evaded the attack, leaping aside as the sharp tendrils struck the ground nearby. Jiang Xingyue, appearing 5 meters away, wore a grim expression. This level 2 zombie was more formidable than she had anticipated. The monstrous creature fixed its gaze on her, recognizing her as prime prey. Jia Wei looked at Jiang Xingyue with confusion. Now that she was here, what would happen to the level 1 zombies secured in the deli area? At that moment, the remaining zombies, as if suddenly oblivious to their presence, awkwardly surrounded the hefty zombie with stiff movements. Oh no! Jia Wei sprinted back to the metal door of the deli, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He barely managed to steady himself against a nearby rack, his mind racing to recall if he had offended Jiang Xingyue in any way. Inside the cramped deli, 5 dismembered zombie bodies lay scattered. Their heads had rolled away, leaving behind shards of glass. The only intact body among them was Tong Yun, her tendrils retracted by Jiang Xingyue, now lying helplessly among the corpses. Her skin was pale, her delicate features slightly sunken, and her gray-white eyes stared blankly toward the door. Locking onto Jia Wei's gaze, Jia Wei stumbled back, swallowing hard. Beneath Tong Yun lay a pool of her own blood, a gaping wound on her neck where the carotid artery had been severed. The bleeding had nearly ceased. She was close to running dry. Shivering in terror, Jia Wei staggered away. Meanwhile, Jiang Xingyue remained calm amid the encroaching zombies. Zhou Yiming, take care of those level 1s first. She handed Zhou Yiming the large chainsaw she had retrieved from the deli. Zhou Yiming took the chainsaw, flicking the switch to life as it roared to life. Muscles tensed in her arms as she charged toward the nearest zombie, without hesitation. Zhou Xiangming and Jia Wei trembled in fear, huddling beside Yu Hong to tend to his wounds, an overwhelming sense of despair settling in. Yu Hong's breathing grew shallow as he fought to maintain consciousness. The wound on his arm continued to bleed profusely, and Jia Wei frantically wrapped it with his shirt, hands shaking. If his older brother, Yu Hong, died, his own life would lose all meaning. Jiang Xingyue and Zhou Yiming worked in perfect harmony, dispatching the level 1 zombies within minutes. The level 2 zombie remained vigilant, wary of Jiang Xingyue's abilities, refraining from making any rash moves as it lurked behind the distant shelves. Jiang Xingyue could hear Zhou Yiming beginning to pant. Although strong, she was still an ordinary person. The intense exertion was challenging to withstand, compounded by the psychological pressure of the zombie virus, with Qian Lu lying on the first floor, a reminder of the dire consequences of a moment's carelessness. Jiang Xingyue's heart sank as she observed the hefty zombie. This one was no ordinary foe. It was leagues above the one they had encountered on the first floor. This zombie exhibited leadership qualities. Jiang Xingyue's previous encounter with another level 2 zombie had sparked its wariness, leading it to summon dozens of nearby zombies to wear them down, planning to reap the benefits in the end. Assessing the power disparity between them, Jiang Xingyue's outlook was grim. Suddenly, the corpulent zombie leaped into action, hurtling toward Zhou Yiming and Jiang Xingyue at an uncanny speed. Zhou Yimeng grasped Jiang Xingyue and swiftly dodged. The zombie's massive body crashed down where they had stood, shattering several tiles and scattering debris. Failing to connect its attack, the zombie pivoted, refocusing on their position. Jiang Xingyue channeled her energy, 3 tendrils erupting from beneath the ground to pierce the zombie's body. The zombie's feet kicked up dust as it leaped, but in that instant, one of the tendrils anticipated its evasive maneuver and shot upward, aiming for its head. The corpulent zombie narrowly evaded the strike aimed at its cranium, but another tendril pierced its shoulder. A few onlookers nearby were filled with excitement, having struck a hit. Yet, Jiang Xingyue pressed her lips tightly together. She had evaded the attack. It should have directly pierced the zombie's head, as anticipated. Her energy was nearly depleted, and this near-level 3 zombie could not be slain with the little energy she had left. She summoned slender vines to conserve her strength and obstruct the hefty zombie's path. She was being led to dodge by Zhou Yimeng. Her consciousness perceived the unique ice-blue gemstone in the space before her. It was the energy core of the level 2 zombie downstairs, a water-type energy core. Although level 2 zombies could condense energy cores, they could not wield powers from different elemental types like awakened humans. To utilize such abilities, one must at least be a level 3 zombie. Absorbing an energy core not belonging to one's own sequence would lead to unforeseen side effects and risks. Jiang Xingyue had witnessed someone disregard this warning in her past life, a fire elemental ability user who absorbed a water-type energy core, resulting in immediate death. The hefty zombie crashed down where they had just escaped. Jiang Xingyue heard the rapid beating of Zhou Yimeng's heart, heavy and labored. As an ordinary person, Zhou Yimeng would tire from such intense exertion, while the zombie would not. If they delayed, there would surely come a moment when Zhou Yimeng could no longer evade. What to do? The solution lay in quickly replenishing her energy. The only way to achieve this now was by absorbing an energy core. But could she absorb one that did not belong to her? Chapter 37. This supermarket is mine. The reward is in hand. Jiang Xingyue lowered her gaze in contemplation, hesitating for only a couple of breaths before making a resolute decision. She slowed her breathing, her eyes fixed on the hefty zombie's movement trajectory. Now was the moment. Her pupils constricted, a flash of crimson illuminating her gaze. A vine thicker than a thigh erupted from beneath the hefty zombie's feet.
Roar.
The massive body of the zombie could not be controlled by the vine. This vine was formed from all of Jiang Xingyue's remaining energy. In terms of speed and strength, it surpassed all the vines she had previously summoned. Good. The master is impressive. Jiang Xingyue perfectly predicted the zombie's movement trajectory. The entire vine pierced accurately through its body, emerging from the filthy chest and protruding from the back. If it were an ordinary level 2 zombie, this strike would render it utterly incapacitated. Clearly, this hefty zombie was exceptional. It was on the verge of becoming a level 3 zombie, possessing a certain degree of cognition. With a tenacious will to survive, it struggled against the thick vine piercing through it. Unable to break free, it focused its attention on the vine itself. Its dark claws frantically clawed at the vine, each attack leaving scratch marks. Jiang Xingyue furrowed her brows slightly, her face paling to an almost paper-like hue. Zhou Yimeng, seeing the zombie restrained, breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, "Miss Jiang, wouldn't it suffice to just behead it like the one downstairs?" She prepared to step forward. Jiang Xingyue hastily halted her movement, shaking her head as she explained, "No, this level 2 zombie is dangerously close to level 3. It is fundamentally different from the one below. Approaching it will be fatal." Zhou Yimeng, observing Jiang Xingyue's ashen complexion, felt a flicker of despair at her explanation. "Is there no other way? Tell me, and I shall act." Jiang Xingyue smiled gently, her lips curving. "You go over there, I will handle the rest." Zhou Yimeng, feeling a twinge of worry, gazed at her anxiously. "Perhaps you should consider whether to follow me after this crisis is resolved?" Zhou Yimeng was taken aback, the suggestion spinning in her mind. Jiang Xingyue nudged her, prompting Zhou Yimeng to instinctively move towards Yu Hong and the others, her face etched with conflict. The 3 men looked at Zhou Yimeng in confusion, their expressions questioning.
Hey,
"What did the master say to you? Why do you look like that?" Jia Wei, observing Zhou Yimeng's serious demeanor, felt a twinge of panic. Could it be that even the master can't handle this zombie and is preparing Zhou Yimeng for her last words? Zhou Yimeng's face had never appeared so grim. Ignoring him only heightened Jia Wei's anxiety. Jiang Xingyue steadied her breathing and state. Her energy was depleted, and the situation would become increasingly unfavorable if she delayed. She subtly moved her right fingers, and an ice blue, gem-like energy core was clenched in her hand. The hefty zombie, frantically clawing at the vine, froze in place the moment the energy core appeared. Its attention fixated on Jiang Xingyue's hand, greed evident in its gaze. Jiang Xingyue narrowed her eyes at the zombie's reaction. The most significant difference between a level 3 zombie and lower-tier zombies was the presence of a certain level of cognition. Additionally, they could accumulate power through energy cores, similar to awakened humans. Although the hefty zombie was nearing level 3, it remained fundamentally level 2. Yet, it seemed to possess that capability. Jiang Xingyue felt the soothing, cool texture of the energy core in her hand, a comforting sensation. A faint energy enveloped her surroundings. She chuckled lightly, a smile gracing her lips. In this apocalypse, one must dance on the precipice of death. She never feared death, however. She refused to perish in a manner devoid of control. Let her test the sensations of absorbing energy cores from different elemental types. Jiang Xingyue's eyes ignited with fierce combat spirit and excitement. The hefty zombie, sensing something amiss, intensified its assault on the vine, a hint of urgency creeping into its expression. Jiang Xingyue channeled the energy within her, absorbing the energy core in her grasp. The ice blue crystal, no larger than a baby's palm, visibly shrank until it transformed into a small pile of blue crystalline powder, cascading through her fingers to the ground. With her eyes half closed, she attuned herself to every movement within her body. As she absorbed the energy core, a warm, soothing sensation surged through her, enveloping her in a comforting essence akin to water. The anticipated pain or explosive sensation did not materialize. The 4 onlookers watched Jiang Xingyue stand before the zombie. Seemingly in a trance, anxiety etched on their faces. What is the master doing? Chanting a spell or casting a spell? Why is she closing her eyes? Oh my! They wondered if she too had reached her limits, fearing they might truly perish here. The zombie was on the verge of breaking free. It was dire. Why hadn't the master acted yet? Zhou Yiming clenched her fists, worry flooding her eyes as she felt an impulse to rush forward, yet she hesitated, fearing she might disrupt Jiang Xingyue's plan. But it was undeniably dangerous. What to do? Zhou Yiming felt torn, leaning forward, poised to dash out and shield Jiang Xingyue from danger. Roar! The hefty zombie had already clawed halfway through the vine, desperately struggling. The energy-laden vine appeared almost translucent, like a network lagging. This was a sign that Jiang Xingyue's energy was on the brink of success. A mysterious breeze lifted the blue powder from the ground, sending it swirling through the air, mingling with the dust. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the scene as the powder danced. This inexplicable wind formed a small vortex around Jiang Xingyue, with her at its eye. She remained half-lidded, no one noticing the madness glimmering in her amber eyes. The tranquility of her exterior contrasted starkly with the tumult within. In this moment, she fervently processed the water-type energy core while simultaneously absorbing the natural energy surrounding her. An invisible, verdant energy swirled around her. The wind intensified, tousling her shoulder-length hair into disarray. The fabric of her clothing rustled, causing the surrounding gravel to clatter. Suddenly, the wind ceased abruptly. At that very moment, the corpulent zombie broke free from the constraints of the thorny vines and collapsed onto the floor. The vines transformed into specks of light, dissipating into the air. Ignoring the gaping wounds inflicted by the thorns, the zombie lunged excitedly towards Jiang Xingyue. With a smile gracing her lips, Jiang Xingyue moved, extending her arms. Dozens of thorny vines erupted from the ground before her, each one aimed directly at the hefty zombie. These thorns were no longer singular, resembling elongated asparagus. Instead, each one branched into multiple sharp spikes. The base retained a dark green hue, but gradually darkened to a deep black at the tips. Each spike shimmered with a menacing glint, unmistakably poisonous. Jiang Xingyue reveled in her newfound secondary ability, astonished that she had absorbed energy cores of diverse attributes without harm. Remarkably, she had even ascended to the ranks of a secondary awakened being. Both the speed of energy absorption and storage capacity had doubled. The overweight zombie, in a panic, attempted to evade but found it impossible to breach the thorny forest Jiang Xingyue had conjured. She concentrated, forming a thorny whip of darkness, slender as a finger, and lashed it towards the zombie's body. Restrained by the thorns, the zombie could not avoid Jiang Xingyue's whip. The dark tendril tightened around its bloated neck, erupting into glinting silver barbs. With a powerful tug of her right arm, the barbs pierced deep into the zombie's flesh. Invisible to the naked eye, those barbs grew rapidly within the zombie's neck, transforming it into a sieve while simultaneously targeting its brain. Before the corpulent creature could struggle, Jiang Shengyue pulled forcefully, sending the massive head, burdened with layers of fat, flying back with a resounding crash. The hefty body collapsed to the ground, shaking the earth beneath. The thorny forest vanished instantly, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. A smile danced on Jiang Shengyue's lips as she retracted the thorny whip, calmly brushing off the dust from her clothes. A prompt from the system chimed in. Rewards acquired. Points have been credited to the host's account. The underground drone hive has been unlocked. 3 drones are now situated within the hive. Jiang Shengyue felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Not in haste to examine her rewards, she turned to walk toward Zhou Yiming and the others. Each step she took felt like a heavy thud on the hearts of the survivors. The 3 men stood aghast, mouths agape, unable to comprehend the sheer magnitude of her power. As Jiang Shengyue positioned herself before Zhou Yiming, she momentarily paused at the worried gaze directed at her. Turning to Yu Hong and the others, she asked, "Haven't you rested enough?" Jia Wei stammered a nervous laugh. "Big boss, we've rested enough." Jiang Shengyue raised an eyebrow, exuding an air of arrogance. "If you're sufficiently rested, why aren't you up? This supermarket belongs to me." Chapter 38. This is the talent she needs. Jia Wei pulled Yu Hong up, not daring to delay in their actions. Hearing Jiang Shengyue's words, Yu Hong lowered his head, feeling awkward and embarrassed. Unable to meet her gaze, the 3 men dared not speak further, their expressions mirroring one another's despair. They considered forcibly taking what they desired but weighed the consequences against their own resilience. Moreover, their lives had been saved by her. The supplies within this supermarket rightfully belonged to Jiang Shengyue. She assessed them with an impassive expression. "You may freely take resources from here. How much you acquire depends on your abilities. Once you're done, leave promptly." Light flickered in the eyes of the 3 as they realized this endeavor had not been in vain. Zhuo Xiangming nodded gratefully at Jiang Shengyue, noting her indifferent demeanor, clearly uninterested in further conversation. Reminded of his previous actions, he felt a pang of shame. Had it not been for Jiang Shengyue, he would have perished long ago. He had even believed Tong Yun's slander against her. He truly regretted it. Zhuo Xiangming sighed, pondering aloud. Where's Tong Yun? Jia Wei, upon hearing the name, recalled the grotesque scene in the deli section, shuddering involuntarily. He quickly gestured to Zhuo Xiangming. The 3 supported each other toward the shopping area, their silhouettes reflecting a sense of camaraderie amidst adversity. From a distance, Jia Wei could be heard scolding Zhuo Xiangming. "You really know how to bring up the wrong topic. Tong Yun, you should see the deli section for yourself." Zhou Yiming stood beside Jiang Shengyue, her hands nervously fidgeting with her pants. Jiang Shengyue took the initiative to inquire. "Have you made up your mind? Miss Jiang, you're so formidable. I feel I can't be of any assistance to you. What use is it for you to take me along?" Zhou Yiming said, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Jiang Shengyue smiled. "I am indeed powerful, but you must understand. My physical form is quite frail." Zhou Yiming nodded gently, acknowledging the truth in Jia Wei's words. The powers an awakened individual can wield are limited and require replenishment. While it would be effortless for me to eliminate someone as strong as you, Jiang Shengyue paused, noting the lack of any visible reaction on Zhou Yiming's face, which remained devoid of fear or anxiety as she continued. "My physical capabilities are lacking, and you can compensate for my deficiencies. Just as today, you will need to carry me, or at times, become my vessel." Zhou Yiming nodded in dawning comprehension, yet still pressed, "But there are many strong individuals like me. Some even stronger. Why choose me? After all, I need you to protect me." Zhou Yiming fell into a spiral of self-doubt, likely stemming from a lifetime of lacking respect, making her cautious when receiving affirmation from others. "I am not merely a do-gooder. My interest in you stems from your intrinsic value. As the provider of compensation, all I require is your trust in my judgment. I need you by my side." Zhou Yiming's eyes widened with surprise and delight. No one, save for her brother, had ever affirmed her worth so directly, expressing a need for her. "From now on, we shall engage in a contractual relationship. I will provide you with ample resources as remuneration. The compensation I offer is unparalleled. Your role will be to follow my directives. Whatever I instruct, you shall do. You have already excelled in this. Zhou Yiming felt a surge of emotion, not merely from the reward Jiang Xingyue promised, but from the fact that she had saved her. She found herself drawn to Jiang Xingyue, wishing to remain by her side. Feeling somewhat bashful, Zhou Yiming hesitated, realizing that Jiang Xingyue had laid her intentions bare. And it would be ungrateful not to respond. Her sun-kissed cheeks flushed slightly as she stammered, but Jiang Xingyue raised an eyebrow, recognizing that, given Zhou Yiming's nature, simply expressing her need for her would ensure she would not refuse. It was evident that she was deeply tempted, her only hesitation being quite clear. You have a brother, and he is injured, correct? Zhou Yiming nodded vigorously, her dark eyes wide with the unspoken question. How did you know? You mentioned twice wanting to visit the pharmacy. Aside from your brother, you did not mention any other family members. Your bond is strong. He would not allow you to venture out alone unless he was injured. This compelled you to team up with these individuals to search for supplies and medicine. Zhou Yiming looked at her in admiration. Miss Jiang, you are so clever. He is injured, but we have no medicine or food at home. If we do not return with supplies soon. Jiang Xingyue contemplated the situation. She had enough resources to sustain thousands, but not just anyone could enter her domain. To be her subordinate and enjoy generous benefits, one must possess value. Tell me more about your brother. Upon hearing Jiang Xingyue inquire about her brother, Zhou Yiming recounted everything in detail. Once, we lived in a village, relying solely on each other after losing our family at a young age. He left school before finishing middle school to work. I am not particularly bright and did not perform well academically. Later, I encountered some issues and was compelled to drop out of high school. Zhou Yiming cautiously stole a glance at Jiang Xingyue's expression, fearing she might look down on her for not being clever enough. Fortunately, Jiang Xingyue exhibited no reaction, which put her at ease. After leaving school, I began living with my brother. In his pursuit of income, he took up work as a brawler. Rest assured, he is genuinely a good person and not a bad man, I promise. Jiang Xingyue nodded casually. Zhou Yiming, being simple-minded, saw through the situation at a glance. Her brother requires caution. Eventually, after saving some money, my brother started his own pawn shop. We have just moved into Yunlan Garden. However, my brother mentioned that it was a house mortgaged by a young girl. It was affordable and suitable, which is why he decided to purchase it. Jiang Xingyue raised an eyebrow, pondering the coincidence. What is your brother's name? My brother's name is Zhou Qian, the Qian in Qian Kuan. Jiang Xingyue smiled, realizing it was indeed him, the tattooed man from the pawn shop who had driven Jiang Yimei's family away, much to her satisfaction. Zhou Qian, fully aware he had been used, neither grew angry nor sought trouble with her. The key was that he paid up promptly. Miss Jiang, do you know my brother? Jiang Xingyue merely smiled and did not respond. Just then, someone approached. Zhou Xiangming halted 5 meters away, softly interrupting the two. Xingyue, we have gathered our things. It is already past 4. If we delay any longer, we may not be able to return. The sun still hung high in the sky, showing no signs of setting. Yet the time remained concerning. They feared that if they lingered too long, the zombies would become more active. Jiang Xingyue nodded and followed Zhou Xiangming and Zhou Yiming downstairs. The three had already prepared 3 large packages, 2 for adults and 1 for a child. Yu Hong appeared quite weak, managing a feeble smile. I apologize, Miss Jiang. I was unaware of your capabilities. Please accept my apologies. Thank you for your magnanimity. Yu Hong, tall and intimidating, displayed an obsequious demeanor that was somewhat unappealing. While I am in a good mood, you should leave quickly. If you linger, you may end up accompanying Tang Yuan.
Yu's forehead twitched.
Before they left, they glanced at the scene. He smiled ingratiatingly, responding repeatedly, and tugged Zhou Xiangming away. Zhou Xiangming hesitated, asking, what about Zhou Yiming? Jiang Xingyue curled her lips in a smile. She is coming with me. Zhou Xiangming nodded and, along with the other two, grabbed their packages and cautiously moved toward the exit. Miss Jiang, could you wait for me here for a moment? I spotted a pharmacy nearby on the map, and I need to get some medicine. Jiang Xingyue did not nod, saying, there is no rush. Tell me how your brother was injured. Zhou Yiming, slightly puzzled, obediently followed Jiang Xingyue back into the supermarket. She recounted the details of her brother Zhou Qian. Only then did Jiang Xingyue grasp the situation. After Zhou Qian had driven Jiang Yimei's family away, he and Zhou Yiming had quietly moved in. On the day of the apocalypse, Zhou Yiming had gone out to buy groceries. Upon returning home in a panic, she found her brother with a knife wound in his abdomen, bleeding profusely. According to Zhou Qian, he had encountered a madman on his way home, who had randomly attacked with a knife. Her brother had unfortunately been pushed and had collided with the blade. They had used up all the medicine in their home, but his condition did not improve. After a prolonged period, he developed a fever and infection, and their supplies were running low. Today, Zhou Qian had been burning with fever and remained in a stupor, prompting Zhou Yiming to sneak out to gather supplies. Understanding the circumstances, Jiang Xingyue realized that her brother should not be in serious danger. It was merely a matter of nutrition and an infected wound. She happened to have collected antibiotics and a variety of medicines beforehand. I have medicine. There's no need to go to the pharmacy. The calmness here is due to the fact that most of the zombies in this area have been eliminated. The dense zombies outside are not something you can handle. Zhou Yiming felt quite embarrassed. I cannot take your medicine for free. I know how precious supplies are now. Jiang Xingyue chuckled lightly, consider it a loan. In the future, you and your brother will be my subordinates, and you shall work doubly hard for me. These supplies will not be lacking. Zhou Yiming's eyes sparkled with joy. How wonderful! Miss Jiang can accept both of us siblings. Jiang Xingyue required substantial support. Whether for managing the underground city or venturing outside, she needed trustworthy individuals by her side. This brother-sister duo appeared quite promising. Although they were not the veterinarians she primarily sought, both possessed physical capabilities that far exceeded the average. A win-win situation. She was not short on supplies or medicine, and doing good deeds without any return was not her style. Her principle was that any effort must yield a reward. What skills does your brother possess? Jiang Xingyue had already begun to contemplate Zhou Qian's potential role, for she did not keep idle hands among her subordinates. Zhou Yiming scratched her head. My brother is quite skilled in fighting. Although he may not be as strong as I am, Jiang Xingyue's lips twitched. Aside from that, what else can he do?
Oh.
My brother can farm and grow flowers. Everything he plants thrives, and he is also excellent at caring for small animals. Jiang Xingyue's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Zhou Yiming. This is precisely the talent I need. Chapter 39. The flamethrower in hand. Sweeping the supermarket, Jiang Xingyue and Zhou Yiming ventured to the innermost part of the supermarket, where the zombies had been eradicated, rendering the area quite safe. We can rest here. When night falls, we will go to Yilman Garden to fetch your brother. It is very secure there. You can move in directly. Jiang Xingyue turned to Zhou Yiming, who was covering her stomach, looking rather embarrassed. I have a large frame, so I consume more energy. I am a bit hungry. Jiang Xingyue nodded in understanding, gesturing for her to follow. The two found the living supplies section, where Zhou Yiming retrieved 2 chairs. They sat at a table near the cash register. Zhou Yiming obediently took a seat, but wore a puzzled expression. Suddenly, 2 portions of food materialized in front of Jiang Xingyue, still steaming with warmth. Zhou Yiming was taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, refraining from questioning the source of this ability or why the food was still hot. Jiang Xingyue felt quite satisfied. Within a mere half-day, she had developed a strong sense of trust. Based on her analysis, Zhou Yiming's loyalty was at least 60%. Jiang Xingyue added another serving of food on the table, pushing the braised pork rice and the mushu pork rice toward Zhou Yiming, while keeping a lighter dish for herself. Zhou Yiming stared at the 2 large boxes in astonishment, asking Miss Jiang, is this for me? You work for me, so it is only right that I provide meals. If this is insufficient, feel free to ask for more. You will certainly not go hungry while following me. Zhou Yiming nodded obediently and opened the 2 boxes. One contained fluffy white rice with half adorned with fragrant braised pork, each piece perfectly marbled with just the right balance of fat and lean meat. The other box featured mushu pork, offering a delightful mix of meat and vegetables. Zhou Yiming swallowed hard, having not enjoyed such a meal in quite some time. Jiang Xingyue opened her own box, revealing a healthy mix of whole grain rice, vibrant green vegetables, and succulent pieces of beef. Zhou Yiming, though famished, remained polite and waited for Jiang Xingyue to start eating first. Zhou Yiming, however, did not hold back and devoured her meal heartily, causing Jiang Xingyue to eat a bit more than usual as well. The ground around them still bore traces of the rain-soaked mud, and not far away lay the rotting corpses of zombies. The air was thick with the stench and dust, yet both remained unfazed by their surroundings. Zhou Yiming was not one to be finicky, and Jiang Xingyue had endured far worse in her past life, making dining amidst such odors appear trivial. While eating, Zhou Yiming momentarily froze, gazing at the tender braised pork on her spoon, feeling a pang of melancholy. She wondered whether her brother was faring better now, and if he was going hungry. After finishing their meal, Jiang Xingyue glanced at the time. It was 5 p.m. Let us wait until nightfall before we proceed. For now, we should rest and conserve our strength. The number of zombies in the residential area is overwhelming, and we must move quietly to avoid drawing attention. Zhou Yiming nodded obediently. Leaning back, Jiang Xingyue closed her eyes to rest, though her mind remained alert. In such a perilous environment, true relaxation was elusive. Beside her, Zhou Yiming diligently followed her orders, now deep in slumber, emitting soft snores. The glaring sun was slowly sinking in the west, casting a vibrant orange hue across the landscape. Two streaks of orange illuminated the area not far from Jiang Xingyue, where sparkling dust danced in the light. They sat in the dimly lit aisle between shelves, enveloped in a moment of tranquil serenity. With her eyes shut, Jiang Xingyue allowed her body to relax while contemplating the harvest of their recent endeavors. Firstly, her plant-based abilities had ascended to level 2, marking a significant improvement over level 1. She could absorb energy more swiftly and in greater quantities, and her repertoire of techniques had expanded. Techniques such as vine thorns and thorn whips had proven to be formidable offensive measures. With sufficient energy now at her disposal, she could experiment with more skills. She had finally taken a small step towards her goals. The evolution of her plant abilities was a testament to their value. They were far from useless. She checked her system and noted she had accumulated 1611 points, with only a small distance remaining to reach 2,000. Jiang Xingyue's consciousness lingered over the energy core she had acquired from a robust zombie, a gray, coldly glowing crystal. She recalled the water-based energy core she had absorbed previously. It was undeniable that absorbing cores of differing elements could lead to severe side effects. In her past life, she had never heard of anyone capable of absorbing energy cores from other sequences as she could. It seemed that these issues were intertwined with her very being. Her awakening did not enhance her physical constitution. She remained frail and susceptible to illness, yet her vitality was resilient, allowing her to absorb energy cores from various elements. These anomalies cast a shadow of unease over Jiang Xingyue's heart. What secrets lay hidden within her body? Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her underlying doubts. Some matters could not be rushed. One day, she would uncover the answers. Gazing at the gray energy core, she contemplated and silently invoked the energy core exchange function within the system. Congratulations, host. You have discovered the energy crystal exchange feature. The energy core exchange function is now activated, automatically detecting the exchange rate. Jiang Xingyue raised an eyebrow. This little device has hidden features.
Ding.
A pseudo-level 3 energy core of physical abilities detected. It can be exchanged for 500 points. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? No wonder the zombies had such peculiar levels. It turned out to be a pseudo-level 3 zombie, infinitely close to level 3. Exchange. With her plant abilities now at level 2, she was undoubtedly among the elite awakened ones. There was no immediate urgency to level up. The defense of their refuge was the top priority. Your 500 points have been successfully credited. Jiang Xingyue watched as her system panel reflected a total of 2,111 points. The purchase icon for the flamethrower apparatus had been illuminated, and she decisively chose to buy it. Her initial points had dwindled to 112, but her backpack now held a new piece of equipment. Jiang Xingyue felt quite satisfied and decided to install it upon returning to the villa, especially as she was expecting 2 subordinates to assist her shortly. At 8 p.m., darkness descended. The foul city transitioned into night mode, with lurking, flesh-eating monsters prowling in unknown corners. The city was shrouded in pitch blackness. Survivors who had managed to endure had adapted to this new reality, learning to protect themselves in the dark without making a sound or emitting light. Those with electricity still lived in shadowy silence. Before their departure, Zhou Yiming expressed a hint of regret. There are still so many supplies in the supermarket, but as just 2 people, we lack the capacity to take them all. Understanding her thoughts, Jiang Xingyue smiled and took a stroll through the first floor of the supermarket. As she moved past the shelves, it was as if the items had been erased from existence. Zhou Yiming followed closely behind, her eyes wide with astonishment at the disappearing products. The snacks in the food section were well sealed. Apart from the lower shelf, where the packaging was severely damaged and thus abandoned by Jiang Xingyue, the mid and upper shelves were in perfect condition and were all collected. The vegetable and meat sections, however, were largely devoid of goods. This supermarket had not been abruptly closed due to a sudden outbreak. It had been preemptively shut down for street repairs, resulting in no new stock for those 2 areas. Jiang Xingyue remained unhurried as she approached the cold storage. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by an abundance of various frozen goods. A selection of meats, including pork, beef, and steaks, as well as fish, shrimp, and some ready-made meals lay inside. Jiang Xinghua stood at the entrance and snapped her fingers lightly. Everything within the cold storage vanished. On the second floor, several eateries awaited, like bakeries and the like. The items in these establishments were mostly freshly made and had little value. The remaining goods consisted of daily necessities and some clothing. Jiang Xinghua paid no mind to whether the clothes were in style or suited for any particular age group. In the apocalypse, having clothes to wear was a luxury in itself. After their thorough sweep, only 20 minutes had elapsed. Jiang Xinghua noted Zhou Yiming's calm demeanor, now accustomed to the power of spatial manipulation, and nodded in approval. She had not intentionally concealed her abilities. Zhou Yiming, if trustworthy, would be someone she interacted with daily. The application of her spatial powers in everyday life was difficult to hide. This served to intimidate others, should Zhou Yiming harbor any unruly thoughts. Witnessing the disparity in their abilities would certainly deter her. Jiang Xinghua still needed to observe whether Zhou Yiming was truly trustworthy. Moreover, Zhou Yiming needed to cooperate with her. Without knowledge of her capabilities, misunderstandings could arise in times of danger. Your performance was commendable. I shall grant you a bonus upon our return. Zhou Yiming nodded with delight, relishing her newfound role as a wage earner. The two women prepared to set off. Zhou Yiming dutifully positioned Jiang Xinghua on her arm, vowing not to let her take even a single step further than necessary. Zhou Yiming would lead the way, while Jiang Xinghua directed. Although Jiang Xinghua's perception range was limited, it was still sufficient to evade numerous dangers. They encountered primarily level 1 zombies, and the two managed to dodge them before any confrontation could occur. Their tall figures moved swiftly through the darkness, soundlessly. Along the way, they faced two unavoidable zombies, each time numbering fewer than 3. Zhou Yiming handled them effortlessly, leaving Jiang Xinghua to silently commend her exceptional judgment. Time and effort were saved, and safety was significantly enhanced. Meanwhile, in Building 8 of Yunlan Garden, a haggard man awoke, squinting in the dim light. In a hoarse whisper, he called out, "Yiming, are you there?" Chapter 40. Your sister says you are quite adept at farming. Zhou Qian awoke feeling extremely weak, with a dull ache radiating from his abdominal wound. Ignoring the need to examine himself, he painfully climbed out of bed in search of his sister. He had been feverish and vaguely recalled Zhou Yiming mentioning going out during his sleep. Now awake and realizing his sister was truly absent, a wave of unease washed over him. After searching several pitch-black rooms, including the bathroom, he could confirm that Zhou Yiming was not home. On the living room table, he noticed half a bag of instant noodles, with a note pressed beneath it. Using the faint light from his phone, he read the note, and his heart sank. Zhou Yiming had left with a few others from the community due to his persistent fever and the household's food shortage. In her haste, she hadn't even brought her phone, fearing interference. By his reckoning, Zhou Yiming had been gone for a full day. They had departed in the morning, and now it was already past 9 at night, with no sign of her return. Zhou Qian dared not imagine what might befall his sister amidst the rampant chaos of zombies outside. A man who had never believed in deities or spirits now found himself fervently praying for her safe return. Unable to contact Zhou Yiming, he felt lost, uncertain of where to search for her in a city so vast. He loathed himself for being injured at such a perilous time. Should he encounter the scoundrel who had pushed him onto the blade, he would ensure the man met a gruesome end. Ouch! In his fervor, he unintentionally tugged at his wound, drawing in a sharp breath as beads of sweat formed on his brow. As frustration consumed him, he remembered Zhou Yiming's phone, which surely held vital clues. Fortunately, it was not password protected. He eagerly scrolled through the message list, finally uncovering who Zhou Yiming had left with and where she had gone. Furrowing his brow at the map's distances, he noted that their destination was not far, and logically, they should have returned by now.
Yong?
Wasn't he the one from the same building tasked with monitoring? What was he doing there? Zhou Qian decided to message Yu Hong for clarification. To his surprise, a reply came swiftly. We returned in the evening, but your sister has climbed to greater heights and will not be back. Zhou Qian frowned in confusion. Greater heights? He inquired further but received no response. Could it be that Xiaomeng had been deceived? Despite her tall stature, she was incredibly naive. The kind of person who would still count money for those who sold her out. Anxiety gnawed at him as he bit his fingers. He knew his sister well. She would never abandon him. The fact that she had not returned meant she must have encountered some danger. What to do? Suddenly, the phone screen flickered again. Zhou Qian quickly picked it up, hoping it was another message from Yu Hong. Instead, he found someone in the building mentioning him in a group chat. With so few survivors left in the building, why was someone seeking him out specifically? I'll tell you. Hurry, open the door. We still have belongings inside. And we need to retrieve them. Don't play dead. I know you two are siblings and there's food in your home. You're injured, right? If you don't let us in, don't blame us for being rude. When he returned, he had coincidentally run into Jiang Yimei, who had known about his injury. Though he found it odd that she assumed he had supplies. Just that half piece of flatbread? Zhou Qian dismissed her, recognizing that her family was clearly disturbed. He vividly recalled the dramatic scene when he had forced them to leave. Rumor had it that the man had returned with his mistress after the apocalypse. How could four people cohabitate in such a manner? Zhou Qian let out a derisive snort and set down his phone. On the 6th floor, Jiang Yimei and her family stared at their phones, having received no reply. Jiang Yimei quietly asked Deng Xingpeng, who was holding the phone. Could it be that they all perished?
Impossible.
Those who ventured out for supplies today have returned. Even that frail one, resembling a chick, has come back. How could that burly woman perish outside? Han Shuyan squeezed between them, leaning on Deng Xingpeng's shoulder with a delicate voice.
Peng Ye.
Why don't we wait until nightfall to sneak down and take a look? With so many of us, the man downstairs is likely dead. Even if one remains. It's a woman. How could she pose a threat to you? Deng Xingpeng nodded appreciatively, his mind already calculating their evening plans. Jiang Yimei, feeling sidelined, wore a grim expression. Ever since the apocalypse, Deng Xingpeng had brought his mistress home, and her status had plummeted. Particularly after the recent theft incident, Deng Xingpeng had become utterly disenchanted with her. But where could she and her son go if they left? Jiang Yimei's demeanor darkened. Jiang Xinghua's space, though devoid of perfume, contained various air fresheners she had collected while shopping for essentials, which came in handy now. She sprayed them liberally around herself and Zhou Yimeng. Now both of them smelled delightful, and as long as they remained quiet, even lower-tier zombies would not detect them. Despite her larger stature, Zhou Yimeng moved with surprising lightness. And they progressed smoothly. Before long, they arrived at the base of Building 8 in Yulon Garden. Jiang Xinghua whispered, I'll use vines to secure the window. You must hold on tight. I'll control the vines to lift us up. Zhou Yimeng nodded seriously, adjusting Jiang Xinghua to her back. Jiang Xinghua wrapped one arm around Zhou Yimeng's neck, while her other hand summoned her energy to form dark green vines. After reaching level 2, the strength and flexibility of her vines had significantly improved. A single vine, the thickness of a finger, could easily support both of them. The vines silently extended along the building's exterior, reaching the 4th floor. Thick curtains shielded the window within. A slender vine slipped through a crack, wrapping around the doorknob of the window. Zhou Qian, seated in the living room, suddenly heard a faint sound. Alert, he stood up to locate the source. Grabbing a knife from the kitchen, he cautiously approached the master bedroom, sensing something lurking behind the curtain. It was evident that whatever it was not human. After all, this was the 4th floor. There were no external footholds. How could someone climb up? Could it be yet another new breed of monster born from the apocalypse? Zhou Qian felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, his body growing weak. He struggled to maintain a vigilant stance, his gaze fixed on the window. The window creaked open. The bedroom window swung inward, fully opening, but he saw neither a hand nor any object. Suddenly, something writhing, resembling a monstrous tentacle, slithered in from beneath the curtain, firmly anchored to the ground. Zhou Qian hesitated, paralyzed with fear. 1 minute passed. A hand emerged from the curtain's gap, pulling both windows wide open. Zhou Qian was taken aback. Was it a person? He remained on high alert, waiting for the moment the intruder touched the ground to spring into action. As the curtain pulled back, it revealed a girl standing behind it. Zhou Qian halted, astonished. Jiang Xinghua? This was not what he had envisioned. Brother? Are you feeling better? Zhou Qian turned to see his sister Zhou Yimeng climbing up behind Jiang Xinghua. He hurried forward to assist her inside, while Jiang Xinghua discreetly stepped back. Once inside, Zhou Yimeng closed the curtains and window, then turned, her face alight with joy as she examined Zhou Qian. Xiaomeng, how did you end up together? This is the 4th floor. How did you get up here? Zhou Yimeng scratched her head. Well, Miss Jiang helped me up. It's a bit complicated to explain. Zhou Qian was aware of his sister's limited conversational skills and chose not to dwell on it. Weren't you supposed to be searching for supplies? Yu Hong mentioned you had climbed to some higher branch? Higher branch? Zhou Yiming tilted her head in confusion, pondering for a moment. Oh, he was referring to Miss Jiang. Zhou Qian gazed at the frail Jiang Xingyue, who was not even half his sister's size, feeling a headache coming on. His mind was a jumble, and after so much questioning, he felt even more lost. What about the supplies? Zhou Yiming laughed. Miss Jiang helped me safeguard them. She even gave me a bonus and a salary. She is such a wonderful person. Zhou Qian felt his lips twitch in exasperation. What was going on? He was at a loss for words. Why did every sentence from his sister revolve around Jiang Xingyue? Jiang Xingyue, her eyes glinting with anticipation, asked Zhou Qian, "Your sister says you're quite skilled at farming and caring for animals?" Zhou Qian was left dumbfounded. Suddenly faced with such a question, he felt even more bewildered. I'm not particularly skilled, but I did farm in the countryside before. I was indeed quite adept in that area. Jiang Xingyue nodded in satisfaction, her tone softening slightly. Do you have anything you wish to bring? Let us gather your things and come with us while it's still dark. Zhou Qian responded, you all? Where are we going? Zhou Yiming feared that Jiang Xingyue might consider her brother to be overly hesitant. I am already Miss Jiang's person, and so are you, brother. We shall move in with Miss Jiang. She will pay us. Zhou Qian was at a loss for words, feeling a deeper ache from his wounds. The fever persisted, and his mind could scarcely keep pace, unable to contemplate anything complex. Observing his sister's joyful demeanor and Jiang Xingyue's calm expression, he wondered if his sister had truly been deceived. It was rare for Zhou Yiming to be so proactive in her requests. Seeing the eager anticipation on her face, Zhou Qian swallowed many questions and chose to remain silent. Ultimately, as long as he was alive, he could protect her. Zhou Qian contemplated briefly. There was nothing of significant value. Money was of no use now, and their home lacked supplies. Taking clothing would suffice. Zhou Yiming nodded and began to gather her belongings. Jiang Xingyue adeptly entered the living room, her brow arching slightly at the entirely different arrangement of furniture. She naturally seated herself on the sofa, awaiting their conversation. Zhou Qian hesitated, observing Jiang Xingyue's composed demeanor. Miss Jiang, little Meng is pure-hearted, but certainly not foolish. She cares for you deeply, and you must have offered her considerable assistance along the way. I thank you in advance. Jiang Xingyue, aware of their close relationship, was surprised to discover that this tattooed man possessed such a commendable temperament. There is something I must discuss with you which pertains to you, she asserted, looking inquiringly at Zhou Qian. Just now, your aunt sent a message in the community group stating that they have belongings left behind. Given their family's character, I suspect they are using this excuse to seek an opportunity to reclaim their supplies. How would you like to handle this? Chapter 41. You can handle it, right? Zhou Qian understood that she harbored animosity towards that family, and revealing this information was a form of goodwill. If convenient, could you show me the group chat? I left my phone behind. Zhou Qian nodded and retrieved his phone from another single sofa, opening the group messages and handing it to Jiang Xingyue. The blue and white screen illuminated her still youthful face. Zhou Qian, feeling weak, relaxed as his sister returned. He slumped unceremoniously beside Jiang Xingyue on the single sofa. Raising his right arm to wipe his face, he gathered his spirits and discreetly glanced at Jiang Xingyue. His impression of her was limited to the rudimentary information he had discovered regarding her family background when she mortgaged her house. He knew she had endured hardships for many years, especially concerning her health. Zhou Qian's gaze wandered over Jiang Xingyue's serene face and her tense posture on the sofa, wondering if she was suffering from some terminal illness. Remarkably, this was the first time in years that Zhou Yiming seemed so joyful, so explicitly aware of her desires. Gazing at his sister's countenance, Zhou Qian found it difficult to utter a word of refusal. What was it like to follow a girl who seemed yet to fully bloom? Was this truly the path he envisioned? Jiang Xingyue concluded her perusal of the group records, a smile gracing her lips as she turned to meet Zhou Qian's gaze. He was momentarily taken aback. The amber hue of her eyes reflected the light from the phone screen, radiating brilliance. He stammered, "What is it?" Jiang Xingyue smiled politely. This message was not sent by Jiang Yimei, it was from Deng Xingpeng. They are too cowardly to threaten you directly. I recall when you expelled them. Deng Xingpeng did not dare utter a word. It was only when they stumbled upon me injured on my way home that they dared to approach. He cast a reproachful glance at Jiang Xingyue as he continued. Jiang Xingyue maintained her polite smile, seemingly oblivious to his look. They claimed to have forgotten something. But all the furnishings in this house are undoubtedly yours. Zhou Qian frowned, instinctively grinding his teeth, feeling an urge to curse. However, seeing Jiang Xingyue's polite demeanor, he restrained himself. What belongings could they possibly have? When we ordered them to leave, it was as if they wished to take the very light bulbs and floorboards with them. They merely wished to return and seize supplies now that I am injured. Jiang Yimei had previously sold food in the group, likely having run out of provisions by now. Jiang Xingyue nodded, aware of the situation. She had read Jiang Yimei's online diary. Surveying the living room's arrangement, she recognized none of the items, though they were not extravagant. They were simple and practical, indicating that the siblings led a serious life. They must have known little Meng was out gathering supplies today. Everyone in the community group was aware of it. They likely intended to exploit the return of those seeking resources as an excuse to reclaim what they believed was theirs. After contemplating, Jiang Xingyue smiled knowingly, indicating she grasped the situation. She rose to find Zhou Yiming, who was busy packing her belongings in the bedroom. No need to pack any further. We will take everything with us, leaving not a single tile behind. Zhou Yiming, slightly taken aback, scratched her head in confusion. Glancing at the clothes she had been packing, she decisively loosened her grip. She understood Jiang Xingyue's capabilities. Thank you, Miss Jiang. I appreciate your help. Zhou Yiming smiled shyly. It's no trouble. We simply cannot allow those scoundrels to benefit. Zhou Yiming nodded, seemingly comprehending, but suddenly recalled something. Miss Jiang, is your space capable of holding living creatures?
No.
What do you wish to store? Zhou Yiming hesitated, glancing at the corner of the bed where a bulge in the blanket was evident. Tentatively, she asked, Miss Jiang, are you allergic to fur? Jiang Xingyue looked at the bulge, instantly understanding, and gently shook her head. Zhou Yiming then breathed a sigh of relief. For she genuinely feared that Jiang Xingyue might have a fur allergy. That little creature would certainly find itself in an awkward situation. She carefully sat on the bed and reached out to pull back the blanket. The entire scene was executed with utmost caution.
Meow.
Jiang Xingyue shuddered, goosebumps rising on her arms. From beneath the blanket emerged a fluffy little head, nuzzling gently against Zhou Yiming's outstretched hand. Zhou Yiming's expression softened as she cradled the small, furry creature and turned to present it to Jiang Xingyue. Jiang Xingyue held the soft little life, awkwardly, lowering her gaze to meet a pair of stunning blue eyes.
Her name is Xiaohua.
Zhou Yiming's expression was tender, yet tinged with guilt. Her previous owner abandoned her, leaving her on the plaza downstairs, and I brought her back. I didn't prepare much food when the apocalypse struck, and she has endured a lot alongside me. Xiaohua is very well behaved and seldom makes a sound. Jiang Xingyue lowered her head, noting that this was a ragdoll cat. Frail and appearing no older than 3 or 4 months, far from the beauty depicted in online images. The fur felt somewhat dry, and her bones were easily discernible. Jiang Xingyue gently scratched her neck, and Xiaohua tilted her head in response, narrowing her beautiful, sky-like eyes, purring softly. Despite not being well-fed, Xiaohua had received good treatment. In a world where many pets had become mere rations, encountering a kind-hearted Zhou Yiming was her stroke of luck. Zhou Yiming beamed at the harmonious interaction between the two. Miss Jiang, Xiaohua likes you very much. Jiang Xingyue smiled in return, handing Xiaohua back to Zhou Yiming, her right hand lingering on the soft texture. Wishing to hold on just a moment longer. Time is of the essence. Since we need not pack, let us depart. Zhou Yiming nodded, her expression serious as she vowed. I will certainly keep a close eye on Xiaohua and ensure she remains silent. Jiang Xingyue paused for a moment. It's all right. She is not human. So there's no need to be overly strict. If zombies come, it's a different story. Zhou Qian, following behind, couldn't he help but smirk. Were zombies merely cabbages? With a wave of her hand, Jiang Xingyue commanded the furniture and Zhou Yiming's belongings to vanish, leaving the room entirely stripped bare. The 3 individuals suddenly found themselves standing in an unfinished apartment. Zhou Qian's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape in disbelief. The entire room was barren, reduced to a mere shell. Not even the floor tiles remained. Jiang Xingyue circled the space, methodically clearing it out. Zhou Qian, now numb, stuttered, How is this possible? Zhou Yiming, reassured by her brother's astonishment, proudly patted Zhou Qian on the shoulder and declared, This is Miss Zhang's ability. Zhou Qian snapped back to reality and asked, Space? Zhou Yiming nodded. Zhou Qian felt his surprise diminish. After all, with zombies now in existence, there was little that could truly shock him. Jiang Xinghua inquired, "May I borrow your phone to send a few messages in the group?" Zhou Qian shrugged nonchalantly and handed her the device, curious to see her intentions. Jiang Xinghua did not object, and Zhou Yiming moved closer, intrigued by the phone screen. Jiang Xinghua typed, "It suddenly feels a bit suffocating. Jiang Yimei, Deng Xingpeng. Do you intend to eliminate us completely? You've taken all the supplies. How are my sister and I supposed to survive? Those were hard-won resources brought back by my sister. You scoundrels. If my sister and I perish, you will be the murderers." Then, she proceeded to furiously tag Jiang Yimei and Deng Xingpeng. Once her theatrical display was complete, Jiang Xingyue calmly shut off the phone. Zhou Qian, enlightened, gazed at her in admiration, giving her a thumbs up. "Well done. Creating something from nothing." Zhou Yiming appeared somewhat perplexed, with a mischievous arch of her brow. Jiang Xingyue relished the moment. Zhou Qian, lost in thought, recalled how she had raised an eyebrow at him during the expulsion of Jiang Yimei's family. What a cool demeanor she possessed. "Let us return the way we came," Zhou Qian suggested, though confusion lingered. "Wait, we're on the 4th floor. How did you get up here? Also, it's the dead of night, when the zombies are most active. The area is crawling with them. How are we supposed to navigate with so many people? My body likely won't withstand strenuous movement and—" He glanced at Zhou Yiming, who held a small burden. "Shouldn't we devise a plan?" Zhou Qian's brow furrowed with worry. The fact that Jiang Xingyue possessed spatial abilities offered him some comfort, yet he questioned how their motley group could traverse the residential area. The weariness of his unkempt face reflected the burden of their circumstances. "Brother, you're being overly verbose. You needn't worry. Just follow Miss Jiang. Do as she instructs," Zhou Yiming asserted, her tone resolute. Zhou Qian felt a twitch of irritation at his temple, speechless at Zhou Yiming's unwavering seriousness. He wondered what enchantment Jiang Xingyue had cast upon her sister. Once, she had listened to him entirely. Now, they both seemed to be at the mercy of another. Was he really expected to follow her orders? Zhou Qian's expression darkened further, his mood soured. Jiang Xingyue led them to the window, her right hand gathering energy. A vine materialized out of thin air, rooting itself in the floor. It rustled and extended toward the window, eventually reaching the ground below. Zhou Qian's pupils widened in astonishment. What sorcery was this? Was this how they ascended? He watched as Zhou Yiming hoisted Jiang Xingyue onto her back, one hand cradling the small flower. With curious, sparkling eyes, the flower observed her movements. Zhou Yiming glanced back at Zhou Qian, saying, "Brother, I want to wait for you. You can manage, right?" Chapter 42. This world is too fantastical. Zhou Qian felt a surge of emotions as he watched his sister laboriously carry her load. Gritting his teeth, he replied with a strained smile, "It's fine. I can handle this. A few injuries won't be my end." Zhou Yiming nodded. "All right then. Just be careful and follow Miss Jiang's lead. I'm going down now." Without a moment's hesitation, she grasped the vine and disappeared from his view. Zhou Qian took a deep breath, realizing he had hoped for Zhou Yiming to interpret his unspoken words. With a sigh of resignation, he looked out the window. Zhou Yiming was already on the ground, waving to him and urging him to hurry. He reached for the vine, which felt like a robust plant tendril. He understood his sister's weight. She had more muscle than he did. Given that Jiang Xingyue was safely secured, the vine's sturdiness appeared to be reliable. Zhou Qian inhaled deeply, grasping the vine with both hands and maneuvering his body out the window onto the outer wall. He glanced down at the height below, a shiver coursing through him. Gritting his teeth, he turned his gaze away from the drop and tried to descend quickly. In the oppressive darkness, a damp breeze swept through, carrying distant screams and the roars of zombies. After the apocalypse, tranquility in the night had become a thing of the past. Zhou Qian allowed his gaze to wander as he traversed the wall, the abyss of blackness stretching before him, devoid of light, creating an unsettling heaviness in his heart. He landed softly on the ground and exchanged glances with Jiang Xingyue, silently inquiring about their next move. To her surprise, Jiang Xingyue noted Zhou Qian's quick adaptation and compliance with her directives. Satisfied, she nodded. Obedience was more valuable than mere ability, and she had no desire to carry a contrarian. In the distance, zombies had begun to take notice of their presence, converging toward them. Zhou Qian sensed the commotion and felt a wave of anxiety. This was his first venture outside since the apocalypse began. uncertain of Jiang Xingyue's true capabilities. He respected his sister's decision, yet found himself gripped by fear in this perilous situation. Jiang Xingyue waved her hand, and an SUV appeared before them. Zhou Yimeng, puzzled, whispered, "Miss Jiang, are we driving away? Won't that create too much noise? With our current group, it's challenging to depart silently. What if we encounter a horde of zombies, triggering a chain reaction?" Jiang Xingyue calmly replied, "We'll charge out swiftly." Zhou Qian pursed his lips. He had grown accustomed to Jiang Xingyue's spatial abilities and approached the driver's seat without hesitation. Jiang Xingyue made no objections. She had compensated him for his labor. Zhou Qian's initiative indicated he was capable of managing his injuries. In this new world, as long as one remained alive, they must continue to act. Zhou Qian displayed keen insight, while Zhou Yiming passed the small flower to Jiang Xingyue and took her place in the passenger seat. During their rapid drive, they faced an onslaught of zombies, making the front positions perilous. Jiang Xingyue composedly entered the vehicle and handed Zhou Qian the keys. Shadows of zombies loomed outside the window. Zhou Qian felt sweat bead on his forehead, unsure if it was due to pain or fear. In the darkness, his right hand trembled slightly as he inserted the key into the ignition. The shifting black forms around them seemed endless, sending chills down his spine. He pondered what Zhou Yimeng had experienced during her outing, as she now appeared unfazed. Jiang Xingyue, seated in the back with a small flower, fastened her seatbelt. "You know the route to the eastern suburbs," she reminded him. Zhou Qian nodded. He had traveled there a few times before. The roar of the engine broke the silence of the night, echoing ominously. Zhou Qian took a deep breath as the shadows quickened their pace. The white vehicle surged forward. Navigating through the darkness without headlights, his senses heightened, anticipating any lurking monstrosities. As they departed, the zombies hastened their pursuit, drawn by the sound of the vehicle. Zhou Qian remained exceedingly cautious. Approaching the community gate, he suddenly noticed a menacing multitude ahead. The zombies approached, drawn by the sound. Zhou Qian cursed, "Damn it, we're blocked." With the speed of the car unyielding and zombies trailing closely behind, they found themselves in a precarious situation. The horde of zombies loomed within 50 meters of the main gate. Jiang Xingyue, remarkably composed, instructed, "Do not stop or slow down. Push through." Zhou Qian's mind went blank, yet instinctively obeyed the command. He pressed the accelerator, charging toward the zombies at the gate. The undead lunged towards them. Zhou Qian's eyes widened, sweat streaming down and soaking his clothes. Zhou Yiming, seated in the passenger seat, held onto the overhead handle, her expression grave but devoid of panic. 10 meters. 5 meters. Just as Zhou Qian's hands began to tremble on the steering wheel, a flash of light flickered in the darkness, revealing the grotesque and disfigured faces of the zombies. Suddenly, a long, whip-like object danced in the air, weaving a vast net, twisting like the tentacles of some monstrous creature. Zhou Qian did not ease off the accelerator. In that fleeting moment of passing through the horde, the zombies were flung skyward by those tentacles, crashing into the roadside. Zhou Qian's eyes bulged as he finally discerned what had zipped past his window. It was a thorny vine. These thorns seemed to have emerged from the abyss, tossing aside a portion of the zombies ahead, while another section was severed at the neck. Heads flew through the air, 2 of them thudding against the car's hood. Zhou Qian felt a chill run down his spine, his hair standing on end at the sight of the decapitated heads. Zhou Qian. The car did not slow. Within seconds, they burst out of the neighborhood. A light-hearted, familiar voice chimed in Zhou Qian's ear. "Miss Jiang, you're incredible. This technique is truly effective." Zhou Qian suddenly grasped what Yu Hong had meant by high branches. Nevertheless, he felt an overwhelming urge to roar that this world was far too fantastical. A vehicle sped through the silent, pitch-black city, each passage stirring the cries of the surrounding zombies. Nearby survivors trembled in fear. The night filled with the cacophony of undead howls. Unlike the concentrated mass of zombies in the neighborhood, Jiang Xingyue dealt with the obstacles directly using her thorny vines, navigating through the roads with relative ease until they exited the city. Her reserve of abilities was substantial, instilling her with confidence. Observing the noticeably diminished number of zombies on the road, Zhou Qian secretly exhaled in relief. Following Jiang Xingyue's guidance, they arrived at the Banyue Villa district. Within the confines of the villas, the presence of zombies was even less palpable. What was happening? Entering the villa district, Zhou Qian obediently drove deeper. Noticing not a single shadow of a zombie, they continued inward, stopping before a house that caught his eye. Zhou Qian, somewhat bewildered, parked the car in front of a villa in the back section of the area. Jiang Xingyue, cradling a small cat, exited the vehicle first. Approaching the villa door, she deftly opened it with a slender branch. Zhou Qian and Zhou Yiming exchanged glances before following Jiang Xingyue inside. "Miss Jiang, is this your home?" Jiang Xingyue located the light switch and turned it on, the sudden brightness causing both to instinctively close their eyes. Zhou Qian, visibly anxious, exclaimed, "Turning on the lights will attract zombies." Jiang Xingyue turned back, her demeanor calm. "This entire villa district is my domain. There are no zombies here. This house is positioned deep within, with few people around. Turning on the lights poses no risk." Zhou Qian was taken aback. "The entire villa district?" Jiang Xingyue nodded. Observing her serene confidence, Zhou Qian began to understand, accepting that it was natural for someone with such power to possess a villa district. Jiang Xingyue surveyed the villa and nodded in approval. The house had been unoccupied, with furniture intact aside from a layer of dust. "You can stay here for now. Tomorrow, you can explore the villa district and choose another house. They are all vacant, so you can select any one you prefer. I have installed numerous surveillance cameras throughout the area, ensuring safety." As she spoke, Jiang Xingyue produced a walkie-talkie and handed it to Zhou Yiming. "If there is any danger nearby, I will alert you through this." Zhou Yiming accepted it, nodding. "You both should rest well tonight. Tomorrow, come find me at my house, the one on the mountainside." Jiang Xingyue retrieved basic toiletries and some instant food, as well as bottled water from her space, producing a substantial amount. Zhou Qian felt a rush of warmth at the sight of such abundant supplies, as it had been a long time since he had seen anything so plentiful. Jiang Xingyue included antibiotics and medications for fevers and infections, along with 4 portions of steaming, nutritionally balanced meals. Zhou Qian instinctively swallowed at the sight of the food. Satisfied that she had not overlooked anything, Jiang Xingyue prepared to leave, feeling the weight of exhaustion after a long day. As she turned to go, she noticed a fluffy creature sitting on the ground. Her heart stirred. "I didn't see any food when I collected your supplies earlier?" Zhou Yiming, looking somewhat conflicted, nodded. "We ran out of food a few days ago. For the past few days, I've been sharing whatever I eat with Xiaohua." She glanced at the small cat with evident affection.
Meow.
The sweet sound made Jiang Xingyue feel as if she had just tasted a mouthful of sugar. Xiaohua twirled around Jiang Xingyue's feet, rubbing against her pants. Suddenly, Jiang Xingyue remembered the batch of pet supplies she had stockpiled before the apocalypse. The mountainside villa had food and supplies, but Xiaohua would have to come back with her today. Zhou Yiming unhesitatingly scooped up Xiaohua and stuffed her into Jiang Xingyue's arms, as if fearing she might change her mind at any moment. Zhou Qian felt a twinge of jealousy. Zhou Yiming was very fond of Xiaohua. Whenever he startled the cat, Zhou Yiming would be upset for a long time. Now, she was so readily letting Jiang Xingyue take her home, holding the delicate and soft Xiaohua. Jiang Xingyue felt a heavy sense of responsibility wash over her as she met Zhou Yiming's trusting gaze. Chapter 43. The Perfect Sanctuary. Level 3 and below opened as the two watched. Jiang Xingyue drove back to the mountainside villa with Xiaohua. This was her territory, so she confidently turned on the car's headlights. As she ascended the mountain, she caught a glimpse of something darting through the darkened woods. The sound was faint. Had she not been observant, she might have dismissed it as merely the wind. Jiang Xingyue slowed the car and turned her head to examine the rustling trees. But they appeared calm and unremarkable. With a sigh of resignation, she returned her gaze to the road. Upon entering her comfortable, well-lit home, she felt the day had stretched on endlessly. The fatigue in her body grew heavier. Jiang Xingyue slumped onto the sofa, her composure forgotten, her eyes tracking the fluffy little figure exploring her home. With no one else around, Jiang Xingyue allowed herself to freely admire Xiaohua. The little ragdoll cat seemed unfazed, prancing around the living room with a fluffy tail raised high like a duster, exploring her new territory with confidence. Her back and tail were a pale bluish gray, with a distinct V-shape between her eyes and a snowy white chest and limbs, her fur fluffed into a soft, inviting ruff. It was evident that Zhou Yiming had done her utmost to care for her.
Meow.
Jiang Xingyue held back her urges, but ultimately couldn't he resist. She scooped up the affectionate Xiaohua, cradling her in her arms and gently rubbing her fur. With a contented sigh, she closed her eyes, a wave of inexplicable joy welling up from within. Indeed, it was the charming presence of furry creatures that provided healing. Jiang Xingyue felt her heart soften. She put Xiaohua down and headed to the underground storage where she had previously stockpiled pet supplies. Sifting through the items, she retrieved food, canned goods, and litter. Returning to the villa, a bowl of warm goat's milk was placed before Xiaohua, accompanied by an ample supply of water. Jiang Xingyue squatted nearby, observing Xiaohua devour the food with great fervor, as if she had been famished for an eternity, her eating akin to a ravenous beast. Milk splattered everywhere, and the crisp sound of her chewing resonated in the air. As Jiang Xingyue gazed at the fluffy creature, a pair of obsidian-like, cold, gleaming eyes suddenly flashed before her. She murmured, "Little shadow." With a sigh, she retrieved 50 kilograms of frozen meat from the warehouse and placed it in a large bucket outside. By the time she finished tidying up, her eyelids felt heavy. She prepared a soft, fringed blanket for Xiaohua to curl up on the ground before climbing into bed herself. Just as she closed her eyes, a notification from the system echoed in her mind. Conditions met. The residential area of level -3 in the dungeon is now accessible. With that, she succumbed to the darkness, losing all consciousness.
Meow.
Jiang Xingyue felt a weight on her chest, and upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by a magnified, furry face. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was already 7. Dragging her sore body up, she fed the ever-adoring Xiaohua. The surveillance showed little activity in the Banu villa. She had informed the Zhou siblings yesterday that there was no rush to come up today, and given Zhou Qian's condition, they likely wouldn't be arriving soon. As Jiang Xingyue stepped outside, she noticed a bucket of meat in front of the villa, which had begun to emit a faint odor overnight. She stored it in her space and moved to the outside of the villa's walls, placing the bucket of rotten meat among the bushes, leaving it conspicuously visible. Casting a cautious glance around, she casually turned back toward the villa. After she walked away, a gigantic lizard emerged from the woods, fixated on the direction she had departed, and promptly began gnawing at the discarded meat. Jiang Xingyue, hearing the faint sounds behind her, couldn't help but smile with delight. Returning to the villa, she hurried to the elevator. The task reward mentioned a hive, which she assumed referred to the newly unlocked level -3. As the elevator doors opened, she was astonished to find a vast landing pad. In the corner, 3 drones were parked. Jiang Xingyue remarked, in comparison to this grand landing pad, those 3 drones seem rather meager. However, she quickly reminded herself that this was a system reward, far better than the exhausting labor of purchasing them with points. Such ordinary drones would cost 200 points each in the shop, making this a generous gift worth 600 points. After studying the drones for a while, she recognized their numerous functions, particularly their agility. They could not only scout the surrounding area but also transport lightweight items. Most importantly, each drone could carry 100 grams of explosives. This was paramount. Jiang Xingyue relished the notion of having a means of remote attack. Although she possessed ample gasoline, she lacked gunpowder. There was no need to rush. Progress must be made step by step. She meticulously implemented each of her plans without succumbing to impatience. As she recalled the row of elevator buttons, she remembered that the system had prompted something to be unlocked while she slept. Her eyes brightened at the thought of the residential area. She made her way to the newly unlocked level -3. The layout was exceedingly simple, resembling a standard underground shelter. Aside from the 3 large elevators present on each floor, the remaining space was divided into small rooms. Opening several at random, she found the interiors quite similar. They were arranged like dormitories, consisting of single, double, 4-person, and 6-person rooms, each equipped with a private bathroom. The rooms were modest in size, merely a few dozen square meters, yet the living conditions of the single and double rooms were quite pleasant, clean and well ventilated with no unpleasant odors. For an underground shelter, it was already quite impressive. In the central area, a dining hall, gym, and entertainment room were established, along with a spacious training room, all of which boasted commendable conditions. Jiang Xingyue estimated that this level could accommodate at least 10,000 people, potentially doubling if comfort were not a consideration. A thought crossed her mind. It must have been the inclusion of the Zhou siblings that granted access to this level. No wonder it was called a dungeon. Filling this level to capacity, alongside the unopened floors, would indeed resemble a city. Once everything was unlocked, Jiang Xingyue believed it would become a sanctuary that would astonish all survivors, a true bastion of safety in a post-apocalyptic world. As she circled around, she discovered that many permissions had indeed been unlocked last night. The 3 elevators were now accessible, though the buttons for level -8 and level 2 above ground remained unavailable. Level 2 was her private warehouse, and she surmised that level -8 would likely also be her private area. She just didn't know when it would open. The once impassable grand door in the first-floor hall was finally usable. Exiting through this door, which featured a decontamination zone, led to a dark tunnel approximately 50 meters long. The exit was located on the eastern side of Banu Mountain, with no nearby residences. Aside from the main road, only clusters of trees surrounded the area, ensuring excellent security. Indeed, how could one person truly constitute a city? Jiang Xinghua pondered. Previously, she had been alone here and many permissions had been disabled. Now that she had brought back 2 individuals, they were considered residents of the dungeon, unlocking all these privileges. Hence, analyzing the current situation. One of the dungeon's objectives was to entice her to bring in more people to become residents. Otherwise, with just herself, she could never complete the vast farming on level -1, let alone raise the progress bar to unlock the next level. This dungeon seemed to guide her in a gentle yet persuasive manner to establish a genuine post-apocalyptic refuge, a base. Jiang Xinghua smiled with intrigue. Feeling no aversion to this conclusion, she required the advanced technology and the entirety of the dungeon that the system provided, while the system needed her to create a base. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. There was no conflict between the two. According to Jiang Xinghua's vision, it was impractical to go it alone. This was why she had brought back the Zhou siblings, aligning her interests with the system's. She was unafraid of being utilized by the system, but rather concerned about the system having no expectations of her. Nothing in this world comes free. Their current mutual reliance was quite satisfactory, a method she favored. However, she needed to hasten the progress on level -1. It was lagging behind. Now, with the addition of 2 able-bodied individuals, she believed the next level would soon be unlocked. Jiang Xinghua squinted her eyes and smiled silently. She was filled with anticipation. The surprises of this dungeon were abundant. What more lay ahead? It felt akin to unwrapping a gift, utterly addictive. On the path leading to the hillside villa, 2 tall figures were walking. Jiang Xinghua mused. What a splendid location they have found. I didn't fully appreciate it yesterday, but today it truly impresses. Zhou Qian surveyed the surroundings, chatter emanating from him towards the stern-faced Zhou Yiming. Zhou Yiming frowned and corrected him, brother. It's Miss Jiang. Zhou Qian, looking at his disapproving sister, raised his hands in mock surrender. All right. Miss Jiang, is that acceptable? In no time, they arrived at the platform of the hillside villa, gazing in awe at the imposing gate before them. Zhou Qian exclaimed in wonder, such high walls, such defenses. Is this climbing ivy? As he reached out to touch the green plant clinging to the wall, the leaves trembled subtly as he approached. If you don't want to be reduced to blood and water, it's best not to touch it, a cold voice echoed in Zhou Qian's ear, startling him into retracting his hand. With a soft sound, the black iron gate, adorned with a ghastly beast's head, opened a crack, seemingly inviting them in. Upon arriving at the villa, which appeared to be forged from steel, Zhou Qian felt a twinge of frustration. There was no doorbell. And just as he was about to knock, the door opened, revealing Jiang Xinghua with a pale face and a strangely joyful smile. My 2 diligent workers have arrived. Zhou Qian felt a shiver at her smile, an unsettling sensation causing him to instinctively step back. However, now that they have arrived, there is no room for retreat. Before he could finish his internal struggle, Zhou Yiming, with a radiant smile, stepped forward without hesitation. Zhou Qian expressed his concern. I truly worry about Xiaoming being so naive. With a forced smile, he followed her inside. The door behind them slowly closed like the maw of a beast. Zhou Yiming's eyes gleamed as she beheld the freshly washed flowers, but she did not forget the matter at hand. I apologize, Miss Jiang. My brother needed his bandages changed this morning, which delayed us. No worries, from now on we are companions. There's no need for such formality. I intended for you to rest more. Please come and sit. Zhou Qian discreetly surveyed the surroundings, which were impeccably clean and tidy. A robotic vacuum glided across the floor. The air conditioning emitted a pleasantly cool breeze, and the lighting was warm and bright. It was as if the world had not changed since before the apocalypse. Meanwhile, survivors in the Yunlan Garden community were starving. What is this? Zhou Qian swallowed hard at the sight of the food on the table. Chapter 44. It's done. From now on, you are my boss. What is this? Fresh fruit? When he and Xiaoming shared a piece of flatbread, Jiang Xinghua had fresh fruit to eat. How could it just be laid out on the table? Damn it. This is infuriating. Zhou Qian's expression shifted, jealousy twisting his features. As the sweet juice burst in his mouth and slid down his throat, he suddenly realized, when did I start eating this? It seemed to have been when Jiang Xinghua handed it to him with a fervent gaze. Zhou Qian felt a twinge of guilt. He had eaten something given to him. Had he actually been envious just a moment ago?
Ugh.
What a petty person I am. Jiang Xinghua found Zhou Qian's suddenly shifting expression amusing. Everything was written on his face. If she hadn't offered him the apple earlier, he would likely have cried in frustration. Zhou Qian had groomed himself today. His shoulder-length hair tied back in a small braid, with a few strands casually falling over his forehead. His stubbly face revealed sun-kissed skin, and his chiseled features appeared much more vibrant than the lethargy he had displayed the previous day. Leaning against the wall, Jiang Xinghua spoke lazily. You must already understand that resources are the currency now. Zhou Qian and his sister nodded in agreement. From now on, I will provide you with work and pay you in resources. Each month, you will receive 50 kilograms of rice, 20 kilograms of flour, and 15 kilograms of meat. The siblings' mouths dropped open, their eyes wide with disbelief. Having grown up in poverty, they understood the significance of these provisions. The quantity Jiang Xinghua offered was enough for 3 people for a month. And since there were 2 of them, it was akin to receiving double the share. Before they could fully comprehend, Jiang Xinghua added, once the crops in the vegetable garden and orchard mature, those will also be included in your compensation. Zhou Qian swallowed hard. They were leaping straight from poverty. Jiang Xinghua wore an appropriately charming smile. With such generous benefits, she was confident no one could refuse. The value of this offer was rare at the onset of the apocalypse, let alone in the future. Once others learned of their monthly compensation, they would likely be envious to the point of bleeding from jealousy. Zhou Qian was not foolish, he was astute. His fingers clenched his pants tightly. His expression contorted with determination. It's settled. From now on, you are my boss. You saved my sister and provided us with work and such generous compensation. I would do anything for you, as long as you treat her well. Jiang Xinghua raised an eyebrow, amused by his fervent declaration, unaware of what he had concocted in his mind. Zhou Yiming looked at her brother with a gaze akin to that of a fool, her tone serious. Brother, Miss Jiang is a good person. Don't say such foolish things. Zhou Qian retorted, do you even hear what you're saying? Who's the one being foolish here? Jiang Xinghua chuckled, finding the sibling dynamic entertaining. The sister was earnest and innocent, while the brother was quick-witted but sometimes too hasty. It wasn't a major flaw. Having made his decision, Zhou Qian felt more at ease. Earlier, you mentioned a vegetable garden and orchard, but I don't see suitable planting areas on this mountain. Where exactly are they? Jiang Xinghua thought to herself that he truly was skilled at agriculture. Thankfully, she had not wasted time digging in the yard, as she was unfamiliar with it. She gestured for them to follow her to a corner on the first floor. Zhou Qian looked puzzled, and before he could inquire, the wall began to ripple ominously, emanating a soft blue glow. As they stepped into the glow, Zhou Qian was astonished. It was an elevator. What kind of high technology is this? With an amiable smile, Jiang Xinghua assured them, this is just the beginning. Where are we going, boss? Aren't we supposed to check out the vegetable garden and orchard? We are on our way there now. Zhou Qian and Zhou Yiming exchanged confused glances. Jiang Xinghua pressed the button marked with a faint blue one. After a sensation of weightlessness, the elevator doors gradually opened, revealing Jiang Xinghua's voice. Welcome to the underground farming and livestock area. The siblings stood in shock, their mouths agape. Goosebumps rising on their arms as a jolt of electricity coursed through them. Good heavens! Is this a miracle? One wouldn't dare to write such a thing. What is this? A vast expanse of farmland. This must be thousands of acres. Jiang Xinghua smiled nonchalantly. Even more than that. The siblings instinctively followed her, their eyes darting around with curiosity, akin to Lu Laolao entering a grand garden. Outside, the world was ravaged by storms and scorching sun, yet here, life thrived. Zhou Qian inhaled deeply, feeling the refreshing scent of plants fill his lungs, and his mood lifted instantly. Is this wheat? There are approximately 300 acres of wheat here. And beside it is an orchard, all products of my abilities. This batch of wheat will be ready for harvest in about a month and a half. Zhou Qian's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced back at the wheat seedlings. A month and a half? That's incredibly fast. Boss, your abilities are remarkable. Is this artificial sunlight? And there's water too. Zhou Qian marveled, feeling slightly dizzy. Zhou Yimeng was equally astonished, momentarily rendered speechless. Jiang Xinghua chuckled lightly. Here, the water, sunlight, and soil are all of excellent quality. Tending to these crops and fruit trees will be your primary responsibility for the foreseeable future. You will need to care for the crops and trees I've planted. They are resilient and won't perish easily. Just water them occasionally, and I will come to enhance their growth with my abilities. Zhou Qian, you can manage the watering schedule. Jiang Xinghua spoke casually. She pointed to a patch of vacant land. This 200 acres will be for vegetable planting. Let's start with common crops that have a short growth cycle. She gestured to a row of shiny machinery nearby. These are for cultivation and are highly efficient. Your main task will be to oversee them, ensuring they maintain normal growth unless I utilize my powers to hasten their maturity. Zhou Qian finally exhaled in relief. He had feared he would have to plant everything himself, which would have been exhausting. Thankfully, he wouldn't have to die just yet. Jiang Xinghua patiently awaited the siblings to acclimate to their surroundings. Her gaze swept over the crops, a hint of worry creeping in. The progress was still too slow. When could she access the second level? Yesterday, she had noticed online that some individuals had begun to form groups. Although they were only small factions, given time, they could develop into a formidable base. Guarding such a vast store of grain and an entire city, even a slight delay posed the risk of being devoured. Rapid development and staying ahead were the only hard truths. She felt a sense of urgency rising within her. Seeing two robust laborers smile at her, she added, the vegetables and fruits you grow will also contribute to your compensation. If the yield is high, there will be extra rewards. The siblings nodded enthusiastically, filled with motivation. After speaking, she led the two into the spacious central elevator. When the doors opened again, they were greeted by an expansive hall, the lobby of the ground floor. The two were now so astonished that they felt numb. The technological marvels surrounding them resembled those found in virtual games rather than anything from reality. Jiang Xinghua pointed towards a large door with glass partitions, saying, "This is the entrance to the underground city. Next time, you can come up through the tunnel on the eastern foot of the mountain to the floors that are already accessible and authorized." Zhou Qian seized upon the key point. Already open? Jiang Xinghua smiled knowingly at him. The trio then arrived at the residential area on the third basement level. You may each choose a single room, she stated. Zhou Qian felt a surge of excitement. Amidst the apocalypse, the prospect of having a home was the greatest employee benefit. They recognized that this was a privilege granted to them by Jiang Xinghua. After all, there were also 6-person rooms available. The two successfully entered their personal information, and the blank screen at the entrance transformed to display their names. Zhou Qian grinned widely. In the midst of the apocalypse, they suddenly had housing. He recalled Jiang Xinghua's peculiar relatives and chuckled. Boss, if Deng Xingpeng and Jiang Yimei knew they missed out on such favorable conditions, wouldn't they be infuriated to the point of jumping off a building? Following you, there's food and shelter. Are they blind? Don't you know the people at Yunlinyuan are too afraid to step outside, merely complaining about hunger in the group chat? Just yesterday, they lamented that the plants at home were stripped bare, yet they refused to venture out, still waiting for rescue. Jiang Xinghua tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, her eyes narrowing slightly. They are indeed blind and lacking in insight. Do not expect rescue. Everyone is too preoccupied with their own survival to extend help. If we do not search for supplies now, once more people venture out, there will be nothing left to gather. Zhou Qian pondered this and found it reasonable, marveling at his own fortuitous luck. So, boss, what shall we do now? He asked, rubbing his hands together, eager to get to work. Having received such generous compensation, he felt uneasy not contributing. Jiang Xinghua smiled kindly. How is your injury healing? Zhou Qian instinctively placed his hand on his abdomen. He grinned broadly. Much better. Thanks to the food and medicine you provided, boss. I can now move about normally. As the trio stepped outside, the transition from the comfortable air-conditioned room to the glaring sunlight was jarring. A sheen of sweat immediately formed on their foreheads, and the ground felt scorching beneath their feet. Zhou Qian instinctively stepped back from the climbing ivy, clearly heeding Jiang Xinghua's warning. These two are a product of my abilities, the mutated climbing ivy. They will not attack you, provided you do not show any aggressive behavior, she added, a shadow crossing her eyes as she emphasized. Of course, that is contingent upon your lack of hostility. Zhou Qian, having just relaxed, felt a wave of apprehension return as he observed the strange green plants that could corrode, quickly gesturing in surrender. At that moment, a light sound echoed. and the ground trembled slightly. A row of cylindrical machines and a large toolbox appeared beneath their feet. The sleek designs and intricate interfaces shimmered in the sunlight. Jiang Xinghua handed a blueprint to Zhou Qian. This is a flamethrower. Attach it to the surrounding wall.
What?
Boss, how do you have everything? Zhou Qian gazed at the machinery with gleaming eyes, itching to touch them. Jiang Xinghua took a few steps back before turning to smile at them. By the way, be careful. The flames reach over 1,000 degrees. Touch them, and you shall perish. Zhou Qian's lips twitched. In his eyes, these tools had transformed into formidable weapons. Zhou Yimeng nodded seriously. Understood, Miss Jiang. We will be cautious. Zhou Qian remarked. You really didn't pick up on Jiang Xinghua's dark humor at all. Chapter 45. The Box Truck. Departure to the farm 2 hours later, Zhou Qian and his sister returned to the villa, both drenched in sweat, their clothes nearly soaked through. Beads of perspiration trickling down their necks, and their sun-kissed skin marked with crimson. The moment they entered, a wave of heat enveloped them. Zhou Qian felt the refreshing breeze of the air conditioning and sighed contentedly. Some fortunate places still had electricity, but the sound of the air conditioning would attract zombies. Back at Yunlinyuan, they had endured the heat with only fans, too afraid to turn on the air conditioner. After the rain, the temperature soared. It had to be over 40 degrees outside. The post-storm heat was devilishly oppressive. Zhou Qian collapsed onto a dining chair, carelessly tugging at his black tank top. Jiang Xinghua wore a faint smile. This is just the beginning. Such devilish weather will be more frequent in the future, she thought, refraining from voicing her comments to avoid discouraging them. While the two rested, Jiang Xinghua connected the villa's surveillance system, along with the controls for 3 drones and the flamethrowers, to a new smartphone. A tablet was inconvenient for travel, a phone was more suitable. Jiang Xinghua fiddled with the phone, which was slightly larger than her palm, feeling dissatisfied. This is still a bit too large and not smart enough. The 3 stood outside the villa, near the perimeter wall. The contrast between the primitive and modern technological aspects of the villa's wall was striking. The gunmetal black beast head gate was heavily draped with mutated climbing ivy, topped with shimmering silver spikes and 10 cylindrical flamethrowers. Jiang Xinghua looked upward. The flamethrowers reflected a mechanical cold light in the sunlight, dazzlingly bright. Well worth the 1999 points. The design is extraordinary. Jiang Xinghua led the 2 a bit further away, lowering her head to manipulate her phone, where the control rights for the 10 machines were displayed. Although activation for attack was still manual, just to be safe, she included herself and the Zhou siblings in the access permissions to prevent any accidental harm. This was no trivial matter. Jiang Xinghua selected the flamethrower on the right side above the beast head gate and pressed the activation button.
Boom.
The bright red light illuminated the 3 of them, and a wave of heat surged toward them. Jiang Xinghua's eyes remained fixed on the fiery dragon-like flames, a look of delight sparkling in her gaze. Zhou Yimeng and Zhou Qian instinctively shielded her with their bodies, using their arms to cover their heads. After 3 seconds, they all felt the intense heat, their clothing and skin scorching to the touch. Jiang Xinghua's usually pale cheeks flushed with a hint of color. Zhou Qian pulled at the hem of his shirt to wipe the sweat from his brow, his eyes reflecting a yearning for such powerful weaponry. Who wouldn't he desire such an impressive tool? Although the flames lasted only 3 seconds, the temperature was over 1,000 degrees. Within a 50-meter radius, not a blade of grass survived. The ground was charred black, the burned trees and weeds reduced to mere ash, and the air was thick with the scent of charred remains. Jiang Xinghua nodded in satisfaction. This is merely the simplest form of attack. If needed, I can also control these flamethrowers to rotate. It's incredibly cool. One machine is equivalent to an attack from a level 4 fire-type ability user, and I have 10. Fully charged, they can be used 10 times. The cost-effectiveness is exceptional. Zhou Qian suddenly understood why Jiang Xinghua had previously warned him against reckless handling. Although it had been a jest, in all seriousness, who could withstand such a fire dragon? His sister had chosen quite well. She truly was remarkable. Zhou Qian proudly patted Zhou Yimeng's arm, receiving a look of confusion in return. After completing her experiment, Jiang Xinghua approached the gate, waving her hand over the scorched earth, and a torrent of energy cascaded onto the blackened ground. Before their very eyes, the plants began to revive, even more vibrant than before. At noon, Zhou Qian prepared a sumptuous lunch using the cooking pack. The takeout food stored in their space would not spoil, so they could save it for future outings. For now, it was best to cook for themselves. Fortunately, they didn't need Jiang Xingyue to lift a finger. Jiang Xingyue savored the food in her mouth, contemplating that perhaps some individuals were simply born with a knack for cooking. Even prepackaged meals turned out better than others could manage. After a moment, she remarked, "Once the vegetables are harvested, we won't need to rely on these cooking packs anymore." Zhou Qian swallowed a mouthful of food and replied to her, "When the vegetables are ripe, I shall prepare a feast for you. We will indulge in hot pot and barbecue. I will also whip up a variety of snacks and soups. You look so thin." Zhou Qian cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Xingyue's frail figure. After spending time together, Zhou Qian and Jiang Xingyue became increasingly casual in their conversations, devoid of formalities. Later, "I will make black-bone chicken soup, tomato beef soup, and corn rib soup. Whatever you wish to eat, I shall prepare it." Jiang Xingyue nodded in silence, swallowing hard. Perhaps she should hasten the ripening of some vegetables using her abilities? After their meal, Jiang Xingyue accompanied the two to the Banyue villa. Ultimately, they decided to stay in the villa they had chosen the previous day. Zhou Qian believed that since they were already living in a villa, there was no need for further deliberation. Jiang Xingyue unpacked supplies promised to Zhou Yiming from the supermarket, including a generator, daily necessities, instant food, snacks, and clothing, enough for the siblings to last a long while. Their household items were also stacked in the living room, awaiting their organization. 2 days later, on the 16th day of the apocalypse, the Zhou siblings spent their days farming in the underground city and returned to the Banyue villa to rest at night, leading a fulfilling and orderly life. In the basement of the underground city, the metallic walls gleamed, resembling a real field. Zhou Qian wandered leisurely in an old man's vest, enjoying the moment. As the small elevator opened softly, Jiang Xingyue stepped out, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. The siblings worked efficiently. They had cultivated approximately 500 acres of crops, including 300 acres of wheat and 200 acres of various vegetables. However, since yesterday, the system's progress notification had ceased to increase after reaching 35. Jiang Xingyue suspected it was due to livestock issues. Farming alone was insufficient. They needed to raise animals too. She felt relieved that Zhou Qian had come, as she no longer had to tend to the chicks and ducklings, liberating her hands completely. Zhou Qian's leisurely demeanor made her think it was time to assign him more responsibilities. After all, she paid a handsome reward, and it would be a pity not to get some return. Jiang Xingyue smiled warmly and beckoned the two over. Zhou Qian felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine, his body hair standing on end. In the living room of the hillside villa, Jiang Xingyue's expression turned serious, prompting the others to adopt a grave demeanor as well. Zhou Qian sat up straight, feeling uneasy. Zhou Yiming inquired directly, "Miss Jiang, do you have any plans?" "Indeed, I intend to procure some livestock," Jiang Xingyue replied. Zhou Qian frowned. After the recent heavy rains and the zombies, many farms must have been devastated. It won't be easy to find healthy livestock now. Jiang Xingyue opened her tablet. "I found news from the southern suburbs. The damage there appears to be less severe." She opened a map, zoomed in, and pinpointed a location to show them: the Lianshan sheep farm. "But we need to secure a vehicle first. When I traveled this route previously, I often saw those box trucks. Oddly, there aren't any in sight today." Jiang Xingyue remained calm. "No rush. We just need to find one today. If our journey goes smoothly tomorrow, we should be able to bring back many sheep. My space cannot accommodate living creatures, so a truck is essential." Zhou Qian nodded, and the three of them continued scanning the roadside for abandoned vehicles. Half an hour passed, and Zhou Qian grew restless. Jiang Xingyue squinted toward the bushes beside the road. "There's a vehicle there. Let us check it out." Following her finger, Zhou Qian approached and discovered the very box truck they had been searching for. "Boss, your eyesight is quite impressive." Jiang Xingyue chuckled, grateful for her heightened senses from her awakened abilities. Standing by the roadside, Zhou Yiming kept watch beside her. Zhou Qian approached the truck with the handgun Jiang Xingyue had given him, while Zhou Yiming watched anxiously as he disappeared into the bushes. Jiang Xingyue remained composed. Tasks within their capabilities should be entrusted to them, and her role as the leader was simply to await the outcome. Moreover, she had already sensed that there was no danger in that direction. The two needed to hone their skills. She would not allow them to remain perpetually sheltered under her wing. Her ambitions were vast, and those she gathered around her must possess the ability to stand on their own. In just a few minutes, rustling sounds emerged from the bushes, and Zhou Qian appeared, smiling. The truck was intact. The driver had died in the crash, but had not turned into a zombie. Jiang Xingyue nodded, and Zhou Yiming breathed a sigh of relief, lifting her onto his shoulder as they ventured into the thicket. The wild grass here had been neglected, and after the heavy rains, it had grown rampant, reaching heights that nearly matched Jiang Xingyue's shoulders. Sitting on Zhou Yiming's left shoulder, the grass brushed past her feet as they approached the truck, opening the back to reveal it filled with cargo. There was no foul odor, only a faint mustiness, suggesting it was not food. Jiang Xingyue's nose twitched. Zhou Qian climbed up to open a box, his expression one of disappointment. "Boss, it's filled with down jackets and quilts. What use are these in this scorching summer? They can't compare to a few boxes of instant noodles or biscuits." Jiang Xingyue mused that their luck was not so bad. This batch contained valuable supplies. Having experienced a rebirth, she understood the significance of such items, while others did not. With unpredictable weather, heavy rains, and scorching sun, there was no telling if they would soon face snow or extreme cold. These goods were precious. Zhou Qian pondered, realizing he had not considered the situation as thoroughly as Jiang Xingyue. This was something he needed to improve upon. Once Zhou Qian cleared away the driver's body, Jiang Xingyue would store the entire truck in her space, a smile gracing her face. With preparations complete, they were set to depart for the farm tomorrow, hoping for a smooth journey. Chapter 46 Sheep. Earth elemental abilities. The glaring sun wove a tapestry of rich gold in the sky, and under the searing heat, the road shimmered with distorted waves of heat. The scene evoked a sense of suffocating dizziness. A white SUV sped along the suburban road in such high temperatures. Within 2 hours, the vehicle entered a cluster of mountains. The winding mountain roads undulated, and upon rounding a bend, a slope came into view. "This is it, boss. At the bottom of the slope lies the sheep farm." Jiang Xingyue signaled Zhou Qian to stop the car. After exiting the vehicle, she waved her hand to store it in her space and proceeded on foot. The area felt eerily isolated, enveloped in silence. Jiang Xingyue remained composed, a faint energy swirling around her. She spoke softly. "I checked earlier. There are likely around 10 people at the farm. If we're fortunate, they may have turned into zombies. If not, we might have to confront the survivors. If there are indeed living people, I can't be held responsible. In this apocalypse, one must prioritize their own safety." The siblings looked grave. As they reached the entrance, there were no signs of danger. Jiang Xingyue gestured to Zhou Yiming, who cautiously approached to push the door open. It creaked open, revealing that it was unlocked. The three exchanged glances, with the siblings shielding Jiang Xingyue as they stepped inside. The interior was spacious, with glimpses of white greenhouses and patches of wild grass in the pasture area, alongside scattered low buildings. The trio advanced slowly, their vigilance heightened. Zombies were approaching. As soon as Jiang Xingyue's words left her lips, 6 zombies emerged from the distance, shambling toward them with unrecognizable intent. The siblings exchanged serious looks and swiftly drew out long, thickly wrapped objects from behind. The thick cloth fell away, revealing sharp watermelon knives glinting in the light. The stench intensified. Within mere breaths, the 6 zombies were less than 10 meters away. Exchanging a glance, they rushed forward, targeting the 2 fastest zombies at the forefront. Zhou Yiming was adept at dealing with these first-level zombies, employing swift and efficient techniques to dispatch one, its head rolling to the ground. Zhou Qian made a determined effort to disregard the eerie pinprick pupils and the half-torn scalp. Conquering his inner dread, he took a step forward with his left foot, stabilizing his body and crouching to evade the zombie's leap. As the zombie passed, he swiftly rose and struck at its head from behind. Zhou Qian's blade nearly severed the zombie's head. Only a thin layer of neck skin remained, connecting it to the swaying body. Zhou Qian maintained a stern expression as he swung the blade again, severing the remaining flesh. The siblings vigilantly watched each other's backs, moving with a fluidity that spoke of their unspoken understanding. Jiang Xingyue felt a swell of satisfaction. Zhou Qian's initial confrontation with the zombie pleasantly surprised her.
Now,
she felt reassured that her investment in supplies was not in vain. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the earth echoed, and the remaining 3 zombies were impaled by spikes that erupted from the ground. Hiss! Roar! The 3 zombies, pinned in place by the spikes, emitted a furious growl. Jiang Xingyue waved her hand, and 3 thorny vines appeared in the air, lashing toward the zombies' necks. Roar! The heads of the 3 zombies were cleanly severed, landing in the filthy mud below. The dark spikes and thorns dissipated. The trio continued their advance toward the white greenhouse. Upon pushing the door open, A cacophony of suffocating odors assaulted them. The stench of excrement mingled with the putrid scent of rotting flesh was overwhelming. Jiang Xingyue felt her head spin from the noxious air. Inside the nearly 1,000-square-meter sheep pen, bloodstains and carcasses lay scattered everywhere. Most of the sheep within the enclosure had perished, with only a few sickly survivors remaining. Zhou Qian pinched his nose. His voice muffled. These sheep have likely contracted diseases from such a prolonged stay in this environment. We cannot take them back. Jiang Xingyue silently gazed at the mound of sheep carcasses, which numbered in the hundreds, her heart aching painfully. Such precious resources. It seemed they would return empty-handed this time. Zhou Qian's voice, still pinching his nose, was laced with disappointment. Jiang Xingyue's ears perked up. It seemed she heard something. The siblings immediately fell silent, straining to listen. Zhou Yiming paused. It sounds like a crashing noise. The three covered their noses as they ventured further into the sheep pen. The sound grew louder. Roar. 2 zombies. Such a trivial matter required no intervention from Jiang Xingyue. Zhou Qian and his sister swiftly dealt with them. Were these 2 zombies simply banging against the wall? Jiang Xingyue frowned slightly. Something felt amiss. These zombies should have appeared as they entered, yet they had been mindlessly crashing against the wall until they got close. Curious about what lay behind them, the siblings began to search along the wall. Behind a pile of debris in the corner, they discovered a door. Jiang Xingyue raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Upon opening it, Zhou Yiming pulled forcefully, nearly causing the entire door to collapse. Behind the door was yet another sheep pen. Its layout mirrored that of the outside, flanked by enclosures with a central walkway, the only notable difference being that the environment here was significantly better. The sheep, though somewhat frail, did not appear ill. Some even bleated at their approach. A few sheep carcasses were present, but after Zhou Qian's careful inspection, he breathed a sigh of relief. They were likely starved to death. The surviving sheep should be fine to take with them. Jiang Xingyue beamed. What luck. It seems that during the apocalypse, the staff hid some of the sheep here. Now it benefits us. She retrieved gloves and masks from her space, distributing them to the others. They began to transport the sheep out for loading. The siblings were in high spirits. Zhou Qian even began to envision how they would prepare the sheep. Roasted lamb chops, lamb soup, hot pot. Instantly, he felt invigorated, working alongside his sister to move the sheep outside. The sheep were quite frail, and with their strength combined, they managed to transport them all to the open area near the door in less than 20 minutes. Boss, let's load them up. Zhou Qian's voice trailed off as Jiang Xingyue's expression shifted, raising a hand to signal for silence. The siblings exchanged glances. Jiang Xingyue sensed something was off, her piercing gaze scanning the surroundings, sweeping over the tangled grass and muddy ground. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed as she focused on a particular spot where the weeds had been flattened, revealing faint shoe prints and disturbed soil. It looked as though it had been recently turned over. With a cold laugh, she thought, is that all? Just as she was about to unleash her abilities, the ground convulsed. Brownish-yellow clods of dirt flew into the air, and from beneath the surface emerged a man. Zhou Qian was taken aback. What the hell? It turned out to be a young man, slender and built, with hair resembling instant noodles, now adorned with dirt. The clods of earth beside him trembled, producing a clattering sound against the ground. I advise you not to move. Or else, don't blame me for being rude. Jiang Xingyue maintained her calm demeanor. He was a level 1 Earth Awakened. And what do you intend to do? The curly-haired man replied with a smug grin. All these sheep belong to me. You should hurry and leave. Zhou Qian erupted in laughter, as if he had heard the greatest joke. Jiang Xingyue smirked mockingly. On what grounds? Because of that big face of yours? Before the curly-haired man could react, an object hurtled toward him. His pupils dilated as he instinctively raised an earthen wall for defense. Crack. A long knife embedded itself into the wall, piercing through the surface, causing the man to break into a cold sweat as he watched the blade hover perilously close to his face. The earthen wall crumbled within seconds, leaving him pale. The long knife landed steadily on the soft earth below. Oh. Is this your ability? Not impressive at all. Zhou Qian's words struck him like a slap to the face. Depleted of energy and gripped by panic, the curly-haired man trembled slightly. Jiang Xingyue, finding the situation tedious, exchanged a glance with Zhou Yiming, who approached with an intimidating expression. The curly-haired man quaked even more. This woman was like a bear, with arms thicker than his own thighs. One slap from her, and he would surely be sent flying. He turned to flee, but before he could take a step, A large hand seized the back of his collar, lifting him off the ground. Zhou Yiming's other hand tightened around his neck, visibly choking him. Miss Jiang, what is the meaning of this? Jiang Xingyue turned to see a tall young man rushing toward them, faint energy fluctuations emanating from him, reminiscent of her plant abilities. If the curly-haired man was earth-based, then the other energy must belong to him. Wu Zichuan? It seems we are quite fated. Wu Zichuan breathed a sigh of relief. It was good to know him. They had met briefly when he had shown him the warehouse. Miss Jiang, this is my companion. I'm unsure what transpired. Jiang Xingyue smiled politely. Your companion just threatened me, claiming that if I did not hand over the sheep, he would kill me. Wu Zichuan's brow furrowed tightly. Upon seeing the curly-haired man cast a pleading glance his way, irritation and disdain flashed through his eyes. Ultimately, he sighed in resignation and sincerely apologized. I apologize, Miss Jiang. We climbed over the wall and did not realize someone had arrived before us. I only noticed the signs of someone else's presence while searching separately, which is why I hurried over. It was my fault for not keeping an eye on my companion, and I kindly ask you to. Wu Zichuan paused, appearing quite embarrassed. A faint blush creeping up his neck and earlobes. Please let him go. A spark of inspiration flickered in Jiang Xingyue's mind. Similar energy fluctuations. Her eyes gleamed as she replied. Since you are acquaintances, I shall let him off this time, for your sake. Zhou Qian shivered at Jiang Xingyue's smiling visage, sensing that she surely had something planned. Following her cue, Zhou Yiming released her grip, causing Sun Zhe to tumble into the dirt, his face buried in mud. He gasped for air, overhearing their conversation, his eyes darting. Before he could catch his breath, he exclaimed, So this beautiful lady knows our Achuan. That's wonderful. At least we can consider ourselves fellow survivors. In this dire moment of life and death, we ought to assist one another, do we not? Chapter 47. Is there anyone who can tend to the fields? Wu Zichuan furrowed his brows as he cast a glance at Sun Zhe. He swiftly covered Sun Zhe's mouth, rendering his words into muffled struggles. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, Wu Zichuan was only slightly shorter than the Zhou siblings and towered over Sun Zhe by almost a head. With his hand firmly over Sun Zhe's mouth, the latter found it impossible to break free. I apologize, Miss Jiang. I have matters to discuss with Miss Jiang. Would you kindly wait aside for a moment? Although phrased as a question, his tone was unequivocal. The pressure emanating from Wu Zichuan was palpable as he lowered his gaze towards Sun Zhe. The latter could clearly see the iciness in his eyes, prompting him to cease his struggles. Once released, he awkwardly adjusted his wrinkled clothing and shot Wu Zichuan a glare before huffing and stepping aside. Not satisfied with the distance, Wu Zichuan gestured for Jiang Xingyue to move a bit further away. Sun Zhe muttered quietly, What secrets could there possibly be? Is it necessary to hide so far away? When I return, I shall inform the curator, and you will regret this. His murmurs were carried to Jiang Xingyue's ears by a warm gust of wind. She composed herself and discreetly followed Wu Zichuan's lead, stepping away. I apologize, Miss Jiang. You need not pay attention to Sun Zhe's words, he is unwell. Jiang Xingyue raised an eyebrow and smiled, initially believing Wu Zichuan was merely concerned for his teammate, finding it somewhat amusing. Wu Zichuan glanced at the two individuals behind Jiang Xingyue, their expressions dark and foreboding, hesitating momentarily. It's fine, they are all my people. Speak freely. Jiang Xingyue maintained a cordial demeanor, contemplating how she might persuade Wu Zichuan to return with her to tend to the fields. I actually have something to remind you about. Do you recall Wang Cheng? Jiang Xingyue tilted her head. Wang Cheng? That colleague of yours? Yes, we previously showed you the warehouse. 2 days ago. I happened to run into Wang Cheng and he mentioned you. Jiang Xingyue raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. Does he wish for you to join him in raiding my warehouse? Wu Zichuan's eyes widened with surprise. He had not anticipated Jiang Xingyue's perceptiveness. Indeed. He mentioned he had joined some organization and wished to recruit me. However, I found it inconvenient to pursue. I am unaware of the organization's specific nature. But he certainly appeared confident in his team. Given that he has already considered the warehouse, I suspect he will seek others if I decline. Do exercise caution. Jiang Xingyue smiled knowingly. Thank you for the warning. The items there have long been relocated. I will remain vigilant. Suddenly, she added, you have no interest in his organization. Would you consider joining mine? You are aware I possess ample resources. Zhou Qian displayed an expression of realization. He had suspected Jiang Xingyue's sudden politeness was not without ulterior motives. Wu Zichuan was momentarily taken aback by her unexpected proposition. Thank you for your kind offer, Miss Jiang. But I am currently tied to other matters. Jiang Xingyue had merely asked out of curiosity, someone with military background and such a measured demeanor, coupled with being an awakened one, was someone everyone wished to align with.
If it did not succeed, so be it.
Zhou Qian and Zhou Yiming widened their eyes in shock at Wu Zichuan's refusal. They were on the verge of chastising him for his lack of appreciation. Zhou Qian exhaled through his nose and scoffed. Zhou Qian, go fetch a sheep. Wu Zichuan, please wait a moment. Zhou Qian shot him a glare and turned towards the sheep pen. Amidst Wu Zichuan's puzzled gaze, a sheep was placed at his feet. What is this? Jiang Xingyue replied with a smile. You voluntarily provided me with information. I dislike being in debt to others. Consider this your reward. A flicker of hesitation crossed Wu Zichuan's face, as if he had resolved to make a decision. A single piece of information is not worth such a reward. Zhou Qian, growing impatient, clicked his tongue. What do you wish then? I cannot very well butcher the sheep here. Wu Zichuan paid no heed to his unfriendly tone and turned to Jiang Xingyue. Your companion is injured, correct? Jiang Xingyue nodded, somewhat surprised, and exchanged a glance with Zhou Qian. Yes, a knife wound. It has been a while. Wu Zichuan nodded in understanding. I apologize for the offense. Before Zhou Qian could react, Wu Zichuan had already placed his hand on his abdomen. Zhou Qian experienced a moment of blankness. His vision filled with the handsome face before him, causing his pupils to widen and his lips to tremble. Suddenly confronted by a stranger touching his stomach, he was about to unleash a torrent of curses when Jiang Xingyue pressed down on his arm, whispering, Do not move. Zhou Qian, bewildered, glanced down at Jiang Xingyue, stifling his words. He endured Wu Zichuan's large hand on his abdomen, his expression one of profound grievance. Soon, he felt a tingling sensation in his abdomen, an indescribable itchiness. Uncertain of what thoughts raced through his mind, his gaze towards Wu Zichuan burned with intensity. Jiang Xingyue was taken aback to discover that Wu Zichuan was indeed an awakened one, and a rare healer at that. Such a unique and precious ability.
Ding.
Detection of host discovering an extremely rare ability. Task initiated. Collecting mission for rare awakened healer. Reward, teleportation portal blueprint fragments. Jiang Xingyue was momentarily stunned. Could it be the kind of portal she had envisioned? Her gaze towards Wu Zichuan suddenly ignited with fervor. He seemed to radiate brilliance. A minute later, Wu Zichuan's complexion appeared somewhat pale as he withdrew his hand. Zhou Qian sensed a change in his body. Lifting his shirt, he discovered that the ghastly wound now bore only a patch of tender, pink flesh, completely healed.
Wow.
Impressive, brother. Wu Zichuan, previously cold and solemn, revealed a slight smile. This should suffice to counterbalance the value of that sheep, but I hope you will not disclose this to him. His gaze flickered toward Sun Zhe. Jiang Xingyue raised an eyebrow. It seems we are privy to your little secret now. Rest assured, we shall not speak of it. Wu Zichuan carried the sheep toward Sun Zhe, whose eyes sparkled with delight, his mouth watering at the thought of meat after such a long absence. Have you negotiated with them to share half with us? Zhou Qian furrowed his brow, avoiding Sun Ze's avaricious gaze. Just this one. Sun Ze shot him an indignant glare. His eyes, fixated on the dozens of sheep in the vacant space behind, glimmered with growing greed as he rubbed his hands together. Sun Ze was no fool. Noticing that only the frail woman among the three spoke, while the other two resembled bodyguards, he speculated that this woman might be a wealthy heiress, with the others in her employ. Such individuals were the easiest to deceive. Miss Jiang, it seems you must personally venture out for supplies. How exhausting. Moreover, the three of you are rather few in number. I have a proposal. We have a commendable base. Seeing as you are all young people, if you are willing to contribute all your supplies to the base, I would be glad to recommend your inclusion. Wu Zichuan's brow remained furrowed, his handsome face displaying a complex expression as if he wished to cover Sun Ze's mouth again. Jiang Xingyue's mind raced with thoughts of a base. Is there anyone who can tend to the fields? I wonder how many people your base has? His smile widened slightly. Our base is a sports hall in a community, housing nearly 40 individuals. Most are young adults like us, ensuring safety. Jiang Xingyue's expression became one of incredulity. Is that truly what you call a base? However, she soon realized that with her own group consisting of just 3 people, all young adults, it presented an excellent opportunity for labor. Moreover, With Wu Zichuan as a shining asset, it appeared imperative to visit this sports hall. She resolved to find a way to secure that valuable piece. Just as Wu Zichuan was about to voice his thoughts regarding Jiang Xingyue's disinterest in their sports hall, a sharp glare shot his way, halting his words. Very well. I shall reluctantly consider it. Sun Zhe was exceptionally thrilled, astonished that this woman had actually agreed. That is 100 sheep. Can there truly be such a foolish person? Then if the three of you are to go, I might as well. If they do not go, then I shall be the only one. I must first conduct an inspection. If all is well, I shall bring these sheep and supplies along. Zhou Qian and his sister were taken aback. Were they not to be included? Sun Zhe felt a twinge of dissatisfaction but understood that now was not the time to be forceful. He could not contend with even one of her 2 bodyguards. However, contemplating the situation, he realized that eventually the supplies and the sheep would belong to them. Of course, Miss Zhang's approach is quite reasonable. Our base is developing splendidly. You will surely appreciate it. Jiang Xingyue wore a facade of a smile. With only 2 individuals, how far could they truly advance? Wu Zichuan's crew cut appeared nearly explosive, and the grease in his curly hair seemed sufficient to fry food. Where is the gym located? It is situated in the eastern district of Linhu Community. Zhou Qian was momentarily stunned upon hearing Sun Ze's report on the location. Then let us hasten, Sun Ze said, brimming with impatience. Jiang Xingyue smiled slightly. There is no rush. She turned and led Zhou Qian and his sister further away. Xiao Meng, hold on to the walkie-talkie. I will contact you to come and fetch me. Zhou Yiming expressed concern. Perhaps I should accompany you, Miss Zhang. Jiang Xingyue shook her head. There is no need. Are you still worried about my abilities? You two should drive the sheep back and then search for any remaining supplies here. Zhou Yiming could only nod in agreement. Noticing Zhou Qian's silence and his hesitant demeanor, Jiang Xingyue inquired, Is something troubling you? Zhou Qian chuckled. The boss saw right through me. You see, I had 2 brothers, Scar and Green Hair. You met them when I went to collect payments at Yilmon Garden. Jiang Xingyue recalled 2 such individuals. On the day of the apocalypse, they were indeed collecting payments at Linhu Community. If you encounter them, could you perhaps? Chapter 48. Arrival at the gym. Breathless, Jiang Xingyue understood. That Scar was undoubtedly strong and capable. As for the lean green hair, though slight in stature, he was rather clever. They could be of use. All right, understood. Jiang Xingyue, along with Wu Zichuan and Sun Ze, turned and departed without a trace of reluctance. However, Zhou Qian and Zhou Yiming were left feeling anxious. Xiao Meng, did the boss leave us without a vehicle? They exchanged bewildered glances. Suddenly, Zhou Qian felt the ground tremble slightly beneath him, dust swirling about his feet. Turning back, he noticed a large cargo van had already halted beside the sheep pen. Jiang Xingyue and the others had traversed nearly 30 meters. Wu Zichuan instinctively felt the ground quake and almost turned back. Wu Zichuan, tell me about your gym. Jiang Xingyue commanded with an undeniable tone. Wu Zichuan promptly forgot about turning back. In front of the sheep pen, Zhou Qian assessed the distance Jiang Xingyue had covered and couldn't help but feel awestruck. The boss was indeed growing stronger. Even from that far, she could utilize her abilities. Zhou Yiming nodded earnestly beside him. Let me tell you, our gym master is impressive. You know about awakeners, right? Wu Zichuan, driving with a stiff expression, listened intently as Sun Ze rambled on to Jiang Xingyue. Jiang Xingyue casually nodded. Who doesn't know? Even those online have seen the posts. Not long ago, an official post appeared online, primarily warning the public about the dangers and weaknesses of zombies, as well as the existence of human awakeners. The content was rather vague, merely informing everyone of the awakener's presence without detailing the classification system, leading to fervent discussions among the populace. Jiang Xingyue speculated that the information was likely disseminated by the government or higher authorities. It is of little concern. Human adaptability to environments is rapid. Soon, there will be a classification of levels and detailed analyses of awakeners. Sun Ze slapped his thigh, his words spilling forth with enthusiasm. Our gym master is a healer. Do not underestimate this ability. Although it is not combat-oriented, in such perilous times, who can guarantee their safety from injury? Having our gym master around is akin to having an extra life. Jiang Xingyue momentarily froze. 2 healers appearing in a mere group of several dozen? It was akin to winning the lottery just before the apocalypse. The rarity of healers was significant enough to warrant missions from the system. Sun Ze observed Jiang Xingyue's expression and assumed his words had left her astonished, feeling that this naive rich girl was now within his grasp. Soon, resources would be at their fingertips. Jiang Xingyue cast a cold glance at Sun Ze's lecherous demeanor, raising her eyes to the rearview mirror. She noted the persistent furrow in Wu Zichuan's brow, the fatigue beneath his eyes, and the confusion etched across his face. Jiang Xingyue stifled a laugh. He likely could not fathom why someone with mountains of supplies would choose to accompany them back to that gym, as if even he did not hold it in high regard. Jiang Xingyue felt a spark of interest. Initially, she had intended to attempt to win over Wu Zichuan to complete her task and earn rewards, while also recruiting a few laborers for farming.
Now,
She found the gym to be somewhat intriguing. She was eager to discover what made it such fertile ground that it could produce two exceedingly rare abilities. Amid Sun Ze's incessant chatter, Jiang Xingyue observed the increasing number of zombies lining the roadside under the scorching sun. Wu Zichuan displayed commendable driving skills, expertly maneuvering around the zombies. In a little over half an hour, they had traveled a modest distance, with high-rise buildings gradually coming into view. Ahead lay a community, with an earthen wall obstructing the entrance. As the vehicle approached, the wall crumbled, only to reform after they passed through. Jiang Xingyue shot a glance at Sun Ze. If only you were not so greedy, you might be a decent awakener. Unfortunately, her underground city could not accommodate those with such capricious thoughts. Upon arriving at the gym, the sun blazed fiercely. Jiang Xingyue quickly assessed the geographical position. It was relatively favorable within the community. The residential area lay behind the gym, and there were indeed few zombies in the vicinity. The sunlight was unrelenting, pouring directly onto the gym and the open space in front of it, with none of the undead to be seen during the day. The people inside, upon hearing the sound of the vehicle, hurriedly opened the large door, and Wu Zichuan maintained speed as he drove in, minimizing their time of exposure. As Jiang Xingyue stepped out of the vehicle, she wrinkled her nose in an instant of suffocation. She should have anticipated this. Observing Sun Ze and Wu Zichuan's expressions revealed that the conditions here were far from satisfactory. The gym was merely a single-story indoor basketball arena, 10 meters high, with only a large iron door as the entrance. Although water had yet to be cut off, the flow was minimal, and a tiny restroom could hardly accommodate so many individuals for washing. Jiang Xingyue glanced around and thought, goodness. Even Wu Zichuan, who slightly smelled sour, was among the better off. Over 40 individuals cohabiting within a gym, sharing a single restroom. Various pots, pans, and personal items were haphazardly strewn about, indicating a complete lack of organization. There was no electricity, rendering it akin to a vast sauna. A foul odor wafted from the restroom, mingling with the scent of sweat and feet, not to mention someone had spritzed perfume. Jiang Xingyue felt as though her sense of smell was about to fail her. Maintaining a stern expression, she glanced at the crowd, all of whom were young and capable laborers. Then, she cast another look at the glimmering Wu Zichuan beside her.
well,
A portal it is. I shall endure this trip. Let us pretend I have no sense of smell. Jiang Xingyue had slept in all sorts of places in her previous life, yet she had never experienced such a communal sleeping arrangement. She would have liked to rest. Yet the opportunity was denied her. It was said that the lowest tier of the base offered such treatment, but she was not cast out. She had no space even to sleep in a dormitory. Thus, this chaotic experience was truly unprecedented. A peculiar sense of gratitude for the old scoundrel Deng Xingping arose in Jiang Xingyue's heart. Wu Zichuan, from the corner of his eye, caught sight of Jiang Xingyue's face turning pale. Wu Zichuan, I truly don't understand why you followed me here. Director, I have returned. What else did you bring back? Sun Ze proudly held onto a sheep while introducing a young man wearing black-framed glasses. Jiang Xingyue's gaze swept over the young man's face. He was of average height, barely handsome, yet there was a discernible resemblance to Wu Zichuan in his features. Excellent. Sun Ze, you have truly accomplished a great feat this time. The moment the man with the black glasses spotted the sheep, his eyes lit up and the crowd around him quickly gathered. Their expressions conveyed a singular thought. Meet. By the way, Director, I brought back a person. Only then did the man with the glasses notice the unfamiliar face beside him. She was petite, her skin as pale as paper, with faintly colored lips and a pair of amber eyes. Most notably, she exuded an aura of cleanliness. The crowd's attention shifted, faintly detecting a hint of floral fragrance from laundry detergent lingering in the air. It was a refreshing scent that felt out of place in this gymnasium. Her hair was neat, her clothes pristine and new, with not a trace of dirt on her. The man with the black glasses couldn't help but feel a pang of inferiority. Yet, he quickly reassured himself that since Sun Tze had brought her back, she would eventually come under my control. He straightened his chest, revealing a modest smile. Hello, I am Wu Baxi, the owner of this establishment. Jiang Xingyue unabashedly scrutinized him from head to toe. So, you're the boss here? Wu Baxi nodded. A peculiar feeling crossed Jiang Xingyue's mind. Hadn't Sun Tze mentioned that this owner possessed healing abilities? Yet he appeared to be an entirely ordinary individual at this moment. There was no illusion of a higher level that would lead her to overlook his capabilities. A level 2 individual was already among the elite in this time frame. If he were to advance faster than her, would he still be confined to such a small gymnasium? What did it mean to be a healer? Years ago, a newly awakened individual was fiercely contested over by major bases, eventually being recruited only for the promise of warehouse supplies. Jiang Xingyue's thoughts whirled, her expression remaining impassive. Wu Baxi felt a chill as he sensed her cold demeanor. Sun Tze, why do you bring back all sorts of people? Look at her. She's so scrawny. Is she just here to sponge off us? My son has worked hard to build this place, and it shouldn't be squandered. The crowd instinctively parted, revealing a middle-aged woman in her 50s with curly hair and a plump figure, her expression sharp. Beside her stood a young woman with fair skin and an elegant figure, slightly bending to support the older woman's arm while casting glances at Wu Zichuan, her eyes sparkling. The middle-aged woman seemed to revel in the attention. Striding over to Wu Baxi, Wu Zichuan glanced at her and simply uttered, "Aunt." He Xiaofan frowned and coldly snorted in response. Jiang Xingyue's eyes flickered with interest. There's quite a story here. The supposedly powerful and rare awakened one, Wu Baxi, was a fraud, while the genuine talent, Wu Zichuan, was being overlooked. He had deliberately concealed his abilities, even from his closest relatives. Moreover, these two were cousins with a strained relationship. How tangled human connections can be. Jiang Xingyue shot a glance at He Xiaofan, then turned her attention to surveying her surroundings. He Xiaofan's cheeks twitched. How dare this girl ignore her? Just as she was about to scold her, Sun Tze intervened, pulling her back. Aunt, don't be angry. Let me explain. This is Jiang Xingyue, whom we met at the breeding farm. All the sheep there were taken by her bodyguards, and she has plenty of supplies. She came to inspect the situation. And if she finds it satisfactory, she will bring all her supplies to join us. Supplies?
Sheep?
How many could that possibly be? Sun Tze smiled slightly. I can't say for sure about the supplies, but there are at least 100 sheep. He Xiaofan and Wu Baxi's eyes sparkled. And as they looked at Jiang Xingyue, it was as if they were gazing at mountains of gold and silver. The onlookers, who were merely spectating, suddenly began to breathe heavily. Jiang girl, how old are you? Are you married? Chapter 49. Gossip Central. A door opens. The crowd was momentarily taken aback by He Xiaofan's question. Jiang Xingyue treated her like air, pondering how to make Wu Zichuan willingly become her subordinate. An unwilling awakened one would be a significant risk, after all. Besides, it seemed there might still be an opportunity. She shot a meaningful glance at He Xiaofan and Wu Baxi. He Xiaofan, noticing Jiang Xingyue's indifference, struggled to contain herself. You seem young. So you must not be married, right? What do you think of my son? He has become a leader at such a young age, and is also an awakened one. His future is limitless. Jiang Xingyue, who knew the truth, could clearly see the fleeting look of unease on Wu Baxi's face. Observing He Xiaofan's eyes gleaming with greed, Jiang Xingyue's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Do you realize that your schemes are laid bare before me? You think you can get something for nothing? Jiang Xingyue scrutinized Wu Baxi, as if appraising an item. Wu Baxi felt uncomfortable, wishing to hide behind He Xiaofan. Oh, still a mama's boy, are we? Just think about it. Is this a suitable match? Dreaming in broad daylight, He Xiaofan trembled with rage, pointing a quivering finger at Jiang Xingyue. Her other hand was pinching the young woman beside her painfully. The girl yelped, "Ah, Aunt, you're hurting me." With nowhere to vent her frustration, He Xiaofan turned and released her grip. Jiang Xingyue, who was bringing supplies, couldn't be scolded. This was acceptable, right? What a delicate flower. Look at you. How are you going to bear my grandsons in the future? Yu Qianqian's eyes turned red, looking at Wu Baxi with tears brimming. Wu Baxi quickly grabbed He Xiaofan. Mom, Qianqian is hurt by your grip. What are you saying? He Xiaofan raised an eyebrow. Oh? You're defending her now? What will I do in the future? Sobi. Jiang Xingyue was speechless. It had suddenly turned into a family drama. He Xiaofan was throwing a tantrum right there. Yu Qianqian's delicate face was full of grievance. Wu Baxi, unable to uphold his dignity as the owner, could only comfort her with kind words. The crowd, sensing the awkwardness, dispersed. Wu Zichuan quietly tugged at Jiang Xingyue. She turned, puzzled, and caught a glimmer of delight in his eyes. He led her to a corner. Jiang Xingyue looked at him again and realized she hadn't misjudged him. His aunt and cousin had been scolded, and he seemed rather pleased about it. Just as they settled in, someone else approached. The fluorescent green hair had faded slightly, and the half-sleeve and denim vest were wrinkled, resembling stale pickles. The scent was reminiscent of that as well. Jiang Xingyue raised an eyebrow. This was Zhou Qian's little brother, Green Hair. Green Hair strolled over, giving Jiang Xingyue a thumbs up. That feels good. We shouldn't indulge such an old hag. Did you see that? Did he really think he was something special?
Uffed.
Jiang Xingyue nodded inwardly. This was indeed the vibe. This air of superiority was reminiscent of when they confronted Deng Xingpeng at Yunlong Garden. Jiang Xingyue? That name sounds a bit familiar. Jiang Xingyue didn't he remind him, planning to observe further. Zhou Qian couldn't just bring anyone back. At that time, when she had mortgaged her house, even Green Hair hadn't he seen her, he only knew her name. Wu Zichuan sighed with resignation. This is Miss Jiang. Miss Jiang, this is Lu Zhuangzhuang, my friend. Green Hair's expression twisted for a moment. Gritting his teeth, he said, Brother Chuan, Miss Jiang, please just call me Green Hair from now on. Thank you. Jiang Xingyue suppressed a smile. The people in this gymnasium and Wu Zichuan clearly had a tumultuous relationship. Even his cousin and aunt have a strained relationship. Yet this green-haired individual seems to share a good rapport with him. Contemplating this, he inquired, were you and Wu Zichuan friends in the past?
Wu Zichuan.
Witnessing Jiang Xingyue in a cheerful mood, conversing with a green-haired fellow, felt a sense of relief. At times, he couldn't shake the feeling that Jiang Xingyue's gaze upon him bore an odd intensity, not out of affection, but rather as if he were some sort of livestock. Moreover, her commanding presence was so overwhelming that even a former Special Forces soldier like him would shudder at her penetrating glare. Come, Miss Jiang, have a seat, exclaimed the green-haired man, his tone filled with excitement. In a place where no one else appreciated Brother Chuan, he was elated to find a kindred spirit and was eager to share everything he had. He even took the liberty to wipe the floor with his sleeve for her. Jiang Xingyue, unperturbed by the conditions, settled down beside him, and he eagerly began to recount his tale. I was here in this community collecting debts when the apocalypse suddenly erupted. I had no choice but to take refuge in a vegetable store. Later, I heard talk about an organization at the stadium, so I decided to come here. On the way, I was besieged by zombies. If it weren't for Brother Chuan's timely rescue, I might be wandering out there with those creatures right now. Jiang Xingyue nodded, understanding his narrative, and then broached the topic she was most curious about. That Wu Baxi, he must be Wu Zichuan's cousin, right? He doesn't seem to resemble family at all. That old crone feels more like a nemesis. The green-haired man's eyes lit up, as if he had found a confidant, and his words spilled forth rapidly. That cousin of his, and the aunt. What a farce. I know my words may lack grace, but I simply cannot fathom it. That coward relies entirely on Brother Chuan to maintain his position as the curator, yet suddenly declares himself an awakened one. He turns his back and adopts a new demeanor. Especially that old hag spreading slander about Brother Chuan. The green-haired fellow's frustration was palpable as he ground his teeth in anger. That coward pretends to be someone of significance. Yet he is utterly incapable. If it weren't for my Brother Chuan, could he even hold that title of curator? Curator?
Puffed.
Then, leaning conspiratorially closer to Jiang Xingyue, he whispered, let me share some juicy gossip. Jiang Xingyue raised an eyebrow, encouraging him. What gossip? That Yu Qianqian, the one scolded by the old hag for not bearing a son, has a crush on Brother Chuan. She looks at him like he's a feast fit for a king. If it weren't for Wu Baxi suddenly awakening his powers, she wouldn't even spare him a glance. Jiang Xingyue's expression turned strange. If Yu Qianqian knew she had chosen the wrong person, would she regret it?
Wu Zichuan,
observing the two engaged in hushed conversation about his private affairs, felt utterly bemused. Jiang Xingyue turned to glance at Wu Zichuan, who remained silent, neither defending nor contradicting the two. Wu Zichuan, you must find this place quite intolerable, right? Given your abilities, why not leave? My circumstances are far better than this. The green-haired man's expression shifted. With Miss Jiang? Surely not what I'm thinking? His eyes darted between the two. Wu Zichuan lowered his head, his strong jawline accentuated. After a moment of silence, he replied, I don't know. They are my only family. Jiang Xingyue's eyebrows raised, a glimmer of opportunity sparking in her eyes. Wu Zichuan's resolve was not particularly strong. He was simply too sentimental to abandon his only kin. He failed to see that the two individuals he cared for had long since forsaken him. Jiang Xingyue had initially intended to recruit a few laborers, but unexpectedly found herself on the verge of a breakthrough. Her portal fragments were nearby. She remained silent, allowing Wu Zichuan to immerse himself in his thoughts. She needed to devise a plan to ensure that Wu Zichuan followed her back to the underground city without any lingering attachments. What she sought was a sharp sword, one that could captivate and dazzle, rather than a rusty, shackled blade weighed down by worldly burdens. In the distance, Wu Baxi was mediating the disputes between the two women. Yu Qianqian was stooping to gather He Xiufan's belongings, muttering under her breath. That old hag. After serving her for so long, she had the audacity to introduce women to Wu Baxi right in front of me. I've never even done such servile work at home. How dare she be so picky? Cursed old fool. Why wasn't she bitten by a zombie? To an outsider, she appeared calm, her lips merely moving. Yet she was cursing the ever-smiling and dutiful He Xiufan. She glanced toward the corner, where Wu Zichuan, though unkempt, could not hide his unique aura. As her gaze shifted to the young girl beside him, a wave of envy washed over her. That little vixen, a seductress. She's already managed to cozy up to Ah Chuan. Truly remarkable. Ah Chuan avoids me, yet allows her to sit so close? Why is it that the old hag favors her while I suffer in silence?
Why?
She simmered with rage. Just wait. Little vixen, I am the curator's wife. What can you do? Once you bring the supplies, it will all be mine. All mine. Jiang Shangyue keenly sensed a malevolent gaze directed at her. She abruptly lifted her head, only to lock eyes with Yu Qianqian, whose jealousy and resentment were evident. Upon being discovered, Yu Qianqian hastily averted her gaze. Jiang Xingyue's lips curled into a cold smile. It seemed someone was growing impatient. As evening fell, the green-haired man approached her with a furrowed brow. In a hushed tone, he said, Miss Jiang, I don't know who spread this rumor, but everyone is saying you've contracted a disease, which is why your face is as pale as a ghost. Chapter 50. She would show them mercy by not slaughtering them all. A chill emanated from Jiang Xingyue. It must be Yu Qianqian, she declared. The green-haired man was taken aback. How did you know? After much inquiry, he finally learned it was indeed Yu Qianqian who had spread the rumor. With only 40 or so people around, word traveled quickly. Wu Zichuan furrowed his brow deeply. The malice and harm inflicted upon the girl by such rumors were egregious. He immediately stood up, frowning as he intended to confront Yu Qianqian. Regardless of the circumstances, Jiang Xingyue was someone he had brought back, and she was one of his few acquaintances prior to the apocalypse. He could not stand by while a girl was so viciously slandered. Jiang Xingyue's icy demeanor instantly dissipated. No need to go, she won't live much longer. Both Wu Zichuan and the green-haired man were momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Jiang Xingyue's meaning. Wu Zichuan vaguely sensed that Yu Qianqian was in grave danger. Had he not arrived in time at the breeding ground, Sun Zhe would have already met his end. Jiang Xingyue appeared ordinary, but her methods were ruthless. Yu Qianqian remained blissfully unaware that she had crossed a line she should not have. She was currently engaged in conversation with Wu Baxi, occasionally offering distracted ahas. Her mind was elsewhere, consumed by jealousy over the new woman beside Wu Zichuan, causing her to lose focus and unconsciously glance toward the corner. Unbeknownst to her, the conversation beside her had ceased. Wu Baxi followed her gaze, observing the three individuals engaged in conversation. A profound jealousy flickered behind his thick glasses. Wu Zichuan always had a knack for drawing the attention of all the women around him. Although Yu Qianqian was currently with him, taking care of his mother, she couldn't help but glance longingly at Wu Zichuan's silhouette. Meanwhile, the newcomer, Jiang Xingyue, a young girl with abundant resources, remained indifferent towards him, yet offered warm smiles to Wu Zichuan. His fists clenched tightly at his sides, knuckles turning white, leaving imprints from his nails and his palms. The crimson glow filtering through the glass window gradually dimmed as night fell. The center of the venue, once cluttered with debris and bedding, was now cleared, with a group of people gathered, softly cheering. The gymnasium was without electricity, and they illuminated the darkness with their flashlights, phones, and even lighters, creating silhouettes against the night. Jiang Xinghua leaned against the wall, her demeanor marked by ennui, while beside her, Wu Zichuan slumbered, his handsome profile marred by an undeniable weariness. A lanky figure approached, walking with a distinctive splayed gait. Jiang Xinghua immediately recognized it was Green Hair, here once more to deliver intelligence. With the sound of Green Hair's footsteps echoing, Wu Zichuan abruptly awoke. Jiang Xinghua glanced towards the lively crowd and inquired, "What are they up to?" Green Hair scoffed, "It's that conspicuous Wu Bashi again." Seeing that everyone has returned unscathed and brought sheep and wine, he proposed an idea. He claims that everyone's been too tense lately, which is detrimental to our mental health. We need to learn to relax, so he decided we should have a party tonight, rallying us for tomorrow's search for supplies. Wu Zichuan rose, his brow furrowed in seriousness. In this apocalypse, we should remain vigilant. The outside world is teeming with zombies. How can we afford to relax now? Green Hair nodded in agreement. Who could argue otherwise? But they seemed to disregard all caution. Once they heard about the lamb and wine tonight, they forgot everything else. He gestured towards the side, where they had already slaughtered the sheep and were preparing to cook. A rare look of concern crossed his face. Though I crave meat too. I can't shake the feeling that this will bring trouble. Jiang Xinghua scoffed lightly, recognizing Wu Bashi's cunning attempts to overshadow Wu Zichuan's authority. Her tone was languid and nonchalant. Of course, there will be trouble. During the day, zombies are less active due to the heat, and it's fortunate when those who venture out return. But at night, their vigor increases significantly. Besides, cooking meat in this densely populated area is a fool's errand, as it attracts more zombies. A surge of resentment washed over Wu Zichuan. This is madness. After hearing Jiang Xinghua's explanation, Green Hair's expression darkened. Surely, we can't be that unlucky. Wu Zichuan shot him a worried glance. This isn't merely a matter of luck. One misstep could lead to our demise. Green Hair forced a grim smile. What should we do then? I opposed this from the start, but no one listened. Anyone who dampens the spirit now becomes their enemy. Wu Zichuan sighed deeply, pressing his fingers to his temples, yet his frown remained unyielding. He made his way toward the jubilant crowd, who were engaged in cheerful banter. Jiang Xinghua raised an eyebrow, observing Wu Zichuan's silhouette gradually merging with the shadows. Green Hair murmured beside her, "Miss Jiang, I bet you that if Brother Chuan confronts Wu Bashi, he will only become more obstinate. He won't listen at all." Jiang Xinghua nodded in agreement. Indeed, within minutes, Wu Zichuan emerged with a stern expression, as dark as ink. Behind him, muffled curses could be heard.
What sort of people are they?
If they don't want to eat, they shouldn't stop us. One voice declared, "Our esteemed leader is wise and compassionate, unlike some heartless individuals." Another added, "I can't fathom how so many could be related to someone like him. And that woman he brought back, does she have a disease? Will it be contagious? Who knows? Let us keep our distance." Who would have thought someone so clean could harbor such issues? Wu Zichuan listened to the murmurs behind him, his expression darkening. "Miss Jiang, you shouldn't be here. You see for yourself, this isn't a safe place. Contact your bodyguards and return quickly." Jiang Xinghua narrowed her eyes, a cold smile playing on her lips. "There's no rush. I have yet to accomplish what I set out to do." Initially, she aimed to win over Wu Zichuan and recruit some laborers, while also checking on Zhou Qian to see if his two subordinates were around.
Now,
her plan had only been half fulfilled. Wu Zichuan still hadn't been swayed, and she couldn't take any laborers back without him. If they slaughtered the sheep, she would consider it a mercy. Only one of Zhou Qian's subordinates, Green Hair, remained. The other, Scar, was busy fawning over Wu Bashi and Sun Zhe. Her thoughts halted as she turned to Green Hair, her gaze tinged with disdain. "This scrawny frame, can you even farm?" Green Hair's eyes widened. "Miss Jiang, I didn't say anything bad about you. Please don't look at me like that. I'm a bit frightened." Jiang Xinghua clicked her tongue in response.
Well,
"At least you're loyal and clever, which makes you somewhat bearable." As another figure approached from the darkness, Jiang Xinghua recognized Wu Bashi. He adjusted his black-framed glasses and addressed her, "Miss Jiang, we are preparing lamb soup and beer. Why not join me for a bite? It's not healthy for a girl to go hungry for so long." His face bore a disingenuous smile. Jiang Xinghua felt discomfort at his demeanor, reminding her of her adversary, that scoundrel. "You claim to care for my well-being while offering me such fare? And are your ears deaf? Surely you've heard the rumors from this afternoon. What took you so long to play the Good Samaritan?" Wu Bashi's expression stiffened, and before he could respond, Jiang Xingyue interrupted. How is it that you manage over 40 people while allowing this place to become such a mess? What do you rely on to gather such numbers? Wu Bashi's lips twitched as he struggled to maintain composure. Naturally, it's my abilities. Everyone respects my talents. Moreover, as an awakened, they willingly follow me. Jiang Xingyue smirked, her ambiguous gaze sweeping over him, making him uneasy. Oh, is that so? An awakened, you say? I would certainly like to witness that. Though I hope your abilities are not as duplicitous as your character. Wu Bashi opened his mouth to speak again, but Jiang Xingyue cut him off. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us go. I'll reluctantly join you. With that, she strode away. Wu Bashi was left stifling a breath, feeling utterly vexed. He shot a glare at Wu Zichuan and Green Hair before turning away. Once he departed, Green Hair burst into laughter.
Ha ha ha, I am dying.
Brother Chuan, did you see his face? It was positively green. Wu Zichuan's lips curled into a faint smile. Green Hair glanced at Jiang Xingyue as she walked away. A hint of concern in his voice. Miss Jiang is actually going over there. Could it be that she is tempted by the lamb soup? Though I must admit, I am rather tempted myself. Wu Zichuan silently shook his head. With her abundant resources, there was no way she would be swayed by a mere bowl of lamb soup. Yet, her sudden arrival left him pondering her true intentions. Jiang Xingyue stepped into the bustling crowd, and all fell silent. She confidently pulled over the lone chair, crossing her legs with an air of nonchalance, seemingly oblivious to the whispers around her. The atmosphere grew tense. Wu Bashi cleared his throat and spoke softly. All right, let us get ready. We shouldn't linger too long. Only then did the group resume their tasks, though a few continued to murmur amongst themselves. Stealing glances at Jiang Xingyue, unfazed, she maintained a serene expression, yet something felt amiss within her. As she surveyed her surroundings, her gaze suddenly locked onto a window near the ceiling, where the glass had cracked during the day and now lay shattered. The shards had likely fallen onto the clothing and bedding of those below, making no sound. In the dim light of the night, if someone had retired early, they might not have noticed the danger until it was too late. Unfortunately, they insisted on hosting a midnight gathering. Jiang Xingyue withdrew her gaze. The absence of the window seemed to diminish the stale air within, but along with it wafted the lingering scent of living humans and the heavy stench of blood from the slaughtered sheep. Jiang Xingyue remained seated, unperturbed. He Xiaofan awoke from her slumber, only to find her exclusive chair occupied. That chair was hers alone. Only her son was allowed to sit there. She hurried over, only to discover it was Jiang Xingyue. Everyone else is busy, and you're just sitting here? In youthful indolence, who would dare to seek your hand? Chapter 51. Jiang Xingyue was right. They were all a bunch of brainless fools. Why do you linger here, immobile? Everyone else is toiling away. Yet you act as if you are above it all. Expecting to feast without lifting a finger? Absolutely not. A lazy wretch like you is of no interest to my son. Old woman, from which bygone era do you hail? Your incessant talk of men suggests the Qing dynasty still lingers in you, does it not? Even if you are straightforward, you cannot let all your thoughts spill from your lips. He Xiaofan, enraged, drew deep breaths, and for a moment, the venue fell into an eerie silence, filled only with her labored breathing, reminiscent of a bellows. You. Jiang Xingyue remained unyielding, firmly seated, casually switching her crossed legs. Yu Qianqian and Wu Bushing emerged from a chaotic corner, hastily tidying their hair, casting a playful glare at Wu Bushing. Upon turning, they sensed the odd atmosphere. He Xiaofan was trembling in the shadows. What do you mean? Am I to speak more if I can? He Xiaofan nearly gasped, staggering back a few steps, her upper body leaning back, as if rolling her eyes. Mother, what is happening? Auntie. Both Wu Bushing and Yu Qianqian were bewildered and rushed to support He Xiaofan, preventing her from collapsing. A hushed stillness enveloped the crowd, with cautious glances cast at Jiang Xingyue, whose expression remained composed. How terrifying. Miss Jiang. What have you done to Auntie? At her age, how can you be so inconsiderate? You might provoke her into a serious condition. Yu Qianqian, supporting He Xiaofan, turned her gaze accusatorily towards Jiang Xingyue. Director Wu, didn't T-Sun Zhe inform you? I am here for an inspection, as a guest. Must I tend your mother's well? Wu Bushing stammered, casting a glance at He Xiaofan, who appeared somewhat guilty. Yu Qianqian noted Jiang Xingyue's indifference to her words, and after being ignored, her initial delight morphed into anger. Your conditions are deplorable, and your manners lacking. You are either an old hag wielding your age as a weapon or a gaggle of immature fools, blindly believing every word spoken. Alas, it seems I need not consider this further. What a pity for my hundreds of sheep. I must consume them alone. Gurgling sounds emerged as lamb meat simmered in the pot, filling the air with its distinct aroma. The hidden, ravenous desires lurked in the shadows like famished wolves, their eyes glowing green. Though they had been scolded, the onlookers dared not speak, for this was a significant patron, laden with resources. Wu Busheng felt a pang of urgency. Secretly chastising He Xiaofan for resorting to her old antics. Yu Qianqian, realizing the troublesome woman was referring to her, felt her pretty face twist in irritation. Wu Busheng seized Yu Qianqian's arm, causing her to wince in pain. He shot them both a warning glance to cease their chatter. Yu Qianqian, on the verge of tears, felt wronged. She defended his mother only to be reprimanded, while he urged her to silence. She mentally cursed both Wu Busheng and Jiang Xingyue. Under normal circumstances, she would not even spare a glance at someone like Wu Busheng. With a tight-lipped frown, she lowered her head, her eyes glinting with resentment. Jiang Xingyue felt her own frustration rising, contemplating the elimination of these nuisances. It was exasperating how they engaged in such petty antics. Observing Yu Qianqian, she could tell the girl had not held her tongue well. With the labor force plan in shambles, all hope rested on the fragments of the portal. Just a little longer, and then she would overturn this place. Wu Busheng forced a smile. Miss Jiang, as a guest, you deserve the utmost hospitality. I apologize for the earlier incident. Please do not take it to heart. I will ensure they behave. Jiang Xingyue coldly acknowledged, with a dismissive wave, shooing him away like a bothersome fly. Green-haired onlookers stifled their laughter, their eyes sparkling with mischief. Beside them, Wu Zichuan's brooding demeanor seemed to lift slightly, his gaze now contemplative as he observed Jiang Xingyue. From that moment on, Jiang Xingyue sat in tranquil silence, no one daring to disturb her. A tacit vacuum formed around her. Everyone kept their distance. With her eyes closed, feigning rest, the calming quietude improved her mood. As the rich sense of lamb and blood intensified, Jiang Xingyue slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the shattered glass. Her ears perked up, sharply attuned to the familiar groans of the undead. Some individuals truly excelled at courting disaster. She scanned her surroundings, spotting the glinting shards of glass as they conversed anxiously with green hair. Brother Chuan, what is wrong with you? Wu Zichuan's voice trembled. Zombies are coming. Green hair's face drained of color, turning pale as he stammered. How many? Are there many? He was the only one aware of Wu Zichuan's awakened abilities and enhanced senses. Wu Zichuan would never exaggerate in such grave matters. His complexion was grave, grinding his teeth as he uttered, "Too many." Green hair felt his body go limp, his lips quivering, eyes wide in disbelief. He had never seen such a reaction from Wu Zichuan. Even when they were besieged by zombies on their way to the gym, he had not been afraid. What kind of horde could provoke such terror? Green hair's hair stood on end, his anxiety multiplying exponentially. Wu Zichuan scanned the area and noticed a broken window high up in the corner. His pupils dilated. Disregarding everything else, he seized the terrified green hair. Stop dawdling. Find something to defend yourself. He cursed, damn it. There's a broken window. Green hair looked up, his face shifting from shock to fear as he beheld the shattered glass. Jiang Xingyue silently smirked. It seemed someone had noticed. Wu Zichuan, striding purposefully, approached the bustling crowd preparing a sumptuous dinner. Wu Busheng, surrounded by admirers, wore a restrained smile, while Yu Qianqian clutched his hand, seemingly bashful. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wu Busheng instinctively frowned. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Yu Qianqian gazing intently at Wu Zichuan, her admiration unmasked. Under the lights, beauty held a captivating allure, and the same applied to handsome men. Wu Busheng struggled to maintain his smile. Zombies are approaching. We must prepare at once. Wu Busheng paused, confusion spreading among those nearby. Enough with the alarmist talk. Are we being punished for feasting on lamb without inviting you? Exactly. Must you frighten us with such words? Wu Busheng maintained a facade of insincerity, his eyes glinting with malice beneath thick lenses. Ah Chuan, refrain from inciting panic among the crowd. Wu Zichuan's expression hardened. Had it not been for years of cultivated decorum, he would have shouted in anger. Jiang Xingyue was right. They truly were a dim-witted lot. Wu Zichuan's assertion rang true. The zombies were indeed approaching. Wu Busheng glared at Jiang Xingyue, seething with resentment. Why did all women side with her? Miss Jiang. Our director has yet to notice any awakened ones. How do you and Wu Zichuan know? Jiang Xingyue chuckled derisively, casting a glance at Wu Bushing. Perhaps it's because he is quite useless? Wu Bushing finally understood the sting of Jiang Xingyue's ridicule. Before he could retort, a loud crash echoed, startling everyone.
Bang! Bang!
The continuous sounds drew everyone's attention to the only door where the piled debris for added security began to tremble. Having faced zombies before, they could not naively assume the outside held survivors. The only force capable of battering the door was the undead. A glass was knocked over, and the scent of wine permeated the air. A faint, chilling howl of zombies could be discerned. "Look, when did that window break?" exclaimed a sharp-eyed woman from the crowd, prompting everyone to glance upwards and realize the shattered window in the corner. Panic spread across their faces as the aroma of food transformed into a harbinger of doom. Some individuals in the crowd reacted swiftly, attempting to dispose of the remnants of sheep carcasses and the blood-soaked remains. But it was too late. The zombies, most active at night, had already caught their scent, spreading it far and wide. Objects at the entrance visibly trembled from the force of the impacts, and the zombies' roars were unmistakable, a cacophony that obscured the number of creatures battering against the door. Jiang Xingyue stepped away from the throng, revealing a walkie-talkie in her palm. "Come pick me up," she said, then turned to the crowd, murmuring, "This lot is utterly disappointing, foolish, uncouth, and insatiably greedy. They excel at courting disaster. Bringing them back to the underground city would only invite trouble." The terrified faces around her were oblivious to the gravity of their situation. The sound of relentless pounding echoed from behind the thin iron door, where an unknown number of zombies continued their assault, shaking debris loose from the doorframe. Wu Zichuan, with his green hair, stood beside Jiang Xingyue, his expression one of utter dismay. Even in this desolate place, it's still a community. There must be at least 100 zombies outside. His words were heard by all nearby. "Director, you must think of something," they urged. "Aren't you an awakened? And what about Sun Zhe? You must have a plan." Wu Bashi was gripped on either side by He Xiaofan and Yu Qianqian, as if they were clinging to a lifeline. His legs trembled slightly, and his lips quivered. He had never fought a zombie. Since becoming the director after leaving his home, he had never ventured outside, let alone killed a zombie. Upon hearing his name, Sun Zhe cursed under his breath. With his meager abilities, he couldn't even best Jiang Xingyue's bodyguard. How could he possibly combat so many zombies? He edged closer to Wu Zichuan and whispered, "Director, we need a plan. That door won't hold much longer." Wu Bashi's pupils constricted, his face a mask of confusion. Jiang Xingyue dragged a chair across the floor, producing a sharp screech that startled everyone. Wu Bashi snapped back to reality as she sat down. This situation will take a while to resolve. Standing is less comfortable than sitting. The crowd, however, was too filled with hope to pay her any mind, all eyes fixed on Wu Bashi. Calmly, Jiang Xingyue anticipated the forthcoming idea from this imposter of a leader. "Let us select a few individuals to draw the zombies away." Gasps of shock reverberated through the room as they exchanged glances in the darkness. "Director, is there truly no other way?" Wu Bashi, having spoken, hesitated no longer. "What other option do we have? If those zombies break in, we'll all perish. We send someone out to divert them and hold out until dawn. The rest can endure in the gym." His gaze turned cold under the chaotic lighting, instilling fear in the hearts of those around him.
Who do we send out?
"Let my cousin Wu Zichuan go. It fits perfectly." A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, as long as it wasn't themselves or their families being chosen. Only the green-haired one was visibly shaken. "You must be insane. Why should Brother Chuan go? He is your cousin." Jiang Xingyue had already suspected this outcome. Sitting comfortably in her chair, a flicker of intrigue in her eyes. It appeared Wu Zichuan's odds of survival had now risen to 70%. With his superior physical prowess, he should manage to divert the zombies with ease. The green-haired one spat in frustration. "You're just jealous of Brother Chuan, seizing this chance for revenge. Don't forget how he protected you both all the way here. Without him, you'd have been devoured by zombies long ago. If it weren't for him, would you be able to play director so confidently?" Wu Bashi felt a surge of inferiority and humiliation at the mention of these words. "One person isn't enough. Since you and Ah Chuan are good brothers, you should join him in this peril." Yu Qianqian clutched Wu Bashi's shirt, her expression shifting. "Finally, She gritted her teeth and said, Miss Jiang was also brought back by Wu Zichuan. It's clear she has never looked favorably upon us. Perhaps it would be best if she joins as well. Jiang Xingyue raised an eyebrow, seizing the opportunity. Wu Bashi's expression darkened as he directed a cold glance at Jiang Xingyue. Her gaze, as clear as moonlight, irritated him greatly. I think 3 people should suffice. Does anyone have any objections? A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, all shaking their heads in agreement, eager for Wu Zichuan and the others to leave immediately to lure the zombies away. Jiang Xingyue turned her gaze to Wu Zichuan, whose handsome face now bore an expression of disbelief, as though the revelation struck him acutely. He had just received a crushing blow regarding his last 2 relatives. Yet, somehow, it felt inevitable. His lips pressed tightly together as he trembled, addressing Jiang Xingyue and the green-haired one. I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble. Jiang Xingyue regarded him with interest. The green-haired one shook his head at him. It's not your fault, Brother Chuan. If it weren't for you, I'd be dead already. He turned to locate the imposing figure among the crowd. Scarface. We owe our safe passage to the gym all to Brother Chuan. Don't you remember what our elder brother said about being ungrateful? Speak up. He saved us once, so he should do so again. Let us be good to the end. Don't mention the elder brother. He is probably dead by now. What good are the words of a corpse? The green-haired one was shocked by Scarface's words regarding their elder brother. He Xiufin's eyes narrowed with fury as she roared, If you still consider me family, then you should volunteer to go out instead of lingering here. You ungrateful wretch. I took you in after you were kicked out of the army. It's time for you to repay me. Will you just stand there cold-heartedly watching me perish? Wu Bashi observed the 3 individuals standing in opposition to the crowd, his tone heavy. Can't you see the door is about to give way? If you delay any longer, we're all doomed. You are the root of this calamity. As the screws on the door began to pop loose and the structure warped, fingers from the zombies began to force their way through the cracks, one by one. An uncountable number of hands. The stench of decay wafted through the room, and fear spread like wildfire. The crowd erupted in desperate anger and despair. It's all your fault. If you don't go out, I swear I'll haunt you as a ghost. Please, I beg you, go. Save us. The green-haired one trembled, a chill spreading through him, his heart growing cold. Jiang Xingyue clapped her hands, as if watching a grand performance. The audacity with which they demanded another to sacrifice themselves was remarkable. Wu Bashi ignored her mocking tone. Scarface, if they refuse to go, you need to help them. The large, scarred man stepped forward. Scarface. The green-haired one immediately positioned himself in front of Wu Zichuan and Jiang Xingyue, arms spread wide, drenched in sweat. Green-haired one. Wu Zichuan's emotions were complex as he stepped forward to pull him aside, but the green-haired one resisted firmly, proving difficult to budge. Jiang Xingyue clearly sensed his fear. Yet he did not retreat. She had underestimated him. Unexpectedly, Scarface did not utter a word. He simply raised his hand and sent the green-haired one flying. With a crash, he landed amidst a pile of disarrayed objects, creating a cacophony of clattering sounds. Wu Zichuan rushed over, finding the green-haired one sprawled on the ground. He lifted his head, his hand covering his left cheek dripping with blood. Green hair. In that moment, Wu Zichuan's eyes were filled with rage, loathing his own indecisiveness and softness of heart. It was his indulgence that had led to the scene. He felt responsible for involving Green Hair and Jiang Xingyue in this predicament. The crowd watched as Green Hair moaned in agony, his bloodied face causing their expressions to shift uncomfortably, unable to meet his gaze. Wu Zichuan's eyes reddened as he gently removed Green Hair's hand from his eyes. I am fine, Brother Chuan. After all, we're all going to die anyway. My eyes. They're useless now, Green Hair stammered, his voice trembling with pain. Your eyes are valuable, Wu Zichuan asserted, placing his hand over Green Hair's left eye. Jiang Xingyue's gaze sharpened. She vaguely perceived a soft, gentle energy emanating from Wu Zichuan's hand, flowing towards Green Hair's face. Brother, I think I'm okay now. I can see, Green Hair exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise as Jiang Xingyue leaned closer to examine him. Despite the energy expenditure, Wu Zichuan's complexion darkened slightly. Green Hair wiped the blood from his face, revealing a reddened eye. I can see you now, Miss Jiang, he exclaimed joyfully. Jiang Xingyue smiled. You're recovering splendidly, though it's still a bit red. Once we're done here, Brother Wu will treat you again. Brother Chuan, are you also an awakened? The crowd's expressions varied. Yu Qianqian sensed the tremors in Wu Bashi's body beside her. Jiang Xinghua pulled Green Hair to his feet. Wu Zichuan turned and approached Scarface, delivering a punch before the latter could react. Brother Chuan. Jiang Xinghua pressed down on Green Hair's shoulder. Don't mind him. You were injured protecting him, and the situation has escalated largely due to him. It's only right that he seeks revenge for you. Glancing at the two entangled figures, Jiang Xinghua nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the potential in Wu Zichuan's skills. Wu Bashi, have you acted so convincingly that you've begun to believe your own performance? Wu Bashi panicked. What are you talking about? I don't understand. How can a mere ordinary person convince so many that you are the one with powers? I must admit, you do possess a certain talent for acting. The crowd erupted in chaos. Sun Zhe quickly understood, realizing the expression on Wu Bashi's face. So, you deceived us. The one with powers is clearly Wu Zichuan. Scarface was momentarily stunned, caught off guard by Wu Zichuan's strike. Jiang Xinghua wore a mocking smile. Human nature is indeed complex. Zhou Qian arrived rather late. Green Hair seemed to recognize the familiar name, turning to Jiang Xinghua with a red eye. Miss Jiang. What did you just say? She glanced at him, smiling without responding. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as the iron door burst open, creating a gap large enough for the zombies to surge through. The narrow opening allowed three of them to squeeze in side by side. The iron door towered over 3 meters, with the zombies behind climbing onto the shoulders and heads of the ones in front. The entire gap was filled with zombies. Their faces twisted with madness and greed made everyone recoil in fear. There are too many. Am I truly going to die here?
I don't want to die.
There must be hundreds of them. Amidst the terrified gazes, the door was finally completely destroyed, resembling a trapped beast breaking free. The zombies, once the door opened, were trampled by those behind them, some having their arms and legs broken, others dragging their heads by their necks. They rose again, charging towards the living.
Run.
Wu Zichuan discarded the nearly unconscious Scarface and swiftly returned to Jiang Xinghua and Green Hair's side, his expression grave as he surveyed the approaching horde. Drawing a sharpened steel rod from his waist, he commanded, "Stay close behind us. Protect yourselves and avoid being scratched by the zombies." Green Hair's face turned pale as he picked up an iron pot, taking a defensive stance. Brother Chuan, you don't have to worry about me. I can manage. Jiang Xinghua raised her eyes to the scattering crowd, pursued and cornered by zombies, their cries echoing in despair. She remained calm. Wu Zichuan, I believe your concerns have found their answer. I will ask you one last time. Will you follow me? Wu Zichuan furrowed his brow. Miss Jiang, my abilities are merely supportive, not combat-oriented. We are very likely to perish today. Then if we all survive, will you follow me? Wu Zichuan met her exceptionally calm gaze and finally relented with a sigh. As long as we can survive, I will follow you. Green Hair, holding the iron pot, was utterly confused. What on earth is happening? Why is this being discussed now? Jiang Xinghua's eyes sparkled as the portal beckoned to her. As zombies lunged at the three of them, ethereal shadows began to manifest in the air, resembling tentacles from another world. A flash of bright yellow light illuminated Jiang Xinghua's features, casting a radiant glow in her amber eyes. Finally, they could return home. This dreadful place was unbearable. Chapter 53. I am your savior. Bundles of yellow light pierced through the crevice of the broken door, illuminating the gymnasium. With a resounding crash, the two swaying doors, along with several zombies, were sent flying. Green Hair peeked out from behind Wu Zichuan, his mouth agape in shock at the sight of a monstrous off-road vehicle resembling a tank. The vehicle was clad in black steel plating, adorned with glistening spikes. He could see remnants of clothing and flesh hanging from it in the glow. Green Hair gasped, Miss Jiang, this can't be the rescue you called for, can it? Jiang Xinghua raised an eyebrow, regarding him with an air of pride. Incorrect. I am your savior. The remaining survivors in the gymnasium regarded the entrance with uncertainty, their silhouettes barely visible against the blinding light. A casual female voice pierced the air. Zhou Qian, you are quite slow. I'm sorry, boss. The zombies were quite active at night, causing some delays. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Green Hair's eyes welled with tears. In his peripheral vision, he noticed a writhing shadow rising behind Jiang Xinghua. In an instant, several tentacle-like appendages shot out towards the surrounding zombies. Wu Zichuan squinted, realizing they were vines. Jiang Xinghua stood in the light of the vehicle's headlights, her expression icy. The others, facing the light, could not discern the details. But they saw something grotesque sprout from her back, resembling a colossal heart pulsating. The zombies were pierced by the bizarre spikes that shot out from the heart, struggling in a grotesque display. It resembled skewered candied hawthorn, but the hawthorn was replaced with zombie heads. Jiang Xinghua lifted her gaze, and the vines rapidly split into numerous sharp points, piercing through the zombies' necks. With a flick of the vines, the zombies' heads and bodies were severed apart. The survivors stared in disbelief as the crowd of zombies outside the door was reduced to a shower of dismembered limbs in mere seconds. Heads and bodies dropped to the ground with thuds. This eerie and chilling scene would be etched into the memories of the survivors for the rest of their lives. Wu Zichuan's pupils constricted, his fingers turning white from gripping the steel rod too tightly. His black eyes reflected Jiang Xinghua's cold smile and the thrashing vines behind her. With a wave of her hand, the writhing vines transformed into specks of green light and vanished. As she stepped forward, dark green branches coalesced around the hollow doorframe, intertwining and gradually forming a dark green door. Ignoring the survivors still entangled with the zombies inside the gymnasium, Jiang Xinghua did not cast them a glance. Zhou Qian whistled. "Boss, you truly are magnificent. This zombie-candied hawthorn is quite spectacular. However, I find it hard to look at candied hawthorn the same way again."
Ding.
The exceedingly rare Awakener collection task for capturing and healing type superhumans is complete. The portal blueprint fragments have been placed in the backpack. Jiang Xinghua is now satisfied. Zhou Qian proactively greets Wu Zichuan. "Hey, cool dude. It's good to see you again. Oh my, big brother. I missed you so much." Zhou Qian then sees a figure darting out from behind Wu Zichuan. A green-haired individual rushes into his arms, kneeling and sobbing uncontrollably while clinging tightly to his waist. "Green hair. It's wonderful to see you alive. Big brother. Thanks to Brother Chuan saving me, or I would never have seen you again." Zhou Qian looks at Wu Zichuan in surprise and nods in acknowledgement. A smile breaks across Zhou Qian's face. This is indeed an unexpected blessing. "Thank you for taking care of Green Hair. And I appreciate the boss for protecting him." Jiang Xinghua nods, not taking it to heart. Green Hair stares in astonishment, exclaiming,
"Wow.
"Big brother, you actually thought of me. You are truly my real brother." Wu Zichuan breathes a sigh of relief. It seems that this is indeed the brother Green Hair talks about incessantly, and according to Green Hair, Zhou Qian is a good person. This is certainly good news. He was also concerned that Jiang Xinghua's companions might not be easy to deal with. Zhou Qian pushes away Green Hair's stinky head in disdain. Suddenly, he recalls something and asks the tear-streaked Green Hair, "What happened to Scar? Weren't you two acting together?" Green Hair turns to look mournfully at the corpse of Scar, who had been torn to death by zombies. Zhou Qian is taken aback and learns the whole story from Green Hair's angry recounting. Turning to glance at Scar's body in the corner, his expression darkens, devoid of joy. He takes a deep breath. The human heart is fickle in an apocalyptic environment. Making certain choices is entirely normal. "I'm still furious. Big brother, you treated him so well. Yet he harbored such thoughts all along." Zhou Qian whispers. "The human heart is a closed book. Never mind, he is dead now. Thank you, cool dude, for avenging Green Hair." Wu Zichuan offers a faint smile.
Mom.
"Someone save my mom." After the zombies broke through the door, He Xiufeng had been protecting Wu Baxi. Jiang Xinghua attracted the majority of the zombies' attention, and the remaining scattered zombies were mostly dealt with by the survivors in the gymnasium. However, unexpectedly, a zombie suddenly appeared and knocked He Xiufeng down. Exhausted, He Xiufeng had no time to evade, becoming entangled with the zombie on the ground.
"So, help me."
He Xiufeng cried in terror, lying on her back. A frail zombie looming over her, its mouth wide open, ready to bite. She struggled to lean back, her thick flesh causing her chin to bulge. She hoped for her son Wu Baxi to come to her aid, only to find him paralyzed in fear on the ground. He was completely unaware of her plight. He Xiufeng's heart turned cold, her eyes filled with desperation as she shouted, "Son, save me. I can't hold on much longer." Although her body was large, it was merely fat, devoid of strength, her soft flesh offering no means of escape. Wu Baxi trembled in fear. Looking up, he saw only 9 others remaining, all displaying cold disdain. Not one was willing to help him. Summoning his courage, he attempted to grab a weapon, only to be met with the grotesque, decaying face of the zombie and its eerie, needle-like pupils. His courage dissipated in an instant. Wu Baxi yelled to Wu Zichuan, "Wu Zichuan, please save my mom." Wu Zichuan frowned, his eyes filled with revulsion. He Xiaofan felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. She could not fathom why her son, who excelled in his studies and had always been her pride, now lacked the courage to confront a mere zombie. Zhou Qian and Zhou Yiming listened to Green Hair recount the entire tale, with vivid detail. These ungrateful wretches. Our cool dude is such a good person. They don't know how to cherish him. Now they remember our cool dude's merits? It's too late. Suddenly, He Xiaofan realized that whether on the way to the gymnasium or during the time others doubted her son, it was Wu Zichuan who had protected them both. On the night of her injury, it was Wu Zichuan who had stayed by her side, caring for her. She had even scolded him for being bothersome. Yet the next day, her significant wound had miraculously healed. Indeed, Wu Baxi had never cared for her, nor did he possess any abilities. Her son had deceived everyone, including her, his own mother. It filled her with regret. With her last ounce of strength, He Xiaofan shouted, "I'm sorry, Chuan. I wrongly accused you. Please save me." Wu Zichuan did not flinch, quietly observing the pitiful spectacle of the mother and son. Wu Baxi looked on in terror as he witnessed He Xiaofan being disemboweled by the zombie. Her flesh peeled back, revealing her red entrails. Her lifeless eyes remained fixed on him. In horror, Wu Baxi retreated to the corner of the wall, unable to suppress his dry heaving. Yu Qianqian felt nauseated by Wu Baxi's reaction. Cleverly, she took refuge in the restroom during the crisis, only emerging after the zombies had been dealt with. She regretted her actions deeply, having been deceived by this useless individual. Through the crack of the restroom door, she witnessed someone capable of effortlessly dispatching dozens of zombies, none other than Jiang Xingyue. Jealousy and fear consumed her. She attempted to smooth her hair, stepping toward Wu Zichuan. Biting her lip in a pitiful and aggrieved manner, "Chuan, I'm sorry. I never intended to betray you. I was deceived by Wu Baxi. Please forgive me. The only person I have ever liked is you." Wu Zichuan's voice was low and firm. "We were never close enough to discuss betrayal." Yu Qianqian's expression froze. She had not anticipated Wu Zichuan had never regarded her with any significance. Green Hair bared his teeth at her from behind Wu Zichuan, his eyes filled with mockery. "What? Have you forgotten that you spread ill words about me, wishing for me to be fed to the zombies?" "I haven't forgotten." Yu Qianqian was taken aback, her gaze darting in horror toward Jiang Xingyue. Suddenly, a long shadow appeared beside Jiang Xingyue. Before Yu Qianqian could utter a plea for mercy, she was ensnared by a thorny whip that severed her neck. Jiang Xingyue noticed that the dark green door was showing signs of cracking, casually tossing Yu Qianqian's body aside. Time was running short. Her door could not withstand much longer. It was time to leave. Zhou Qian called out, "Boss, is it possible to take Green Hair along? He is quite clever. You need not pay him. I will share my portion with him." Chapter 54. The leg I dream of hugging. Zhou Yimeng before awakening. Jiang Xingyue smiled slightly. "I intended to take him along." Green Hair joyfully raised his fist in the air. "Thank you, boss. I can follow you now." Zhou Qian gave him a slap. "What are you saying? From now on, I am your big brother. We only have one boss. You must call him that, understand?" Green Hair nodded enthusiastically. Got it. Got it. The boss is so strong. This is a leg I dream of hugging. Hee. Ding. The system detected that the host met the conditions and would activate the subordinate level points exchange mechanism. From now on, any individuals who align with the host's faction will have the zombies they kill counted toward the host's points. Jiang Xingyue paused, her eyes brightening. She had been worried about insufficient points, unable to afford anything. Was a solution finally at hand? Jiang Xingyue's expression became inscrutable, and Green Hair, who had been observing her in silence, shuddered, sensing that something was amiss. As the group walked toward the vehicle, sounds continued to echo behind them. "Can you take me with you?" "I can do anything." "Chuan, I was wrong." Among the remaining survivors in the gymnasium, only 10 remained, their faces filled with pleading urgency and lingering fear. "Chuan, I truly realize my mistakes." Wu Baxi pushed through the crowd, throwing himself at Wu Zichuan's feet, clutching his pant leg tightly. His once neat short hair was now disheveled and greasy, tears streaming down his face. Wu Baxi looked up at Wu Zichuan with a humble gaze, hoping to see a hint of compassion on his face. Unfortunately, he was met with disappointment. Jiang Xingyue halted her steps and turned back, observing the scene with keen interest. Wu Zichuan stood tall, casting a disdainful gaze upon the individual on the ground, his eyes visible only to Wu Baxi beneath his long, dark lashes, icy and indifferent. Wu Bashi felt frozen by that chilling stare, his hand retracting stiffly. He had never witnessed such a terrifying expression on his usually amiable cousin. Survival instinct surged within him, his mind racing with frantic thoughts. He shifted to kneel at Jiang Xingyue's feet. Miss Jiang, for the sake of being Ah Chuan's only relative, please take me with you. I'm his only family. He values relationships deeply. He just hasn't realized that if I die too, he'll truly be alone. Jiang Xingyue scoffed. Isn't it you and your mother who have been manipulating Wu Zichuan with this very sentiment? Every word revolves around him, but it's merely an excuse to soften his heart. However, you've miscalculated. Even if he wished to take you, I would never permit it. Everyone in this room surpasses you. A coward who hides behind his mother and, upon witnessing her tragic demise, cannot even wield a knife. What use are you? Wu Bashi collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant, filled with despair. Someone behind him suddenly yanked him aside. Take me with you. I can cook. Take me. I can fix things and fight zombies. Please, take me with you. Jiang Xingyue's amber eyes narrowed slightly as they swept over the few survivors before her. Are you all like Yu Qianqian, lacking in intelligence? Have you forgotten that your purpose is to be fed to the zombies? Oh, and about those rumors, are they circulating well? The expressions of several individuals shifted in an instant, cold sweat beading on their foreheads, their gazes darting. The atmosphere became tense, only the distant echoes of zombie growls from outside breaking the silence. Jiang Xingyue, unwilling to engage in further conversation, laughed scornfully. Not having slaughtered you all counts as my mercy. Now be gone. Recognizing Jiang Xingyue's prowess, they dared not lie or linger, obediently retreating like quails. Amidst the envy of onlookers, a few opened the door and entered the vehicle. Jiang Xingyue waved her hand casually, and the plants transformed into energy particles, dissipating. Over 20 zombies gathered at the entrance, stumbling forward as the obstruction vanished, making their way toward the gymnasium.
Mom.
Forgive me. It's not that I didn't save you. Save me. Jiang Xingyue gazed through the car window. In the corner of the gymnasium, He Xiufan had transformed into a zombie, dragging and tearing at Wu Bashi with her exposed entrails. He had been overly sheltered by his mother and Wu Zichuan, having faced little hardship during the apocalypse.
Now.
The two individuals who once protected him had either severed ties or transformed into a zombie, forcing him to confront the brutal reality of multiplied pain. As He Xiufan dragged and bit into Wu Bashi, he was soon drenched in blood, his wails piercing the air, drawing the zombies at the entrance toward him, quickly engulfing him. Serves you right. Green hair spat with disdain. Wu Zichuan, devoid of any emotion, averted his gaze. The vehicle once more plunged into the night. The difference was that while 3 had departed, 5 returned. The off-road vehicle felt like a bumper car under Zhou Qian's driving. With green hair squeezed between Zhou Yiming and Wu Zichuan, clutching Wu Zichuan's clothing, his face pale. Big brother, can you drive a bit more steadily? Zhou Qian warned through the rearview mirror. You better hold it in. If you throw up in my car, I won't spare you. Green hair pressed his hands to his mouth, nodding obediently. Wu Zichuan turned to glance out the window, a smile tugging at his lips, feeling a long-lost sense of relaxation. Zhou Yiming leaned against the window, watching the zombies flash by, her brow furrowed. Zhou Qian questioned curiously, Xiaoming? You seem a bit off. Jiang Xingyue looked back at her. Zhou Yiming turned her face, and in the moonlight, it was evident that her cheeks were abnormally flushed, her gaze slightly unfocused. Jiang Xingyue tilted her head in inquiry. I remember you were fine a moment ago. Suddenly, you're feeling unwell? Perhaps it's a fever, it's nothing. I recover quickly when I get sick. Zhou Yiming forced a smile. Zhou Qian nodded, that's true. Xiaoming has always had good health, but you haven't been ill in a long time. Jiang Xingyue harbored suspicions and asked, what symptoms are you experiencing now? Did it start suddenly? Zhou Yiming shook her head, concentrating to recall the past few seconds.
I felt completely fine just now.
But within minutes of getting in the car, I felt a sudden heat all over. Jiang Xingyue chuckled lightly. You must be about to awaken. This statement reverberated like thunder within the vehicle. Zhou Qian exclaimed, no way, boss. Is it true? My sister is about to become a superhuman? Although Zhou Yiming's mind was muddled, she understood this, her eyes filled with hope as she looked at Jiang Xingyue. Yes, typically, those about to awaken experience symptoms such as fever or shock, often sudden and intense. The more severe the symptoms, the longer the time required before awakening, and, consequently, the stronger the abilities that will manifest. Wu Zichuan, you must have exhibited signs before your awakening too? Wu Zichuan nodded. Indeed, but during those days, I was preoccupied with relocating to the stadium. I merely had a fever, lasting about 7 or 8 days. I can't recall clearly. Zhou Qian inquired curiously. With such severe symptoms, how did you not lose consciousness? I didn't, he replied, pausing as if recalling something. I was too busy to rest. I just pushed through. Green Hair, utterly astonished, forgot his nausea. So, Brother Chuan, when I met you, you were still running a fever?
Yes.
Jiang Shenhua turned her cold gaze toward the window, realizing that people are indeed different. Wu Zichuan's potential was extraordinary, and logically, his symptoms should have been severe, yet he managed to endure. She recalled lying unconscious in the underground city's hall for a full 10 days, her lips twitching. Zhou Yimeng was already somewhat disoriented, resting against the back seat. Zhou Qian, glancing at her through the rearview mirror, couldn't help but ask, Boss, how many days will it take for Xiaoming to recover? That depends on her awakening ability. It varies by individual. Those who are inherently strong will have a correspondingly strong awakening, but the time taken will be longer. Given Xiaoming's physical condition, I estimate it should take about 7 or 8 days. Zhou Qian nodded, understanding, feeling both worried and happy for his sister. Green Hair was envious. I wonder if I have a chance to awaken any abilities. He curiously leaned over Jiang Xingyue's seat and asked, Boss, how long did it take for you to awaken? Zhou Qian reached out a hand to push him back. Get back. How many days has it been since you last bathed? Don't stink up the boss's car. Green Hair made a face, but obediently sat back down. Jiang Xingyue smiled. I took 10 days, but I don't have Ah Chuan's physical constitution. I was unconscious the entire time. Green Hair gasped. 10 days? No wonder your abilities are so strong. The return journey was smooth, and the 5 soon arrived at the Banyue Villa district. At Zhou Qian's doorstep, he instructed, Ah Chuan, Green Hair, you two stay with Zhou Qian. Rest well, and meet me in the mountains tomorrow. It's too late to discuss everything tonight. Zhou Qian, I'll take Xiaoming back first. Zhou Qian eagerly nodded in agreement. Being a man, it would be inconvenient if Zhou Yimeng lost consciousness. Haha, on behalf of Xiaoming, I thank you, boss. I was hesitant to mention it, but now that she is going back with you, I can rest easy. A night passed, and the glaring sunlight spilled across the land, the sweltering heat rendering most creatures inactive outside. My goodness. Boss, is this your villa? This is practically a fortress. Green Hair exclaimed animatedly. Nearly colliding with a climbing plant had Zhou Qian not acted quickly. Wu Zichuan, despite his excellent mental fortitude, could not conceal his admiration when faced with the mutated plant guardians and the intricate flamethrowers adorning the walls of the mountainside villa. Secretly relieved that he had made the right decision, Zhou Qian, concerned, brought the 2 tidy individuals to the mountainside villa early in the morning. The previous day, Zhou Yimeng had been in dire condition, barely able to walk, and it was uncertain how she would fare today. Chapter 55. The Awakening of Zhou Yimeng. The veterinarian the 3 entered the villa where Jiang Xingyue was enjoying her breakfast. She beckoned them to sit down and took out some frozen buns and dumplings for Zhou Qian to handle. Boss, how is Xiaoming? Zhou Qian, busy in the kitchen, could not suppress his concern. Jiang Xingyue swallowed a sip of orange juice and replied, Do not worry, she is fine, just a bit drowsy for a few days. She is in the guest room on the 2nd floor. You can see her after breakfast. Zhou Qian finally relaxed. Jiang Xingyue had a small appetite and had nearly finished when they entered. The 3 young men devoured an entire table of breakfast. Wu Zichuan's face flushed with embarrassment. I apologize, Miss Jiang. We may have overeaten. Jiang Xingyue looked up at him. His hair was neatly trimmed, still maintaining a fresh and tidy crew cut, and his stubble was clean-shaven, revealing a handsome visage. He wore Zhou Qian's black short-sleeve shirt, which fitted him well. It's fine, no need to be so formal. As my subordinates, it's only natural that I provide meals for you. From now on, you can call me boss, just like the others. The green-haired youth, with a bun stuffed in his mouth, curiously leaned closer. Unlike the others, he was not tall or robust, and after being cleaned up, Jiang Xingyue noticed he had a youthful and clean appearance. How old are you, Green Hair? Jiang Xingyue inquired. The youth scratched his head and replied, I'm 20 this year. Jiang Xingyue nodded, realizing why he seemed so young, nearly her age. Zhou Qian explained their benefits to them. It will be the same as yours. Zhou Qian was surprised that Green Hair would also receive such benefits. He had thought it was already fortunate that the boss agreed to let Green Hair join. He wondered what qualities had drawn the boss's attention to this youth. Zhou Qian scrutinized green hair, making him feel uncomfortable. "B-boss, please don't look at me like that." Zhou Qian averted his gaze, unable to discern anything notable for now. Jiang Xinghua focused on her tablet. Green hair appeared to lack significant abilities, but he was clever and sensible. Moreover, he was loyal and had principles. For such a person, she did not mind offering a bit of resources. After all, it was only fair to provide better treatment to those who had initially followed her. A small investment in materials for loyalty was quite a bargain. To put it simply, each of us will receive 50 jin of rice, 20 jin of flour, and 15 jin of meat as our salary each month. Once the vegetables and orchard crops mature, we will add those as well. The boss's intention is for us to receive 30 jin of vegetables and 20 jin of fruits. Even Wu Zichuan's typically indifferent expression showed surprise at this treatment. His face momentarily blank. Green hair dropped his bun into the bowl beside him, his excitement palpable. "Boss, do I get that too? We have an orchard." Jiang Xinghua smiled and nodded. Of course, such benefits cannot be found elsewhere in this apocalypse. These items can be sold later. I want to interfere. After breakfast, I will familiarize you with the work environment. If you perform well, there will also be material rewards. Green hair cheered, happily consuming 2 more buns. Once Zhou Qian had checked on Zhou Yiming, the 4 made their way to the underground city. Zhou Qian noticed a crack in Wu Zichuan's cool demeanor, which relieved him. Otherwise, he would have appeared foolishly astonished like a country dog. After Jiang Xingyue granted the 2 individual accommodations, she led them to the basement level, instructing Zhou Qian to teach them about farming and livestock care. Jiang Xingyue herself reclined in the small lounge chair that Zhou Yiming had prepared for her, overseeing the work. She was quite satisfied with these young laborers under her command. She had liberated her hands, and now she only needed to speak to direct them. Moreover, soon she would possess 2 awakened individuals, which meant she could afford to eat a bit more. As long as they did not engage in any underhanded tactics, she would act as a benevolent capitalist. With the addition of over 100 sheep, progress in the basement had reached 40, but then stalled. Jiang Xinghua languidly rested her hands behind her head, contemplating future strategies. 7 days later, on the 24th day of the apocalypse, at 7 a.m., the 4 were having breakfast at the mountainside villa. Zhou Qian could not help but sigh. "Boss, what's wrong? Why the sigh so early in the morning? It's rather ominous." Zhou Qian lightly punched green hair. "Why hasn't Xiaoming woken up yet? She hasn't eaten or drunk for so many days. Is she going to be all right?" Jiang Xingyue wiped her mouth with a napkin and replied softly, "It's fine. It's normal not to eat or drink during the awakening period, though she might feel a bit hungry." Just then, she turned and saw the tall Zhou Yiming standing at the stairway. She smiled. "We were just talking about you. Come eat." Zhou Yiming, indeed feeling faint from hunger, did not care much about decorum. The 4 watched as she consumed 3 times the amount of food expected before she slowed down. But slowing down did not mean stopping. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Zhou Yiming was reassured by Jiang Xingyue's gentle pat on her arm. "It's all right. Feel free to eat." It's normal to require a substantial amount of food for energy after awakening. Only then did Zhou Yiming feel at ease. Once the 4 managed to wait for Zhou Yiming to finish eating, Zhou Qian eagerly asked, "Xiaoming, what ability did you awaken?" Feeling shy under the gaze of so many eyes, Zhou Yiming took a metal spoon and, with visible effort, twisted and contorted it into a lump. Green hair scratched his head in confusion. What kind of ability is that? The others were equally perplexed. Zhou Yiming's cheeks flushed. "I'm still not very familiar with it." As she spoke, the spoon in her hand began to twist again, gradually solidifying into a mass of metallic liquid, as if being pulled by an invisible hand, extending until it took the shape of a cone. Jiang Xingyue's eyes brightened. Metal manipulation? Zhou Yiming released her control, and the shiny silver metal spike dropped into her palm. She handed it to Jiang Xingyue. "I can sense the surrounding metal energy and control it." Jiang Xingyue nodded in approval while holding the metal spike. "This is a splendid ability. It can be used both for offense and defense. You can encase yourself in metal for protection or summon metal walls, and there are even more offensive capabilities." Zhou Yiming gazed at her with sparkling eyes. "Both you and Chuan have just awakened. I can focus on teaching you about abilities for the next few days." Zhou Qian proudly patted Zhou Yiming's shoulder with a hearty slap. Green hair flinched at the sound, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Zhou Yiming. Zhou Yiming, used to such gestures, did not flinch at all. Green hair secretly pouted, squeezing his slender bicep and sighing. I have a request, Zhou Yiming mumbled. Her gaze directed downwards, head slightly bowed. Her fingers fidgeted together, revealing a girl's shyness. Jiang Xingyue, intrigued, asked, "What is it? Can I call you by your name?" Jiang Xingyue was taken aback, not expecting Zhou Yiming's request to be this. She looked at Zhou Yiming, whose striking black and white eyes reflected both anxiety and anticipation. Having always been an outlier among her peers, with no friends except for her brother, she was particularly soft-hearted and innocent. Perhaps she needed a female friend. Zhou Yiming, noticing Jiang Xingyue's silence, felt anxious. She had always referred to her as Miss Jiang because she felt inadequate and believed she could do little to assist her, thinking she had no right to be friends with her. Now that she had finally become an awakened one, she yearned to get closer to Jiang Xingyue, starting with her name. "I was just saying that casually, it's no problem for me," Jiang Xingyue replied. "Of course, that's not a big deal. You can call me Xingyue from now on, Xiaoming." Zhou Yiming broke into a wide smile. "Hey, Xingyue called me Xiaoming." Zhou Qian leaned in. "Can I call you that too?" Jiang Xingyue raised a perfect smile and looked at him. Zhou Qian replied, "All right, I understand now. It's not allowed." Jiang Xingyue nodded. The five gathered at the sheep pen in the basement of the underground city. "Boss, I felt something strange about them these past couple of days. Lacking vitality. And with a sparse appetite, I find myself devoid of strength. Look, I can scarcely stand." Zhou Qian furrowed his brow and pointed to a group of 7 sheep cordoned off. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Xingyue discerned something amiss with the animals. "I initially intended to procure some livestock soon, but it seems this plan must be postponed." Zhou Qian advised earnestly, "Boss, perhaps it would be wise to hold off for the moment. While I have tended to livestock, I am not a professional. If any issues arise, I would be at a loss. We must ascertain a solution. Otherwise, bringing them back only to have more perish would be futile." Jiang Xingyue understood the gravity of the situation and contemplated strategies. "If only we had a veterinarian among us," she mused. Suddenly, Zhou Yiming interjected, "By the way, Xingyue, I recall that Yunlong Garden has a veterinarian. Really? Do you know him?" Zhou Yiming gazed upwards, seemingly in deep thought. After a pause, she exclaimed, "I've remembered. There is indeed a veterinarian in Building 8. I've seen him treat pets, but I can't say if he can tend to sheep." Jiang Xingyue raised an eyebrow, realizing they were in the same building. "Does that mean Jiang Yimei and her family are there as well? I wonder if they have survived." She pulled out her phone. "No matter, I'll ask and find out. The internet is still operational, but it may not last long. I hope to reach them." Zhou Yiming and Jiang Xingyue huddled together, locating a person with a lamb icon in their group chat. Jiang Xingyue was taken aback. This person was the one who had previously exchanged medicine for a rabbit for his wife. She sent a message, "Might I inquire if you have experience treating livestock?" After a brief wait, she received a reply, "I was indeed a livestock veterinarian in the past, but may I ask what you require of me?" Jiang Xingyue, engrossed in her research, saw the response just in time. "I am in need of your expertise. Should you work for me, I will compensate you accordingly." After sending this message, she proceeded to the kitchen to take a photograph. Chapter 56. Choosing me is your only path to survival. In Unit 603 of Building 8 in Yunlong Garden, thick curtains blocked the midday sun, casting the room into dimness and stifling the air. A gaunt, weary middle-aged man sat on the couch, his brow furrowed as he stared intently at his glowing phone. "Old you, who could possibly be messaging you at this hour?" A middle-aged woman emerged from the bedroom, her voice barely above a whisper, frail and weak. The shadows beneath her eyes and the hollow of her cheeks, alongside her dry hair, aged her prematurely. Yu Shi instinctively reached out to assist her, guiding her to sit on the sofa. Both appeared to be in their 50s, their lips parched and cracked, their faces pallid from lack of sunlight. Their hair a mix of black and gray, worn by hardship. Yu Shi placed the phone screen between them, indicating, "It's someone from our building. She asked if I'm a veterinarian and if I could work for her." Su Miao's delicate brows furrowed with concern. "This person claims she will compensate you? But what use is money now? We need food, and it has been a month. Who has any provisions left?" The couple sighed deeply, their postures sagging further. The thin fabric of their clothing revealed the protruding bones of their spines. Suddenly, a noise startled them, and Yu Shi quickly covered his vibrating phone. They both looked at the screen, their eyes widening in disbelief. "Old you, is that photo real? Could it have been taken before the apocalypse?" Su Miao's eyes reflected skepticism and a glimmer of hope as she turned to Yushur. He swallowed hard. It is real. The timestamp shows it was taken just 4 minutes ago. Perhaps the internet is slow, and it took time to send. Moreover, she wants me to treat livestock. Anyone capable of maintaining livestock now surely has resources. They exchanged glances, a spark of hope igniting in their eyes. Yet, Yushur's excitement quickly dampened.
A meow.
What if this person is a fraud? The woman smiled gently, her demeanor graceful and serene. Even in her age, her smile resembled a fine vintage wine. What could we possibly have that would entice someone to deceive us? Apart from our frail bodies, we possess nothing. Let us give it a try. What do we have to lose? Her expression grew serious, but the frequency of those break-ins has been increasing. If we do not devise a plan, we risk starvation. Yushur shared her apprehension, their hands clasped tightly together, seeking strength in unity. He resolutely pressed the button for a network call. Meanwhile, Jiang Xingyue reclined in a chair on the basement level, reading while overseeing her work. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. Noticing the incoming call, she raised an eyebrow. Seems urgent. She answered hello. Silence filled the line. I understand that your call indicates you have made a choice. I will compensate you with supplies. Trust me. My remuneration will exceed your expectations. You must be in a dire situation. Choosing me is your sole path to survival. Jiang Xingyue could hear the weighty, rapid breaths from the other end, as if the caller was deliberating a momentous decision. She absent-mindedly tapped the edge of her chair, her expression relaxed. After a pause, a faint voice emerged. I am willing to work for you, provided you can offer food as compensation. Rest assured, should I have the capability, I will not shortchange you. The caller seemed to exhale in relief. I wonder how I can find you? I am still in the community, but there are too many zombies. My wife and I will gather our essentials and arrive in 2 hours. Please wait at home. After a moment of silence, Jiang Xingyue prompted. May I ask your surname? Which unit in Building 8 do you reside in? My name is Yushur, and my wife is Su Miao. We live in. Jiang Xingyue, puzzled, lifted her phone to her eyes, only to find the call had ended. The internet had cut out. On the other end, the couple, gathered and listening intently, suddenly lost the connection. They exchanged worried glances. Do you think she heard our address? Yushur forced a grim smile. She likely did. Let us not fret. As you said, we have no alternatives. We might as well try this route. If not for your previous habit of stockpiling food, we wouldn't have made it this far. But we consumed our last morsel yesterday morning. We are truly at a dead end. After speaking, he saw the weariness etched on his wife's face and felt a wave of despair. It's all right. Don't dwell on it. We'll pack our things as she suggested. If she doesn't come, I'll venture out to find supplies. A meow, have faith. We have weathered storms together for over 40 years. I will do everything in my power to ensure your survival. Su Miao, seeing the determination in her husband's eyes and recalling their years together, allowed a nostalgic smile to grace her lips. They embraced tightly, drawing strength from one another. To stave off anxious thoughts, they hurriedly began to pack essential belongings.
Su Miao,
not wishing to burden her husband further, managed to gather only a small bundle containing 2 changes of clothing and their marriage certificate. Time trickled by in the dim light. An hour slipping away. Yushur, in a daze, noticed the doorknob slowly twisting. They exchanged alarmed glances. Moments later, a faint metallic sound echoed, signaling someone was attempting to break in. Unlike before, a piece of paper slid through the gap in the door, landing on the floor. Yushur picked it up. It bore a threatening message. Open the door and surrender your supplies, or face the consequences. More papers followed, thrust in from outside. Trembling, Yushur gathered them one by one. If you open the door, we might spare your life. But if you force our hand, you will have only yourself to blame. I am aware that you have a wife. If you do not open the door, we shall kill you all. We will dismember your wife right before your eyes. Open the door. At some point, Su Miao had walked over to Yushur's side. Upon seeing those grotesque words, her legs weakened. Yushur hurriedly supported her into the bedroom. Do not be afraid, Miao. Our door is quite sturdy. They won't be able to break in right away. You're not feeling well. Rest for a while. There is still an hour left, and soon someone will come to rescue us. He held the tearful Su Miao close. Even though I'm 52 this year, I am in good health. I will work diligently for the new boss and earn plenty of provisions. Surviving this calamity will surely bring us blessings. Thus, half an hour slipped by amidst Yusher's gentle reassurances. The noises at the door grew increasingly pronounced, and Yusher's expression turned more anxious. He hoped that person would arrive soon. If she could save a Miao, he would willingly devote his life to her service. Old Yu, I think I hear someone shouting in the building? Yusher sensed something was amiss. He walked cautiously to the living room and discovered that the sound of the door being pried open had ceased. In its place was a commotion. It seemed to be the voice of Aunt Lee from downstairs. Rescue is here. Someone is coming to save us. Yusher was momentarily stunned, followed by overwhelming joy. Is it really happening? Chapter 57. To be a leader, one must have some style. The scene rewinds to an hour prior. On the first floor of Yunlong Garden Building 8, 5 figures swiftly entered the building. Close the door. A tall man, clad in a black vest adorned with tattoos, immediately complied, shutting the unit door behind him. The dozen or so zombies that trailed behind were locked outside. With a click, the door was secured.
Growl.
7 zombies roamed the corridor, and upon spotting the living, they lunged forward. Jiang Xinghua retreated to the back. Xiaomeng, try to use your abilities as much as possible. Avoid using knives and fists.
Ashion.
Use what I taught you and keep an eye on the other 3. If you see them showing signs of fatigue, use your abilities. Your powers are not just for healing, they can also amplify the team's strength. Zhou Qian and the green-haired member took the opportunity to engage in more practical combat. Their own strength was paramount. The eyes of the 5 glinted with determination as they responded in unison. Yes, boss. Jiang Xinghua stood with her arms crossed, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth as the 4 charged at the zombies. How delightful it was that her subordinates could eliminate zombies for her. She would no longer have to handle everything personally. To be a leader, one must possess a certain elegance. Zhou Yimeng grasped the stair railing with her left hand. The iron rod on either side seemed to have been severed by flames, which she effortlessly detached. With both hands, she pressed the rod inward, gripping it tightly. A rusted metal rod over a meter long was thus clenched in her hands. Upon separating her hands, the once rusty metal had completely melded to form a metallic glove, now affixed to her hands. She raised her genuine iron fist and struck the zombies. Meanwhile, Wu Zichuan swung a bone knife, his senses attuned to his surroundings. As soon as he noticed the green-haired member showing signs of fatigue, he immediately released healing energy particles. The visible effects restored the individual's condition. Jiang Xinghua stood idly by the door, assessing the makeshift weapons in their hands. They were somewhat rudimentary. It was time for an upgrade. Otherwise, when they encountered others, it would be embarrassing to be armed with kitchen knives while their opponents wielded genuine weapons. I recall having prepared a save point earlier. At that time, I lacked the strength. Now, it should be sufficient to take them there. Jiang Xinghua stood with her arms crossed, muttering to herself, her gaze distant. In less than 10 minutes, the 7 zombies had completely lost their capacity for movement. Zhou Qian, drenched in sweat, pulled the green-haired member close, grinning broadly. Well done, green-haired. You managed to kill a zombie. I thought you'd be too frightened to let the boss save you. I had my refusal all planned out. Yet I didn't even get the chance to say it. The green-haired member pouted. The boss said it's vital to rely on our own strength. I don't want to be a burden to everyone. Zhou Qian, surprisingly, did not hit him. Jiang Xinghua felt quite satisfied. Such perceptive subordinates were worth her investment in growth. The 5 did not take the elevator. Instead, they ascended the fire escape. Zhou Qian quietly inquired, Boss, didn't he the veterinarian mention which floor they lived on? In the empty corridor, his voice echoed. Jiang Xinghua, encircled by the 4, replied softly. He only mentioned his name was Yusher and that his wife was Su Miao. He didn't have time to give us the address before the connection was lost. The green-haired member scratched his head. How are we supposed to find them with so many households? This building has 7 floors, with 4 to 5 units on each. There can't be many survivors left. We can clear each floor, and we will surely find them. Thus, the 5 fought their way up to the 3rd floor, finally drawing the attention of the building's survivors. It was not until the 4th floor that the last zombie fell, and a figure lunged toward the 5.
Oh.
You've finally arrived. Are you here to rescue us? Before they could respond, a middle-aged woman, her hair disheveled and eyes wide with emotion, began to wail. Her voice was piercing. Rescue is here. Someone is coming to save us. On the 6th floor, room 602, 4 young individuals in their mid-20s crowded at the door. Having heard the middle-aged woman's cries, one man wearing glasses murmured, Brother Huang, that must be Aunt Lee from the 4th floor with that loud voice. She said rescue is here? It seems we didn't miss here. Huang Tsong frowned, while the other three awaited his response. If she was shouting so loudly, it must mean help was indeed arriving. The only woman among them, Gung Jing, became animated. Should we still smash the door to 603? Huang Tsong squinted, contemplating for a few seconds before revealing a cruel smile. Of course. Moreover, we must break the door open before those people arrive. Then we will take care of the two old geezers inside. The stout member, who had remained silent, queried in confusion. Why, Brother Huang? If rescue is here, why are we still killing people? Huang Tsong turned to glare at him in the shadows. Didn't I tell you 2 days ago? My uncle is the chief of the Fengyu base, and he just got in touch with me. Although we have a close relationship, I want to bring him a gift when we meet. If we enter the base without offering some supplies, it would only make us a laughingstock. How would I be able to take over my uncle's position in the future? As he spoke, Huang Tsong's expression turned somewhat smug, his chest unconsciously puffing out. The stout member looked on enviously, his tone ingratiating. Brother Huang, can the supplies we grab count as my share? I want to enter the base too. The remaining two looked at Huang Tsong with similar longing. Huang Tsong cast them a disdainful glance before finally emitting a nonchalant grunt. The three nearby were instantly elated. The stout member flattered. I've heard Brother Huang say your uncle is the CEO of a company. I didn't expect him to be the chief of a base after the apocalypse. That's incredible. The other two chimed in, echoing their agreement. From now on, we will rely on Brother Huang. We hope you won't forget us when you're living the good life. Regardless of whether those downstairs were official or from another base, they had no desire to join them. They had already killed many people inside the building for supplies. If they entered an official base and were discovered, who could predict their fate? As for other bases, it was better to stay with Huang Tsong. At least there were people in power above. Inside room 603, you sure heard Aunt Lee shouting about rescue, and he was filled with excitement. Whether it was the person he had arranged to meet or someone else, as long as they could save him and his wife, it was all that mattered. He walked into the room to share the good news with his wife. Just as their hearts began to settle, they were suddenly jolted by a tremendous banging at the door.
Bang, bang, bang.
Old you, I feel something is off. Would rescuers knock like this? Panic gripped Yu Shi's heart. They certainly would not. Old fool. Get out here quickly. If you don't open the door, don't blame us for being rude.
Bang.
Yu Shi was taken aback. This is bad. It's those who were prying the door. Su Miao's keen hearing immediately recognized the owner of the voice, causing her complexion to pale. It was Huang Tsong from next door. She recalled that on the day of the apocalypse, he had brought 3 friends over to play, and they had exchanged greetings in the hallway. Yu Shi's expression also changed. No wonder he was so certain that there was food in their home. Just a few days ago, she had traded a rabbit for medicine with him. He must have assumed they still had provisions. The two exchanged anxious glances. Su Miao felt a deep sense of guilt, saying, I'm sorry, old you, it's all my fault. If I hadn't fallen ill, and you hadn't gone to get medicine for me, they wouldn't have come. Don't say that, it's not your fault. Huang Tsong is usually lazy and uneducated, and I've seen him bring rowdy friends home before. I've warned him several times. He must have taken it to heart.
Bang.
The door was smashed open. 4 individuals burst in, using the large sofa to block the entrance. Damn it, I told you not to open the door. And I nearly got caught by zombies. One of them shouted. I see you hiding. 2 old geezers in the bedroom. Break the door down. The expressions of the fat man and the bespectacled one turned fierce as they approached the bedroom wielding a fire axe. Downstairs, Jiang Xingyue and her group had obtained Yu Shi's address from Aunt Lee and were currently clearing out zombies on the 5th floor. Chapter 58. Timely Arrival. Deng Xingpeng's malice inside the room, Yu Shi tightly embraced Su Miao, tears glistening in their bloodshot eyes. The bedroom door was far less secure than the living room's burglar-proof door. After several strikes, the lock was utterly destroyed, falling to the floor with a clatter.
Bang.
The fat man kicked open the bedroom door. Yu Shi, filled with fear and rage, stood protectively in front of Su Miao, shouting, Don't touch my wife. Come at me instead. The fat man grinned wickedly and swung the axe, striking Yu Shi's defending arm. Old you. Yu Shi fell to the ground, his face ashen. The pain from his severed arm made him tremble uncontrollably, cold sweat soaking his clothes. Su Miao rushed over, her expression filled with enduring pain as she held him tightly. At over 50, they were no match for these young aggressors. The bespectacled one yanked Su Miao's hair, dragging her into the living room. seeing his wife treated so brutally. Yusher's eyes watered with anguish. Come at me. Leave her alone. The two were thrown to the ground in the living room, panic-stricken and huddled together. Huang Tsang lounged on the only armchair, crossing his legs, and laughed. I told you, if you don't open the door, I'd chop your wife up. You didn't believe me. Fatty. Remember to chop her into pieces. Yusher's expression shifted from rage to despair. Please, don't harm her.
Please.
The fat man, questioning why they hadn't acted sooner, taunted. Too late. Yusher aged 10 years in an instant, his face a mask of pain and helplessness. We truly have no food left. I'm not lying. There's nothing.
Get to it.
Gung Jing and the bespectacled man stood by, arms crossed, their faces filled with anticipation and excitement. The fat man licked his dry lips, a glint of madness in his eyes, as he seemed to relish the slow torment of his victims. Dragging the axe, it scraped against the ground, creating a grating sound. In Yusher's terrified gaze, he saw the massive hammer raised high. Please spare us. Spare my wife. At the entrance, Jiang Xingyue and Zhou Yiming exchanged serious glances. They had all heard the commotion inside. Zhou Yiming struck out with a punch, and with a loud crash, the sofa flew across the room, smashing into the opposite wall. The front door shattered into pieces. A cold glint flashed, and the fat man's axe fell to the ground. Looking down in confusion, he realized not only had the hammer dropped, but also a severed hand was twitching on the ground. It dawned on him that it was his own right hand. My hand! My hand! He screamed. Jiang Xingyue cast an appreciative glance at Wu Zichuan, who smiled slightly. The bone knife in his hand was embedded in the wooden floor behind the fat man, blood trickling down the sharp blade, the hilt still quivering. Inside, the expressions of the others varied. Jiang Xingyue smiled politely. I apologize for wasting a bit of time asking for your address. I arrived just in time, didn't I? Yusher and Su Miao were momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events. It was only when Jiang Xingyue spoke that Yusher regained his senses. His cold sweat drenched his shirt, feeling sticky and uncomfortable. The pain rendered him momentarily speechless, his pale lips trembling. Huang Tsang rose from the sofa, wielding a long knife stained with blood, clearly used in previous violence. He eyed Jiang Xingyue warily. The bespectacled man, gritting his teeth in anger, demanded, Who are you? Why are you attacking my brother? The 5 individuals opposite him ignored him completely. Jiang Xingyue maintained a polite smile, softly inquiring, May I ask if you are Mr. Yusher and Miss Su Miao? Su Miao nodded excitedly, tears streaming down her face. She knew the person on the phone had come to rescue them. Xiao Meng. Bring them over. Zhou Yiming nodded. With his tall and robust physique, he instilled a sense of intimidation, and the 4 did not dare to intervene. Watching as the others brought Yusher and his wife closer, Jiang Xingyue gently asked, What happened to Mr. Yu? Su Miao clutched Yusher tightly, her voice hoarse. They broke his arm. For the first time in decades, she felt such rage, filled with hatred, wishing for their demise. Her reddened eyes scanned Huang Tsang and the others, as if trying to imprint their hideous, menacing faces into her memory. The fat man, losing too much blood, collapsed on the ground, groaning in agony. His once plump body now appeared even paler, drenched in sweat like spoiled meat. Huang Tsang narrowed his eyes, growing increasingly displeased with the calm demeanor of the group before him. He scrutinized Jiang Xingyue darkly. Are you here to rescue this old man? Zhou Qian stepped forward, blocking his gaze. An aura emanated from him, causing the 4 to turn pale. We are here to save this couple. What is it to you? Their eyes clashed, sparking with tension. Behind Jiang Xingyue, a group of survivors lingered, some agitated, others fearful, while a few exhibited hesitation and urgency. They had truly come to save them. However, they were focused on rescuing old Yu and his wife. Why were they so eager? We've saved them, so why not save us too? We should plead for help. If I stay here, I'll starve to death. They wished for a portion of food. Just the mention of sustenance made their stomachs churn with hunger, forcing them to muster courage. Excuse me, sir, are you part of the official rescue team? Jiang Xingyue turned to face them, catching their earlier discussion. She preferred silence, giving a sidelong glance to the person beside her. Zhou Qian replied coldly, No, we are neither official nor from any base. We are simply here to find Mr. Yu and his wife. The survivors' faces paled as they exchanged glances, realizing the group was not from the official party, yet they bore tattoos and an imposing presence. For a moment, no one dared to speak. Jiang Xingyue? You are the one they said came to rescue us? Jiang Xingyue frowned, glancing at the two individuals peering down the staircase. The speaker was Deng Xingpeng, her uncle by marriage. She deliberately focused on his limping gait, a strong hint of mockery in her gaze. Deng Xingpeng's teeth clenched in anger. Seeing Zhou Qian standing with Jiang Xingyue, both new and old grievances surged within him. Jiang Yimei supported Deng Xingpeng, her face displaying similar animosity. A quick-witted survivor suddenly realized, Jiang Xingyue? Aren't you the niece of Deng Xingpeng and Jiang Yimei? The atmosphere among the survivors became lively. While they might fear complete strangers, Jiang Xingyue was a former neighbor. Although I have not encountered you on 2 occasions before, at such a time, even a distance of several hundred kilometers should not deter us from reaching out. Dear niece, do you still remember me? I am your downstairs neighbor. Uncle Zhang. We are neighbors, and I see you are faring well. Would you take us out? Just find me a safe place. Anything will suffice. A bit of food would be appreciated, even 10 or 8 pounds. We are suffering terribly. You cannot stand idly by and watch us perish. Jiang Xingyue scoffed coldly. Why should I care? Beside her, green hair muttered, Boss, why do I feel like there are more and more moral extortionists after the apocalypse? Jiang Xingyue's icy gaze reflected her annoyance. It was because they lacked the backbone, capability, and courage. They dared not venture out for supplies, confront the zombies, or accept reality. They merely wished to hide within a false sense of security, waiting for others to rescue them. Beyond their useless rhetoric, they possessed no skills other than to morally extort others for scraps. Green hair pouted. Isn't it just trying to freeload? They expect to be fed without contributing anything. It's utterly shameless. The survivors were taken aback, not expecting Jiang Xingyue to be so venomous with her words. Deng Xingpeng and Jiang Yimei scrutinized Jiang Xingyue and her companions from head to toe. They appeared rosy-cheeked, spirited, and armed. It was evident they were doing well. Deng Xingpeng's anger boiled as he recalled the storied warehouse of supplies that Jiang Xingyue had seized from him. Furthermore, her betrayal in selling the house had turned him into a laughingstock of the community. A malicious thought flashed through his mind. Deng Xingpeng stepped forward, raising his voice for all to hear. Xingyue, don't be so selfish. We are all neighbors. Did your parents not leave behind a warehouse of supplies? Surely, sharing a little with everyone is not too much to ask. These people are your elders. Help save them. It's merely a trifling matter for you. His eyes glinted with surging malice. The others, who had previously held no hope, were stirred by the mention of the warehouse, their stomachs rumbling in unison. Greed evident in their eyes. Jiang Xingyue's lips curled into a mocking smile. She had anticipated this despicable creature would not remain idle, waiting for her. Chapter 59. The obsequious Yu Hong. Deng Xingpeng stood among a dozen survivors, his eyes radiating intense malevolence. They resembled a pack of ravenous wolves, their gazes glinting with gluttonous green light. Xingyue, look, even your uncle is pleading with you. Forget the time you deliberately mortgaged the house, leading to me and your aunt being cast out. You were just a child. We won't hold it against you. But the situation is dire now. You must help us. The others chimed in, their disheveled and foul bodies grinning, drool pooling at the corners of their mouths as they gazed at Jiang Xingyue like a feast. Indeed, a warehouse full of supplies. You cannot possibly consume all of it. Sharing a little with us would not be a burden, would it? You have so much. What harm is there in giving us a bit? Zhou Yimeng and Zhou Qian exchanged glances, anger flaring on their faces. Even Wu Zichuan, who had remained silent, furrowed his brows slightly, an edge of murderous intent appearing in his eyes. This group of people bore a resemblance to Wu Baxi and He Xiufan, stirring unwanted memories. Green hair ground his teeth in frustration, a torrent of curses bubbling within him. He turned to glance at Jiang Xingyue's expression, and his entire body shuddered. Swallowing his words back down, Jiang Xingyue's demeanor was not only calm as still waters but also bore a hint of a smile, her eyes glimmering with cold light. Green hair quietly retreated behind Wu Zichuan, trembling. Boss, that's too frightening. He realized that directly confronting these people was beneath them. Jiang Xingyue retorted, what if I refuse to give anything? What will you do then? Jiang Yimei scolded fiercely. You heartless monster. You have no sympathy at all. I am your own aunt. How can you stand by and do nothing? Deng Xingpeng sensed the atmosphere was ripe. He could even hear the heavy, beast-like breaths of his neighbors beside him. Then do not blame us for being rude. We are many. Are we afraid of just a few of you? A man with shifty eyes suddenly seemed to have an epiphany. I'll call my brother. He is the strongest in our building. He turned and dashed towards the staircase, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Jiang Shengyue noted Deng Xingpeng's awkward demeanor upon the mention of this so-called brother, as if he were embarrassed, enraged, or both. Wu Zichuan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Should I go after him? Jiang Shengyue gently shook her head, a smile of keen interest still gracing her lips. Of course not. Have you forgotten? One must eradicate the root of the problem. Let him find his way. I genuinely wish to see what kind of talent he possesses. It would be perfect to wipe them all out. Wu Zichuan glanced at her expression, his mouth twitching. Someone was about to face dire consequences. Huang Song's forehead throbbed with veins. He despised being disregarded. Ever since these 5 individuals arrived, they had completely overlooked him. He felt insulted. Huang Song hissed ominously. You must compensate for my brother's injury. He has lost a hand. If you refuse to give us anything, do not blame us for bullying you with our numbers. At that moment, those inside and outside the room began to stir restlessly, reaching a tacit understanding. Among them, one person's clothing billowed as if stirred by an unseen wind, while another's hand emanated a mist. Jiang Xingyue had long sensed that 2 awakened individuals were among them. They were merely first tier, and she dismissed them as insignificant. Yu Shi and Su Miao were shielded in the middle, worry etched on their faces. Guilt nearly overflowed from them. Yu Shi trembled. I'm so sorry, Miss Jiang. It is our fault that you are in this predicament. I see your strength. You must be able to escape. But we, being old, surely cannot follow you. Please leave us and go. Jiang Xingyue turned to regard him, noting the sweat beading on his forehead and the weakness in his voice. Yet, his eyes shone with determination and sincerity. She smiled gently. You should stay put and consider how much compensation is appropriate. Once we resolve this matter, we can leave. She signaled to Wu Zichuan, who nodded. One hand rested on Yu Shi's broken right arm, which had not been treated and was now grotesquely twisted. The sight was enough to make anyone cringe. Yu Shi was uncertain of his intentions, but once Wu Zichuan's hand made contact, he felt the pain swiftly dissipate.
Su Miao,
Keenly aware of her husband's change, exchanged a look with him. Wu Zichuan whispered into Yu Shi's ear, It's not convenient now. I can only alleviate your pain for the moment. Once this is over, I will treat you properly. Yu Shi nodded eagerly, carefully assessing his right arm. Though it remained deformed, the pain had vanished. Their expressions were filled with astonishment as they stood quietly in the middle, trying not to complicate matters further. Deng Xingpeng, noticing the group whispering amongst themselves, felt agitated. He turned to Zhou Qian. My niece is a sickly little thing, resembling a bean sprout. I cannot fathom what you see in her to protect her. Surely she hasn't told you how much good stuff she has? Why don't we join forces to subdue her? Her parents' warehouse contains plenty. Let us divide it among ourselves, shall we? Zhou Qian frowned. What nonsense was this old fool spouting? Suddenly, a realization dawned on him. He cautiously glanced at Jiang Xingyue's expression, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Turning sharply, he exclaimed, Fool. Jiang Xingyue scoffed. Previously, she had refrained from speaking, allowing Zhou Qian to handle matters, leading Deng Xingpeng to assume that Zhou Qian was the leader of their group, believing she was merely his woman, protected by some transaction. Jiang Xingyue slightly lifted her eyelids, her expression dripping with sarcasm. TSK, has all your years of experience and wisdom simply gone to waste? Wu Zichuan and the green-haired one also grasped the situation, their expressions difficult to articulate. Deng Xingpeng gritted his teeth. Everyone be cautious. My niece is in poor health. A mere touch could send her toppling over. Let us not inadvertently end her life. Where would we procure supplies then? Though he spoke of caution, he was subtly hinting at these individuals. Jiang Xingyue was the weakest link. Targeting her alone would suffice. As anticipated, the crowd understood, their fervent gazes honing in on Jiang Xingyue. I heard there's a fool with supplies? Let me see who is so extravagant. A coarse and audacious voice drew Jiang Xingyue's attention. Its familiarity piqued her interest. The speaker was a robust man with a square face and a fierce demeanor, accompanied by a slender young woman with chestnut curls. However, upon seeing Jiang Xingyue, the man's mouth snapped shut, his expression turning to one of horror. Following him was an ordinary-looking man who boasted arrogantly, Once we take down that fool, we'll replenish our stocks. But he too fell silent, his pupils widening in shock. Holy cow! A true powerhouse. I was mistaken. I had no idea it was you. Jia Wei's face turned pale with fright, his legs nearly buckling beneath him. The eerie scene of Jiang Xingyue dispatching Tong Yun had haunted him for days. He momentarily thought he was dreaming. The newcomer was none other than Yu Hong, with the young woman beside him being Han Shuiyan, Deng Xingpeng's mistress. Jiang Xingyue swiftly pieced together the situation, recalling entries in Jiang Yimei's diary that mentioned someone had barged in and crippled Deng Xingpeng. It seemed that individual was Yu Hong. She cast him a mocking glance. It appears my decision to spare you was indeed wise. Well done. Yu Hong wore an awkward smile as he observed Jiang Xingyue's gaze flitting between Han Shuiyan and Deng Xingpeng's face, instantly grasping her meaning. A sigh of relief washed over him. It was rumored that this formidable figure had a notoriously poor relationship with Deng Xingpeng's family before the apocalypse. And it seemed to be true. Thus, he felt reassured. Yu Hong bent slightly, hastening toward her. Esteemed one, may I inquire the purpose of your visit? Had I known, I would have arranged a means of contact. Whatever you require, just command me. No need for you to come personally. The surrounding crowd, initially eager, now appeared uncertain. Yu Hong was notorious in their community, the leader of Building 8. Who had ever witnessed him in such a subservient posture? The lecherous man who had summoned Yu Hong looked bewildered at this sudden shift. Hongo, weren't we here to see supplies? This food. Yu Hong's smile faltered as he turned sharply, seething. Get lost. Are you blind? The lecherous man recoiled, shrinking back behind the other survivors, too frightened to speak. Han Shuiyan bit her lip, feeling irked by Yu Hong's submissive demeanor. She stepped forward, wrapping her arms around his robust arm, smiling sweetly. Hongo, who is this? Yu Hong, caught off guard, met Jiang Xingyue's enigmatic gaze. He barked, Get away. Don't annoy me. Taken aback, Han Shuiyan felt tears welling in her eyes. She stepped aside, scrutinizing Jiang Xingyue with a probing gaze. She knew Yu Hong well. The term bully the weak and fear the strong was tailor-made for him. She had never witnessed him exhibit such demeanor before. A clever woman, Han Shuiyan recognized that anyone Yu Hong favored must be extraordinary. Observing the unfolding events was indeed the wisest choice. However, she did not anticipate the other party's youth. What abilities did she possess to instill such fear in Yu Hong? Deng Xingpeng and Jiang Yimei glared at Han Shuiyan, their teeth clenched in fury, especially Deng Xingpeng, whose face turned a sickly shade of green. Unfortunately, he lacked the courage to confront Yu Hong, daring only to shoot daggers with his eyes at Han Shuiyan. Yet, she offered him not even a glance. Jiang Xingyue scoffed softly. Useless. Geng Jing felt something amiss and whispered, Huangge, what should we do? Yu Hong is also unawakened. His attitude toward her feels off. Should we? Huang Song shot her a glance. What is there to fear? I'm also awakened. Did you not hear that woman has supplies? If we seize her resources, we can thrive in the affluent base. He squinted at the survivors. I sense there are also awakened among them. With so many of us against a few weaklings, how could we possibly lose? Absurd. Geng Jing's expression betrayed her hesitation. It seemed more complex than it appeared. Meeting Huang Song's ambitious gaze, she swallowed her words of caution. Meanwhile, Yu Hong was engaging with Jiang Xingyue while discreetly observing the individuals surrounding her. Aside from the green-haired one, they were all formidable. Each bore an impressive countenance. A thought flickered in his mind. Miss Jiang, I am now also unawakened. Might you consider taking me in? I am capable of anything. Jiang Xingyue's eyes lazily traversed Yu Hong's form. He felt a chill run down his spine, his body tensing involuntarily. Before he could await her response, he quickly interjected, I spoke out of turn. I was foolish to think that. Only then did Jiang Xingyue retract her gaze. Beads of sweat trickled down Yu Hong's forehead. He almost forgot that he had once flirted with her. Why would she ever accept him? Merely sparing his life would be a display of her immense mercy. Regret swelled within him. He eagerly stated, Allow me to escort you. I will ensure no one dares to obstruct you. No sooner had he finished speaking than a voice rang out from within. Wanna leave? You think you can just walk away after crippling my brother's hand? Not a chance. Yu Hong's eyes bulged in fury as he turned to Huang Song. He surveyed the room, bellowing, Anyone who dares to obstruct me today shall not escape my wrath. He struck the wall with his fist, which instantly splintered, leaving a spiderweb of cracks. His fist had sunk deep into the wall. When he withdrew it, his hand bore no injury, only a gaping hole in the wall. The crowd recoiled in terror. Fully aware of Yu Hong's brutality, a heavy silence fell over them. Huang Tsong sneered. When did you become this little girl's lapdog, Yu Hong? You're willing to forgo supplies? That's an entire warehouse. Once this opportunity passes, it won't return. No sooner had he finished speaking than he lunged at Jiang Xingyue with a gleaming dagger. With a light laugh, the cold blade was ensnared by a thorny whip. The dagger's tip was less than half a meter from Jiang Xingyue. Weapon mastery? Jiang Xingyue controlled the thorny whip, drawing the dagger close for inspection. Across from her, Huang Tsong, who wielded the dagger, turned pale. His ability allowed him to manipulate various melee weapons with precision, rendering him nearly invincible within the building. To his astonishment, his power seemed to falter today. He expended tremendous energy attempting to retract the dagger, only to find it impossible. Simultaneously, he realized that Jiang Xingyue had barely exerted any effort in their contest. Her demeanor remained nonchalant, an utter affront to him. Jiang Xingyue scrutinized the dagger. Noting it was indeed a fine weapon, its edge remarkably sharp, its blade gleaming enough to reflect her visage. 2 blood grooves adorned it, and the hilt was crafted from fine wood, exuding a warm texture. It was evidently a superb blade. Since you are so generous, I shall accept this dagger as a token of goodwill. A smile graced her lips as she directed the thorny whip to present the dagger to Zhou Qian. This spoils of war belong to you. Zhou Qian grinned widely. He had coveted that dagger the moment he entered. Among these individuals, only he and the green-haired one possessed abilities, and he was in need of a reliable weapon. Thank you, boss. I shall not be polite. He took the knife, raising it with a smug, provocative arch of his brow for Huang Tsong to see. Huang Tsong's complexion turned ashen, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. In that instant, he seemed to grasp the reason behind Yu Hong's sudden shift in demeanor. His contest with Jiang Xingyue hardly amounted to a contest at all. It was a complete, one-sided obliteration. Jiang Xingyue had never regarded him as a rival. Since you won't let me leave, I suppose I shall remain a while longer. Yu Hong was taken aback by Jiang Xingyue's words and hurriedly took a few steps back. When he turned around, Jia Wei had already retreated to the back. Cursing Jia Wei for his cowardice, he barely had time to react when a thorny whip suddenly wrapped around Huang Tsong's body. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was dragged 2 meters before Jiang Xingyue. At such close proximity, he could even see the indifference in her amber eyes. A fleeting sense of impending death washed over him. He had willingly courted this trouble. With a swift sound, the whip's thorns exploded, piercing Huang Tsong's body. He let out a scream, instantly becoming a figure drenched in blood. Blood gushed from the gaping wounds. You can't kill me. My uncle is the Lord of Fengyu Base. If you harm me, he will surely kill you. Jiang Xingyue, who had previously shown no emotion, now radiated an overwhelming killing intent. Threatening me? She scoffed as the whip tightened. Huang Tsong's complexion turned a sickly shade of purple, his body crackling with the sound of bones being crushed. You can't kill me. My uncle. Before he could finish, his eyes widened in shock as he gasped his last breath. With a soft pop, the thorny whip dissipated, and his lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Huang Tsong's face was grotesquely swollen, resembling that of a pig, bruised and twisted. His limbs contorted, soaked in blood. Fragments of white bone pierced through the skin, a macabre and terrifying sight. Jiang Xingyue's gaze was icy. Then I shall ensure that your uncle accompanies you to the grave. She lifted her eyes to the 3 trembling individuals in the living room. A Chuan.
Yes.
He stepped into the room with long strides, his expression cold as he retrieved the bone knife that had previously severed the fat man's wrist, advancing towards the trio behind glasses.
No.
Don't kill. Ah. A brief scream echoed outside the door. The survivors in the corridor shivered in unison, instinctively aware of the horrors unfolding within. They knew that the threat of death was a reality. Some among them glared at Deng Xingfeng with barely concealed fury. Did you not claim she had no abilities and was useless? She is anything but. She's a killer. You are going to get us all killed. Deng Xingfeng and Jiang Yimei huddled close together, terror etched on their faces, gazing at Jiang Xingyue as if she were a stranger. It was as if they no longer recognized the niece they had oppressed for so long. Jiang Yimei, upon seeing Jiang Xingyue turn her head, instinctively shouted, "You are not Jiang Xingyue. You are a monster." A strange blood-red glimmer flickered in Jiang Xingyue's eyes as a smile curled upon her lips. Is that so? It seems you have yet to learn your lesson. Do you not understand that in the apocalypse, one should refrain from speaking recklessly? Chapter 61. Enjoying the benefits of following the leader, Jiang Xingyue turned, striding towards the group of survivors in the corridor. The sound of her footsteps echoed like the pounding of hearts. Those individuals had witnessed Jiang Xingyue's ruthlessness and Huang Tsong's gruesome fate.
Now.
As the architect of their fear approached, they instinctively retreated. However, the corridor was short, and with so many of them clustered together, they pushed and jostled one another. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Xingyue stood before them. Though she was only about 1.6 meters tall, shorter than most survivors present, they were paralyzed with fear. Drenched in sweat, their legs trembling, the two awakened individuals had no intention of intervening. Who would dare? Her strikes were lethal. Jiang Yimei and Deng Xingfeng were thrust to the forefront by the crowd. Leaning back, they desperately tried to distance themselves from Jiang Xingyue. She scanned Deng Xingfeng from head to toe, a flicker of ominous light dancing in her eyes. Based on the information she had gleaned from her past life, Deng Xingfeng had awakened his abilities only after being transported to Lian Island base. His powers were psychic, rare, and formidable. He had climbed the ranks through his abilities and sycophantic behavior. Following a minor zombie wave, the previous base lord had perished. Deng Xingfeng had leveraged his hidden resources from his parents during the crisis to gather a large number of awakened individuals, ultimately seizing the position of the new base lord. It sounded above board, yet Jiang Xingyue knew that his involvement in the previous lord's demise was undeniable. You seem rather lively now. It appears this broken leg has had no impact on you. A hint of barely concealed impatience colored Jiang Xingyue's tone. A vine shot forth, wrapping itself around his right arm. Before Deng Xingfeng could react, there was a sharp crack, followed by his agonized scream.
Ah!
Jiang Xingyue, what are you doing? Are you insane? Jiang Yimei shrieked in alarm. Deng Xingfeng's arm twisted grotesquely, contorting unnaturally. I must be insane, perhaps. If you hadn't come prancing about. I had no intention of doing anything to you today. This is your own doing. Jiang Yimei opened her mouth to curse, but Jiang Xingyue raised her hand, silencing her. You would do well not to provoke me. I fear I might be unable to restrain myself and end your lives right here. It would be too much of a waste. I have not yet had my fill of fun. Jiang Xingyue smiled demurely, turning back as Jiang Yimei's shocked gaze followed her. Her heart raced, a barely perceptible murderous intent flickering in her eyes. She had almost lost control and killed Deng Xingfeng just now. This family was as repugnant as flies. She hoped for the rescue from Lian Island base to arrive soon. She had plans that required patience. She could not be swayed by a momentary thrill. The others were accustomed to Jiang Xingyue's actions. After all, they had all witnessed her methods since their first encounter. Each time, she seemed to redefine their understanding of her. Meanwhile, Yusher's complexion had returned to some semblance of normalcy. Aside from appearing somewhat weak, he had no pain. He watched Jiang Xingyue swallow hard.
Su Miao.
Observing the four lifeless bodies in disarray, wore an expression of relief.
We can leave now.
Mr. Yu, do you need to retrieve anything? The two paused momentarily. Jiang Xingyue had treated them with utmost kindness throughout. In contrast, she was merciless towards her enemies. Being over 50 years old, they had calmed down considerably, speaking without trembling. I will go get it now. Su Miao loosened her grip on Yusher and hurried into the room. She tried to avoid looking at the chaos, going straight to the bedroom to retrieve a small package. Let us go, Jiang Xingyue commanded, and the group shielded Yusher and Su Miao as they moved forward. The two glanced back at the room filled with years of memories, their eyes reflecting a mix of nostalgia and resignation. However, upon seeing the corpses, they turned towards acceptance. With the dawn of a new world, a new life would inevitably emerge. Their gaze settled on Jiang Xingyue, filled with determination and hope. The survivors hurriedly stepped aside, no longer daring to utter a word. Jiang Xingyue regarded them with disdain, while green hair bared his teeth at them as they passed, sending shivers down their spines. Thankfully, the SUV Jiang Xingyue had chosen was an extended model. With 8 seats, 7 of them had ample room. Once inside the vehicle, the couple, Yusher and his wife, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Yu, once we return, a Chuan will use his abilities to treat your arm. You will be restored in no time. Do not worry, Jiang Xingyue's voice was gentle. Yusher quickly replied, please, no need for formalities. Miss Jiang, just call me Old Yu. My wife and former colleagues address me as such. Today, my heartfelt gratitude goes to Miss Jiang. Were it not for you and your friends, I reckon both Amiao and I would be overwhelmed with trepidation. Zhou Qian swayed the vehicle from side to side, jesting at your age. Calling you old you seems rather peculiar. Let's go with Uncle You instead. You and Aunt Sue can follow the boss, as long as you work diligently. You are guaranteed a life of comfort and indulgence. A hint of relief graced the faces of Yu Shi and Su Miao. Zhou Qian's affable nature was perfectly suited to soothe their anxious hearts as newcomers. It was still early, and returning would coincide with dinner time. Let's make it a feast today. You decide on the menu, and let me know if you need anything, Zhou Qian said, flashing a grin that made Green Hair gulp in anticipation. The boss is magnificent. Suddenly, Green Hair recalled something and leaned over to Jiang Xingyue, inquiring, Boss, why did you let that insufferable Deng Xingping go? If it weren't for him stirring the pot, we would have left long ago. Jiang Xingyue smiled faintly. He still serves a purpose. It would be too merciful to let him die so soon. Those destined to perish must be drained of their last value. What about those survivors in the building? They still wish to seize our belongings. Jiang Xingyue cast him a peculiar glance. What benefit do I gain from killing them? That lot can do little more than chatter. Slaying them would only squander my time and abilities. What do I stand to gain? Green Hair grimaced, attempting a sheepish grin. Heh, true. The boss is certainly calculative. Jiang Xingyue replied, if one cannot articulate, it is better to remain silent. Zhou Qian rolled his eyes. It dawned on him that Jiang Xingyue was indeed a person who would not lift a finger without benefit. By the way, boss, something just struck me. Green Hair exclaimed, startling Zhou Qian, who playfully punched him. Don't scare me. Speak quickly. Zhou Qian glared at him. Green Hair, undeterred, chuckled vacantly, his expression turning serious.
Boss.
That person with the knife mentioned the Prosperity Base before he died. I know about that place. Jiang Xingyue's interest peaked. How do you know? I came across their posts online when I still had access to the internet at the gym. They mentioned they were accepting survivors, prioritizing those who have awakened. Jiang Xingyue's eyes flickered, specifically calling for awakened individuals? She gestured for Green Hair to continue. They claim to have over 500 people already. I suspect they've recruited quite a few since then. They said once you join, you can receive supplies and meals daily. It must be a substantial base. Jiang Xingyue remarked nonchalantly, even if they have expanded to 1,000, it hardly qualifies as a large base. At best, it is a small to medium-sized one. Green Hair gasped, but we only had a few dozen people at the gym. Zhou Qian interjected disdainfully, a few dozen is merely a gathering of survivors. Jiang Xingyue inquired. Did the post include the location of the Prosperity Base? Yes. It's south near the Barley Square. Some company, but I can't recall the name. Under Zhou Qian's glare. He hurriedly added, I later searched for that post, but it vanished for some reason. Jiang Xingyue gazed out the car window, her expression placid, her fingertips lightly tapping on the door handle. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was tranquil until a minute passed, and Jiang Xingyue broke into a faint smile. First, let us restore our spirits. In the next couple of days, I'll take you to replenish some firearms. She had yet to visit a storage point. Given that their adversaries were merely a small base, it was prudent to prepare early. The group in the car instantly brightened. Even Wu Zichuan displayed signs of anticipation. In the apocalypse, aside from food, weapons were paramount. Chapter 62, revisiting the firearms storage point at 7 in the morning. The sun blazed as if it were the height of summer, the air thick with oppressive heat. The once lush green leaves curled slightly, their edges scorched yellow. Silence enveloped the surroundings, as if all living beings had succumbed to the vitality-draining temperature. Yet, within the mountain villa, the air remained cool and refreshing. A group gathered around the dining table, relishing breakfast. Jiang Xingyue occupied the head of the table, sipping soy milk, her gaze drifting towards both sides of the elongated table. The number of people had increased significantly in recent days. At Zhou Qian's insistence, the original 6-person table had been replaced with a longer version, making her feel as though she were dining at a Western restaurant, regardless of whether she was consuming youtiao or steamed buns. Jiang Xingyue sighed silently, wishing the cafeteria would open soon, as she preferred her solitary moments. Uncle Yu, please eat more. Don't hold back. Our boss is not stingy. Zhou Qian whispered conspiratorially to Yu Shi, though his voice was loud enough for everyone to hear. Didn't I mention the rewards earlier? There's far too much food to consume, and we each give the boss 1/3 as our meal contribution. Zhou Qian flashed a grin, revealing a row of white teeth. Yu Shi and Su Miao noticed Jiang Xingyue cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Qian, yet she neither scolded nor expressed dissatisfaction, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Recognizing that Zhou Qian was merely trying to ease their discomfort, the abundance of food on the table was a luxury they had never dreamed of during the apocalypse. A month had passed since the onset of the cataclysm, and under such high temperatures, very few provisions could be preserved. Yet, they were feasting as if the world had not changed, each dish in abundance. Their compensation as a couple was astonishingly generous as well. Jiang Xingyue provided them with 2/3 of what she allocated to Zhou Qian and others. For two ordinary individuals, such remuneration was extraordinarily precious. Yu Shi and his wife hardly needed to venture outside the city. Their responsibilities revolved around tending to the crops and livestock in the underground city. Naturally, their compensation paled in comparison to those risking their lives alongside Jiang Xingyue in battling zombies for supplies. When the couple accompanied Zhou Qian to the underground city, Yu Shi quietly whispered to Su Miao, "With this kind of compensation, I could work here until I die." Su Miao shot him an amused glance, her eyes sparkling with mirth. As the group expanded, Jiang Xingyue entrusted Zhou Qian with familiarizing the newcomers with the underground city. She relished the lightened burden. Observing the trio disappear into the elevator, Jiang Xingyue ascended to the second-floor monitoring room to check for any cameras that required replacement.
King.
Detection indicates that the number of residents in the underground city has reached 5. The main control room on the 8th floor is now accessible. Congratulations to the host. I wish you continued success. Jiang Xingyue's eyes lit up. The progress of unlocking the underground city had been slow, with many conditions shrouded in secrecy. The overt unlocking criteria previously stated was to achieve a 50 progress on the negative first floor to access the next level. Many rules remained unspecified, necessitating her exploration. For instance, a certain number of residents had to be present to unlock the 3rd layer of residence, along with the current main control room, as well as the elevator and door access on the 1st floor. Jiang Xingyue smiled faintly. She had begun to grasp the system's rules for establishing a base. All its hidden and overt regulations seemed to guide her towards the standards for building a base, aligning seamlessly with her planned trajectory. As she pondered, Jiang Xingyue arrived at the negative 8th floor. Surveying her surroundings, she found an array of high-precision instruments and display screens. Greetings, esteemed lord of the underground city. Welcome to the main control room. As Jiang Xingyue stepped into the control room, an unusual voice resonated within the space. Compared to the system's cold, monotonous mechanical voice, this one felt distinctly more human. Though it bore a metallic quality, its clarity and warmth were refreshing, far more pleasant than the system's oft-annoying tone. She attempted to engage in conversation with the voice, but received no response. It likely required permissions, or perhaps it was merely a standard greeting. As she moved, the lights within the room flickered to life, radiating a metallic chill. The screen ignited, revealing an array of surveillance feeds from the underground city and the semi-mountain villa, including all the monitored areas of Moonlight Villa. Most importantly, it displayed the operational permissions for the underground city. At the center of the platform lay a transparent glass box, gleaming brightly, impossible for Jiang Xingyue to overlook. Approaching, she lifted the box to find a solitary contact lens within. Esteemed lord of the city, this is the auxiliary chip controller. Once worn on your eye, it grants remote control over all devices within the underground city and those associated with you, a voice intoned, reminiscent of a game's narration. After delivering its dutiful explanation, it fell silent. Jiang Xingyue examined the seemingly mundane object resembling a contact lens. It was exceedingly thin and transparent. Without the reflection of light, one might easily overlook its presence. An auxiliary chip? But where lies the main chip? She murmured to herself. Habitually, she placed the lens onto her right eye. There was no sensation of foreignness, only a cool and comfortable feeling. As she blinked slowly, the chip activated. Upon confirming her biometric information, the world displayed in her right eye transformed entirely. She could now survey the entire surveillance network of the underground city with the slightest movement of her eye. For instance, at this moment, while observing the metallic wall across from her with her right eye, an image from the basement level emerged. Yu Shi was intently inspecting the lethargic sheep in the pen, while Zhou Qian and Green Hair looked on with curiosity. With a mere blink, she could switch to different surveillance feeds, even controlling the flamethrowers mounted on the perimeter walls. Jiang Xingyue stood still, realizing the glasses were exceedingly sensitive, capable of perceiving the minutest commands from her eyes. A moment's distraction could lead her to miss the very scene she wished to observe. She needed to familiarize herself with the operation. An hour later, a smile of delight graced Jiang Xingyue's face as she descended to the basement level of the underground city. Upon closer inspection, the reflection of light revealed that her right eye appeared clearer than ever, akin to crystal, giving off an even colder aura, reminiscent of a machine. On a desolate hill in the suburbs, 5 individuals clad in uniform black combat attire concealed themselves among the trees. The sweltering air weighed heavily upon their breaths. With Yu Shi present, the sheep quickly returned to normalcy. Having witnessed Yu Shi's capabilities, Jiang Xingyue confirmed that this couple was earnest and honest, with a remarkably calm and generous disposition. Moreover, with the assistance of the chip in her right eye, she felt assured in leading her subordinates to venture out in search of supplies. At that moment, they found themselves on the hillside opposite her armed base in the suburbs. Boss, look. There are approximately 200 to 250 zombies on the ground here. However, we need to enter the building to ascertain the numbers inside. If the drone flies too low, it'll attract their attention, Wu Zichuan stated seriously, presenting a small display screen to Jiang Xingyue. Lowering her head to inspect it, she confirmed his assessment. The zombies on the ground were as densely packed as when she had last visited, lazily standing in the open spaces or beneath the structures. They appeared dazed and rigid, motionless until a living being approached, at which point these seemingly lifeless entities would unleash astonishing combat prowess, recklessly attacking until death. A thin sheen of sweat had formed on Jiang Xingyue's forehead. In such oppressive heat, no one could endure it for long. Next, we must navigate through the throng of zombies to enter underground. There should be an armory there. Our goal today is to clear out all the weapons within this building, she declared. However, this area had already evolved into a small zombie nest. Chapter 63. Entering the outpost. A small zombie nest. Zhou Qian and Green Hair wore serious expressions as they gathered around Jiang Xingyue, their gazes fixed on the screen. Jiang Xingyue could control the drone with her right eye chip, but with multiple people involved, it was essential to assign roles. It wouldn't do for the leader to handle everything. On 2 palm-sized displays, the drone's aerial view revealed countless zombies in the open spaces enclosed by the green walls of the building. They stood utterly still. Green Hair's scalp prickled. Boss, there are so many zombies. More than we saw at the stadium. He had thought being surrounded by 100 zombies at the stadium was perilous, not realizing they were now preparing to enter a zombie nest. Jiang Xingyue replied calmly, for an area to become a nest, it requires at least 500 zombies to congregate within a building or a specific location. Although you've all dealt with zombies before, those were merely the lowest tier. Essentially, they remain within the realm of human strength. Within a zombie nest, higher-tier zombies typically emerge, possessing greater strength. Zombies above Tier 3 may even exhibit a certain level of intelligence, not in the sense of regaining human rationality, but rather a primal instinct to hunt humans more effectively. They are more challenging to confront, capable of controlling lower-tier zombies while simultaneously possessing unique enhancement abilities akin to awakened humans. Concern etched across their faces. The group shared a solemn moment. Zhou Qian muttered quietly, "That's too monstrous. They don't die, and they possess such strength." Jiang Xingyue paused thoughtfully. Indeed, if we do not empower ourselves, we won't just have difficulty claiming territory and resources. We wouldn't even prevail against zombies, let alone contend with other humans. That would be a joke. After completing their observations, the 5 prepared themselves, checking their equipment. Green Hair wielded a long watermelon knife in one hand, with a handgun strapped to his waist. Wu Zichuan carried his well-polished boning knife, also equipped with a gun. The 2 firearms were given to the least skilled and the most accurate shooter. Jiang Xingyue felt slightly disheartened by the meager armament. Zhou Qian had secured a suitable weapon, a long knife seized from Huang Song. Zhou Yimeng, an awakened metal type, could gather materials once they entered. With serious expressions, the 5 descended the hill toward the military outpost across the way. They reached the steel door painted green with remarkable speed. Zhou Yimeng effortlessly dismantled the lock with her abilities, and they pushed the door open without hesitation. Roar. As the door swung open, the stillness of the building seemed to spring to life. A horde of zombies surged forth, overwhelming them. Zhou Yimeng stood at the forefront, conjuring a massive metal shield to protect Jiang Xingyue while wielding a heavy sword in her right hand. In contrast to the single-edged knife, she believed the double-edged sword form was more suitable. However, The sword was exceedingly large, standing as tall as Jiang Shengyue and quite heavy, giving it an awkward presence. Zhou Yiming wielded it with ease, cleaving off the heads of 3 zombies in a single swing. Wu Zichuan and Zhou Qian flanked the sides, engaging in close combat with the zombies. When faced with overwhelming numbers, they retreated to Zhou Yiming's side, working together to alleviate each other's burdens. Green Hair found little utility amidst the swarm of zombies. Jiang Xingyue had brought him along primarily to broaden his horizons, as long as he could take care of himself. It sufficed. Green Hair understood his position, dutifully staying behind the group, eyes keenly observing the surroundings. Chuange, behind you. Boss, come back. There are so many zombies charging at you from behind. Jiang Xingyue shot him a glance. Green Hair's keen observation skills were impressive. First-tier zombies lacked thought and intelligence, driven solely by their instinct to feast on flesh. When faced with a small number, they were easily dealt with. Yet now, amidst the hundreds, they were relentless creatures, disregarding their own injuries, lunging forward as long as they could still move, adhering to the instinctual behavior of humans. Even someone as systematically trained as Wu Zichuan can occasionally be caught off guard by the unpredictable onslaught of zombies. Just moments ago, a zombie, its skull shattered by a swift blade, began to topple beside him. Naturally, as one zombie fell, another surged forward to take its place. Yet, behind that fallen creature loomed a horde, more zombies climbing over one another, intent on advancing toward him. Even pure melee fighters like Zhou Qian and Wu Zichuan found themselves overwhelmed for a brief moment. Fortunately, Green Hair shouted out, providing a timely reminder. Jiang Xingyue stood steadfast like a mountain behind Zhou Yiming's towering figure. She glanced back at Green Hair, commending him for his vigilance. Instantly, he felt invigorated. His earlier disappointment at being unable to assist now ignited with renewed purpose.
Good job, boss.
Jiang Xingyue observed the multitude of zombies collapsing like cut wheat, yet a few of their energies were beginning to wane. Wu Zichuan, a first-tier awakened, could utilize his stored energy as an enhancement only 3 times at most. As awakened beings, they were still relatively weak. The zombies on the ground had mostly been lured in. Noticing dozens still lingering behind, Jiang Xingyue deemed it time to retreat and shouted, "Fall back." As her words echoed, the group instinctively executed a swift withdrawal, leaving behind a flurry of dark brown thorny vines that surged forth. With hissing sounds, those pliable vines danced through the air, ensnaring the necks of zombies with every twist, severing their heads in the process. The cacophony of chaos persisted for a full 2 minutes. Jiang Xingyue gestured for the thorns to disintegrate into energy particles, leaving nothing but a ground littered with decaying corpses. Now at the pinnacle of the second tier, such a wide-ranging attack only consumed about 1/3 of her energy. As silence reclaimed the space, the group took a moment to catch their breath. They found a spot to rest, entering a first-floor hall. Most of the zombies had been drawn to the open area, and it was highly probable that the building was largely empty. However, remnants of blood and dark green fabric narrated the grim history of the place. Wu Zichuan wore a somber expression, reminded of his own past in that dark green uniform, inevitably stirred by the memories. Zhou Qian approached him, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. Wu Zichuan inhaled deeply, regaining his composure and nodding. The group, undeterred by dirt and dust, sat directly on the ground. Yet Zhou Yiming took the time to pull out a handkerchief to wipe the area next to him before allowing Jiang Xingyue to sit. After she settled, she offered him a faint smile. She distributed bottled water and compressed biscuits to the others, ensuring they had a little sustenance. Although her space contained ample ready-made meals, they faced further battles ahead, making it unwise to overindulge now. The compressed biscuits would suffice for energy. Currently, there were no zombies above the second tier, likely lurking below. We'll rest for an hour before heading underground. Chapter 64. The pursuit of improvement is a virtue, boss. It's eerily quiet down here, Green Hair remarked, his anxious tone prompting Jiang Xingyue to cast him a glance. Strands of damp, gray-green hair clung to his forehead, his eyes darting nervously. She redirected her gaze, remaining silent as she maintained vigilance, scanning their surroundings. The underground was primarily a corridor structure, with passageways no wider than standard hallways. The 5 of them felt cramped within. The tightly shut doors around them fostered a sense of unease, as if something might suddenly leap out. Jiang Xingyue frowned. The silence was unsettling. Only the faint sound of their footsteps echoed through the corridor. Her expression turned grave. Something is amiss here. There must be high-tier zombies lurking in the shadows. They are waiting for the perfect moment to ambush us. Stay alert. Her steady voice heightened the tension among the group. Zhou Qian and Zhou Yiming led the way, while Wu Zichuan took up the rear, cautiously stepping backward, prepared for any danger that might emerge behind them. Green Hair swallowed nervously. Boss, if it's this dangerous, should we continue? Without flinching, Jiang Xingyue replied, we must press on. Danger is inevitable. This outpost has been sealed for too long. These zombies 1T let us go easily now that they spotted us. It's better to take the offensive than remain passive. Estimating the time, she thought. The weapons cache should not be far off. Zhou Qian nodded affirmatively. Yes, the weapons cache is just ahead. We'll reach it after turning the next corner. Jiang Xingyue pursed her lips, growing increasingly cautious as they approached. The speed at which zombies evolved surpassed her expectations. Watch out. Second tier. Be wary of their claws and jaws. She warned sharply. The zombie lunged forward like a blur, almost instantaneously closing the distance between them. A jarring sound echoed as Zhou Yiming summoned a half-man-high metal shield, which bore 4 deep scratches from the attack. Retreating swiftly after the missed strike, he positioned himself 10 meters away, his piercing eyes fixated on the group. The zombie, missing a finger on its right claw, had metallic shards embedded in its remaining nails. Such destructive power. Zhou Yiming quickly channeled energy to repair the damaged portion of his shield. A speed-type second-tier, mutated zombie. Do not let its claws touch you. Jiang Xingyue's words rang clear in their ears. She extended her right hand, manifesting twisting illusions that formed into coalescing vines, surging toward the zombie. Boss, take a breather. Let me have a go. Zhou Qian's face radiated with fierce determination. The pursuit of improvement is indeed a commendable endeavor. She withdrew her hand, and the ethereal vines dissipated into thin air. Green Hair's worried gaze fell upon the zombie's dark claws. But he's just an ordinary person. This is a second-tier zombie. Will he? Jiang Xingyue shot him a puzzled look. Do you think I'm helpless? Why fear when I'm here? Green Hair conceded, realizing his concern was unwarranted. Zhou Qian, clad in the black combat uniform Jiang Xingyue had provided, gripped a long knife in his right hand. To prevent accidental drops, the connection between the handle and his hand was tightly wrapped in white bandages, now soiled with brown blood and the stench of decaying flesh. For a moment, a shadow of melancholy crossed his face before he declared, so what if I'm an ordinary person? One day, I'll show you I can take down even third-tier zombies. In synchrony, Zhou Qian and the zombie lunged at each other. He charged forth like a beast unleashed, excitement mingling with ferocity on his visage. With a swift motion, he dodged the zombie's dark claws that swept overhead. In a rapid pivot, he swung his knife. The second-tier zombie, agile and quick, evaded with ease. The blade only grazed the back of its clothing, revealing a body mottled with red spider-like veins beneath. The second-tier zombies, driven by primal combat instincts, remained governed by their insatiable hunger for flesh. After narrowly escaping Zhou Qian's lethal strike, it pivoted, raising its sharp claws toward him. Just then, a vibrant surge of energy flowed from Jiang Xingyue, enveloping Zhou Qian, who was battling the zombie nearby. An observable change took place. His reaction speed significantly improved. In the instant the zombie turned, he raised his knife, narrowly avoiding its claws while his blade glided smoothly across its neck. The zombie tumbled to the ground with a thud. A voice speaks of the head, another of the body. The elder brother is impressive. Green-haired exclaimed excitedly. Zhou Qian's serious expression finally eased a bit. The hand gripping the knife began to tremble with a delayed onset. His eyes slightly drooped, revealing a complex mixture of emotions within his dark brown gaze. In the blink of an eye, he reverted to his usual demeanor. Jiang Xingyue, keenly perceptive, noticed his oddity. Her eyes filled with inquiry. The fleeting moment of desolation was not an illusion. He was indeed more restless than before. Moreover, his words were peculiar. Jiang Xingyue's eyes flickered as her gaze swept over the head of the second-tier zombie. A decision formed in her mind. Thank you, cool guy. Was it you who buffed me just now? I felt invincible in that moment. Wu Zichuan patted Zhou Qian's shoulder heartily, nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Last time, the boss mentioned I could serve as a team enhancer, which inspired this method. However, it requires precise timing if everyone is engaged in battle. This tactic becomes less effective since I can't keep multiple eyes on everyone at once. Zhou Qian chuckled heartily. That's already quite commendable. Your head is quite useful, cool guy. Jiang Xingyue stood still, acutely aware of the absence of anomalies. Yet, she understood that there was more to this than met the eye. There were certainly other dangers lurking. Zhou Qian, go and crack open that head, retrieve what's inside. We need to expedite our progress. Zhou Qian looked puzzled but complied with Jiang Xingyue's command. He decisively cleaved open the zombie's head, revealing a scattering of luminescent objects. Zhou Qian tore a piece of cloth from the zombie's body, cushioning his hand as he extracted the glowing object from the purulent brain matter. The squelching sound was utterly disgusting, making one feel uneasy from head to toe. What is this? It looks rather appealing. How can such a repulsive zombie have something like this in its head? Jiang Xingyue dusted off her clothes and spoke softly. This is an energy core. All zombies above the second tier possess one. The higher the tier, the better the energy core. It is quite useful for awakeners. Remember to retrieve them after killing zombies in the future. Zhou Yimeng pondered, recalling something. Xingyue? Is this the same as what we saw in the supermarket? Jiang Xingyue turned with a smile, her voice gentle. Yes, exactly that. Green-haired pouted, a hint of envy in his eyes. Although his boss was quite kind to everyone, he was invariably gentler towards Zhou Yimeng. If only he were a girl. He wished his boss would speak and smile at him with such tenderness. Zhou Qian, upon hearing Jiang Xingyue's words, pressed his lips together in silence, a trace of inexplicable bitterness surfacing. He wiped the stone clean with his clothing and approached Jiang Xingyue and the others. Just as he took a step forward, the expressions of the three in the group changed in unison. Another second-tier zombie. Brother.
Get down.
Chapter 65. Third-tier zombie. Battle robot blueprint confronted with a change in their expressions, Zhou Qian's heart jolted, his eyes widening in shock. Zhou Yimeng's veins bulged on her arms as she shouted, Brother.
Duck.
Simultaneously, she hurled her shield as if it were a frisbee. The shield whirred through the air, spinning towards Zhou Qian. Oh no! Zhou Qian saw the shield rapidly enlarging in front of him and immediately crouched down.
Bang!
He felt the pressure behind him suddenly lessen and hurriedly tossed the energy core towards Jiang Xingyue. At the same time, he turned to assume a defensive stance. Jiang Xingyue, catching the energy core midair, stored it in her spatial pocket. She raised her eyes to face the two newly appeared zombies. They were struck down by the heavy shield, disrupting their charge. Their pupils narrowed as they followed the movement of the energy core, seeming perplexed as the glimmer vanished into thin air. Zhou Yimeng summoned her shield back, positioning herself beside Zhou Qian for defense. Chuan, you go help as well, let's finish this swiftly, something feels off. Jiang Xingyue maintained her calm demeanor. Yet a sense of unease lingered within her. Her heartbeat quickened, heightening her vigilance. The previously appearing distorted shadow of vines in the air dissipated in an instant. The two second-tier zombies were sufficient for Zhou Yimeng and the others to handle. Originally, she intended to strike directly, but her intuition advised her to hold back. Though this zombie nest was small, its enclosed environment was an ideal breeding ground for high-tier zombies. 3 second-tier zombies were insufficient in her estimation. Wu Zichuan joined forces with Zhou Qian and his sister, the trio charging at the 2 zombies. Half of Wu Zichuan's energy was directed towards Zhou Qian. Ordinary humans inevitably tire after battle, but he and Zhou Yimeng, as awakeners, had slightly enhanced physiques and currently felt no significant strain. Roar! The 2 zombies, one charging and the other crouching low, crawled on all fours like animals, evoking thoughts of some grotesque creatures slithering in the dark. Zhou Yimeng dispersed her shield, forming 2 short swords. The corridor was too narrow for her already robust physique to maneuver comfortably with the weapons, but the short swords were manageable. Jiang Xingyue, distracted by observing their combat, contemplated arranging special training for Wu Zichuan later. His skills were commendable, and he would be more than capable of training a few novices. Such an excellent instructor should not be wasted. Green-haired stood beside Jiang Xingyue, his expression fierce and serious, seemingly exerting strength on behalf of the combatants ahead. Jiang Xingyue's ears perked up, sensing a rustling sound mingling with the sounds of battle among the 3. At this point, the 3 were nearing the end of their skirmish. Wu Zichuan and Zhou Yimeng each decapitated one of the zombies. Just as they exhaled in relief, they witnessed the severed heads being drawn forward as if by an unseen force, rapidly flying ahead. Oh no! The energy core! Zhou Qian reached out but missed. Jiang Xingyue's brow furrowed, her expression tightening. 2 dark thorny branches lashed out towards the 2 zombie heads. After entangling them, Jiang Shengyue grasped the thorns from a distance. Pulling tightly, a glint of darkness flickered in her eyes. The two heads suddenly halted midair, their opposing forces locked in a stalemate.
Fall back.
The three ahead immediately retreated to Jiang Xingyue's side upon command. Before them stood a third-tier zombie. The four exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Third-tier zombies possessed innate abilities, making them twice as formidable as second-tier ones.
Ding.
Detection of a third-tier zombie, issuing a continuous task. Defeating the third-tier fusion zombie will yield battle robot blueprints. Jiang Shengyue. Robot blueprints. Want energy cores? Dream on. With a determined twist of her wrist, the thorns binding the zombie heads erupted with spikes, pulverizing the entire heads. The two translucent, luminous energy cores were exposed to the air. The opposing force faltered momentarily, then surged anew. Jiang Xingyue felt her strength augment as well, pulling the two energy cores back a meter. In that instant, they vanished, nestled within Jiang Xingyue's spatial pocket. She raised an eyebrow, the thorny vines dissipating. The opposition seemed incensed, and they all heard the sound of something dragging along the ground. A monstrous figure appeared around the corner. The group stared in disbelief. After the apocalypse, they had encountered all manner of grotesque, brainless zombies. But never had they seen anything so bizarre and terrifying. This third-tier zombie resembled a colossal being composed of countless individuals fused and randomly assembled together. It bore several heads intertwined within its body, while its form was constructed from arms and legs. The limbs stretched outward, crawling with multiple thighs acting as its feet, twisting and moving like the tentacles of an octopus. Jiang Xingyue's eyes reflected her disdain. Zhou Yiming felt her face pale, conjuring 5 sharp spikes to hurl at the monstrous creature. The metallic projectiles clanged as they struck the fused horror, falling to the ground upon impact. The creature emitted a cacophony of roars from its myriad heads. The monstrous creature, colossal in size yet astonishingly swift, darted before the 5 individuals in the blink of an eye. With a resounding crash, it collided against the shield held by Zhou Yiming, causing her lips to lose all color. Jiang Xingyue furrowed her brow. Zhou Yiming, merely a level 1 awakened, had demonstrated exceptional talent by reaching this level of proficiency with her abilities. However, even prodigies require time to mature. Ordinary level 1 awakened individuals would be utterly defenseless against a tier 3 zombie. That Zhou Yiming could achieve this feat despite extensive usage of her powers was remarkable in itself. The creature's impact against the shield forced Zhou Yiming to stagger back a step. Zhou Qian swung his blade at the creature's erratic limbs, exerting all his strength to sever one of its arms. His expression shifted as he muttered under his breath in frustration. Was this beast crafted from stone? Its resilience was astonishing. Jiang Xingyue's expression darkened. This hybrid zombie possessed enhanced physical attributes, perfectly adapted to the terrain. Here, we are severely constrained. She quickly articulated the situation to her companions. Although the group felt fear in the face of danger, they rapidly regained their composure. As Jiang Xingyue explained, they began to devise strategies. After a few seconds of silence, none dared to speak. The creature was simply too elusive. Even when struck, they could only inflict minor damage, merely dismembering an arm or a leg. Jiang Xingyue spoke with conviction. Observe carefully. It must possess a central brain. That is its weakness. With a wealth of combat experience from her previous life, Jiang Xingyue regrettably lacked familiarity with these high-tier zombies. In her past, survival had been a struggle, and she had always avoided encounters with such formidable foes. Now, each confrontation with these advanced zombies was a novel experience. The creature glided swiftly along the walls, seizing stones and metal debris with its many limbs to hurl at them. While a single arm might not pose a threat, the sheer number of limbs was overwhelming. The projectiles, sharp and menacing, clanged against the shield, leaving small indentations and showcasing the immense strength of the zombies.
Boss.
Your face. Jiang Xingyue shook her head silently. The green-haired individual looked concerned. A shard had pierced through the shield and grazed Jiang Xingyue's cheek, leaving a crimson trail. A wound about the length of a finger instantly bled, staining half her face. Unfazed, Jiang Xingyue had noticed the stone but had been too preoccupied to react. Her focus was entirely on locating the zombie's weakness. This creature's defense was formidable, and its reactions were swift. The terrain favored it, and if she did not strike decisively, she feared her energy would be depleted before she could defeat it. After all, She was merely at the pinnacle of level 2, still a step away from tier 3. Her consciousness wandered through space, and a golden light, reminiscent of a miniature sun, captured her attention. With a flick of her mind, an energy core materialized in her hand. She pressed it into Zhou Yiming's palm. Absorb it and restore your energy as quickly as possible. In a moment of crisis, there was no time for reluctance. Following Jiang Xingyue's instructions, Zhou Yiming clenched the warm energy core tightly in her hand, feeling a subtle wind begin to swirl around her. This wind carried away the scent of blood from Jiang Xingyue's face. Wu Zichuan was about to treat Jiang Xingyue's wound, but was halted. It's fine. Conserve your energy for amplification. I can treat this minor injury later. Jiang Xingyue furrowed her brows in contemplation. Which head was the real one? The air shimmered with phantom thorns, ready to strike. Suddenly, a hissing sound echoed, akin to a serpent's tongue flicking. Green hair twitched at the corner of the mouth. Surely, there isn't another monster? From the passage behind them, another massive silhouette gradually approached. Jiang Xingyue's heart raced, and as she beheld the familiar outline, her eyes sparkled with recognition. Chapter 66. A great lizard. The eerie hissing grew, increasingly closer. Meanwhile, the hybrid zombie continued its relentless assault against Zhou Yiming's defenses. The golden energy core in Zhou Yiming's grasp began to dull. After a swift infusion of energy, she had transformed her shield into a metal wall. The speed and force of the hybrid zombie were far too great for any ordinary shield to withstand. After absorbing the energy core, Zhou Yiming's previously depleted energy surged back, revitalized like parched earth receiving rain. The absorption accelerated, and the golden gem visibly diminished into a pile of yellow dust. The awakened individuals sensed the strange entity behind them drawing nearer. Wu Zichuan and Zhou Qian turned to assume defensive stances. Green hair clenched his teeth, his disheveled green locks bristling. Boss, could that be a tier 3 zombie behind us? Can we hold our ground? This one in front is already confusing enough. How can we deal with another? The anxious green-haired individual had a tendency to ramble. Jiang Xingyue's tone, however, bore no heaviness, instead hinting at a subtle undertone of amusement. It's not a tier 3 zombie. It might just be our ally. The green-haired individual was taken aback. Jiang Xingyue turned to observe the hybrid zombie through a gap, noting that it had descended into a frenzy upon detecting the appearance and disappearance of an energy core. Zhou Yiming's arm began to tremble slightly. A glint of danger flickered in Jiang Xingyue's eyes, her lips curling into a cold smile. She had found it. Within the massive form of the hybrid zombie were countless heads, each bearing a multitude of faces, all expressing muted agony. Even in their zombified state, the torment was evident in their expressions. Jiang Xingyue had refrained from attacking to draw out the true central brain with the energy core. Xiao Meng, dismantle that wall. Use all your strength to construct a barrier behind the hybrid zombie. Do not let it escape. Although Zhou Yiming was deeply apprehensive of this formidable tier 3 zombie, her trust in Jiang Xingyue was unwavering. She promptly dismantled her defensive wall. The hybrid zombie, poised to charge once more, hesitated at this unexpected turn of events. Suddenly, a thick metal wall materialized behind it, sealing off its escape route. Zhou Qian and Wu Zichuan swiftly pulled the green-haired individual close to the wall to avoid disrupting Jiang Xingyue's focus. In an instant, several thorny vines coalesced in the corridor, shooting forth like arrows toward the hybrid zombie. A chorus of furious roars erupted from the multitude of zombie heads. With its retreat blocked, the hybrid zombie had no choice but to charge forward. Several of its arms grasped at the encroaching thorny vines. Yet, the purpose of these vines was not to pierce, but to ensnare. In an instant, its limbs were ensnared tightly by the vines, wrapping around them in a constricting embrace. Jiang Xingyue stood amidst the thorns, her form exuding an abundance of tendrils that surged forward relentlessly toward the creature. Sensing a threat from this human, the hybrid zombie attempted to sever its own tail to escape. With tremendous strength, it tore through half of the thorny vines, allowing those it could not free to rip its own limbs apart. Jiang Xingyue narrowed her eyes. She had detected a subtle change in the expression of one head when the energy core appeared and vanished. However, that head shifted position swiftly, disappearing among the others. Jiang Xingyue had memorized its characteristics. Where could it be hiding? Gazing at the grotesque, assembled body of the hybrid zombie, Jiang Xingyue felt a wave of frustration. Its heads were grotesquely intertwined, limbs entangled, making it challenging to pinpoint the true head. Determined, Jiang Shengyue pursed her lips. It seemed she would have to first remove these obstructive limbs. With this thought, the thrashing vines in the air doubled in number, surging toward the zombie's various body parts. The creature let out a roar as its painstakingly assembled limbs were violently dismantled. At last, in a state of frenzy, it charged towards Jiang Shengyue, disregarding the obstacles in its path. It was born for this terrain, where its strength and speed could be unleashed to their fullest potential. With a thrust, it pierced through the entangled thorns. Jiang Shengyue remained unperturbed. The thorns had not consumed much energy. They were merely a means of harassment and probing. A fierce killing intent flickered in her eyes as the undead approached, gathering surging energy. Just then, a figure, swift as the zombies, flashed past Jiang Shengyue and collided with the fused zombie. The sound of the impact echoed. The fusion zombie was slammed against the metallic wall. Goodness! Could this lizard truly be an ally? Green-haired and anxious, tugging at Wu Zichuan's sleeve from behind, suddenly felt a gust of wind ruffle his hair. When he brushed aside the strands shielding his eyes, he found the disgusting zombie had been flung against the wall. The wind that had just swept by was that of a large lizard. What immense power! I thought the boss was joking about our ally. But it's true. The boss is incredible. Even has a giant lizard as a companion. Zhou Qian nodded excitedly in agreement. Wu Zichuan's brow twitched. It seemed his two teammates had a rather exaggerated view of Jiang Shengyue. He gazed gravely at the lizard's vast form. Could a cold-blooded creature recognize its master? He had never seen it beside Jiang Shengyue. Wu Zichuan scrutinized the battlefield ahead while firmly gripping his bone knife, his body continuously absorbing energy particles to restore his abilities. Roar! The fused zombie, devoid of pain, was nonetheless aware of its fury. Several heads roared in unison, extending countless arms towards the lizard that lay before them. The lizard opened its crimson maw, revealing sharp teeth within. Its powerful jaws severed those arms with ease. Jiang Shengyue's expression grew complex as fragmented images flashed through her mind. She cast aside her tumultuous thoughts, conjuring a dark thorn whip in her hand and lashing it at the fusion zombie, each swing claiming a zombie head. The onlookers felt a chill as they watched Jiang Shengyue, expressionless, whip away the heads of the undead. Their perceptions shifted yet again. Roar! The number of heads on its body dwindled. The fusion zombie visibly panicked, its attacks becoming increasingly frenzied. It seemed to sense the imminent danger and made a final struggle. Unfazed, Jiang Shengyue stood back, continuing to wield her whip. The lizard fiercely clung to the zombie. Truly a beast, what immense biting force! Zhou Qian, a warrior at heart, felt an involuntary thrill in the presence of such a ferocious creature. Zhou Yiming stood behind, focusing her energy to maintain the metallic door. Her complexion was slightly pale, yet her expression remained resolute. With a powerful flick of its sturdy tail, the lizard slammed the fused zombie against the side wall, revealing part of its body. Jiang Shengyue narrowed her eyes, fixing her gaze on a grotesque, decayed head obscured beneath the massive limbs.
Found you.
My robot blueprint. Momo.
Get down.
Chapter 67. Killing the Tier 3 zombie. Weaponry acquired upon hearing Jiang Shengyue's voice. The lizard seemed momentarily stunned before it obediently lay flat on the ground. The spectators wore complex expressions, witnessing the lizard's response, akin to seeing their obedient selves reflected back. Green-haired and Zhou Qian exchanged peculiar glances, silently averting their eyes. Jiang Shengyue stepped forward, and her thorn whip split into three. Each whip lashed out, targeting the peculiar head. Realizing the imminent threat, the head instinctively recoiled, attempting to burrow into its body. Trying to escape? You think you can flee after I let you go once? Jiang Shengyue remained unfazed. The three whips accelerated through the air, ensnaring the head. Hiss! As the whips made contact, the short spikes erupted, tightly binding the head. Jiang Shengyue could feel the head's unusual strength through her control of the thorn whip. It still sought to escape. The first time, it had darted too quickly, hiding behind the massive body and burying itself beneath a pile of limbs. Had it not been for the lizard's ferocity and their seamless cooperation in tearing away the limbs, it would have been quite a task to locate it. Jiang Shengyue unleashed her energy, tightening the thorn whip and crushing the head, causing its eyes to burst. With a sharp crack, it was obliterated. The entire massive, bizarre body lost control and collapsed. Among the shattered remnants of the head lay a gleaming energy core, which Jiang Shengyue swiftly collected into her space.
Ding!
The continuous task of defeating the fusion zombie was completed. The reward has been deposited into the backpack. Jiang Xingyue felt a sense of satisfaction within her. The effort had been worth it, if only for the Tier 3 zombie core. Not to mention the blueprint. Turning, she noticed Zhou Yiming's pale complexion and softly said, "Xiaomeng, it's time. Let's absorb the abilities." Zhou Yiming nodded, and the metallic wall behind them vanished. There were no more high-tier zombies, so they would regroup and search for supplies. Upon hearing Jiang Xingyue's words, the tension in their bodies gradually eased, and they finally felt the fatigue of both body and mind. The four leaned against the wall, with the awakened absorbing energy, while the two ordinary individuals slightly closed their eyes. Jiang Xingyue turned to gaze at the large lizard lying on the ground. The lizard slowly turned, its obsidian-like eyes fixed intently on her, focused, earnest. In a moment of daze, Jiang Xingyue perceived the lizard shrinking in size until it transformed into a bloodied juvenile lizard curled up in a cage. She let out a barely perceptible sigh and approached, crouching before the lizard. They were close enough for Jiang Xingyue to faintly smell the peculiar scent of grass and earth mingled with the stench of decay and rot emanating from the lizard. "Momo?" Jiang Xingyue softly uttered the name that had slipped from her lips a moment ago. The large lizard's tail visibly twitched. Its blunt-headed visage revealed no discernible emotion. Yet through its body language, Jiang Xingyue could vaguely sense its feelings or thoughts. She found it odd to comprehend a lizard's thoughts, but it felt oddly nice. "I'm sorry. I seem to have lost part of my memory. Perhaps we met a long time ago? I can't recall, but I feel a sense of familiarity. Or perhaps we can get to know each other again. I apologize for not recognizing you earlier." Jiang Xingyue sat on her knees before the lizard, tilting her head with a serious expression. Apologizing to a lizard was a first for her. Zhou Qian, munching on a compressed biscuit, mumbled, "When did our boss get acquainted with a giant lizard?" Green-haired, with a mouthful of biscuit, added, "Is it also one of the boss's subordinates?" Zhou Yiming fixed her gaze on Jiang Xingyue's back without blinking. Wow, Xingyue is truly impressive. Even her pet is a giant lizard. Wu Zichuan. So much to say. After their rest, the group turned a corner and finally reached the weaponry that had previously eluded them. This time, there were no surprises. Before them stood a tightly sealed metallic door. Zhou Yiming raised her hand, and a doorway the height of a person appeared at the center of the door.
Wow.
So many guns. We're rich. Boss, look at all the bullets. I can finally practice shooting, haha. Zhou Qian exclaimed, excitement evident on his face. They had previously only possessed 2 guns, with only a few boxes of ammunition, making practice impossible. But now, everything was different. The entire armory was theirs. The group leapt about in the weaponry, touching this and that, filled with exhilaration. Wu Zichuan, in particular, clutched a sleek black sniper rifle with great affection. Jiang Xingyue did not intervene. It was indeed necessary to alleviate the tension after such a harrowing experience. She waited until a few people had thoroughly inspected the armory before claiming it, leaving not even a single magazine behind. This was merely a garrison's armory, not a large munitions depot. The stockpile was not excessively vast, yet it was sufficient to equip a small base. Jiang Xingyue felt considerably reassured. The subsequent group explored the entire garrison and eliminated a few low-tier zombies.
Ding.
Zombie kills reached 600, reward of 1,000 points. Jiang Xingyue had painstakingly led the team to clear the zombies not merely for this trivial reward. Adding up the previous meager amounts, she now possessed 2,013 points. She yearned to return swiftly and examine the robot blueprints. After searching, they discovered a stockpile of combat rations, ideal for outdoor consumption, convenient and sanitary. In addition to these, Jiang Xingyue also acquired 2 military trucks and 3 off-road vehicles. The quality of these vehicles far surpassed those found on the roadside, requiring no modifications. How fortunate we are to have found such a splendid place. Zhou Qian exclaimed, marveling at their substantial haul. Jiang Xingyue smiled. We arrived early. Had we come later, these items might not have been ours. Meanwhile, 5 kilometers away, a truck rumbled down the road, stirring up a heat haze. Captain Xiao, according to the map. We are just 5 kilometers away. How did you know there was an armory here? A group of over 20 young individuals sat in the vehicle, each armed with various weapons, firearms and blades alike. In the center, a young man donned gold-rimmed glasses, appearing to be in his mid-20s, dressed in slacks, leather shoes, and a black shirt, standing in stark contrast to his companions. A smile played on his lips as he heard the scarred face beside him speak, a flicker of concealed pride in his eyes. His voice was measured and unhurried, as if deliberately crafted to project calmness. By chance, someone escaped here to our Shun family base and sold me this information. The scarred face praised. With so many of us and your formidable abilities as an awakened, we are bound to seize this armory. At that point, your useless brother will have no chance to compete. A strong individual like you is incomparable to someone like him. A glimmer of disdain crossed Shin Juanxiao's eyes behind his glasses. Yet, he maintained a slow demeanor. My brother has indeed been disappointing. As the elder brother, I ought to take better care of him. Once my father entrusts the base to me, I will surely not neglect him. Whether the others believed him or not mattered little. They were obliged to feign allegiance, showering Shin Juanxiao with compliments. A look of determination spread across his face, urging them to quicken their pace. He was eager to return with the weapons and bask in the admiration of his peers and father, relishing the prospect of mocking that bastard. As they approached the half-closed dark green iron gate, their expressions turned peculiar. Captain Xiao, I feel something is amiss. There isn't even a sound from the zombies. Chapter 68. A large base of 5 people the 20-some young individuals had experience in scavenging. But they were facing such an eerie situation for the first time. They held their weapons cautiously, hesitant to advance. Their eyes shifted towards Shin Juanxiao, who felt a twinge of uncertainty. According to the informant, there should have been at least 100 zombies here. Why was there no movement? The silence was unsettling. He spoke to a companion who appeared pale, yet, upon meeting Shin Juanxiao's threatening gaze, conceded and stepped forward to push the door open. The others waited anxiously at the entrance. Suddenly, a panicked figure darted out from within.
Captain.
It's all corpses inside. The individual was drenched in sweat, his eyes wide with confusion and fear. The scarred face, always close to Shin Juanxiao, rolled his eyes in exasperation. Isn't that obvious? Aren't zombies just corpses? What's truly happening inside? The man swallowed hard. No, they are real corpses. The place is filled with zombies. Heads and bodies are completely separated. The group exchanged glances, and Shin Juanxiao let out a cold laugh. I must see this for myself. He stepped forward and kicked the door open, prompting the others to follow. What is going on here? Who did this? There are so many zombies. Wasn't it said there were only 100? Just these alone must be over 200. Conversations erupted among the group, their faces pale with a collective sense of dread. Had these zombies not been eliminated, entering this place would have been akin to walking into a den of wolves. Shin Juanxiao's expression grew grave, the shadow of frustration clouding his gaze behind his glasses. He mentally cursed the informant countless times. Suddenly, he noticed the murmurs behind him and his expression shifted. He admonished the scarred face loudly. This is all your fault for poor intelligence. If we had charged in recklessly, the price we would have paid would have been exorbitant. The scarred face, wearing a forced smile, apologized profusely, though inwardly, he seethed. They had suggested that Shin Juanxiao send someone to scout beforehand, but he had confidently dismissed their concerns, wanting to keep his brother in the dark about this information. Now that trouble had arisen, he was shifting the blame. The scarred face felt disgruntled, but maintained a facade of compliance. Shin Juanxiao scoffed at him. Seeing his focus successfully diverted, he led the others to search the area. The scarred face spat quietly. What a farce. What a pretentious show. After thoroughly searching the garrison, they found nothing of value. Only corpses and refuse remained. This is far too clean. Who could have done this? It's as if they stripped it bare. I bet the guns on those corpses have been taken. The group nodded in agreement. They had undertaken many such tasks, but it was their first time encountering such a meticulously cleared space. Shin Juanxiao's expression darkened, his facade of calm collapsing. Damn it, we arrived too late. I wonder which major base did this. There must be at least 500 zombies here. Achieving this level of clearance requires a significant base. Fury and helplessness overtook Shin Juanxiao as he kicked a zombie's head away. The scarred face sensed trouble brewing, his mind racing. Captain, I just remembered, doesn't the Fongyu base have an awakened who can track? Since you have a good relationship with them, perhaps you could borrow that awakened next time. Shin Juanxiao took a deep breath. Realizing the astonished gazes from his companions, he forced himself to regain composure. We'll have to keep this under wraps. Thankfully, not many know we came here today. I don't want my brother to ridicule me. With that, he shot a glare at the scarred face. Everyone quickly nodded, swearing they would remain silent. Which base was it? The armory has been completely cleared. It seems I'll have to report this to my father. Having so many weapons taken by other bases poses a significant risk. Although Shen Junxiao was furious, he had not lost his wits entirely, sensing the unusual nature of the situation. Meanwhile, a formidable base, one that inspired trepidation, was home to its combat personnel. Seated in an off-road vehicle, Jiang Xingyue and her group coincidentally brushed past Shen Junxiao. Had she delayed her departure by another 10 minutes, she might have encountered the nemesis she had harbored in her heart for 2 lifetimes. Boss, is it true that this giant lizard doesn't eat people? Green hair, seated in the second row, was pressed closely against Wu Zichuan, his gaze drifting anxiously backward, locking onto a pair of dark eyes. Hiss! The green creature, frightened, covered its mouth with teary eyes. Its tongue had nearly poked me in the face. Jiang Xingyue, seated in the passenger seat, turned with a smile. Its name is Momo, and it appears to be non-carnivorous. Wu Zichuan was squeezed uncomfortably by the green creature, suppressing the impulse to strike it. He finally understood why Zhou Qian could not help but slap him. He too was beginning to feel that itch. Zhou Yiming sat on the opposite side of the green creature, unable to resist stealing glances at the lizard behind them. Momo lay obediently across the third-row seats, its massive bulk appearing somewhat cramped and uncomfortable. It seemed oblivious to its predicament. A pair of dark, bead-like eyes peeked through the gap between the seats, fixated intently on Jiang Xingyue's position, occasionally flicking out a scarlet tongue, as if fearful that Jiang Xingyue might escape. Initially, when everyone boarded the vehicle, Jiang Xingyue had arranged for Momo to return on its own. However, ever since it first appeared during the encounter with Wang Hu at the hillside villa, it had been following her in secret. Jiang Xingyue thought it could follow the car back, but to her surprise, Momo refused to leave after everyone had boarded. The large head bumped against the car door, causing Zhou Qian to feel a pang of sympathy. A small mark appeared where it had collided. Although Jiang Xingyue did not understand lizard language, she had a certain rapport with Momo and vaguely grasped its intent. Amused, she opened the car door for it. Jiang Xingyue offered a reassuring smile to Momo at the back. We had a fruitful harvest this time. When we return, I will reward you all, be it food, weapons, or anything else you desire. The green creature clapped and cheered, long live the boss. Upon seeing the lizard's gaze, it quickly covered its mouth. In the future, you ought to encounter an increasing number of energy cores. At that time, I will distribute them according to their attributes and your contributions. Xiaoming, you absorbed a golden energy core today. You must feel an enhancement, right? Zhou Yiming nodded. Yes, I feel that my recovery speed has improved slightly. According to Xingyue's previous remarks, I believe I am currently at the peak of the first tier. Jiang Xingyue nodded in satisfaction. The strength of her subordinates equated to her own power, which also meant more points. By the way, Zhou Qian, you need not choose your reward this time. I have already selected it for you. Zhou Qian, curious, wondered what the coveted item could be. Yunlong Garden, Building 8, Base Lord. According to this person's account, the one who killed your nephew Huang Song, Jiang Xingyue, clearly does not regard you highly. Young Master Huang even reported your name, yet they still dared to act. The man spoke obsequiously, wiping blood from his hands with a rag, stepping over a half-dead individual. A middle-aged man sat across on the sofa, of average height and appearance, yet managing to maintain a tidy outfit and slicked-back hair, even in the apocalypse. He was indeed the lord of the affluent base, Yin Xiao. He snorted coldly, his expression darkening. Dare to oppose me, the lord of the affluent base? I shall see who it is. Shaoli, have you found out who did this? Shaoli nodded eagerly, yes. There are 5 of them. We have already locked onto their route. Hearing this, Yin Xiao's lips curled into a sinister smile.
Excellent. Shaoli.
First investigate their exact location. How dare they harm my nephew while disregarding me? I shall show them the consequences. Chapter 69. The Picky System Task. A spy in the study on the second floor of the hillside villa, Jiang Xingyue wore a perplexed expression.
System.
Wasn't the reward for defeating the fused zombie supposed to be the blueprint for combat robots? Why is there only 1/3? Dear host, you must not have been listening carefully. This is a continuous task. Please note it is continuous. Jiang Xingyue's forehead twitched, taking a deep breath. So you're saying I must complete another task of the same type to obtain the remaining 2/3 of the blueprint? Indeed, the system replied. Jiang Xingyue had initially been excited, anticipating the formation of an army of combat robots, only to discover that this system task was rather pedantic. Gazing at the lone fragment of blueprint resting in her inventory, her fighting spirit reignited. At least she now had a goal. Zhou Qian entered the study and immediately noticed Jiang Xingyue's serious demeanor. He cautiously inquired, "Boss, did you summon me for some important arrangement?" A hint of a smile appeared on Jiang Xingyue's serious face. "Did I not mention on our way back yesterday that I had chosen a reward for you?" As she spoke, she pushed a small tray towards him. "Here it is." Zhou Qian leaned down to inspect the items on the tray. It was an all-metal syringe, with an exceptionally fine needle glinting coldly. A small transparent glass section revealed a light blue liquid inside. "What is this, boss? It can't be one of those body modification potions, can it?" Zhou Qian's eyes widened in shock, his latter words caught in his throat. Jiang Xingyue not only did not refute it, but showed an expression that seemed to say, "How did you know?" He gulped audibly, stammering, "Boss, this can't really be." Seeing Zhou Qian's astonishment, Jiang Xingyue chuckled, "Yes, it's exactly what you think. To be precise, it is a gene potential activation serum, though its effects are indeed similar." Zhou Qian's heart raced, feeling as if it might leap from his throat at any moment. Such a thing truly exists. "Boss, this is too precious. I can't." Zhou Qian wished to maintain his composure, yet his eyes could not help but dart towards the metal syringe. Jiang Xingyue raised an eyebrow. "Oh, if you don't want it, then forget it. I had intended to reward you for your unwavering dedication, especially since you eliminated a second-tier zombie."
No.
"I want it," Zhou Qian exclaimed, snatching the tray from Jiang Xingyue's hands with a silly grin. Jiang Xingyue smiled. She had long sensed Zhou Qian's unusual behavior. His aggressive demeanor while fighting zombies yesterday likely gave her insight into his thoughts.
In a way,
Zhou Qian's worries mirrored her own past fears of falling behind and being eliminated. It was only fitting that Zhou Qian, having slain a second-tier zombie, should receive a reward. The energy core he obtained could be exchanged for 500 points, and considering he had also dispatched numerous first-tier zombies, he had exchanged the serum for 400 points in the marketplace. Thus, she had not lost out. The points spent were earned by Zhou Qian himself, and his awakening as a subordinate would also enhance her combat strength. In the future, he would exchange for even more points. It was a win-win situation. Jiang Xingyue stroked her chin, narrowing her eyes in contemplation. If she were to act as an intermediary to profit from this, would it be feasible? However, the items in the system were rather advanced. Their base, consisting of fewer than 10 people, could scarcely safeguard them. This matter warranted further consideration. Zhou Qian asked, "Boss, can I just inject this directly? Are there any precautions?" "Inject it wherever you like. There are no precautions, and it has no side effects. It should take effect in about half an hour. However, do not speak of this. I have further plans regarding this matter. Do not jeopardize my endeavors." Zhou Qian nodded obediently like a chick pecking at rice. "I swear I won't say a word. I will not hinder your plans." With that, he dashed off. While pondering, Jiang Xingyue suddenly noticed something unusual in her right eye. Her eyeball twitched, revealing an illusion. A small, sneaky man with a lecherous expression was lurking at the foot of Banyu Mountain, peeking out from behind a tree. It seemed as though he had been guided by something, effortlessly locating the path up the mountain. Jiang Xingyue raised an eyebrow. The entrance to the path, winding up the mountain, was overgrown with wild grass, and she had added some cover. For anyone unfamiliar with the area, it would be challenging to find without thorough searching. This man, however, was different. He sniffed the air like a dog, easily bypassing the cover and making his way up the mountain. After silencing the alarm, Jiang Xingyue comfortably settled into her leather chair to observe, her face betraying no hint of panic. She was curious to see what this man intended to do. The short man stealthily ascended the mountain, concealing himself behind a tree as he gazed longingly at the villa nestled halfway up the slope. He even took out his phone, snapping pictures of the residents incessantly. Jiang Xingyue narrowed her eyes, a flicker of muted light dancing within their depths. The phone, now utterly obsolete, lacked connectivity and communication capabilities. Yet if it were charged, it could still serve as a camera. Observing his demeanor, Jiang Xingyue deduced that he was undoubtedly a scout sent by another party, a tracker awakened with special abilities. She smirked, irritated by the luck of others, especially since such rare talents were so readily available to them. At that moment, it did not dawn on her how enviable it was that her own team of 7 included 4 formidable awakened individuals, literally, fervently capturing every moment outside the villa. remained blissfully unaware that his every move was under the watchful eye of another. Excitement sparkled in his eyes as he mentally prepared his report for the base. He was astounded to have stumbled upon such a prime location. Surely, upon his return, the base leader would reward him handsomely. With a gleam in his eyes, he carefully descended the mountain after tucking away his phone. Jiang Xingyue made no attempt to hinder him. With spies aplenty, it was more prudent to let him go, allowing her to prepare in advance. The only base with which she had recent dealings was the abundant base. A cold glimmer flickered in her eyes as she mused. Perfect. I have yet to test my base's defensive measures. Consider you my experimental subjects. Little Li returned to the base, situated on the outskirts of the city. The entrance to the complex was barricaded with various obstacles, leaving only a single gate open. A dozen individuals lounged around, engaged in idle banter. Upon seeing his jubilant expression, they opened the gate to welcome him. Brother Li is back. You must have accomplished your mission splendidly. Look at that glow on your face. If you strike it rich, don't forget about us brothers. Little Li, too preoccupied with his thoughts, waved dismissively and hurried toward a large building within the complex. The man at the entrance cursed under his breath. Awakened? Just a dog at the base's heels. What's there to be proud of? Bursting into the building, Little Li ascended to the top floor and rapped softly on the heavy glass door of the office.
Come in.
The sign on the door read President's Office, and inside, a desk was strewn with wilted fruit and snacks. Little Li's gaze frequently strayed to the food. In the pre-apocalyptic days, he would have tossed aside such withered apples. But now, when even a handful of grain was a luxury, fruit was a rare treat only afforded by the base. In the spacious office, Yin Xiao lounged in a leather chair, perusing a magazine whose origin was unknown. Beside him knelt a woman on the floor, scrubbing it with a rag. Clad in a well-tailored white silk blouse and beige trousers, her alluring figure was partially obscured by her hastily tied hair, which concealed half her face, revealing only a delicate chin and fair skin, hinting at her beauty. Little Li stood respectfully at the desk, eyes fixed ahead. Base leader.
I have completed the task you assigned to me.
He glanced at the woman, a hint of hesitation on his face. No need to concern yourself. She's just a worthless woman, no longer the esteemed president she once was. I am the one in charge here now. Yin Xiao's gaze shifted to the woman on the floor, a smirk of satisfaction gracing his face. I trust Miss Qiao Qinglu will keep her mouth shut, lest she find herself at the midnight banquet again. I believe she has learned her lesson. Hearing the derogatory remarks, Qiao Qinglu continued scrubbing the floor. Though her movements momentarily stilled at the mention of the midnight banquet, a flicker of hatred and disgust flashing in her lowered gaze. Yin Xiao, witnessing her stoic demeanor, felt a surge of darkness within him. Humph, just a worthless woman. Now merely a plaything of the space. She can feign superiority all she likes. Yin Xiao's malevolent gaze shifted back to Little Li. The latter flinched, hastily lowering his head. I have located the residence of the individuals responsible for the death of young master Huang Cong. It's in a villa district in the eastern suburbs. Here are the photographs I brought back. Chapter 70. The lord of the city in the underground city's third-floor conference room, Jiang Xingyue returned with a substantial cache of weapons, unlocking the large conference room and armory on this level. The previously barren area, once merely a helipad, was now divided by a wall, revealing 2 additional doors. The outer walls were made of an indeterminate, robust metal, impervious even to the likes of Zhou Yuming, and awakened with metal manipulation abilities, thus eliminating any possibility of infiltration. Jiang Xingyue sat at the head of the long conference table, flanked by her 6 subordinates, all participating in a formal meeting for the first time. Their expressions grave and solemn. A slight smile curved her lips as she spoke in a soothing tone. Today's agenda is not particularly serious. Feel free to relax a bit. The tension in the room eased slightly as the subordinates exchanged glances, though their demeanor remained earnest. Without further ado, Jiang Xingyue delved into the main topic. Our recent outing yielded significant rewards. Our current arsenal is quite ample. The third-floor residential area is equipped with a training room. Each of you will have access to 2 magazines of training ammunition per day, though this cannot be accumulated. If you don't use it today, you will only receive 2 magazines tomorrow. Eyes brightened among the group, especially Zhou Qian, who had been eagerly anticipating the chance to practice shooting since they discovered the armory. Although the weapons seemed plentiful, in combat, they might not last long, so unrestricted usage was not feasible. However, she promised them, I assure you, as we acquire more weaponry, I will make the necessary adjustments. Wu Zichuan nodded, understanding the implications. The training resources provided by the leader are already substantial. Before the apocalypse, many teams could only access a few live rounds during annual assessments, and many never even touched a real firearm. Everyone knew Wu Zichuan's military background. His endorsement indicated that Jiang Xingyue's training conditions were exceedingly generous. In these resource-scarce times, her generosity was evident, and gratitude filled their eyes. Satisfied, Jiang Xingyue noted that Wu Zichuan, usually taciturn, spoke only when it mattered. Such contributions cannot remain unrecognized, she continued, her expression impassive. The armory's access will be entrusted to H1. If you require ammunition or firearms, register with him. H1. Ensure strict control and maintain accurate records. Bring any issues to my attention. A flicker of joy crossed Wu Zichuan's eyes. The armory was a critical resource for any base, and Jiang Xingyue's trust was a significant honor. In truth, Jiang Xingyue was no fool. She knew that core resources must remain under her control. With her implanted chip, no movement within the underground city escaped her scrutiny. Wu Zichuan was a talented individual, loyal to his savior. However, having witnessed betrayal from those even bound by blood, she was cautious not to relinquish too much power. By granting him access to the armory, she aimed to instill a sense of belonging while retaining ultimate oversight. Meanwhile, the farming area on the underground city's first basement level would be overseen by Uncle Yu. The remaining members, when not on missions, were to assist him with cultivation. They nodded earnestly, aware that the farming and livestock operations were the foundation of their underground city's economy. Their livelihoods depended on it, and they hoped for the highest yield possible. Uncle Yu was thriving, as were the young individuals beside him. He had managed the first basement level with remarkable efficiency. Were it not for Jiang Xingyue's intervention, he would have been reluctant to leave the fields even for sleep. Once we have completed our recent tasks, we shall seek to acquire a new batch of livestock, for the reserves on the lower level remain insufficient. Jiang Xingyue sighed at the mention of this matter, feeling a pang of melancholy. How could the storage of an entire city possibly be fulfilled with merely a few sheep and ducks? Fortunately, the current count has stabilized at 42, yet we still require more livestock to reach our goal. However, in this apocalyptic scenario, it has proven somewhat challenging to find livestock even after a month of turmoil. Jiang Xingyue let out a barely perceptible sigh, deliberating on the matter for the long term. The supermarket in the lower third residential area was set up just yesterday. From now on, for every first-level zombie you defeat, you will earn 1 point. These points can be used to purchase items you need from the supermarket or exchanged with me for other resources. Significant contributions, or the defeat of higher-level zombies, will also yield point rewards. Ordinary residents will earn 2 points daily, while administrators will receive 3 points. I will post further details in the supermarket later. As the population increases, the point system will be adjusted accordingly. A glimmer of excitement sparked in the eyes of several individuals. Although they received ample supplies from Jiang Xingyue each month, it primarily consisted of food. Now, with the supermarket and point system in place, the opportunity to acquire other items was a welcome change. Who wouldn't desire an improved quality of life? Yu Shi and Su Miao, the couple, appeared somewhat anxious, as they were not among those venturing out to fight zombies. Uncle Yu and Aunt Su served as the administrators of the underground city, earning 3 points daily.
Su Miao phải get unisili.
Feeling that her minimal contributions did not warrant the same rewards others received for slaying 3 zombies, she felt a twinge of guilt, just as she contemplated declining the offer. Jiang Xingyue's subsequent words alleviated her anxiety. Aunt Su, I entrust the management of the supermarket to you. The internal system operates on facial recognition, automatically recording points. You will be responsible for addressing inquiries from new residents and identifying what items need restocking, which you will arrange with me weekly. Su Miao and Yu Shi exchanged glances, both pleased with Jiang Xingyue's arrangement. Su Miao was not one to take advantage of situations, and the disparity between her limited work and the generous rewards had troubled her. This was a ruthless apocalypse where inequity could breed resentment, and excessive rewards could raise suspicions. With a gentle yet resolute voice, Su Miao reassured, "Rest assured, I shall manage it well." Yu Shi looked at his wife, revitalized, feeling a deep gratitude for Jiang Xingyue's recognition. He silently resolved to arrive an hour earlier in the future. Su Miao's demeanor was soft, her hair, streaked with silver, neatly tied back, and her graceful figure reflected the vitality she had regained after recent recuperation. Jiang Xingyue finally understood the meaning of the phrase "time favors the beautiful" when she looked at Su Miao. Surely, our underground city will welcome new companions in the future? Jiang Xingyue affirmed Su Miao's inquiry with a determined nod, promising to strengthen the base. Su Miao raised her hand to tuck a stray hair behind her ear, saying, "Then we shall call you City Lord from now on. After all, it feels rather odd for me, an old you, to address you as boss at our age." A hint of embarrassment crossed her face. While it was acceptable for the younger ones, it felt peculiar for a couple in their 50s to refer to a young lady as boss. You sure share the same concern, casting a questioning glance. Jiang Xingyue raised an eyebrow, seemingly pleased with the title. Of course, that is acceptable. The two sighed in relief. Calling her city lord felt far more appropriate than boss. Zhou Qian muttered, "Calling you boss is still cooler." Jiang Xingyue turned her gaze to Zhou Qian, seated in the second position on the left, teasingly inquiring, "What is this? Have you awakened your powers without informing anyone? Even I am still in the dark." Chapter 71. One must endure their chosen subordinates, for the fright they instill in the young ones is palpable. Zhou Qian felt all eyes upon him, his face flushing slightly. He cleared his throat awkwardly, explaining, "I merely wished to surprise you all." Green Hair exclaimed, "Big brother. That's outrageous. You secretly awakened your powers. Tell us when it happened, and what your ability is. Show us." Faced with Green Hair's barrage of questions, Zhou Qian exchanged a glance with Jiang Xingyue, feeling the tension dissipate. Green Hair and Zhou Yimeng were not particularly perceptive around those they trusted. Nor did they delve into why Zhou Qian, who spent every day with them, had suddenly awakened without any prior indication. However, Wu Zichuan could see the exchange of glances between Zhou Qian and Jiang Xingyue, and although he harbored questions, he chose to feign ignorance, lowering his head. Jiang Xingyue smiled subtly. She appreciated intelligence, but was wary of overly cunning minds. Wu Zichuan struck a perfect balance. "Am I possessed? Boss, save me." Green Hair whimpered, pressing his upper body tightly against the table, his side profile contorted in panic. Jiang Xingyue remarked, "A team always needs a balance. Having someone overly clever alongside a less astute individual can create equilibrium." She bit her lip, reassuring herself. One must endure their chosen subordinates. "Release him, Zhou Qian. You're scaring the child." Green Hair shot upright, suddenly realizing the expressions on everyone's faces and accusing Zhou Qian, "Did you just play a trick on me?" Zhou Qian raised his hands in surrender. "I did not. It was your question about my ability that prompted me to demonstrate." Ignoring Green Hair's frustrated demeanor, he turned to Jiang Xingyue. "Boss, this is my ability. What do you think? Gravitational suppression? Quite impressive. Considering your proficiency in close combat, this will complement your skills nicely." Zhou Qian flashed a wide grin. "I think it suits me perfectly." Zhou Yimeng beamed, her eyes sparkling. "Congratulations, brother. You are an awakened one now." The weight of uncertainty lifted from Zhou Qian's shoulders, and he felt a renewed sense of freedom. Green Hair pouted. "Now you're all awakened while I am not." Jiang Xingyue raised an eyebrow, her expression meaningful. "If you work hard enough and contribute significantly, who knows, you might awaken one day just like Zhou Qian." Green Hair paused, a flicker of realization crossing his mind, but he couldn't grasp it fully. Jiang Xingyue smiled, having initially intended to act as an intermediary for the system. But upon careful examination, she realized that resources were limited. For instance, the total quantity of genetic potential potions was only 200. After receiving one as a reward from the system, she purchased one for Zhou Qian, leaving a remainder of 199. The utilization of these resources required careful consideration. She did not believe the system was akin to merchants from the pre-apocalyptic world, who would artificially limit stock and claim scarcity to manipulate supply. When the system indicated depletion, it truly meant depletion. Jiang Xingyue felt a twinge of regret, yet recognized the value of rarity. If such resources were as abundant as cabbages, she could easily dominate the world through the system. In the future, once she gained strength, she might consider acting as an intermediary. However, as it was only a month into the apocalypse, everyone, including the base, was still in the process of development and construction. Even if she were to present such valuable items, she doubted she could acquire equally precious resources in return. Patience was key. Opportunities would abound in due time. Meanwhile, within the affluent base, a meeting was also underway. "Base Lord. Their walls are constructed quite robustly. What use is that? They don't even have guards at the entrance. It's merely a villa. How many people can it accommodate? I doubt it even matches a tenth of our base's area." The individual's tone was arrogant, belittling the hillside villa. Sitting in the main seat, Yin Xiao nodded in agreement. Those individuals killed my nephew, Huang Tsong, and spoke impertinently to me. They clearly do not regard our affluent base with any seriousness. The individuals present echoed in unison. A mere handful of miscreants dare to challenge our base. Do they not weigh their own worth? It was rumored that a young girl had instigated this. One man, with a glint of lewdness in his eyes and a crooked grin revealing yellowed teeth, remarked, "Boss, I've heard that this girl is rather attractive. How about we take her as a trophy for the brothers?" The leader, Yin Xiao, wore an expression of understanding, a cryptic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. A shared glance between them thickened the air with an unsettling tension. Xiao Qinglu lowered her head, her disheveled hair cascading around her, concealing her disgust and revulsion from prying eyes. Yet, a flicker of unease crossed her mind as she worried for the girl they spoke of. Suddenly, Yin Xiao seemed to recall something. What of the engineer we captured last time? Is the device for remote connection operational? A subordinate immediately stood up. Please wait. I will fetch him right away. Yin Xiao responded with a restrained acknowledgement, and the man hurriedly departed. Within mere minutes, the man returned, dragging a somewhat portly young man whose head was bowed like an ostrich. Yin Xiao frowned. What was his name again? Someone nearby reminded him. His name is Bai Rue. Upon locking eyes with Yin Xiao, Bai Rue instinctively looked down in panic. Yin Xiao, reveling in the display of his own intimidation, smirked.
Bai Hui.
Have you completed the device you were tasked with? I believe I warned you that failure would result in me slicing away those excess pounds of yours for our brother's delight.
Bai Hui.
Head lowered and perspiration beading on his forehead, bit his lip, the flesh on his cheeks quivering slightly. IV finished. It can transmit real-time footage remotely, but it may lag if the distance is too great. Unfortunately, the network signal is poor, so this is the best I can do. As he spoke of his work, his anxiety gradually faded, and his words became more fluid. Yin Xiao, growing impatient with Bai Rue's timid demeanor, dismissed him with a wave. What are the new recruits? I've heard they're rather unruly? Xiao Qinglu furrowed her brow, reflecting on how those newcomers had come, lured by enticing posts they had seen online. Believing this to be a place of opportunity, they had paid a hefty price to arrive only to discover that surrendering their supplies upon entry was merely the beginning. Once inside, the men were reduced to cheap labor, while the women faced harassment, and those unfortunate enough to catch the eye of the base's overseers were forcibly taken, discarded like refuse when they no longer amused. Yet, the awakened ones enjoyed privileges. This place was a hell for ordinary people, yet a paradise for the awakened. The vast majority within the base remained ordinary folk. Xiao Qinglu observed their transformation from hopefulness to numbness. She bitterly mused that her own existence was no better. Perhaps even worse than theirs. What right did she have to feel sympathy for others? Yin Xiao's expression turned sinister. This will be our base's first annexation operation, and we shall broadcast it live using the new device. Let everyone witness the consequences of disrespecting me and this base. Chapter 72. What is a show without snacks? That night, the clouds obscured the stars, casting a dull pall over the land, with only the hazy moonlight illuminating the earth in silence. At the foot of the mountain, 2 trucks appeared, their engines rumbling loudly in the stillness of the night. The vehicles came to a halt, and over 70 young men emerged from the cargo area. Brotherly, why are we stopping here? Wasn't it said that the villa is up the mountain? Littlely stood at the center of the group, disdainfully lifting his chin to shoot a glance at his companion. What do you know? The road up the mountain is too narrow, and there are obstructions at the entrance. The big trucks cannot ascend. I'm the captain this time. Just follow my lead. When it's not your turn to speak, keep your mouth shut. The man awkwardly nodded, taking the backpack from Littlely. Reveling in the taste of authority, Littlely's expression grew increasingly smug. He called out, and a robust young man approached, carrying a rectangular object. Littlely lifted a screen from within the box, revealing a device reminiscent of an old laptop. Upon closer inspection, it was bulky and oddly shaped. After some tinkering, the screen lit up, and a camera protruded with a blinking light, accompanied by crackling sounds from the machine. Littlely furrowed his brow in irritation. What kind of junk has this chubby guy created? It doesn't look reliable at all. Can this truly transmit video? He continued to complain as he fiddled with the device. Within minutes, the screen indeed displayed a figure. Littlely tensed at the sight, instinctively bending his waist and donning a respectful smile. Reporting to the esteemed leader of the base. We have arrived at the foot of the mountain. To maintain discretion, we plan to proceed on foot. A middle-aged man with slicked back hair appeared on the screen, his voice crackling with static. Excellent. Today's mission must be executed flawlessly. The entire base is watching. Little glanced toward the back, where throngs of people were seated. Instantly, he and the young men behind him straightened their backs. Their expressions solemn, yet tinged with pride. Yes, esteemed leader of the base. I vow to complete the task. Little adjusted the machine's position in the sturdy man's hands, ensuring the camera would capture the entire process. The auditorium of the bountiful base was packed to capacity. The few fortunate ones could squeeze onto a single chair, while the majority sat on the floor, pressing against one another. Weariness etched onto their faces, their eyes hollow and dulled. They nonetheless obediently directed their gazes toward the large screen at the center. The screen displayed a large white cloth, projecting the scenes from Little Lee's end. Bai Rui stood beside the machine, dutifully ensuring it operated smoothly, regardless of his personal feelings. The bountiful base had expanded to nearly 1,000 members. The auditorium was the only space capable of accommodating 500 people, making it the largest indoor area available. Yin Xiao commanded that even if it meant stepping on the heads of others, everyone must witness this annexation. Fortunately, it had not come to that. Although the conditions were cramped, with the risk of a stampede, the individuals had become oblivious to such concerns, numbly complying with the directives from above. The image on the large screen wobbled, illuminated only by the pale beam of a flashlight held by Little Lee, dispelling the darkness for a few meters ahead. For the first time, Little Lee felt the thrill of being the captain of over 70 people, and the sensation of being surrounded by others left him euphoric. He stood beside the machine, earnestly explaining, "Fellow comrades of the base, we are on our way to the destination. We expect to arrive in a few minutes. Keep your eyes wide open and see how our base deals with those miscreants. Those who dare to offend the esteemed leader of the base and scorn our home shall meet this fate." Yin Xiao sat in the front row of the auditorium. Legs crossed, his expression one of satisfaction. He intended for everyone to see what consequences awaited those who dared to provoke him. Recently, a new batch of recruits had entered, dissatisfied with his established rules, and had clashed with several overseers. This was the perfect opportunity to set an example. Beside him, Xiao Qinglu tilted her head to peer at the screen, her lips pressed tightly together, revealing a hint of worry. Was Xiao feeling an overflow of sympathy? With such idle thoughts, she ought to consider how to better serve me. If she serves me well, her own days will naturally improve. Look at her, a paragon of youth and a female CEO, yet she still kneels to serve the esteemed leader of this base.
Ha ha ha.
Xiao Qinglu lowered her head, remaining silent. At that moment, Yin Xiao was basking in his triumph. The screen displayed Little Lee and dozens of others marching up the mountain with fierce determination. Oblivious to the fact that aside from those watching their actions within the bountiful base, they had no awareness of the larger world beyond. There are those who have recorded every action and word, with conversations disseminated in real time. Jiang Xingyue, clad in her combat attire, sat before the surveillance monitor. She had received the alarm well before they ascended the mountain.
Boss.
Someone is attempting to attack our underground city. Zhou Qian's voice emanated from the intercom. Jiang Xingyue replied nonchalantly, "I noticed it earlier. Should we go over and deal with them directly?" Zhou Qian asked. Jiang Xingyue paused slightly. "No need. I intend to test the new weapon on them. Free specimens are too good to pass up." "Understood, boss. We'll head to the villa to find you." Jiang Xingyue observed Shaoli as he animatedly worked on the peculiar machine. Enlarging the display screen revealed a computer, with indistinct silhouettes appearing on it. Their base indeed possessed talent. Now that the network was down and the signal was poor, managing to create such a device was commendable. Zhou Qian and his sister, along with Green Hair and Wu Zichuan, arrived at the villa even more swiftly than this group. The five of them sat before the display, watching as their comrades stumbled along the mountain path in darkness. "Boss, try my new milk tea." Jiang Xingyue glanced down at the warm cup thrust into her hands, the sweet aroma wafting toward her. What's a television program without some snacks? With a wave of her hand, a large round table appeared before the five, laden with fried chicken and desserts. "Oh, fried chicken. Boss, I love you," Green Hair exclaimed, nearly drooling onto the floor. Jiang Xingyue smiled faintly. She needed to take care of her health. The various snacks and fried foods she had stored before the apocalypse had remained untouched. They were perfect for sharing while watching the program. The five of them began to indulge in snacks before the monitor, while Jiang Xingyue savored her sweet milk tea. Her expression languid. Staying up late deserved to be rewarded with my experimental subjects.